The Sisters Rondoli. Chapter 1. No, said Pierre Juvent, I do not know Italy. I started to go there twice, but each time I was stopped at the frontier and could not manage to get any further. And yet my 2 attempts gave me charming ideas of the manners of that beautiful country. Some time or other I must visit its cities, as well as the museums and works of art with which it abounds. I shall make another attempt as soon as possible to cross that impregnable border. You don't understand me, so I will explain myself. In 1874 I was seized with desire to see Venice, Florence, Rome, and Naples. I got this whim about the middle of June, then the powerful fever of spring stirs the desire for love and adventure. I am not, as you know, a great traveler. It appears to me a useless and tiresome business. Nights spent in a train, the disturbed slumbers of the railway carriage, with the attendant headache and stiffness in every limb, the sudden waking in that rolling box, the unwashed feeling. The flying dust and smuts that fill your eyes and hair, the taste of coal in your mouth, and the bad dinners in draughty refreshment rooms, are, in my opinion, a horrible way of beginning a pleasure trip. After this introduction by the express, we have the miseries of the hotel, of some great hotel full of people, and yet so empty, the strange room, and the dubious bed. I am most particular about my bed, it is the sanctuary of life. We entrust our nude and fatigued bodies to it that they may be refreshed and rested between soft sheets and feathers. There we spend the most delightful hours of our existence, the hours of love and of sleep. The bed is sacred, and should be respected, venerated, and loved by us as the best and most delightful of our earthly possessions. I cannot lift up the sheets of a hotel bed without a shiver of disgust. What took place there the night before? What dirty, odious people have slept in it? I begin, then, to think of all the horrible people with whom one rubs shoulders every day, hideous hunchbacks, people with flabby bodies, with dirty hands that make you wonder what their feet and the rest of their bodies are like. I think of those who exhale a smell of garlic and dirt that is loathsome. I think of the deformed and purulent, of the perspiration emanating from the sick, and of everything that is ugly in man. And all this, perhaps, in the bed in which I am going to sleep. The mere idea of it makes me feel ill as I get in. And then the hotel dinners, those dreary table d'hôte dinners in the midst of all sorts of extraordinary people, or else those terrible solitary dinners at a small table in a restaurant, feebly lighted up by a small, cheap candle under a shade. Again, those terribly dull evenings in some unknown town. Do you know anything more wretched than when it is getting dark on such an occasion? You go about as if in a dream, looking at faces which you have never seen before and will never see again. Listening to people talking about matters which are either quite indifferent to you or in a language that perhaps you do not understand. You have a terrible feeling, almost as if you were lost, and you continue to walk on, so as to avoid returning to the hotel, where you would feel still more lost because you are at home. In a home which belongs to anyone who can pay for it. At last you fall into a chair at some well-lit café, whose gilding and lights overwhelm you 1,000 times more than the shadows in the streets. Then you feel so abominably lonely sitting in front of the foaming bock which a hurrying waiter has brought, that a kind of madness seizes you, the longing to go somewhere or other, no matter where. As long as you need not remain in front of that marble table and in the dazzling brightness. And then, suddenly, you perceive that you are really alone in the world, always and everywhere. And that in places which we know the familiar jostlings give us the illusion only of human brotherhood. At such moments of self-abandonment and somber isolation in distant cities you think broadly, clearly, and profoundly. Then one suddenly sees the whole of life outside the vision of eternal hope, outside the daily deceptions of daily habits and of the expectations of happiness, of which we always dream. It is only by going a long distance that we can fully understand how near, short-lived and empty everything is. Only by searching for the unknown do we perceive how commonplace and evanescent everything is. Only by wandering over the face of the earth can we understand how small the world is, and how very much alike everywhere. How well I know, and how I hate and fear more than anything else those haphazard walks through unknown streets. This was the reason why, as nothing would induce me to undertake a tour in Italy by myself, I induced my friend Paul Pavley to accompany me. You know Paul, and how woman is everything, the world, life itself, to him. There are many men like him, to whom existence becomes poetical and idealized by the presence of women. The earth is habitable only because they are there, the sun shines and is warm because it lights them. The air is soft and balmy because it blows upon their skin and ruffles the short hair on their temples, and the moon is charming because it makes them dream, and imparts a languorous charm to love. Every act and action of Paul has woman for its motive, all his thoughts, all his efforts, and hopes are centered on them. A poet has branded that type of man. Je déteste surtout le bard à l'œil humide. Que regarde un étoile en murmurant un nom. Et pour que la nature immense serait vide. S'il any portrait en croupe ou lisette ou ninon. Ces gens la sont charmants que se donnent la peine. Afin qu'on s'intéresse à ce pauvre univers. Dature de jupons et ux arbres de la plaine. Et la cornette blanche au front de coteaux verts. Certes ils n'ont pas compris tes musiques divines. Éternelle nature et ux frémissantes voix. Ce qu'anivant pas souls par les creuses ravines. Et revent d'une femme au brut que font les bois. 19. When I mentioned Italy to Paul, he at first absolutely refused to leave Paris. I, however, began to tell him of the adventures I had on my travels. I told him that Italian women are supposed to be charming, and I made him hope for the most refined society at Naples. Thanks to certain letters of introduction which I had for a Signore Michel Amoroso whose acquaintances are very useful to travelers. So at last he allowed himself to be persuaded. Chapter 2. We took the express one Thursday evening on the 26th of June. Hardly anyone goes south at that time of the year, so that we had the carriage to ourselves. Both of us were in a bad temper on leaving Paris, sorry for having yielded to the temptation of this journey, and regretting cool Marly, the beautiful Seine, and our lazy boating excursions. Our delightful evenings spent on the banks of the river waiting for nightfall. As soon as the train started, Paul settled himself comfortably into a corner, and said, "It is most idiotic to go to this place." As it was too late for him to change his mind then, I answered, "Well, you should not have come." He did not answer, and I felt very much inclined to laugh when I saw how furious he looked. He certainly looks like a squirrel, but then every one of us has retained the type of some animal or other as the mark of primal race. How many people have jaws like a bulldog, or heads like goats, rabbits, foxes, horses, or oxen? Paul was a squirrel turned into a man. He had its bright, quick eyes, its hair, its pointed nose, its small, fine, supple, active body, and a certain mysterious resemblance in his general bearing, in fact, a similarity of movements, of gestures, and of bearing which might almost be taken for an atavism. At last we both went to sleep, the noisy slumber of the railway carriage, which is broken by horrible cramps in the arms and neck, and by the sudden stopping of the train. We woke up as we were going along the Rhône. Soon the continuous noise of the grasshoppers came in through the window, a cry which seems to be the voice of the warm earth, the song of Provence. It seemed to instill into our looks, our breasts, and our souls the light and happy feeling of the south, the smell of the parched earth, of the stony and light soil of the olive tree with its gray-green foliage. When the train stopped again, a porter ran along the train calling out "Valence" in a sonorous voice, with an accent that again gave us that taste of Provence which the shrill note of the grasshoppers had already imparted to us. Nothing happened till we got to Marseilles, where we breakfasted, but when we returned to our carriage we found a woman installed there. Paul, with a delighted look at me, unconsciously gave his short mustache a twirl, and passed his fingers like a comb through his hair, which had become slightly disordered with the night's journey. Then he sat down opposite the newcomer. Whenever I happen to see a new face, either while traveling or in society, I become obsessed with the desire to find out what character, mind, and intellectual capacities are hidden beneath those features. She was a young and pretty woman, a native of the south of France certainly, with splendid eyes, beautiful, wavy black hair, which was so thick, long, and strong that it seemed almost too heavy for her head. She was dressed with a certain southern bad taste which made her look a little vulgar. Her regular features had none of the grace and finish of the refined races, of that slight delicacy which members of the aristocracy inherit from their birth, and which is the hereditary mark of blue blood. Her bracelets were too big to be of gold, she wore earrings with white stones too big to be diamonds, and she belonged unmistakably to the people. One would guess that she would talk too loud, and use exaggerated gestures. When the train started she remained motionless in her place, in the attitude of a woman who was in a rage. She had not even looked at us. Paul began to talk to me, evidently with an eye to effect, trying to attract her attention, as shopkeepers expose their choice wares to catch the notice of passers-by. She did not seem to hear. Toulon. 10 minutes wait. 10 minutes wait. Refreshment room, the porter shouted. Paul motioned to me to get out, and, as soon as we were on the platform, he said, "I wonder who on earth she can be." I began to laugh. "I am sure I don't know, and I don't in the least care." He was quite excited. "She is an uncommonly fresh and pretty girl. What eyes she has, and how cross she looks. She must be dreadfully worried, for she takes no notice of anything." "You will have all your trouble for nothing," I ventured. He began to lose his temper. "I am not taking any trouble, my dear fellow. I think her an extremely pretty woman, that is all. If one could only speak to her. But I don't know how to begin. Can't you give me an idea? Can't you guess who she is?" "Upon my word, I cannot. I rather think she is some actress who is going to rejoin her company after some love adventure." He seemed quite upset, as if I had said something insulting. "What makes you think that?" "On the contrary, I think she looks most respectable. Just look at her bracelets," I said, "her earrings, and her whole dress. I should not be the least surprised if she were a dancer or a circus rider, but most likely a dancer. Her whole style smacks very much of the theater." He evidently did not like the idea. "She is much too young, I am sure. Why, she is hardly 20. "Well," I replied, "there are many things which one can do before one is 20. Dancing and reciting are among them, without counting another business which is, perhaps, her sole occupation." "Take your seats for Nice, Ventimiglia," the guards and porters called out. We got in, our fellow passenger was eating an orange. She certainly was not refined. She had spread her handkerchief on her knees, and the way in which she tore off the peel and opened her mouth to put in the pieces, and then spat the pips out of the window, showed that her education had been decidedly vulgar. She seemed more unapproachable than ever, and swallowed the fruit with an exceedingly comic air of rage. Paul devoured her with his eyes, and tried to attract her attention and excite her curiosity, but in spite of his talk and of the manner in which he brought in well-known names, she did not pay the least attention to him. After passing Fréjus and Saint Raphael, the train passes through a veritable garden, a paradise of roses, of groves of oranges and lemons covered with fruit and flowers at the same time. That delightful coast from Marseilles to Genoa is a kingdom of perfumes in a land of flowers. June is the time to see it, when in every narrow valley and on every slope the most exquisite flowers are growing luxuriantly. And the roses. Fields, hedges, groves of roses. They climb up the walls, blossom on the roofs, hang from the trees, peep out from among the bushes. They are white, red, yellow, large and small, ordinary and quiet, with a simple dress, or full and brilliant and heavy toilettes. Their powerful perfume makes the air heavy and relaxing, while the still more penetrating lasting odor of the orange blossoms sweetens the atmosphere. till it might almost be called a sugarplum for the olfactory nerve. The shore, with its brown rocks, was bathed by the motionless Mediterranean. The hot summer sun stretched like a fiery cloth over the mountains, over the long expanses of sand, and over the hard, set blue sea. The train went on, through the tunnels, along the slopes, above the water, on straight, wall-like viaducts, and a soft, vague, saltish smell came up, a smell of drying seaweed, mingled at times with the strong, heavy perfume of the flowers. But Paul neither saw, nor looked at, nor smelled anything, for our fellow traveler engrossed all his attention. When we got to Cannes, as he wished to speak to me, he signed to me to get out again, and as soon as I had done so he took me by the arm. "Do you know she is really charming? Just look at her eyes, and I never saw anything like her hair." "Don't excite yourself," I replied. "Tackle her, if you have any intentions that way. She does not look impregnable, I fancy, although she appears to be a little bit grumpy." "Why don't you speak to her?" he said. "I don't know what to say, for I am always terribly stupid at first. I can never make advances to a woman in the street. I follow them, go round and round them, quite close to them, but I never know what to say at first. I only once tried to enter into conversation with a woman in that way. As I clearly saw that she was waiting for me to make overtures, and as I felt bound to say something, I stammered out, 'I hope you are quite well, madam?' She laughed in my face, and I made my escape. I promised Paul to do all I could to bring about a conversation, and when we had taken our places again, I politely asked our neighbor, 'Have you any objection to the smell of tobacco, madam?' She merely replied, 'Non capisco.' So she was an Italian. I felt an absurd inclination to laugh. As Paul did not understand a word of that language, I was obliged to act as his interpreter, so I said in Italian, 'I asked you, madam, whether you had any objection to tobacco smoke?' With an angry look, she replied, 'Che mi fa?' She had neither turned her head nor looked at me, and I really did not know whether to take this "what does it matter to me" for an authorization, a refusal, a real sign of indifference, or for a mere "leave me alone." "Madam," I replied, "if you mind the smell of tobacco in the least." She again said, "Micah," in a tone of voice which seemed to mean, "I wish to goodness you would leave me alone." It was, however, a kind of permission, so I said to Paul, "You can smoke." He looked at me in that curious sort of way that people have when they try to understand others who are talking in a strange language before them, and asked me, "What did you say to her?" I asked if we might smoke, and she said we might do whatever we liked. Whereupon I lighted my cigar. Did not she say anything more? If you had counted her words you would have noticed that she used exactly 6, 2 of which gave me to understand that she knew no French, so 4 remained. And a lot cannot be said in 4 words. Paul seemed quite unhappy, disappointed, and at sea. But suddenly the Italian asked me, in that tone of discontent which seemed habitual to her, "Do you know at what time we shall get to Genoa?" "At 11 o'clock, I replied. Then after a moment I went on. "My friend and I are also going to Genoa, and if we can be of any service to you, we shall be very happy." As she did not answer, I insisted, "You are alone and if we can be of service," but she interrupted with such a "Micah," that I did not venture on another word. "What did she say?" Paul asked. "She said that she thought you were charming." But he was in no humor for joking, and begged me, dryly, not to make fun of him, so I translated her question in my polite offer, which had been so pertly rejected. Then he became as agitated as a squirrel in a cage. "If we only knew," he said, "what hotel she was going to, we would go to the same. Try and find out, so as to have another opportunity for making her speak." It was not particularly easy, and I did not know what pretext to invent, anxious as I was to make the acquaintance of this unapproachable person. We passed Nice, Monaco, Mentone, and the train stopped at the frontier for the examination of luggage. Although I hate those badly brought up people who breakfast and dine in railway carriages, I went and bought a quantity of good things to make one last attack on her by their means. I felt sure that this girl must, ordinarily, be by no means inaccessible. Something had put her out and made her irritable, but very little would suffice, a mere word or some agreeable offer, make her unbend, to decide her and overcome her. We started again, and we three were still alone. I spread my eatables out on the seat. I cut up the fowl, put the slices of ham neatly on a piece of paper, and then carefully laid out our dessert, the strawberries, plums, cherries, and cakes, close to the girl. When she saw that we were going to eat, she took a piece of chocolate and 2 small rolls out of her pocket and began to eat them with her beautiful sharp teeth. "Ask her to have some of ours," Paul said in a whisper. "That is exactly what I want to do, but it is rather a difficult matter." As she, however, glanced from time to time at our provisions, I felt sure that she would still be hungry when she had finished what she had. So as soon as her frugal meal was over, I said to her, "It would be very kind of you if you would take some of this fruit." Again she said Micah, but less crossly than before. "Well, then," I said, "may I offer you a little wine? I see you have not drunk anything. It is Italian wine, and as we are now in your own country, we should be very pleased to see such a pretty Italian mouth accept the offer of its French neighbors." She shook her head slightly, evidently wishing to refuse, but very desirous of accepting, and her Micah this time was almost polite. I took the bottle, which was covered with straw in the Italian fashion, and filling the glass I offered it to her. "Please drink it," I said, "to bid us welcome to your country." She took the glass with her usual look, and emptied it at a draught, like a woman tormented with thirst, and then gave it back to me without even saying thank you. Then I offered her the cherries. "Please take some," I said, "we shall be so pleased if you will." Out of her corner she looked at all the fruit spread out beside her, and said so rapidly that I could scarcely follow her, "E mi non piacciono né lo siligi né lo susine, amo soltanto le fragole." "What does she say?" Paul asked. "That she does not care for cherries or plums, but only for strawberries." I put a newspaper full of wild strawberries on her lap, and she ate them quickly, throwing them into her mouth from some distance in a coquettish and charming manner. When she had finished the little red heap which we had seen rapidly diminishing, melting and disappearing under the rapid action of her hands, I asked her, "What may I offer you now?" "I will take a little chicken," she replied. She certainly devoured half of it, tearing it to pieces with the rapid movements of her jaws like some carnivorous animal. Then she made up her mind to have some cherries, which she did not like, then some plums, then some little cakes. Then she said, "I have had enough," and sat back in her corner. I was much amused, and tried to make her eat more, pressing her, in fact, till she suddenly got in a rage again, and flung such a furious Micah at me, that I would no longer run the risk of spoiling her digestion. I turned to my friend. "My poor Paul," I said, "I am afraid we have had our trouble for nothing." Night was coming on, one of those hot summer nights which extend their warm shade over the burning and exhausted earth. Here and there, in the distance by the sea, over capes and promontories bright stars began to shine on the dark horizon, which I was, at times, almost inclined to confound with lighthouses. The scent of the orange trees became more penetrating, and we breathed with delight, distending our lungs to inhale it more deeply. The balmy air was soft, delicious, almost divine. Suddenly I noticed something like a shower of stars under the dense shade of the trees along the line where it was quite dark. It might have been taken for drops of light, leaping, flying, playing and running among the leaves, or for small stars fallen from the skies in order to have an excursion on the earth. But they were only fireflies dancing a strange fiery ballet in the perfumed air. One of them happened to come into our carriage and shed its intermittent light, which seemed to be extinguished one moment and to be burning the next. I covered the carriage lamp with its blue shade and watched the strange fly careering about in its fiery flight. Suddenly it settled on the dark hair of our neighbor, who was dozing after dinner. Paul seemed delighted, his eyes fixed on the bright, sparkling spot which looked like a living jewel on the forehead of the sleeping woman. The Italian awoke about 11 o'clock, with the bright insect still in her hair. When I saw her move, I said, "We are just getting to Genoa, madam," and she murmured, without answering me, as if possessed by some obstinate and embarrassing thought. "What am I going to do? I wonder." And then she suddenly asked, "Would you like me to come with you?" I was so taken aback that I really did not understand her. "With us? What do you mean?" She repeated, looking more and more furious. "Would you like me to go with you now, as soon go as we get out of the train?" "I am quite willing, but where do you want to go to? Where shall I take you to?" She shrugged her shoulders with an air of supreme indifference. "Wherever you like, what does it matter to me?" She repeated her "che mi fa" twice. "But we are going to the hotel." "Very well, let us all go to the hotel," she said, in a contemptuous voice. I turned to Paul, and said, "She wants to know if we should like her to come with us." My friend's utter surprise restored my self-possession. He stammered. "With us? Where to? What for? How?" I don't know, but she made this strange proposal to me in a most irritable voice. I told her that we were going to the hotel, and she said, "Very well, let us all go there." I suppose she is without a halfpenny. She certainly has a very strange way of making acquaintances. Paul, who was very much excited, exclaimed, "I am quite agreeable. Tell her that we will take her wherever she likes." Then, after a moment's hesitation, he said uneasily, "We must know, however, with whom she wants to go, with you or with me?" I turned to the Italian, who did not even seem to be listening to us, and said, "We shall be very happy to take you with us, but my friend wants to know whether you will take my arm or his?" She opened her black eyes wide with vague surprise, and said, "Che mi fa." I was obliged to explain myself. In Italy, I believe when a man looks after a woman, fulfills all her wishes, and satisfies all her caprices, he is called a petito. "Which of us two will you take for your petito?" Without the slightest hesitation she replied, "You." I turned to Paul. "You see, my friend, she chooses me, you have no luck." "All the better for you," he replied, in a rage. Then, after thinking for a few moments, he went on. "Do you really care about taking this creature with you? She will spoil our journey. What are we to do with this woman, who looks like I don't know what? They will not take us in at any decent hotel." I, however, was just beginning to find the Italian much nicer than I had thought her at first, and I was now very anxious to take her with us. The idea delighted me. I already felt those little shivers which the expectation of a night of love sends through the veins. I replied, "My dear fellow, we have accepted, and it is too late to recede. You were the first to advise me to say yes." "It is very stupid," he growled, "but do as you please." The train whistled, slackened speed, and we ran into the station. I got out of the carriage, and offered my new companion my hand. She jumped out lightly, and I gave her my arm, which she took with an air of seeming repugnance. As soon as we had claimed our luggage we started off into the town, Paul walking in complete silence, with a nervous step. "To what hotel shall we go?" I asked him. It may be difficult to get into the City of Paris hotel with a woman, especially with this Italian. Paul interrupted me, "Yes, with an Italian who looks more like a strumpet than a duchess. However, that is no business of mine. Do just as you please." I was in a state of perplexity. I had ridden to the City of Paris to reserve our rooms, and now I did not know what to do. 2 commissionaires followed us with our luggage. I continued, "You might as well go first, and say that we are coming. And give the landlord to understand that I have a friend with me, so that we should like rooms quite by themselves for us 3, so as not to be brought in contact with other travelers. He will understand, and we will decide according to his answer." But Paul growled, "Thank you, such commissions and such a role do not suit me by any means. I did not come here to get ready your apartments or to minister to your pleasures. But I was insistent. Look here, don't be angry. It is surely far better to go to a good hotel than to a bad one, and it is not difficult to ask the landlord for 3 separate bedrooms and a dining room. I put a stress on 3, and that decided him. He went on first, and I saw him enter the great doorway of a fine hotel, while I remained on the other side of the street dragging along my Italian who did not say a word. And followed by the porters with the luggage. Paul came back at last, looking as dissatisfied as my companion. "That is settled," he said, "and they will take us in, but there are only 2 bedrooms. You must settle it as you can." I followed him, rather ashamed of going in with such a strange companion. There were 2 bedrooms separated by a small sitting room. I ordered a cold supper, and then I turned to the Italian with a perplexed look. "We have only been able to get 2 rooms, so you must choose which you like." She replied with her eternal, "Che mi fa?" I thereupon took up her little black wooden box, just like those which servants use, and took it into the room on the right, which I had chosen for her for us. A bit of paper was fastened on to the box, on which was written, "Mademoiselle Francesca Rondoli, Genoa." "Your name is Francesca?" I asked, and she nodded her head, without replying. "We shall have supper directly," I continued. "Meanwhile, I dare say you would like to freshen yourself up a bit." She answered with a "Vmica," a phrase which she employed just as frequently as "Che mi fa," but I went on, "It is always pleasant after a journey." Then I suddenly remembered that she had not, perhaps, the necessary objects, for she appeared to me in a very singular position, as if she had just escaped from some disagreeable adventure. And I brought her my dressing case. I put out all the little instruments for cleanliness and comfort which it contained, a nail brush, a new toothbrush, for I always carry a selection of them about with me, my nail scissors, a nail file, and sponges. I uncorked a bottle of eau de cologne, one of lavender water, and a little bottle of new mown hay, so that she might have a choice. Then I opened my powder box, and put out the powder puff, put my fine towels over the water jug, and placed a piece of new soap near the basin. She watched my movements with a vexed look in her wide-open eyes, without appearing either surprised or pleased by my forethought. "Here is all that you require," I then said. "I will tell you when supper is ready." When I returned to the sitting room I found that Paul had taken possession of the other room, and had shut himself in, so I sat down to wait. A waiter went back and forth, bringing plates and glasses. He laid the table slowly, then put a cold fowl on it, and told me that all was ready. I knocked gently at Mademoiselle Rondoli's door. "Come in," she said, and when I did so I was struck by a strong, heavy smell of perfumes, as if I were in a hairdresser's shop. The Italian was sitting on her box in an attitude either of thoughtful discontent or absent-mindedness. The towel was still folded over the water jug, which was quite full, and the soap, untouched and dry, was lying beside the empty basin. But one would have thought that the young woman had drunk half of the bottles of scent. The eau de cologne, however, had been spared, as only about a third of it had gone. But to make up for that she had used a surprising amount of lavender water and new mown hay. A cloud of violet powder, a vague white mist, seemed still to be floating in the air, from the effects of her overpowdering her face and neck. It seemed to cover her eyelashes, eyebrows, and the hair on her temples like snow, while her cheeks were plastered with it, and layers of it covered her nostrils, the corners of her eyes, and her chin. When she got up she exhaled such a strong odor of scent that it almost made me feel faint. When we sat down to supper I found that Paul was in a most execrable temper, and I could get nothing out of him but words of blame and irritation, and disagreeable compliments. Mademoiselle Francesca ate like an ogre, and as soon as she had finished her meal she threw herself upon the sofa. As for me, I saw the decisive moment approaching for settling how we were to apportion the rooms. I determined to take the bull by the horns, and sitting down by the Italian I gallantly kissed her hand. She half opened her tired eyes, looked at me, sleepy and discontented. As we have only 2 bedrooms, will you allow me to share yours with you? Do just as you like, she said. It is all the same to me. Che me fa. Her indifference vexed me. But you are sure you do not mind my being in your room with you? I said. It is all the same to me, do just as you like. Should you like to go to bed at once? Yes. I am very sleepy. She got up, yawned, gave Paul her hand, who took it with a furious look, and I lighted her into our room. A disquieting feeling haunted me. Here is all you want, I said again. This time I took care to pour half the water into the basin, and to put a towel near the soap. Then I went back to Paul. As soon as I got into the room, he said, "You have got a nice sort of a creature there." And I answered, laughing, "My dear friend, don't speak ill of sour grapes," and he replied, ill-temperedly, "Just take care how this ends, my good fellow." I almost trembled with that feeling of fear which assails us after some suspicious love escapade, that fear which spoils our pleasant meetings, our unexpected caresses, our chance kisses. However, I put a bold face on the matter. At any rate, the girl is no adventuress. But the fellow had me in his power, he had seen the shadow of my anxiety on my face. "What do you know about her? You really astonish me. You pick up an Italian woman traveling alone in the train, and she volunteers, with most singular cynicism, to go and be your mistress in any old hotel. You take her with you, and then you declare that she is not a tart. And you persuade yourself that you are not running more risk than if you were to go and spend the night with a woman who had smallpox." He laughed with an unpleasant and angry laugh. I sat down, a prey to uneasiness. What was I to do, for he was right after all? And a struggle began within me, between desire and fear. He went on, "Do as you like, I have warned you, so do not complain of the consequences." But I saw such ironical gaiety in his eyes, such a delight in his revenge. He made fun of me so good-naturedly, that I did not hesitate any longer. I gave him my hand, and said, "Good night. You know the old saying, a victory without peril is a triumph without glory, and upon my word, the victory is worth the danger." And with a firm step I went into Francesca's room. I stopped short at the door in surprise and astonishment. She was already asleep, quite naked on the bed. Sleep had overcome her when she had finished undressing, and she was reposing in the charming attitude of one of Titian's women. It seemed as if she had lain down from sheer fatigue in order to take off her stockings, for they were lying on the bed. Then she had thought of something pleasant, no doubt, for she had waited to finish her reverie before moving, and then, closing her eyes, she had lost consciousness. A nightgown, embroidered about the neck such as one buys in cheap, ready-made shops, a beginner's luxury, was lying on a chair. She was charming, young, firm, and fresh. What is prettier than a woman asleep? The body with its soft contours, whose every curve is a temptation, whose plump softness stirs the senses, seems to have been created for the repose of the bed. Only when it is lying upon the sheets does one get the full value of that undulating line which curves in at the waist, curves out at the hips and then runs down the charming outline of the leg, ending at the point of the foot. I was on the point of forgetting my friend's prudent counsels, but suddenly turning to the washstand I saw everything as I had left it, and I sat down, anxious, and a prey to irresolution. I remained thus for a long time, not able to make up my mind what to do. Retreat was impossible, and I must either pass the night on a chair, or go to bed myself at my own risk and peril. I had no thoughts of sleeping either here or there, for my head was too excited and my eyes too occupied. I stirred incessantly, feverish, uncomfortable, enervated. Then I began to reason with myself, certainly with a view to capitulation. If I lie down that does not bind me to anything, and I shall certainly be more comfortable on a mattress than on a chair. I undressed slowly, and then, stepping over the sleeping girl, I stretched myself out against the wall, turning my back on temptation. In this position I remained for a long time without going to sleep, when suddenly my neighbor awoke. She opened her eyes, looked astonished, and still discontented. Then seeing that she had nothing on, she got up and calmly put on her nightgown with as much indifference as if I had not been present. Then I seized the opportunity, but this did not appear to disturb her at all. She immediately went quietly to sleep again, with her head resting on her right arm. And I began to meditate on the weakness and folly of human nature. Then I went to sleep also. She got up early, like a woman who is used to work in the morning. She woke me up by doing so, and I watched her through my half-closed eyelids. She came and went without hurrying herself, as if she were astonished at having nothing to do. At last she went to the washstand, and in a moment she emptied all the scent that remained in my bottles. She certainly also used some water, but very little. When she was quite dressed she sat down on her box again, and holding one knee between her hands, seemed to be thinking. Then I pretended to notice her, and said, "Good morning, Francesca." Without seeming in at all a better temper than the previous night, she murmured, "Good morning." When I asked her whether she had slept well, she nodded, yes, and jumping out of bed, I went and kissed her. She turned her face toward me like a child who is being kissed against its will. But I took her tenderly in my arms, the wine being poured out. I would have been very stupid not to drink any more of it. Gently I put my lips on her large eyes, which she closed with evident distaste under my kisses on her fresh cheeks and full lips, which she turned away. "You don't seem to like being kissed," I said to her. "Micah," was her only answer. I sat down on the trunk by her side, and, passing my arm through hers, I said, "Micah. Micah. Micah." In reply to everything. "I shall call you Mademoiselle Micah, I think." For the first time I fancied I saw the shadow of a smile on her lips, but it passed by so quickly that I may have been mistaken. "But if you never say anything but, Micah, I shall not know what to do to try and please you. Let us see, what shall we do today?" She hesitated a moment as if some fancy had flitted through her head, and then she said carelessly, "It is all the same to me, whatever you like." "Very well, Mademoiselle Micah, we will get a carriage and go for a drive." "As you please," she said. Paul was waiting for us in the dining room, looking as bored as third parties generally do in love affairs. I assumed a delighted air, and shook hands with him with triumphant energy. "What are you thinking of doing?" he asked. "First of all we will go and see a little of the town, and then we might take a carriage, for a drive in the neighborhood." We breakfasted in silence and then started on foot to visit the museums. We went through the Spinola Palace, the Doria Palace, the Marcello Durazzo, the Red and White Palaces. Francesca either looked at nothing or merely just glanced carelessly at all the various masterpieces. Paul followed us, growling all sorts of disagreeable things. Then we all three took a silent drive into the country and returned to dinner. The next day it was the same thing and the next day again. So on the third Paul said to me, "Look here, I am going to leave you. I am not going to stop here for 3 weeks watching you make love to this creature." I was perplexed and annoyed, for to my great surprise I had become singularly attached to Francesca. A man is but weak and foolish, carried away by the merest trifle, and a coward every time that his senses are excited or mastered. I clung to this unknown girl, silent and dissatisfied as she always was. I liked her somewhat ill-tempered face, the dissatisfied droop of her mouth, the weariness of her look. I liked her fatigued movements, the contemptuous way in which she yielded to my wishes, the very indifference of her caresses. A secret bond, that mysterious bond of animal love, the secret attachment to a possession which does not satiate, bound me to her. I told Paul so, quite frankly. He treated me as if I had been a fool, and then said, "Very well, take her with you." But she obstinately refused to leave Genoa, without giving any reason. I besought, I reasoned, I promised, but all was of no avail, and so I stayed on. Paul declared that he would go by himself, and went so far as to pack up his portmanteau. But he remained all the same. Thus a fortnight passed. Francesca was always silent and irritable, lived beside me rather than with me, responded to all my desires, all my demands, and all my propositions with her perpetual, "Che mi fa." Or with her no less perpetual, "Mica." My friend got more and more furious, but my only answer was, "You can go if you are tired of staying. I am not detaining you." Then he called me names, overwhelmed me with reproaches, and exclaimed, "Where do you think I can go to now? We had 3 weeks at our disposal, and here is a fortnight gone. I cannot continue my journey now, and, in any case, I am not going to Venice, Florence, and Rome all by myself. But you will pay for it, and more dearly than you think for, most likely. You are not going to bring a man all the way from Paris in order to shut him up at a hotel in Genoa with an Italian adventuress." When I told him, very calmly, to return to Paris, he exclaimed that he was going to do so the very next day, but the next day he was still there, still in a rage and swearing. By this time we began to be known in the streets, through which we wandered from morning till night, those narrow streets without footpaths, which are like an immense stone labyrinth with tomb-like passages. We went through those windy gorges, narrowed between such high walls that the sky is hardly visible. Sometimes French people would turn round astonished at meeting their fellow countrymen with this bored girl in her loud clothes, and who looked singularly out of place, not to say compromising, beside us. She used to walk along, leaning on my arm, without looking at anything. Why did she remain with me, with us, who seemed to give her so little pleasure? Who was she? Where did she come from? What was she doing? Had she any plan or idea? How did she live? As an adventuress, or by chance meetings? I tried in vain to find out and to explain it. The better I knew her the more enigmatical she became. She was not one of those who make a living by, and a profession of, venal love. She rather seemed to me to be a girl of poor family who had been seduced and taken away, and then cast aside and lost. What did she think was going to become of her, or for whom was she waiting? She certainly did not appear to be trying to make a conquest of me, or to get any profit out of me. I tried to question her, to speak to her of her childhood and family. But she never gave me an answer. I stayed with her, my heart unfettered and my senses enchained, never wearied of holding this proud and quarrelsome woman in my arms, captivated by my senses, or rather seduced, overcome by the youthful, healthy, powerful charm which emanated from her sweet-smelling person and from the robust lines of her body. Another week passed, and the term of my holiday was drawing to a close, for I had to be back in Paris by July 11th. By this time Paul had come to take his part in the adventure, though still grumbling at me, while I invented pleasures, distractions, and excursions to amuse my mistress and my friend. And in order to do this I gave myself a large amount of trouble. One day I proposed an excursion to Santa Margherita, a charming little town in the midst of gardens, hidden at the foot of a slope which stretches far into the sea. We all three were following the excellent road which goes along the foot of the mountain. Suddenly Francesca said to me, "I shall not be able to go with you tomorrow. I must go and see some of my relatives." That was all. I did not ask her any questions, as I was quite sure she would not answer me. The next morning she got up very early. Then as I remained in bed, she sat down at the foot of it, and said in a constrained and hesitating voice, "If I do not come back tonight, will you come and fetch me?" "Most certainly I shall," was my reply. "Where must I come to?" Then she explained, "You must go into Victor Emmanuel Street, down the passage Falcone, and St. Raphael Street, and go into the furniture shop at the bottom, in a court. And there you must ask for Madame Rondoli. That's where it is." And so she went away, leaving me rather astonished. When Paul saw that I was alone he stammered out, "Where is Francesca?" And when I told him what had happened he exclaimed, "My dear fellow, we are in luck, let us bolt, as it is, our time is up. 2 days, more or less, make no difference. Let us start at once. Go and pack up your things. Off we go. But I refused. I could not, as I told him, leave the girl in such a manner, after having lived with her for nearly 3 weeks. At any rate I ought to say goodbye to her, and make her accept a present. I certainly had no intention of behaving badly to her. But he would not listen. He pressed and worried me, but I would not give way. I remained indoors for several hours, expecting Francesca's return, but she did not come. At last, at dinner, Paul said with a triumphant air, "She has thrown you over, my dear fellow. It is certainly very funny, very funny." I must acknowledge that I was surprised and rather vexed. He laughed in my face, and made fun of me. "It is not exactly a bad way of getting rid of you, though rather primitive. Just wait for me, I shall be back in a moment." "How long are you going to wait?" "I should not wonder if you were foolish enough to go and look for her at the address she gave you. Does Madame Rondoli live here, please? I'll bet that you are longing to go there." "Not in the least," I protested, "and I assure you that if she does not come back tomorrow morning I shall start by the express at 8 o'clock. I shall have waited 24 hours, and that is enough, my conscience will be quite clear." I spent an uneasy and unpleasant evening, for I really had at heart a very tender feeling for her. I went to bed at 12 o'clock, and hardly slept at all. I got up at 6, called Paul, packed up my things, and 2 hours later we started for France together. Chapter 3. The next year, at just about the same period, I was seized, just as one is with a periodical fever, with a new desire to go to Italy, and I immediately made up my mind to carry it into effect. There is no doubt that every really well-educated man ought to see Florence, Venice, and Rome. There is the additional advantage of providing many subjects of conversation in society, and of giving one an opportunity for bringing forward artistic generalities which appear profound. This time I went alone, and I arrived at Genoa at the same time as the year before, but without any adventure on the road. I went to the same hotel, and actually happened to have the same room. I was scarcely in bed when the recollection of Francesca which, since the evening before, had been floating vaguely through my mind, haunted me with strange persistency. Have you ever been obsessed by the thought of a woman, long afterwards, on returning to the place where you loved her and she gave herself to you? It is one of the most powerful and painful sensations I know. It seems as if one could see her enter, smiling and holding out her arms. Her features, elusive yet clear, are before your eyes. She passes, returns and disappears. She tortures you like a nightmare, holds you, fills your heart, and stirs your senses by her unreal presence. She is visible to the eye, her perfume haunts you, the taste of her kisses is on your lips, and the touch of her body caresses your skin. Yet, one knows one is alone, and one is strangely tortured by the phantom one has evoked. A heavy, heartbreaking melancholy invades you, as if you were abandoned forever. Everything looks depressing, filling the heart with a horrible sense of isolation and abandonment. Never return to the house, the room, the woods, the garden, the seat, the town, where you have held in your arms a woman you loved. I thought of her nearly the whole night, and by degrees the wish to see her again seized me, a confused desire at first, which gradually grew stronger and more intense. At last I made up my mind to spend the next day in Genoa, to try and find her, and if I should not succeed to take the evening train. Early in the morning I set out on my search. I remembered the directions she had given me when she left me, perfectly: Victor Emmanuel Street, the Passage Falcone, St. Raphael Street, house of the furniture dealer, at the bottom of the yard in a court. I found it without the least difficulty, and I knocked at the door of a somewhat dilapidated-looking dwelling. A fat woman opened it, who must once have been very handsome, but who actually was only very dirty. Although she was too fat, she still bore the lines of majestic beauty. Her untidy hair fell over her forehead and shoulders, and one fancied one could see her fat body floating about in an enormous dressing gown covered with spots of dirt and grease. Round her neck she wore a great gilt necklace, and on her wrists were splendid bracelets of Genoa filigree work. In rather a hostile manner she asked me what I wanted, and I replied by requesting her to tell me whether Francesca Rondoli lived there. "What do you want with her?" she asked. "I had the pleasure of meeting her last year, and I should like to see her again." The old woman looked at me suspiciously. "Where did you meet her?" she asked. "Why, here, in Genoa itself." "What is your name?" I hesitated a moment, and then I told her. I had scarcely done so when the Italian raised her arms as if to embrace me. "Oh! You are the Frenchman, how glad I am to see you. But what grief you caused the poor child. She waited for you a month, yes, a whole month. At first she thought you would come to fetch her. She wanted to see whether you loved her. If you only knew how she cried when she saw that you were not coming. She cried till she seemed to have no tears left. Then she went to the hotel, but you had gone. She thought that most likely you were traveling in Italy, and that you would return by Genoa to fetch her, as she would not go with you. And she waited more than a month, monsieur. And she was so unhappy, so unhappy. I am her mother." I really felt a little disconcerted, but I regained my self-possession, and asked, "Is she here now?" "No, she has gone to Paris with a painter, a delightful man, who loves her very much, and who gives her everything that she wants. Just look at what she sent me. They are very pretty, are they not?" And she showed me, with quite southern animation, her heavy bracelets and necklace. "I have also," she continued, "earrings with stones in them, a silk dress, and some rings, but I only wear them on grand occasions." "Oh! She is very happy, sir, very happy. She will be so pleased when I tell her you have been here. But pray come in and sit down. You will take something or other, surely?" But I refused, as I now wished to get away by the first train. But she took me by the arm and pulled me in, saying, "Please, come in, I must tell her that you have been here." I found myself in a small, rather dark room, furnished with only a table and a few chairs. She continued, "Oh! She is very happy now, very happy. When you met her in the train she was very miserable, for her lover had just left her at Marseilles, and she was coming back, poor child. But she liked you at once, though she was still rather sad, you understand. Now she has all she wants, and she writes and tells me everything that she does. His name is Belmin, and they say he is a great painter in your country. He met her in the street here, and fell in love with her immediately. But you will take a glass of syrup, it is very good. Are you quite alone, this year?" "Yes," I said, "quite alone." I felt an increasing inclination to laugh, as my first disappointment was dispelled by what Mother Rondoli said. I was obliged, however, to drink a glass of her syrup. "So you are quite alone," she continued. "How sorry I am that Francesca is not here now. She would have been company for you all the time you stayed. It is not very amusing to go about all by oneself, and she will be very sorry also." Then, as I was getting up to go, she exclaimed, "But would you not like Carlotta to go with you? She knows all the walks very well. She is my second daughter, sir." No doubt she took my look of surprise for consent, for she opened the inner door and called out up the dark stairs which I could not see, "Carlotta! Carlotta! Come down, quickly, my dear child." I tried to protest, but she would not listen. "No, she will be very glad to go with you. She is very nice, and much more cheerful than her sister, and she is a good girl, a very good girl, whom I love very much." I heard the clatter of slippers on the stairs, and a tall, slender, dark girl appeared, also with her hair hanging down, and whose youthful figure showed unmistakably beneath an old dress of her mother. The latter at once told her how matters stood. "This is Francesca's Frenchman, you know, the one whom she knew last year. He is quite alone, and has come to look for her, poor fellow. So I told him that you would go with him to keep him company." The girl looked at me with her handsome dark eyes, and said, smiling, "I have no objection, if he wishes it." I could not possibly refuse, and merely said, "Of course I shall be very glad of your company." Her mother pushed her out. "Go and get dressed directly. Put on your blue dress and your hat with the flowers, and make haste." As soon as she had left the room the old woman explained herself, "I have 2 others, but they are much younger. It costs a lot of money to bring up 4 children. Luckily the eldest is off my hands at present." Then she told all about herself, about her husband, who had been an employee on the railway, but who was dead, and she expatiated on the good qualities of Carlotta, her second girl, who soon returned, dressed, as her sister had been, in a striking, peculiar manner. Her mother examined her from head to foot, and, after finding everything right, she said, "Now, my children, you can go." Then, turning to the girl, she said, "Be sure you are back by 10 o'clock tonight, you know the door is locked then." "All right, Mama, don't alarm yourself," Carlotta replied. She took my arm, and we went wandering about the streets, just as I had done the previous year with her sister. We returned to the hotel for lunch, and then I took my new friend to Santa Margherita, just as I had done with her sister the year previously. During the whole fortnight which I had at my disposal I took Carlotta to all the places of interest in and about Genoa. She gave me no cause to regret the other. She cried when I left her, and the morning of my departure I gave her 4 bracelets for her mother, besides a substantial token of my affection for herself. One of these days I intend to return to Italy, and I cannot help remembering, with a certain amount of uneasiness, mingled with hope, that Madame Rondoli has 2 more daughters. What the Colonel thought. "I'm an old man now," said Colonel Laporte. "I've got the gout, and my legs are as stiff as the posts in a fence, but, damn, if a woman, a pretty woman, ordered me to go through the eye of a needle, I believe I'd jump into it like a clown through a hoop. That's how I shall die, it's in the blood. I'm a veteran ladies' man, I am, an old buffer of the old school. The sight of a woman, a pretty woman, stirs me to my boots. I give you my word it does. And we're all like that, gentlemen, we Frenchmen. We remain knights to our dying day, the knights of love and hazard, now that they've done away with God, whose real bodyguard we used to be. But no one can take woman from our hearts. She's there and she'll stay there. We love her, and we'll go on loving her. We'll do any sort of madness for her, so long as France remains on the map of Europe. And even if France is wiped out, there will always be Frenchmen. As for me, when a woman, a pretty woman, looks at me, I feel capable of anything. Why, damn, when I feel her eyes, her damned wonderful eyes, peering into me, sending a flame through my veins, I want to do Lord knows what, to fight, to struggle, to smash the furniture. To show that I'm the strongest, bravest, boldest, and most devoted of mankind. And I'm not the only one, not by a long way, the whole French army's just the same, I swear it. From the private up to the general, we all go forward to the end when there's a woman, a pretty woman, in the case. Remember what Joan of Arc made us do in the old days. Well, I bet you that if a woman, a pretty woman, had taken command of the army the night before Sedan, when Marshal MacMahon was wounded, we'd have crossed the Prussian lines, by God. And drunk our brandy from their cannons. We didn't need a Trochu in Paris, but a Saint Genevieve. That reminds me of a little story of the war which proves that, in a woman's presence, we're capable of anything. I was a plain captain in those days, and was commanding a detachment of scouts fighting a rear-guard action in the middle of a district overrun by the Prussians. We were cut off and constantly pursued, we were worn out in body and mind, perishing of exhaustion and hunger. Well, before the next day we had to reach Barcertain or we were done for, cut off and wiped out. How we had escaped so long I don't know. We had 12 leagues to march during the night, on empty stomachs, through the snow, which was thick on the ground and still falling. I thought, this is the end. My poor lads will never get through. We had eaten nothing since the previous day. All day long we stayed hidden in a barn, huddled against one another for greater warmth, incapable of motion or speech, sleeping by fits and starts, as a man does when utterly exhausted with fatigue. It was dark by 5 o'clock, with the livid darkness of a snowy day. I shook my men, many refused to rise, unable to move or to stand up, their joints stiff with the cold and so forth. In front of us stretched the plain, a perfect swine of a plain, without a scrap of cover, with the snow coming down. It fell and fell, like a curtain, in white flakes, hiding everything under a heavy mantle, frozen, thick and dead, a coverlet of icy wool. It was like the end of the world. "Come on, boys. Fall in." They looked at it, the white dust coming down from the sky, and seemed to think, "We've had enough, as well die here." So I pulled out my revolver, saying, "I shoot the first man who funks." And off they went, very slowly, like men whose legs are utterly done for. I sent 4 scouts on in front, 300 meters ahead. The remainder followed higgledy-piggledy, a confused column, in an order dictated only by the extent of their exhaustion and the length of their steps. I placed the strongest in the rear, with orders to hurry on the laggards with bayonet thrusts, in the back. The snow buried us alive, so to speak, powdering caps and capes without thawing upon them, making phantoms of us, as though we were the ghosts of soldiers dead of weariness. I said to myself, "We'll never get out of this without a miracle." From time to time we halted for a few minutes for the sake of those who could not keep up. Then no sound could be heard but the faint whisper of the snow, the almost inaudible murmur made by the rush and swirl of the falling flakes. Some of the men shook themselves, others did not move. Then I would order them to continue the march. Up went the rifles onto their shoulders, and with drowsy limbs they plodded on again. Suddenly the scouts came in, something was alarming them. They had heard voices in front of us. I sent 6 men and a sergeant. And I waited. Suddenly a sharp cry, a woman's scream, pierced the heavy silence of the snow, and in a few minutes 2 prisoners were brought before me, an old man and a girl. I questioned them in a low voice. They were fleeing from the Prussians, who had occupied their house that evening, and who were drunk. The father had been afraid for his daughter, and without even telling their servants, they had both escaped in the dark. I at once realized that they were people of the middle class, or even better. "Come with us," I said to them. Off we went. As the old man knew the country, he acted as our guide. The snow stopped falling, the stars came out and the cold grew quite terrible. The young girl, who held her father's arm, walked with tottering steps, in obvious distress. Several times she murmured, "I can't feel my feet any longer," and as for me, I suffered worse to see the poor little woman dragging herself so wearily through the snow. Suddenly she stopped. "Father," she said, "I'm so tired I can go no further." The old man wanted to carry her, but he could not even lift her off the ground, and with a deep sigh she fainted. They formed a circle round her. As for me, I marked time where I stood, not knowing what to do, and unable to make up my mind to abandon the man and his child. Then one of my men, a Parisian who had been nicknamed Slim Jim, suddenly said, "Come on, you fellows, we must carry the young lady, or damn me if we're decent Frenchmen." I believe I swore with pure pleasure. "By God, that's good of you, boys, I'll take my share in it too." The trees of a small wood were faintly visible on the left through the darkness. Several men fell out and soon returned with a bundle of branches intertwined to form a litter. "Who'll lend his cape?" said Pratique. "It's for a pretty girl, boys." And 10 capes fell round his feet. In a second the girl was lying on the warm garments, and lifted on to 6 shoulders. I was in front on the right, and, by Jove, I was pleased to bear the burden. We went off as though we'd had a glass of wine, with more life and fire. I even heard jokes. You see, Frenchmen only need a woman to become electrified. The soldiers had almost formed up again in proper ranks, heartened and warmed. An old irregular who was following the litter, awaiting his turn to replace the first of his comrades who fell out, murmured to his neighbor in a tone loud enough for me to overhear. "I'm not young any longer, but, damn it all, there's nothing like the sex for putting courage into a man's belly." Until 3 o'clock in the morning we went forward almost without a halt. Then suddenly the scouts doubled back again, and soon the whole detachment was lying down in the snow, a mere vague shadow on the ground. I gave orders in a low voice, and behind us I heard the dry metallic crackle of rifles being cocked. For out in the middle of the plain something strange was stirring. It looked like an enormous animal moving along, lengthening out like a snake or gathering itself together into a ball, dashing off abruptly, now to the right, now to the left, halting, then starting off again. Suddenly this wandering shape approached us, and I saw, coming up at a fast trot, one behind the other, 12 Lost-Ulan, seeking the right road. They were now so close that I could plainly hear the loud breathing of the horses, the jingling of their accoutrements, and the creaking of their saddles. I cried, "Fire!" 50 shots broke the silence of the night. Then 4 or 5 more reports rang out, then one all by itself, and when the blinding glare of the blaze of fire had faded, we saw that the 12 men and 9 of their horses had fallen. 3 animals were galloping wildly away, one of them dragging behind it the body of its rider, hanging from the stirrup by one foot, bumping and bounding furiously. Behind me a soldier laughed, a terrible laugh. Another said, "That makes a few widows. Perhaps he was married." A third added, "It didn't take long." A head was thrust out from the litter. "What is happening?" asked the girl. "Is there fighting?" "It's nothing, mademoiselle," I replied. "We have just dispatched a dozen Prussians." "Poor wretches," she murmured, but as she was cold, she disappeared again under the soldiers' capes. Off we went again. We marched for a long time, but at last the sky grew pale. The snow became bright, luminous, and gleaming, and a line of warm color appeared in the east. A distant voice cried, "Who goes there?" The whole detachment halted, and I went forward to reassure the sentry. We were arriving in the French lines. As my men filed past headquarters, an officer on horseback, to whom I had just told our story, asked in a loud voice, as he saw the litter go by, "What have you got in there?" A fair, smiling little face, with disordered hair, promptly appeared, and replied, "It's me, monsieur." A laugh went up among the men, and our hearts leaped for pure joy. It was then that Pratique, who was marching beside the litter, waved his cap and shouted, "Vive la France!" And I don't know why, but I felt quite stirred. I thought the gesture so brave and gallant. I felt as though we had just saved the country, had done something which other men would not have done, something simple, something truly patriotic. I'll never forget that little face of hers, and if I were asked for my opinion on the abolition of drums and bugles, would propose substituting for them a pretty girl in each regiment. It would be better than playing the Marseillaise. Good Lord, what a spirit it would put into a private to have a Madonna like that, a living Madonna, marching beside the colonel. He paused for a few seconds, then resumed with an air of conviction, nodding his head. "Yes, we're great lovers of women, we Frenchmen." Bed number 29. When Captain Epavant passed in the street all the ladies turned to look at him. He was the perfect type of a handsome hussar officer. He was always on parade, always strutted a little and seemed preoccupied and proud of his leg, his figure, and his mustache. He had superb ones, it is true, a superb mustache, figure and leg. The first mentioned was blonde, very heavy, falling martially from his lip in a beautiful sweep the color of ripe wheat, carefully turned at the ends, and falling over both sides of his mouth in 2 powerful sprigs. His waist was thin as if he wore a corset, while a vigorous masculine chest, bulged and arched, spread itself above his waist. His leg was admirable, a gymnastic leg, the leg of a dancer, whose muscular flesh outlined each movement under the clinging cloth of his red trousers. He walked with muscles taut, with feet and arms apart, and with the slightly swinging gait of the horseman, who knows how to make the most of his limbs and his carriage. And who seems a conqueror in a uniform, but looks commonplace in a mufti. Like many other officers, Captain Epevant did not look well in civilian clothes. He had no elegance as soon as he was clothed in the grey or black of the shop assistant. But in his proper setting he was a triumph. He had, besides, a handsome face, the nose thin and curved, blue eyes, and a good forehead. He was bald, and he never could understand why his hair had fallen out. He consoled himself with the thought that, with a heavy mustache, a head a little bald was not so bad. He scorned everybody in general, with a difference in the degrees of his scorn. In the first place, for him the middle class did not exist. He looked at them as he would look at animals, without according them more of his attention than he would give to sparrows or chickens. Officers, alone, counted in his world. But he did not have the same esteem for all officers. He only respected handsome men, an imposing presence, that true, military quality being first. A soldier was a gay fellow, a devil, created for love and war, a man of brawn and muscle, with hair on his chest, nothing more. He classed the generals of the French army according to their figure, their bearing, and the stern look of their faces. Bourbaki appeared to him the greatest warrior of modern times. He often laughed at the officers of the line who were short and fat, and puffed while marching. And he had a special scorn for the poor recruits from the École Polytechnique, those thin, little men with spectacles, awkward and unskilful, who looked as appropriate in a uniform as a bull in a china shop, as he often asserted. He was indignant that they should be tolerated in the army, those abortions with the lank limbs, who marched like crabs, did not drink, ate little, and seemed to love equations better than pretty girls. Captain Epevant himself had constant successes and triumphs with the fair sex. Every time he took supper in company with a woman, he thought himself certain of finishing the night with her upon the same mattress, and, if unsurmountable obstacles prevented victory that evening, he was sure, at least, that the affair would be continued in our next. His comrades did not like him to meet their mistresses, and the merchants in the shops, who had their pretty wives at the counter, knew him, feared him, and hated him desperately. When he passed, the merchants' wives, in spite of themselves, exchanged glances with him through the glass of the front windows. Those looks that avail more than tender words, which contain an appeal and a response, a desire and an avowal. And the husbands, impelled by a sort of instinct, suddenly turned, casting a furious look at the proud, erect silhouette of the officer. And, when the captain had passed, smiling and content with his impression, the merchants, handling with nervous hands the object spread out before them, would declare, "What a big fool! When shall we stop feeding all these good-for-nothings who go clattering their ironmongery through the streets? For my part, I would rather be a butcher than a soldier. Then if there's blood on my table, it is the blood of beasts, at least. And he is useful, is the butcher, and the knife he carries has not killed men. I do not understand how these murderers are tolerated, walking on the public streets, carrying with them their instruments of death. It is necessary to have them, I suppose, but at least, let them conceal themselves, and not dress up in masquerade, with their red breeches and blue coats. The executioner doesn't dress himself up, does he?" The woman, without answering, would shrug her shoulders, while the husband, divining the gesture without seeing it, would cry, "Anybody must be stupid to watch those fellows parade up and down." Nevertheless, Captain Epevant's reputation for conquests was well established in the whole French army. Now, in 1868, his regiment, the 102nd Hussars, came into garrison at Rouen. He soon became known in the town. He came every evening, towards 5 o'clock, to Boule de Maupassant, to take his absinthe and coffee at the Comedy. And, before entering the establishment, he would always take a turn upon the promenade, to show his leg, his figure, and his mustaches. The merchants of Rouen who also promenade there with their hands behind their backs, preoccupied with business affairs, speaking of the ups and downs of the market, would sometimes throw him a glance and murmur, "Egad! That's a handsome fellow." But when they knew him, they remarked, "Look! Captain Epavant. A fine chap, say what you will." The women on meeting him had a very queer little movement of the head, a kind of shiver of modesty, as if they felt weak or unclothed in his presence. They would lower their heads a little, with a smile upon their lips, as if they had a desire to be found charming and have a look from him. When he walked with a comrade, the comrade never failed to murmur with jealous envy, each time that he saw the same byplay, "This rascal Epavant has all the luck." Among the kept ladies of the town it was a struggle, a race, to see who would carry him off. They all came at 5 o'clock, the officer's hour, to Boule de Maupassant, and dragged their skirts, in couples up and down the length of the walk, while the lieutenants, captains, and majors, 2 by 2, dragged their swords along the ground before entering the café. One evening the beautiful Irma, the mistress, it was said, of M. Templier Papon, the rich manufacturer, stopped her carriage in front of the comedy and, getting out, made a pretense of buying some paper or some visiting cards at M. Pollard's, the engravers, in order to pass before the officers' tables and cast a look at Captain Epavant, which seemed to say, "When you will," so clearly that Colonel Prune, who was drinking the green liquor with his lieutenant colonel, could not help muttering, "Confound that fellow! He is lucky, that scamp." The remark of the colonel was repeated, and Captain Epavant, moved by this approbation of his superior, passed the next day and many times after that under the windows of the beauty, in full uniform. She saw him, showed herself, and smiled. That same evening he was her lover. They attracted attention, made an exhibition of their attachment, and mutually compromised themselves, both of them proud of their adventure. Nothing was talked of in town except the amours of the beautiful Irma and the officer. M. Templier Papon alone was ignorant of their relation. Captain Epavant beamed with glory. Every instant he would say, "Irma happened to say to me, Irma told me tonight," or, "Yesterday at dinner Irma said." For a whole year they walked about and displayed in Rouen this love like a flag taken from the enemy. He felt his stature increased by this conquest, he was envied, more sure of his future, surer of the decoration so much desired, for the eyes of all were upon him. And it is sufficient to be well in the public eye in order not to be forgotten. But war was declared, and the captain's regiment was one of the first to be sent to the front. Their farewells were lamentable, lasting the whole night long. Sword, red breeches, cap, and jacket were all overturned from the back of a chair upon the floor. Robes, skirts, silk stockings, also fallen down, were spread around and mingled with the uniform abandoned on the carpet, the room upside down as if there had been a battle. Irma, wild, her hair unbound, threw her despairing arms around the officer's neck, straining him to her. Then, leaving him, rolled upon the floor, overturning the furniture, catching the fringes of the armchairs, biting their feet, while the captain, much moved, but not skilful at consolation, repeated, "Irma, my little Irma, do not cry so, it is necessary." He occasionally wiped a tear from the corner of his eye with the tip of his finger. They separated at daybreak. She followed her lover in her carriage as far as the first stopping place. Then she kissed him before the whole regiment at the moment of separation. People even found this very pretty, worthy, and very romantic. And the comrades pressed the captain's hand and said to him, "You lucky dog. She had a heart, that kid." They seemed to see something patriotic in it. The regiment was sorely proved during the campaign. The captain conducted himself heroically and finally received the Cross of Honor. Then, the war ended, he returned to Rouen and the garrison. Immediately upon his return he asked news of Irma, but no one was able to give him anything exact. Some said she was married to a Prussian major. Others, that she had gone to her parents, who were farmers in the suburbs of Yvette. He even sent his orderly to the mayor's office to consult the registry of deaths. The name of his mistress was not to be found. He cherished a great sorrow, and was not at pains to conceal it. He even took the enemy to task for his unhappiness, attributing to the Prussians, who had occupied Rouen, the disappearance of the young girl, declaring, "In the next war, they shall pay well for it, the beggars." Then, one morning as he entered the mess at lunch-time, an old porter, in a blouse and oilcloth cap, gave him a letter, which he opened and read. "My darling, I am in hospital, very ill. Very ill. Will you not come and see me? It would give me so much pleasure. Irma." The captain grew pale and, moved with pity, declared, "It's too bad. The poor girl. I will go there as soon as I have had lunch." And during the whole time at the table, he told the officers that Irma was in hospital, and that he, by God, was going to get her out. It must be the fault of those unspeakable Prussians. She had doubtless found herself alone without a sou, broken down with misery, for they must certainly have stolen her furniture. Ah! The dirty swine! Everybody listened with great excitement. Scarcely had he slipped his napkin in his wooden ring, when he rose and, taking his sword from the peg, and thrusting out his chest to make his waist thin, hooked his belt and set out with hurried step to the city hospital. But entrance to the hospital building, where he expected to enter immediately, was sharply refused him. And he was obliged to find his colonel and explain his case to him in order to get a word from him to the director. This man, after having kept the handsome captain waiting some time in his anteroom, gave him an authorized pass and a cold and disapproving greeting. Inside the door he felt himself constrained in this asylum of misery and suffering and death. A boy in the service showed him the way. He walked upon tiptoe, that he might make no noise, through the long corridors, where floated a musty odor of illness and medicines. From time to time a murmur of voices alone disturbed the silence of the hospital. At times, through an open door, the captain perceived a dormitory, with its rows of beds whose clothes were raised by the forms of bodies. Some convalescents were seated in chairs at the foot of their beds, sewing, and clothed in the uniform grey cloth dress with white cap. His guide suddenly stopped before one of these corridors filled with patients. He read on the door, in large letters, "Syphilis." The captain started, then he felt that he was blushing. An attendant was preparing some medicine at a little wooden table at the door. "I will show you," said she, "it is bed 29. And she walked ahead of the officer. She indicated a bed. "There it is." There was nothing to be seen but a bundle of bedclothes. Even the head was concealed under the coverlet. Everywhere faces were to be seen on the beds, pale faces, astonished at the sight of a uniform, the faces of women, young women and old women, but all seemingly plain and common in the humble regulation garb. The captain, very much disturbed, carrying his sword in one hand and his cap in the other, murmured, "Irma." There was a sudden motion in the bed and the face of his mistress appeared, but so changed, so tired, so thin, that he would scarcely have known it. She gasped, overcome by emotion, and then said, "Albert, Albert. It is you. Oh. I am so glad, so glad." And the tears ran down her cheeks. The attendant brought a chair. "Won't you sit down, sir?" she said. He sat down and looked at the pale, wretched countenance, so little like that of the beautiful, fresh girl he had left. Finally he said, "What is the matter with you?" She replied, weeping, "You know well enough, it is written on the door." And she hid her eyes under the edge of the bedclothes. Dismayed and ashamed, he continued, "How did you catch it, my poor girl?" She answered, "It was those beasts of Prussians. They took me almost by force and then poisoned me." He found nothing to add. He looked at her and kept turning his cap around on his knees. The other patients gazed at him, and he believed that he detected an odor of putrefaction, of contaminated flesh, in this corridor full of girls tainted with this ignoble, terrible malady. She murmured, "I do not believe that I shall recover. The doctor says it is very serious." Then she noticed the cross upon the officer's breast and cried, "Oh! You have been decorated. Now I am happy. How contented I am. If I could only embrace you." A shiver of fear and disgust ran through the captain at the thought of this kiss. He had a desire to make his escape, to be in the clear air and never see this woman again. He remained, however, not knowing how to say goodbye, and finally stammered, "You took no care of yourself, then?" A flame flashed in Irma's eyes. "No, the desire to avenge myself came to me when I should have broken away from it. And I poisoned them too, all that I could. As long as there were any of them in Rouen, I had no thought for myself." He declared, in a constrained tone in which there was a little note of gaiety, "So far, you have done some good." Getting animated, and her cheekbones getting red, she answered, "Oh! Yes, there will more than one of them die for my fault. I tell you I had my revenge." Again he said, "So much the better." Then rising, he added, "Well, I must leave you now, because I have only time to meet my appointment with the colonel." She showed much emotion, crying out, "Already? You leave me already? And you have scarcely arrived." But he wished to go at any cost, and said, "But you see that I came immediately, and it is absolutely necessary for me to be at the colonel's at 4 o'clock." She asked, "Is it still Colonel Prune?" "Still Colonel Prune. He was twice wounded." She continued, "And your comrades? Have some of them been killed?" "Yes. Saint-Timon, Savignac, Polly, Saprival, Robert, de Courson, Paisifil, Santal, Caravan, and Poivrin are dead. Sahel had an arm carried off and Courvoisin a leg crushed. Paquette lost his right eye." She listened, much interested. Then suddenly she stammered, "Will you kiss me, say, before you leave me? Madame Langlois is not there." And, in spite of the disgust which came to his lips, he placed them against the wan forehead, while she, throwing her arms around him, scattered random kisses over his blue jacket. Then she said, "You will come again? Say that you will come again, promise me that you will." "Yes, I promise." "When, now? Can you come on Thursday?" "Yes, Thursday." "Thursday at 2 o'clock?" "Yes, Thursday at 2 o'clock. You promise?" "I promise." "Adieu, my dearie." "Adieu." And he went away, confused by the staring glances of the dormitory, bending his tall form to make himself seem smaller. And when he was in the street he took a long breath. That evening his comrades asked him, "Well, how is Irma?" He answered in a constrained voice, "She has a trouble with the lungs, she is very ill." But a little lieutenant, scenting something from his manner, went to headquarters, and, the next day, when the captain went into mess, he was welcomed by a volley of laughter and jokes. They had got vengeance at last. It was learned further that Irma had led a very gay life with the Prussian general staff, that she had gone through the country on horseback with the colonel of the Blue Hussars, and many others. And that, in Rouen, she was no longer called anything but the Prussian's woman. For 8 days the captain was the victim of his regiment. He received by post and by messenger, notes from those who can reveal the past and the future, circulars of specialists, and medicines, the nature of which was inscribed on the package. And the colonel, catching the drift of it, said in a severe tone, "Well, the captain had a pretty acquaintance. I send him my compliments." After some 12 days he was called by another letter from Irma. He tore it up in a rage, and made no reply to it. A week later she wrote him again that she was very ill and wished to see him to say farewell. He did not answer. After some days more he received a note from a chaplain of the hospital. "The girl Irma Pavlin is on her deathbed and begs you to come. He dared not refuse to follow the chaplain, but he entered the hospital with a heart swelling with wicked anger, with wounded vanity, and humiliation. He found her scarcely changed at all and thought that she had deceived him. "What do you want with me?" he asked. "I wish to say farewell. It appears that I am near the end." He did not believe it. "Listen," said he, "you have made me the laughingstock of the regiment, and I do not wish it to continue." She asked, "What have I done?" He was irritated at not knowing how to answer. But he said, "Don't imagine I am coming back here to be joked by everybody on your account." She looked at him with languid eyes, where shone a pale light of anger, and answered, "What have I done to you? I have not been nice to you, perhaps. Is it because I have sometimes asked for something? But for you, I would have remained with him, Templier Papon, and would not have found myself here today. No, you see, if anyone has reproaches to make it is not you." He answered in a clear tone, "I have not made reproaches, but I cannot continue to come to see you, because your conduct with the Prussians has been the shame of the town." She fell back suddenly in the bed, as she replied, "My conduct with the Prussians? But when I tell you that they took me, and when I tell you that if I took no thought of myself, it was because I wished to poison them. If I had wished to cure myself, it would not have been so difficult, I can tell you. But I wished to kill them, and I have killed them. Come now. I have killed them." He remained standing. "In any case," said he, "it was a shame." She seemed to choke, and then replied, "Why is it a shame for me to cause them to die and try to exterminate them, tell me? You did not talk that way when you used to come to my house in the Rue Jeanne d'Arc. Ah! It is a shame. You have not done so much, with your cross of honor. I deserve more merit than you, do you understand, more than you, for I have killed more Prussians than you." He stood dazed before her, trembling with indignation. He stammered, "Be still, you must, be still, because those things, I cannot allow anyone to touch upon." But she was not listening. "What harm have you done the Prussians? Would it ever have happened if you had kept them from coming to Rouen? Tell me. It is you who should stop and listen. And I have done more harm than you, yes, more harm to them than you, and I am going to die for it. While you are singing songs and making yourself fine to inveigle women." Upon each bed a head was raised and all eyes looked at this man in uniform, who stammered again, "You must be still, more quiet, you know." But she would not be quiet. She cried out, "Ah! Yes, you are a pretty poser. I know you well. I know you. And I tell you that I have done them more harm than you, and that I have killed more than all your regiment together. Come now, you coward." He went away, in fact he fled, stretching his long legs as he passed between the two rows of beds where the syphilitic patients were becoming excited. And he heard the gasping, hissing voice of Irma pursuing him. "More than you, yes, I have killed more than you." He tumbled down the staircase 4 steps at a time, ran off and shut himself up in his room. The next day he heard that she was dead. Nerves. The diners slowly entered the big hotel dining room and took their places. The waiters refrained from hurrying, so as to give the latecomers a chance, and avoid the trouble of handing the dishes round a second time. The old bathers, the habitués, whose season was almost over, looked intently at the door whenever it opened, to see what new faces might appear. That is the chief amusement of watering places. One goes to dinner to inspect each day's new arrivals, to guess what they are, what they do and what they think. We all have a vague wish to meet pleasant people, to make agreeable acquaintances, even to meet with a love adventure. In this jostling life, neighbors, strangers, assume considerable importance. Curiosity is aroused, sympathy awaits its opportunity, and the desire to make friends is always alert. We cherish dislikes for a week and friendship for a month. People are seen with different eyes when viewed through the medium of a meeting at a watering place. After an hour's chat in the evening after dinner, under the trees of the park where the healing spring bubbles, superior intelligence and outstanding merits are suddenly discovered in human beings. But a month later we have completely forgotten the new friends we found so charming at the first meeting. Permanent and serious ties are also formed there sooner than elsewhere. You meet every day and soon get to know one another, and growing affection is mingled with the pleasure and unrestraint of long-standing intimacy. You never forget the sweetness and compassion of early friendship, the first conversations which end in the discovery of a soul, the first glances charged with questions and replies, and secret thoughts not yet uttered by human lips, or the first heartfelt confidence, the delightful feeling of opening our hearts to those who seem to open theirs to us in return. And the sadness of watering places, the monotony of days all alike, make this blossoming of affection all the more complete. Well, that evening, as on every other evening, we were waiting for the arrival of newcomers. Only two arrived, a man and woman, father and daughter, but they looked very unusual. They immediately reminded me of some of Edgar Poe's characters, and yet they had a charm, the charm of unhappiness, and I imagined them as the victims of fate. The man was tall and thin, rather bent, with hair that was too white for his age. His bearing and his person betrayed the grave, austere manners peculiar to Protestants. The daughter, aged about 24 or 5, was short, very thin, very pale, and seemed worn out, tired, and overwrought. Occasionally you meet people who seem too weak for the tasks and needs of daily life, too weak to move about, to walk, to do any of the daily round. The young thing was rather pretty, with a transparent, spiritual beauty. She ate extremely slowly as if she could hardly move her arms. It was surely she who had come to take the waters. They sat facing me, on the other side of the table, and I noticed at once that the father had a very curious nervous contraction. Every time he wanted to reach anything, his hand made a rapid hook-like movement, a kind of wild zigzag, before it could get hold of what it wanted. After a few minutes this twitching tired me to such an extent that I turned my head away so as not to see it. I also noticed that the young girl kept a glove on her left hand, during meals. After dinner I went for a stroll in the grounds of the bathing establishment. We were in the little Auvergne village of Châtel-Guyon, hidden in a gorge at the foot of the high range from which so many boiling springs flow, arising from the deep bed of extinct volcanoes. Over there, above our heads, the cones, extinct craters, raised their stunted heads above the rest of the long mountainous chain, for Châtel-Guyon lies at the beginning of the land of the Dome. Farther away lies the country of the peaks, and farther still the country of the Plombs. The Puy de Dôme is the highest of the volcanic ones, the Pic of Sanchy the highest of the rocky peaks, and the Plomb de Cantal is the highest point of the gigantic mass of Cantal. It was a very warm evening. I was walking up and down the shady raised path that overlooked the grounds and listening to the music of the casino when I caught sight of the father and daughter slowly coming in my direction. I bowed as one bows to one's hotel companions at a watering place, and the man, stopping, asked me, "Could you suggest a short walk, sir, pleasant and, if possible, not hilly? Forgive me for bothering you." I offered to take them to the valley through which the little river flows, a deep valley forming a narrow gorge between two steep, craggy, wooded slopes. They accepted my offer. And, of course, we talked of the virtue of the waters. "Oh," he said, "my daughter has a curious illness whose origin is a mystery. She suffers from unaccountable nervous attacks. Sometimes she is supposed to be suffering from heart disease, sometimes from a liver attack, and sometimes from disease of the spine. Now this complicated malady with its numerous forms and numerous modes of attack, is placed in the stomach, the great center and great regulator of the body. That's why we are here. For my part, I think it is nervous trouble. In any case, it is very sad." Immediately I remembered the violent twitching of his hand and asked him, "But is it not due to heredity? Are you not suffering from your nerves?" He replied quietly, "Me? Certainly not, my nerves have always been very steady." Then suddenly, after a pause, he continued. Ah. You mean the contraction of my hand every time I want to take hold of anything? That is the result of a terrible experience I had. Just imagine, this child has been buried alive. I could only utter an ah, full of surprise and emotion. He continued. This is the story, a quite simple one. For some time Juliette had suffered from severe heart attacks. We believed that her heart was diseased, and were prepared for the worst. One day she was carried into the house cold, lifeless, dead. She had fallen unconscious in the garden. The doctor certified that life was extinct. I kept watch for 2 nights and a day. With my own hands I laid her in the coffin which I accompanied to the cemetery, where it was placed in the family vault, in Lorraine in the depth of the country. It had been my wish to have her buried with her jewelry, bracelets, necklaces, rings, all of the presents I had given her, and dressed in her first ball dress. You may easily imagine my state of mind when I got back home. She was the only one left, for my wife had been dead for many years. Half mad, completely exhausted, I went up to my room and sank into an easy chair, incapable of thought, too weak to move. I was nothing but a suffering, vibrating machine, a thing that had been flayed alive. My soul was like an open wound. My old valet, Prosper, who had helped to lay Juliette in her coffin, and dress her for her last sleep, silently entered the room and asked, "Will Monsieur have something?" I shook my head. "Monsieur is wrong. Something will happen to Monsieur if he does not take care. Will Monsieur allow me to put him to bed?" I answered, "No, leave me alone," and he retired. The hours slipped by unperceived. Oh! What a terrible night! It was cold, the fire had died out in the huge grate, and the wind, the winter wind, frozen and laden with ice, beat against the window panes with a fiendish regularity. The hours slipped by unperceived. There I was, unable to sleep, broken, crushed, with eyes wide open, legs outstretched, body limp and inanimate, and my mind stupefied. Suddenly the big front door bell rang. The start I gave made the chair creak under me. The solemn, heavy sound rang through the empty building as through a vault. I turned round to see what time it was and found it was 2 o'clock. Who could possibly be coming at that time? Impatiently the bell rang again twice. No doubt the servants were afraid to get up. I took a candle, went downstairs, and was going to ask, "Who's there?" but felt ashamed of such weakness and slowly drew the heavy bolts. My heart was beating rapidly, I was afraid. I opened the door abruptly and distinguished a white figure standing in the darkness, rather like a phantom. I drew back, paralyzed with anguish, stammering. Who are you?" A voice replied, "It is I, father." It was my daughter. I really thought I must be mad, and I retreated backward before the advancing spectre. I moved away, making a sign with my hand as if to drive the phantom away. That peculiar gesture which you have already noticed and which I have never got rid of. "Don't be frightened, father, I was not dead," the apparition said. "Somebody tried to steal my rings and cut off one of my fingers, the blood began to flow and that brought me to life again. And then I saw that she was covered with blood. I fell on my knees, choking with sobs and panting for breath. When I had regained a little self-control, though I was still too distraught to realize the terrible happiness that had befallen me, I made her go up to my room, put her in the easy chair, and pulled the bell violently for Prosper to light the fire, get something to drink, and summon assistance. The man entered, stared at my daughter, gasped with alarm and horror, and dropped dead on the ground. It was he who had opened the vault, who had mutilated and then left my child, unable to destroy the traces of his theft. He had not even taken the trouble to replace the coffin in its niche, feeling quite convinced that I would not suspect him in whom I trusted absolutely. You see, sir, what an unhappy couple we are. He was silent. Night had fallen, enveloping the little desolate, mournful valley in its gloom. And a kind of mysterious dread came over me at being in the company of these strange beings, the dead returned from the grave, and the father with his alarming gestures. What could I say? I murmured. What a horrible thing. Then, after a moment's silence, I added, let us go back, I think it's rather cold. And we returned to the hotel. Confessing. The noon sun poured fiercely down upon the fields. They stretched in undulating folds between the clumps of trees that marked each farmhouse. The different crops, ripe rye and yellowing wheat, pale green oats, dark green clover, spread a vast striped cloak, soft and rippling, over the naked body of the earth. In the distance, on the crest of a slope, was an endless line of cows, ranked like soldiers, some lying down, others standing, their large eyes blinking in the burning light. Chewing the cud and grazing on a field of clover as broad as a lake. 2 women, mother and daughter, were walking with a swinging step, one behind the other, towards this regiment of cattle. Each carried 2 zinc pails, slung outwards from the body on a hoop from a cask. At each step the metal sent out a dazzling white flash under the sun that struck full upon it. The women did not speak. They were on their way to milk the cows. When they arrive, they set down one of their pails and approached the first 2 cows, making them stand up with a kick in the ribs from wooden-shod feet. The beast rises slowly, first on its forelegs, then with more difficulty raises its large hind quarters, which seem to be weighted down by the enormous udder of livid pendulous flesh. The 2 Malevoirs, mother and daughter, kneeling beneath the animal's belly, tug with a swift movement of their hands at the swollen teat, which at each squeeze sends a slender jet of milk into the pail. The yellowish froth mounts to the brim, and the women go from cow to cow until they reach the end of the long line. As soon as they finish milking a beast, they change its position, giving it a fresh patch of grass on which to graze. Then they start on their way home, more slowly now, weighed down by the load of milk, the mother in front, the daughter behind. Abruptly the latter halts, sets down her burden, sits down, and begins to cry. Madame Malevoire, missing the sound of steps behind her, turns round and is quite amazed. What's the matter with you? She said. Her daughter Celeste, a tall girl with flaming red hair and flaming cheeks, flecked with freckles as though sparks of fire had fallen upon her face one day as she worked in the sun, murmurs, moaning softly, like a beaten child, I can't carry the milk any further. Her mother looked at her suspiciously. What's the matter with you? She repeated. It drags too heavy, I can't, replied Celeste, who had collapsed and was lying on the ground between the 2 pails, hiding her eyes in her apron. What's the matter with you, then? Said her mother for the 3rd time. The girl moaned. I guess there's a baby on the way. And she broke into sobs. The old woman now in her turn set down her load, so amazed that she could find nothing to say. At last she stammered. You're going to have a baby, you clod. How can that be? The Malevoirs were prosperous farmers, wealthy and of a certain position, widely respected, good business folk, of some importance in the district. I guess I am, all the same, faltered Celeste. The frightened mother looked at the weeping girl groveling at her feet. After a few seconds she cried. You're going to have a baby. A baby. Where did you get it, you slut? Celeste, shaken with emotion, murmured. I guess it was in Polite's coach. The old woman tried to understand, tried to imagine, to realize who could have brought this misfortune upon her daughter. If the lad was well off and of decent position, an arrangement might be come to. It wasn't so bad, yet. Celeste was not the first to be in the same way, but it was annoying all the same, seeing their position and the way people talked. And who was it, you slut? She repeated. Celeste, resolved to make a clean breast of it, stammered. I guess it was Polite. At that Madame Malevoire, mad with rage, rushed upon her daughter and began to beat her with such fury that her hat fell off in the effort. With great blows of the fist she struck her on the head, on the back, all over her body. Celeste, prostrate between the 2 pails, which afforded her some slight protection, shielded just her face with her hands. All the cows, disturbed, had stopped grazing and turned round, staring with their great eyes. The last one mooed, stretching out its muzzle towards the women. After beating her daughter till she was out of breath, Madame Malivoire stopped, exhausted, her spirits reviving a little. She tried to get a thorough understanding of the situation. Polite. Lord save us, it's not possible. How could you, with a carrier? You must have lost your wits. He must have played you a trick, the good-for-nothing. Celeste, still prostrate, murmured in the dust. I didn't pay my fare. And the old Norman woman understood. Every week, on Wednesday and on Saturday, Celeste went to town with the farm produce, poultry, cream, and eggs. She started at 7 with her 2 huge baskets on her arm, the dairy produce in one, the chickens in the other, and went to the main road to wait for the coach to Yvette. She set down her wares and sat in the ditch. While the chickens with their short pointed beaks and the ducks with their broad flat bills thrust their heads between the wicker bars and looked about them with their round, stupid, surprised eyes. Soon the bus, a sort of yellow box with a black leather cap on the top, came up, jerking and quivering with the trotting of the old white horse. Polite the coachman, a big jolly fellow, stout though still young, and so burnt up by sun and wind, soaked by rain, and colored with brandy that his face and neck were brick red, cracked his whip and shouted from the distance. Morning, Mamselle Celeste. In good health, I hope? She gave him her baskets, one after the other, which he stowed in the boot. Then she got in, lifting her leg high up to reach the step, and exposing a sturdy leg clad in a blue stocking. Every time Polite repeated the same joke, clumsy, it's not got any thinner. She laughed, thinking it funny. Then he uttered a "Gee up, old girl," which started off the thin horse. Then Celeste, reaching for her purse in the depths of her pocket, slowly took out 5 pence, 3 for herself and 2 for the baskets, and handed them to Polite over his shoulder. He took them, saying, "Aren't we going to have our little bit of sport today?" And he laughed heartily, turning round towards her so as to stare at her at his ease. She found it a big expense, the half-franc for a journey of 2 miles. And when she had no coppers she felt it still more keenly. It was hard to make up her mind to part with a silver coin. One day, as she was paying, she asked, "From a good customer like me you oughtn't to take more than 3 pence." He burst out laughing. "3 pence, my beauty, why, you're worth more than that." She insisted on the point. "But you make a good 2 francs a month out of me." He whipped up his horse and exclaimed, "Look here, I'm an obliging fellow. We'll call it quits for a bit of sport." "What do you mean?" she asked with an air of innocence. He was so amused that he laughed till he coughed. "A bit of sport is a bit of sport, damn it. A game for a lad and a lass, a dance for 2 without music." She understood, blushed, and declared, "I don't care for that sort of game, Monsieur Polite." But he was in no way abashed, and repeated, with growing merriment, "You'll come to it some day, my beauty, a bit of sport for a lad and a lass." And since that day he had taken to asking her, each time that she paid her fare, "Aren't we going to have our bit of sport today?" She, too, joked about it by this time, and replied, "Not today, Monsieur Polite, but Saturday, for certain." And amid peals of laughter he answered, "Saturday then, my beauty." But inwardly she calculated that, during the 2 years the affair had been going on, she had paid Polite 48 whole francs. And in the country 48 francs is not a sum which can be picked up on the roadside. She also calculated that in 2 more years she would have paid nearly 100 francs. To such purpose she meditated that, one spring day as they jogged on alone, when he made his customary inquiry, "Aren't we going to have our bit of sport yet?" She replied, "Yes, if you like, Monsieur Polite." He was not at all surprised, and clambered over the back of his seat, murmuring with a complacent air, "Come along, then. I knew you'd come to it some day. The old white horse trotted so gently that she seemed to be dancing upon the same spot, deaf to the voice which cried at intervals, from the depths of the vehicle, "Gee up, old girl. Gee up," then. 3 months later Celeste discovered that she was going to have a child. All this she had told her mother in a tearful voice. Pale with fury, the old woman asked, "Well, what did it cost?" "4 months, that makes 8 francs, doesn't it?" replied Celeste. At that the peasant woman's fury was utterly unleashed, and, falling once more upon her daughter, she beat her a second time until she was out of breath. Then she rose and said, "Have you told him about the baby?" "No, of course not." "Why haven't you told him?" "Because very likely he'd have made me pay for all the free rides." The old woman pondered a while, then picked up her milk pails. "Come on, get up, and try to walk home," she said, and, after a pause, continued. "And don't tell him as long as he doesn't notice anything, and we'll make 6 or 8 months' fares out of him." And Celeste, who had risen, still crying, disheveled and swollen round the eyes, started off again with dragging steps, murmuring, "Of course I won't say a word. Fear." The train rushed through the shadows. I was alone, facing an old gentleman who was looking out of the window. There was a strong smell of disinfectant in this PLM carriage, which must have come from Marseilles. It was a moonless, airless, burning night. There were no stars to be seen, and the wind of the leaping train blew in our faces, warm, soft, oppressive and stifling. We had left Paris 3 hours before, and we were approaching the heart of France, without catching a glimpse of the country we were crossing. All at once a fantastic apparition rushed into sight. There was a wood, and a big fire lit there, and 2 men standing round it. We saw it for an instant. They looked like 2 tramps, in rags, reddened by the glare from the fire, with their bearded faces turned towards us, and all round them, like the setting of a play, rose the green trees. They were a bright and shining green, the vivid light reflected from the flame struck across the trunks, and the thick leafage was barred and stabbed and splashed by the light spreading through it. Then the darkness swept back again. It certainly was the strangest of visions. What were those 2 wanderers doing in that forest? Why a fire on this suffocating night? My neighbor took out his watch and said, "It is exactly midnight, sir, we have just seen a strange thing." I agreed. We fell into conversation and tried to imagine what these persons could be, criminals burning evidence or sorcerers preparing a philtre. You don't light a fire in a forest at midnight, and in the height of summer, to boil soup. So what were they doing? We could not reach any likely explanation. And my neighbor began to talk. He was an old man, whose profession I found it impossible to guess. He was certainly an eccentric, highly cultured, and he seemed perhaps a little mad. But is it always possible to say who are the wise and who are the fools in this life where reason is often called stupidity and folly genius? He said, "I am glad to have seen that." For a brief space of time I experienced a forgotten sensation. How disturbing the world must have been in the old days when it was full of mystery. With each veil lifted from the unknown world, the human imagination is laid waste a little farther. You, sir, don't feel that the night is very empty and filled with a tiresomely commonplace darkness, since it was robbed of its apparitions. No more fantasy, they say, no more strange beliefs, all the inexplicable is explicable. The supernatural sinks like a lake emptied by a canal. Day by day science narrows the boundaries of the marvelous. Sir, I belong to the old race, to those who love to believe. I belong to the old simple race that is used to being baffled, used to not investigating and to not knowing. That delights in being surrounded by mysteries and shrinks from the simple and brutal truth. Yes, sir, we have laid waste the imagination by suppressing the invisible. I see our earth today as a forsaken world, empty and bare. The beliefs that flung a veil of poetry over it are gone. How I should like, when I go out at night, to shiver with the mortal terror that makes old women cross themselves when they pass the graveyard wall and the last few superstitious folk run before the weird wandering lights and the strange mists from the marshes. How I should like to believe in some vague terrifying thing that I thought I felt slipping past me in the darkness. How somber and terrible the shadows of evening must have been in the old days, when they were full of unknown fabulous beings. Evil wandering spirits who took unforeseen shapes and froze the heart with dread. Their occult power was quite beyond the grasp of our minds, and they drew near with inevitable feet. When the supernatural disappeared, true fear disappeared from the earth too, for we are truly afraid only of what we do not understand. Visible dangers can move, disturb, terrify. But what is that compared with the overwhelming terror that fills your mind when you expect to meet a wandering ghost, or suffer the clinging arms of a dead man? Or see running on you one of those frightful beasts invented by man's fear? The dark seems light to me, now that it is no longer haunted. And the proof of all this is that if we suddenly found ourselves alone in that wood, we should be pursued by the vision of the two strange beings who have just appeared to us in the glare of their fire, rather than by dread of any real danger at all. We are truly afraid, he repeated, only of what we do not understand. A sudden memory woke in my mind, the memory of a story told us one Sunday by Turgenev, in Gustave Flaubert's house. I don't know whether he had written it in any of his books. No one was more subtly able to thrill us with a suggestion of the veiled unknown world than the great Russian storyteller, or to reveal, in the half-light of a strange tale, uncertain, disturbing, threatening things. In his books we are sharply aware of that vague fear of the invisible, the fear of the unknown thing behind the wall, behind the door, behind the external world. Perilous gleams of light break on us, as we read, revealing just enough to add to our mortal fear. He seems sometimes to be showing us the inner meaning of strange coincidences. The unexpected connection between circumstances that were apparently fortuitous and really guided by a hidden malicious will. In his books we can imagine we feel an imperceptible hand guiding us through life in a mysterious way, as through a shifting dream whose meaning we never grasp. He does not rush boldly into the supernatural world like Edgar Poe or Hoffman. He tells simple stories and a sense of something a little uncertain and a little uneasy creeps somehow into them. That day he used those very words, "We are truly afraid only of what we do not understand." Arms hanging down, legs stretched out and relaxed, hair quite white, he was sitting or rather lounging in a large armchair. Drowned in that flowing tide of beard and silvery hair that gave him the air of an eternal father or a river god from Ovid. He spoke slowly, with a certain indolence which lent a charm to his phrases, and a rather hesitating and awkward manner of speaking which emphasized the vivid rightness of his words. His wide pale eyes, like the eyes of a child, reflected all the changing fancies of his mind. This is what he told us. He was hunting, as a young man, in a Russian forest. He had tramped all day, and towards the end of the afternoon he reached the edge of a quiet river. It ran under the trees, and among the trees, filled with floating grasses, deep, cold and clear. An overmastering desire seized the hunter to fling himself into this transparent water. He stripped and dived into the stream. He was a very tall and a very strong youth, active, and a splendid swimmer. He let himself float gently in great content of mind, grasses and roots brushed past him and tendrils of creeping plants trailed lightly over his skin, thrilling him. Suddenly a hand touched his shoulder. He turned round in startled wonder and saw a frightful creature staring hungrily at him. It was like a woman or a monkey. Its vast wrinkled grimacing face smiled at him. Two nameless things, which must have been two breasts, floated in front of it, and its mass of tangled hair, burnt by the sun, hung round its face and fell down its back. Turgenev felt a piercing and appalling fear, the icy fear of the supernatural. Without pausing to reflect, without thinking or understanding, he began to swim frantically towards the bank. But the monster swam quicker still, and touched his neck, his back and his legs with little cacklings of delight. Mad with terror, the young man reached the bank at last, and tore at full speed through the wood, with never a thought of recovering his clothes and his gun. The frightful creature followed him, running as quickly as he did and growling all the time. Spent and sick with fear, the fugitive was ready to drop to the ground when a boy who was watching his goats ran up, armed with a whip. He laid it about the fearsome human beast who ran away howling with grief. And Turgenev saw her disappear among the leaves of the trees, like a female gorilla. It was a madwoman, who had lived in this wood for 30 years, on the charity of the shepherds, and who spent half her days swimming in the river. The great Russian writer added, "I have never felt such fear in my life, because I could not imagine what this monster could be." I related this adventure to my companion, and he replied, "Yes, we are afraid only of what we do not understand. We only truly experience that frightful spiritual convulsion which we call dread when our fear is touched with the superstitious terror of past ages. I myself have suffered this dread in all its horror, and that over something so simple and so stupid that I hardly dare tell you about it. I was traveling in Brittany, alone and on foot. I had walked across Finistère, desolate moors, bare earth where nothing will grow but the gorse that grows beside great sacred stone pillars. The evening before, I had seen the menacing headland of Raz, the end of the old world, where two oceans, the Atlantic and the Channel, forever surge and break. My mind was full of legends, stories read or told in this country of credulous and superstitious folk. I was walking at night from Penmarch to Pont l'Abbé. Do you know Penmarch? A flat shore, utterly flat, very low-lying, seeming lower than the sea. Wherever you look you see the grey threatening sea, full of rocks slavered with foam, like raging beasts. I had dined in a fisherman's inn, and I had taken the road to the right, between two moors. It was growing very dark. Now and then a Druid stone, standing like a phantom, seemed to look at me as I passed, and a vague fear slowly took hold of me. Fear of what? I had not the least idea. It was one of the evenings when the wind of passing spirits blows on your face, and your soul shudders and knows not why, and your heart beats in bewildered terror of some invisible thing. That terror whose passing I regret. The road seemed very long to me, interminably long and empty. There was no sound but the thunder of the waves down below, at my back. And sometimes the monotonous sinister sound seemed quite close, so close that I imagined the waves were at my heels, racing over the plain, and foaming as they came. And I felt a wild impulse to save myself from them, to run for my life before their onrush. The wind, a little wind that blew in gusts, whistled through the gorse all round me. And quickly as I went, my arms and legs were cold with the horrid cold of mortal fear. Oh, how I longed to meet someone! It was so black that now I could hardly make out the road. And suddenly I heard a rolling sound, a long way in front of me. That's a carriage, I thought. Then I heard nothing more. A moment later I distinctly heard the same noise again, nearer now. I saw no light, however, and I said to myself, they have no lantern. There's nothing to be surprised at in this wild district. The noise stopped once more, then began again. It was too shrill to be made by a wagon. And besides I did not hear the sound of a horse trotting, which surprised me, for the night was very still. What can it be? I wondered. It was approaching swiftly, very swiftly. I was sure now that I could hear only one wheel, no clatter of hoofs or feet, nothing. What could it be? It was close now, quite close. Prompted by a quite instinctive fear, I flung myself down in a ditch and I saw pass right by me a wheelbarrow running all by itself. No one was pushing it, yes, a wheelbarrow, all by itself. My heart began such a violent leaping that I lay helpless on the grass, listening to the rolling of the wheel, which drew farther and farther away, going down to the sea. And I dared neither get up nor walk nor stir hand or foot, for if it had come back, if it had followed me, I should have died of terror. I was a long time before I recovered myself, a very long time. And I covered the rest of the road in such agony of mind that the least noise stopped the breath in my throat. You think it idiotic? But how terrifying! Thinking it over afterwards, I understood what it was. A barefooted child must have been pushing the wheelbarrow, and I had been expecting to see the head of a man of ordinary height. You can understand it, fear of some supernatural happening has crept into one's mind, a wheelbarrow running, all by itself. How terrifying! He was silent for a moment, then added. Believe me, sir, we are watching a strange and terrible spectacle, this invasion of cholera. You can smell the disinfectant poisoning the whole air in these carriages, it means that somewhere it is lurking. You should see Toulouse now. Go there, and you can feel that he is there. And it is no mere fear of disease that distracts the townspeople. The cholera is something more than that, it is the unseen, it is one of the ancient plagues, a sort of malevolent spirit that has come back to the world. And astounds us as much as it terrifies us because it seems to belong to a lost age. The doctors make me laugh with their microbe. It is no insect that drives men to such a pitch of terror that they will jump out of the windows. It is cholera, the inexplicable and terrible being come from the recesses of the East. Walk through Toulouse and see them dancing in the streets. Why do men dance in days when death is abroad? They let off fireworks in the fields round the town, they light bonfires, orchestras play gay music on all the public promenades. Why this madness? It is because he is present, they are defying now, not the microbe, but cholera, they want to swagger past him, as they might swagger past an ambushed enemy spy. It is for him that they dance, and laugh and shout and light fires and play waltzes, for him, the angel of destruction, lurking in every place, unseen, threatening. Like one of those old evil jinns conjured up by barbaric priests. The return. The sea is fretting the shore with small recurring waves. Small white clouds pass rapidly across the wide blue sky, swept along like birds by the swift wind. And the village, in a fold of a valley which descends to the sea, lies drowsing in the sun. By the side of the road, at the very entrance to the village, stands the lonely dwelling of the Martin-l'Evêques. It is a small fisherman's cottage with clay walls and a roof of thatch made gay with tufts of blue iris. There is a square patch of front garden the size of a pocket handkerchief, containing onions, some cabbages, parsley, and chervil, and separated from the road by a hedge. The man is away fishing, and his wife is sitting in front of the house, mending the meshes of a large brown net spread upon the wall like a gigantic spider's web. A little girl of 14 is sitting near the gate in a cane chair tilted back and supported against the fence. She is mending linen, miserable stuff already well darned and patched. Another girl a year younger is rocking in her arms a tiny child still too young to walk or talk, and two mites of 2 and 3 are squatting on the ground, opposite each other, digging in the earth with clumsy fingers and throwing handfuls of dust in one another's faces. No one speaks. Only the baby that is being rocked to sleep cries incessantly in a weak, thin, small voice. A cat is asleep on the windowsill. Some faded pinks at the foot of the wall make a fine patch of white blossom, over which hovers a drowsy swarm of flies. The little girl sewing by the gate cries out abruptly, "Mother!" "What is it?" her mother answers. "He's here again." Ever since the morning they have been uneasy, for a man has been prowling round the house, an old man who looks like a beggar. They saw him as they were taking their father to his ship, to see him on board. He was sitting in the ditch opposite their gate. Then, when they came back from the seashore, they saw him still looking at the house. He looked ill and very wretched. For more than an hour he had not stirred. Then, seeing that they looked on him as a bad character, he had got up and gone off, dragging one leg behind him. But before long they had seen him return with his weary limp, and he had sat down again, a little farther off this time, as though to spy upon them. The mother and the little girls were afraid. The mother was particularly uneasy, for she was by nature timid, and her husband, Levesque, was not due back from the sea before nightfall. Her husband's name was Levesque, and hers was Martin, and the pair had been baptized Martin Levesque. This is why. Her first husband had been a sailor named Martin who went every summer to the Newfoundland cod fisheries. After 2 years of married life she had borne him a little daughter and was 6 months gone with another child, when her husband's ship, the Two Sisters, a 3-masted bark from Dieppe, disappeared. No news of it was ever heard, no member of the crew returned, and it was thought lost with all hands. For 10 years Madame Martin waited for her man, having a hard struggle to bring up the 2 children. Then, as she was a fine strong woman, a local fisherman named Levesque, a widower with 1 son, asked her to marry him. She consented, and bore him 2 other children in 3 years. Their life was hard and laborious. Bread was dear, and meat almost unknown in the household. Sometimes they were in debt to the baker, in the winter, during the stormy months. But the children grew up strong, the neighbors said. They're good folk, the Martin Levesques. She's as hard as nails, and there's no better fisherman than Levesque. The little girl sitting by the fence went on. He looks as though he knew us. Perhaps he's some beggar from Eperville or Ozabask. But the mother was sure of the truth. No, he wasn't a local man, that was certain. As he remained motionless as a log, his eyes fixed obstinately upon the cottage, Madame Martin lost her temper. Fear lending her courage, she seized a spade and went out in front of the gate. "What are you doing there?" she cried to the vagabond. "I'm taking the air," he replied in a hoarse voice. "Am I doing you any harm?" "What are you playing the spy for round my house?" she replied. "I'm doing no one any harm," he answered. "Can't I sit down by the roadside?" Not finding an answer, she went back into the house. Slowly the day dragged by. Round about midday the man disappeared. But near 5 o'clock he wandered past once more. He was not seen again that evening. Levesque came home at nightfall and was told of the affair. Some dirty rascal slinking about the place, he decided. He went to bed with no anxiety, while his wife dreamed of this tramp who had stared at her with such strange eyes. When dawn came a gale was blowing, and the sailor, seeing that he could not put out to sea, helped his wife to mend the nets. About 9 o'clock the eldest girl, one of Martin's children, who had gone out for some bread, ran in with a scared face, and cried, "He's back again, mother." Her mother felt a prick of excitement. Very pale, she said to her husband, "Go and tell him not to spy on us like this, Levesque, it's fairly getting on my nerves." Levesque was a big fisherman with a brick-red face, a thick red beard, blue eyes with gleaming black pupils, and a strong neck always well wrapped up in a woolen scarf, to protect him from the wind and rain of the open sea. He went out calmly and marched up to the tramp. And they began to talk. The mother and children watched from the distance, trembling with excitement. Suddenly the unknown man got up and accompanied Levesque towards the house. Madame Martin recoiled from him in terror. Her husband said, "Give him a bit of bread and a mug of cider. He hasn't had a bite since the day before yesterday." The 2 of them entered the cottage, followed by the woman and the children. The tramp sat down and began to eat, his head lowered before their gaze. The mother stood and stared at him. The 2 eldest daughters, Martin's children, leaned against the door, one of them holding the youngest child, and stared eagerly at him. The 2 mites sitting among the cinders in the fireplace stopped playing with the black pot, as though to join in gaping at the stranger. Levesque sat down and asked him, "Then you've come from far?" "From Set." "On foot, like that?" "Yes." "When you've no money, you must." "Where are you going?" "I was going here." "Know anyone in these parts?" "Maybe." They were silent. He ate slowly, although ravenous, and took a sip of cider between each mouthful of bread. His face was worn and wrinkled, full of hollows, and he had the air of a man who has suffered greatly. Levesque asked him abruptly, "What's your name?" He answered without raising his head, My name is Martin. A strange shudder ran through the mother. She made a step forward as though to get a closer view of the vagabond, and remained standing in front of him, her arms hanging down and her mouth open. No one spoke another word. At last Levesque said, "Are you from these parts?" "Yes, I'm from these parts." And as he at last raised his head, his eyes met the woman's and remained gazing at them. It was as though their glances were riveted together. Suddenly she said in an altered voice, low and trembling, "Is it you, husband?" "Yes, it's me," he said slowly. He did not move, but continued to munch his bread. Levesque, surprised rather than excited, stammered, "It's you, Martin?" "Yes, it's me," said the other simply. "Where have you come from?" asked the second husband. He told his story. "From the coast of Africa. We foundered on a reef. 3 of us got away, Picard, Vatinel, and me. Then we were caught by savages, who kept us 12 years. Picard and Vatinel are dead. An English traveler rescued me and brought me back to Set. And here I am." Madame Martin had begun to cry, hiding her face in her apron. "What are we to do now?" said Levesque. "Is it you that's her husband?" asked Martin. "Yes, it's me," replied Levesque. They looked at one another and were silent. Then Martin turned to the circle of children round him and, nodding towards the 2 girls, asked, "Are they mine?" "Yes, they're yours," said Levesque. He did not get up, he did not kiss them. He only said, "God, they're big." "What are we to do?" repeated Levesque. Martin, perplexed, had no idea. Finally he made up his mind. "I'll do as you wish. I don't want to wrong you. But it's annoying when I think of the house. I've 2 children, you've 3, let's each keep our own. As for the mother, is she yours, or shall I have her? I agree to whatever you like, but as for the house, that's mine, for my father left it me, I was born in it, and the lawyers got the papers about it." Madame Martin was still crying, stifling her short gasps in the blue canvas of her apron. The 2 tall girls had drawn nearer and were looking uneasily at their father. He had finished eating, and said in his turn, "What are we to do?" Levesque had an idea. "We must get the rector. He'll decide." Martin rose, and as he went towards his wife she flung herself upon his breast, sobbing, "It's you, husband. Martin, my poor Martin, it's you." She held him in her arms, suddenly stirred by a breath of the past, by an anguished rush of memories that reminded her of her youth and of her first kisses. Martin, much affected, kissed her bonnet. The 2 children by the fireplace both began to cry when they heard their mother cry, and the youngest of all, in the arms of the younger Martin daughter, howled in a shrill voice like a fife out of tune. Levesque stood up and waited. "Come on," he said. "We must get it put straight." Martin let go of his wife and, as he was looking at his 2 daughters, their mother said, "You might kiss your da." They came up together, dry-eyed, surprised, a little frightened. He kissed them one after another, on both cheeks, with a loud, smacking kiss. The baby, seeing the stranger draw near, screamed so violently that it nearly fell into convulsions. Then the 2 men went out together. As they passed the Café du Commerce, Levesque asked, "How about a little drink?" "Yes, I could do with some," declared Martin. They went in and sat down in the room, which was still empty. Levesque shouted, "Hey, there, Schicket, 2 double brandies, and the best. It's Martin, he's come back, Martin, you know, my wife's man. Martin of the 2 sisters, that was lost." The barman came up, 3 glasses in one hand and a pitcher of water in the other, a red-faced, podgy, pot-bellied man. In a calm voice he asked, "Ah. Here you are, then, are you, Martin?" Martin answered, "Yes, here I am." The tomb. On the 17th of July, 1883, at 2:30 in the morning, the caretaker of Béziers Cemetery, who lived in a little house at the end of the burying ground, was awakened by the yelping of his dog, which was locked in the kitchen. He immediately went downstairs, and saw that the animal was scenting something under the door and barking furiously, as though some tramp had been prowling about the house. Vincent, the caretaker, took up his gun and went out cautiously. His dog ran off in the direction of General Bonnet's Avenue and stopped short in front of Madame Tomoiseau's monument. The caretaker, advancing cautiously, soon noticed a dim light in the direction of Malenver's Avenue. He slipped in amongst the tombstones and witnessed a most horrible deed of desecration. A young man had disinterred the corpse of a young woman, buried the day before, and he was dragging it out of the grave. A small dark lantern, placed on a pile of earth, lit up this hideous scene. Vincent, the caretaker, pounced upon the criminal, felled him to the ground, bound his hands and took him to the police station. He was a young lawyer from the city, rich and well thought of. His name was Courbetel. He was tried. The public prosecutor recalled the monstrous deeds committed by Sergeant Bertrand, and aroused the audience. The crowd was thrilled with indignation. As soon as the magistrate sat down, the cry arose, "Put him to death! Put him to death!" The president had great difficulty in restoring silence. Then he said, in a serious tone of voice, "Accused, what have you to say in your defense?" Courbetel, who had refused counsel, arose. He was a handsome youth, large, dark, with an open countenance, strong features, and a fearless eye. The crowd began to hiss. He was not disconcerted, but commenced speaking with a slightly husky voice, a little low in the beginning, but gradually gaining in strength. "Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, I have very little to say. The woman whose tomb I violated was my mistress. I loved her. I loved her, not with a sensual love, not simply from kindness of soul and heart, but with an absolute, perfect love, with mad passion. Listen to what I have to say. When I first met her, I felt a strange sensation on seeing her. It was not astonishment, nor admiration, for it was not what is called love at first sight, but it was a delightful sensation, as though I had been plunged in a tepid bath. Her movements captivated me, her voice enchanted me, it gave me infinite pleasure to watch everything about her. It also seemed to me that I had known her for a long time, that I had seen her before. She seemed to have some of my spirit within her. She seemed to me like an answer to an appeal from my soul, to this vague and continuous appeal which forces us toward hope throughout the whole course of our lives. When I became a little better acquainted with her, the mere thought of seeing her again filled me with a deep and exquisite agitation. The touch of her hand in mine was such a joy to me that I had never imagined the like before. Her smile made my eyes shine with joy, and made me feel like running about, dancing, rolling on the ground. Then she became my mistress. She was more than that to me, she was my life itself. I hoped for nothing more on earth, I wished for nothing more, I longed for nothing more. Well, one evening, as we were taking a rather long walk by the bank of the stream, we were caught by the rain. She felt cold. The next day she had inflammation of the lungs. 8 days later she died. During those dying hours, astonishment and fear prevented me from understanding or thinking. When she was dead, I was so stunned by brutal despair that I was unable to think. I wept. During all the horrible phases of interment my wild, excessive grief was the sorrow of a man beside himself, a sort of sensual physical grief. Then when she was gone, when she was under the ground, my mind suddenly became clear. And I passed through a train of mental suffering so terrible that even the love she had given me was dear at such a price. Then I was seized with an obsession. I shall never see her again. After reflecting on that for a whole day, it maddens you. Think of it. A being is there, one whom you adore, a unique being, for in the whole wide world there is no one who resembles her. This being has given herself to you, with you she creates this mysterious union called love. Her glance seems to you vaster than space, more charming than the world, her bright glance full of tender smiles. This being loves you. When she speaks to you her voice overwhelms you with happiness. And suddenly she disappears. Think of it. She disappears not only from your sight, but from everybody's. She is dead. Do you understand what that word means? Never, never, never more, nowhere, will this being exist. Those eyes will never see again. Never will this voice, never will any voice like this, among human voices, pronounce one word in the same way that she pronounced it. There will never be another face born like hers. Never, never. The cast of statues is kept, the stamp that reproduces objects with the same outlines and the same colors is preserved. But this body and this face will never be seen again on this earth. And still there will be born thousands of beings, millions, thousands of millions, and even more, and among all these women there will never be found one like her. Can that be possible? It makes one mad to think of it. She lived 20 years, no more, and she has disappeared forever, forever, forever. She thought, she smiled, she loved me. Now there is nothing more. The flies which die in the autumn are of as much importance as we in creation. Nothing more. And I thought how her body, her fresh, warm body, so soft, so white, so beautiful, was rotting away in the depths of a box under the ground. And her soul, her mind, her love, where were they? Never to see her again. Never again. My mind was haunted by the thought of that decomposing body, which I, however, might still recognize. I set out with a shovel, a lantern and a hammer. I climbed over the cemetery wall. I found the hole where her grave was. It had not yet been entirely filled up. I uncovered the coffin, and raised one of the planks. An awful odor, the abominable breath of putrefaction, arose in my face. Oh, her bed, perfumed with iris. However, I opened the coffin and thrust in my lighted lantern, and saw her. Her face was blue, swollen, horrible. Black liquid had flowed from her mouth. She. It was she. I was seized with horror. But I put out my arm and caught her hair to pull this monstrous face towards me. It was at that moment I was arrested. All night I carried with me, as one retains the perfume of a woman after a sexual embrace, the filthy smell of this putrefaction, the odor of my beloved. Do what you like with me. A strange silence seemed to hang over the hall. People appeared to be awaiting something more. The jury withdrew to deliberate. When they returned after a few minutes, the accused did not seem to have any fears, nor even any thoughts. In the traditional formula the judge informed him that his peers had found him not guilty. He did not make a movement, but the public applauded. The confession. When Captain Hector Marie de Fontaine married Mlle Laurine d'Estel, parents and friends were of the opinion that it was a most unsuitable match. Mlle. Laurine, pretty, slender, fragile, fair and self-possessed, had at 12 the assurance of a woman of 30. She was one of those precocious little Parisians who seem to have been born with a perfect understanding of the art of life, equipped with every feminine while every intellectual audacity. And with the profound guile and subtlety of mind that make certain men and women seem fated, however they may act, to trick and deceive others. Their every action seems premeditated, their every move calculated, their every word carefully weighed, their existence is only a part that they play to an audience of their fellow creatures. She was charming too, bubbling with laughter, laughter that she could neither restrain nor moderate when she came across anything amusing or odd. She laughed in people's faces in the most impudent way in the world, but so charmingly that no one was ever offended. She was rich, immensely rich. A priest acted as intermediary to arrange her marriage with Captain de Fontaine. Educated in a seminary, in the most austere fashion, this officer had brought to the regiment the manners of the cloister, the strictest principles and an armor-plated intolerance. He was one of those men who become by an inevitable fate either saints or nihilists, over whose minds ideas exercise an absolute tyranny, whose beliefs are never shaken nor their resolutions broken. He was a tall dark youth, grave, austere, ingenuous, single-minded, curt and obstinate, one of those men who go through life with not the least understanding of its hidden meanings, its halftones and its subtleties, guessing nothing, suspecting nothing, never admitting that anyone thinks, judges, believes or acts otherwise than they do themselves. Mathilde Loisel saw him, read his character at a glance, and agreed to take him for her husband. They got on splendidly together. She was tactful, quick-witted and subtle, able to adapt herself to any role circumstances demanded of her, diligent in good works and ardent in pleasure. Assiduous in her attendance at church and theatre, urbane and correct, with a delicate suggestion of irony and a gleam that lurked in her eye when she was holding grave converse with her grave husband. She related to him the charitable enterprises she undertook with all the priests of the parish and the neighborhood. And these pious occupations provided her with an excuse for staying out from morning till night. But sometimes, in the very middle of reciting some charitable deed, she fell abruptly into a wild fit of laughter, nervous and quite irrepressible laughter. Captain de Fontaine was surprised and uneasy and a little shocked by the spectacle of his wife choking with mirth. When she was recovering her self-control he would ask, "Well, what is it, Loisel?" "It's nothing," she answered, "I just thought of an odd thing that happened to me." And she would proceed to tell him some tale or other. Well, during the summer of 1883, Captain Hector de Fontaine took part in the grand maneuvers of the 32nd Army Corps. One evening, when they were camping in the outskirts of a town, after 10 days of living under canvas and in the open country, 10 days of hard work and rough living, the captain's comrades determined to stand themselves a good dinner. At first de Fontaine refused to accompany them, then, as his refusal caused surprise, he agreed. His neighbor at table, Major Dufour, under cover of talking about military operations, the only thing in which Captain de Fontaine was passionately interested, filled his glass again and again. The day had been very warm, with a heavy, scorching, thirsty heat. And Captain de Fontaine went on drinking without thinking what he did not notice that, little by little, an unwanted gaiety was taking possession of him, a sharp heady excitement. He was glad to be alive, full of wakening desires, new appetites, vague longings. With the dessert, he was drunk. He talked, laughed, gesticulated, completely and clamorously drunk, with the mad drunkenness of your habitually quiet and abstemious man. It was proposed to finish the evening at the theatre. He accompanied his comrades. One of them recognized an actress whose lover he had been. And a supper party was arranged that included part of the feminine personnel of the company. Captain de Fontaine woke up next morning in a strange bedroom and in the arms of a little, fair-haired woman, who greeted him with, "Good morning, dearie," when she saw him opening his eyes. At first he did not realize what had happened, then, slowly, things came back to him, a little confusingly, however. Then he got up without saying a word, dressed, and emptied his purse on the mantelpiece. He was overwhelmed with shame at the vision of himself standing, in uniform, sword at his side, in this apartment room. With its shabby curtains and a stain-mottled couch of dubious aspect, he dared not go away, nor walk down the staircase where he would meet people, nor pass the concierge. And above all he dared not walk out into the street under the eyes of passers-by and neighbors. The woman continued to reiterate, "What's got you? Have you lost your tongue? You wagged it freely enough last night. You are a freak, you are." He saluted her ceremoniously, and summoning up courage to get away, he strode back to his lodging, convinced that everyone knew by his manner, his bearing and his face that he was coming from a prostitute. And he was torn by remorse, the torturing remorse of an austere and scrupulous man. He confessed and took the sacrament. But he was still sick at heart, obsessed by the remembrance of his fall and a feeling that he owed a debt, a sacred debt, to his wife. He did not see her until a month later, for she had been staying with her parents, while the grand maneuvers took place. She came to him with open arms and a smile on her lips. He received her with the embarrassed air of a guilty man, and almost refrained from speaking to her until the evening. As soon as they were alone together, she asked him, "Well, what's the matter, darling? I find you very changed." He answered awkwardly, "There's nothing the matter with me, my dear, absolutely nothing. I beg your pardon, but I know you very well, and I'm sure there's something the matter with you, some trouble or grief or annoyance or other." "Well, yes, I am troubled." "Ah. And by what?" "I can't possibly tell you about it." "Not tell me?" "Why not?" "You alarm me. I have no reason to give you." "I can't possibly tell you about it." She was sitting on a low couch and he was striding up and down the room, hands behind his back, avoiding his wife's eye. She went on. "Very well, so I must hear your confession, that's my duty, and require the truth from you, that's my right. You can no more have secrets from me than I can have them from you." He turned his back on her and stood framed in the tall window. "My dear," he said solemnly, "there are things it is better not to tell. The thing that worries me is one of them." She rose, crossed the room, took him by the arm and forced him to turn round. She put her 2 hands on his shoulders. Then, smiling, coaxing, her eyes lifted to him, she said, "Come, Marie," she called him Marie when she loved him very much, "you can't hide anything from me. I believe you've done something wicked." He murmured, "I've done something very wicked." "Oh, as bad as that?" she said gaily. "You of all people. You astonish me." "I won't tell you anything more," he answered sharply. "It's no use your insisting." But she led him to an armchair, made him sit in it, rested herself on his right knee and dropped a small swift kiss, a light-winged kiss, on the upturned end of his mustache. "If you don't tell me anything, we shall never be friends again." Torn by remorse and in an agony of grief, he murmured, "If I told you what I had done, you would never forgive me." "On the contrary, darling, I would forgive you at once." "No, it's impossible." "I promise I will." "I tell you it's impossible." "I swear I'll forgive you." "No, my dear Lorraine, you couldn't." "How childish you are, darling, not to say silly. By refusing to tell me what you've done, you leave me to believe abominable things. And I shall always be thinking about it, and I shall bear you as deep a grudge for your silence as for your unknown crime. While if you tell me about it quite frankly, I shall have forgotten it tomorrow." "Well, What?" He crimsoned to the ears, and said gravely, "I confess to you as I would confess to a priest, Lorraine." Her lips curved in the swift smile that sometimes hovered there, as she listened to him. In a half-mocking voice she said, "I am all ears." He went on. "You know, my dear, how little I ever drink. I never drink anything but water with a dash of light wine, and never liqueurs, as you know." "Yes, I know." "Well, do you know, towards the end of the grand maneuvers, I allowed myself to drink a little one evening when I was very thirsty, very exhausted, very tired, and—" "You got drunk?" "How horrid of you." "Yes, I got drunk." She had adopted an air of severity. "There now, you were quite drunk, own up, too drunk to walk, weren't you?" "No, not so drunk as that. I lost my senses, not my balance. I talked and laughed, I was mad." As he was silent, she asked, "Is that all?" "No." "Ah. And, then?" "Then. I did a very shameful thing." She looked at him, uneasy, a little troubled and moved, too. "What did you do, darling?" "We had supper with some actresses, and I don't know how it happened, I've been unfaithful to you, Lorraine." He had made his confession in a grave solemn voice. She started slightly, and her eyes gleamed with swift amusement, an overwhelming and irresistible amusement. She said. You have. A little, mirthless laugh, nervous and broken, escaped between her lips 3 times, choking her speech. She tried to recover her gravity. But each time she opened her mouth to utter a word, laughter bubbled at the bottom of her throat, leaped forth, was stifled, and broke out again and again. Like the gas of an uncorked bottle of champagne from which the froth is pouring. She pressed her hand on her lips to calm herself and to stifle this misplaced outburst of amusement in her mouth. But her laughter slipped between her fingers, came in choking gasps from her breast, escaped in spite of her. She babbled, You have deceived me. Oh. And she gazed at him with a strange expression that she could not keep from being so mocking that he was thunderstruck and stupefied. And abruptly she gave up her attempt at self-control and broke down completely. Then she began to laugh, and laughed like a woman with an attack of nerves. Little sharp broken cries came between her lips, sounding as though they came from the very depths of her breast. With both hands pressed on the pit of her stomach, she abandoned herself to long-drawn spasms of laughter that almost choked her, like the spasms of coughing in whooping cough. And every effort she made to control herself brought on a fresh attack, every word she tried to say convulsed her the more. My poor darling, oh. He stood up, leaving her sitting alone in the armchair. He had suddenly turned pale and he said. Laurine, you are worse than vulgar. In an ecstasy of amusement, she stammered. Well, what do you expect? I can't help it, you're so funny, oh. He had grown livid and he was looking at her now with a steady glance that revealed the strange thoughts stirring behind it. Suddenly he opened his mouth as if to shout something, but said nothing, turned on his heel and went out, slamming the door. Laurine, bent double, exhausted, faint, continued to laugh, in dying spasms of laughter that rose and fell like the flame of a half-extinguished blaze. The Castaway. Really, dear, I think you must be mad to go for a walk in the country in this weather. For the last 2 months you've had the oddest ideas. You drag me willy-nilly to the seaside, though you never thought of such a thing before in all the 45 years of our married life. You make a point of choosing Fécamp, a melancholy hole, and now you've got such a passion for rushing about, you who could never be induced to stir out. That you want to walk about the fields on the hottest day in the year. Tell d'Apreville to go with you, since he falls in with all your whims. As for me, I'm going in to have a rest. Madame de Cadaur turned to her old friend. Are you coming with me, d'Apreville? He bowed and smiled with old-world gallantry. Where you go, I go, he said. Very well, go and get sunstroke, said Monsieur de Cadaur, and re-entered the Hôtel de Bains to lie down on his bed for an hour or 2. As soon as they were alone, the old woman and her aged companion started off. She clasped his hand and said very softly, At last. At last. You are mad, he murmured. I assure you you're mad. Think of the risk. If that man. She started violently. Oh, Henry, don't call him that man. Well, he continued in a brusque voice, if our son has any uneasy thoughts, if he suspects us, we're caught, both of us. You've done without seeing him for 40 years. What's the matter with you now, then? They had followed the long road which leads from the sea to the town. They turned to the right to climb the hill of Étretat. The white road unwound itself before them under the blazing rain of sunlight. They walked slowly in the burning heat, taking short steps. She had taken her friend's arm and was walking straight ahead with a fixed, haunted stare. So you've never seen him again either, she said. No, never. Is it possible? My dear friend, don't let us begin this eternal discussion all over again. I have a wife and children, just as you have a husband, so that each of us has everything to fear from public opinion." She did not answer. She was thinking of her lost youth, of old, unhappy, far-off things. She had been married by her family, just as a young girl is married. She hardly knew her betrothed, a diplomat, and later she lived with him the life of any woman of fashion. Then, however, a young man, Monsieur d'Apreville, married like herself, fell passionately in love with her. And during a long absence of Monsieur de Cadaur on a political mission in India, she gave way to his desire. Could she have resisted? Could she have denied herself? Would she have had the courage, the strength, not to yield, for she loved him too? No, certainly no. It would have been too hard. She would have suffered too deeply. Life is very crafty and cruel. Can we avoid these temptations, or fly from the fate that marches upon us? How can a woman, alone, deserted, without love, without children, continue to run away from a passion surging in her? It is as though she fled from the light of the sun, to live to the end of her life in darkness. And how plainly she remembered now the little things, his kisses, his smile, the way he stopped at the door to look at her, whenever he came to her house. What happy days, her only happy days, so soon over. Then she discovered that she was with child. What agony! Oh! The long terrible journey to the south, her misery, her incessant fear, her life hidden in the lonely little cottage on the shores of the Mediterranean. In the depths of the garden she dared not go beyond. How well she remembered the long days she spent lying under an orange tree, her eyes lifted to the round flaming fruit in the green foliage. How she longed to go out, to go down to the sea, whose sweet scent came to her over the wall, whose little waves she heard upon the beach. And dreamed perpetually of its wide blue surface glittering in the sun, flecked with white sails, and rimmed by a mountain. But she dared not go through the gate. Supposing she were recognized, in this state, her altered figure crying her shame. And the days of waiting, the last few tormenting days. The fears. The threatening pains. Then the awful night. What misery she had endured. What a night it had been. How she had moaned and screamed. She could see even now the pale face of her lover, kissing her hand every minute, the doctor's smooth countenance, the nurse's white cap. And what a convulsion she had felt in her heart at the child's shrill feeble cry, the first effort of a man's voice. And the day after. The day after. The only day of her life on which she had seen and kissed her son, for never afterwards had she as much as set eyes on him. Then, after that time, the long empty life, the thought of this child floating always in the void of her mind. She had never seen him again, not once, the little being who was her flesh and blood, her son. He had been seized, carried off, and hidden. She knew only that he was being brought up by Norman peasants, that he had himself become a peasant, that he had married, with a good dowry from the father whose name he did not know. How many times, in the last 40 years, she had longed to go away to see him, to kiss him. She did not think of him as grown up. She dreamed always of that scrap of humanity she had held for one day in her arms, clasped to her tortured body. How many times she had said to her lover, "I can hold out no longer, I must see him. I am going." Always he had restrained her, held her back. She would not know how to contain herself, how to master her emotion. The man would guess, and would exploit the secret. She would be ruined. "How is he?" she said. "I don't know. I've never seen him again either. Is it possible? To have a son and not know him. To be afraid of him, to have cast him away as a disgrace." It was horrible. They were still walking up the long road, oppressed by the blazing sun, still mounting the interminable hillside. "It's like a judgment, isn't it?" she continued. "I've never had another child. I could not fight any longer my desire to see him, it's haunted me for 40 years. A man couldn't understand these things. Remember that I am very near death. And I shall not have seen him again, never again, is it possible? How can I have waited so long? I've thought of him all my life, and what a terrible existence the thought has made it. Not once have I awakened, not once, do you hear, without my first thought being for him, for my child. How is he? Oh, how guilty I feel before him. Ought one to fear the world in such a case? I should have left all and followed him, brought him up, loved him. I should have been happier then, surely. But I did not dare. I was a coward. How I have suffered. Oh, those poor abandoned creatures, how they must hate their mothers. She stopped abruptly, choked with sobs. The whole valley was deserted and silent in the overpowering blaze of sunlight. Only the crickets uttered their harsh, ceaseless croak in the thin brown grass at the roadside. Sit down for a little, he said. She let him lead her to the edge of the ditch, and sank down upon the grass, burying her face in her hands. Her white hair, falling in curls on each side of her face, became disheveled, and she wept, torn by her bitter grief. He remained standing in front of her, uneasy, not knowing what to say to her. Come, be brave, he murmured. I will be, she said, rising to her feet. She dried her eyes and walked on with the shaky steps of an old woman. A little further on the road ran under a group of trees which hid several houses. They could now hear the regular vibrant shock of a blacksmith's hammer on the anvil. Soon they saw, on the right, a cart halted before a kind of low house, and, in a shed, 2 men shoeing a horse. Monsieur d'Apreville went up to them. Pierre Benedict's farm, he asked. Take the road on the left, answered one, right by the little inn, and go straight on, it's the third after Poret's. You can't miss it. They turned to the left. She was going very slowly now, her legs flagging, her heart thudding so violently that it snatched her breath away. At every step she muttered, as though it were a prayer. My God! Oh, my God! A violent access of emotion contracted her throat, making her totter on her feet as though she had been hamstrung. Monsieur d'Apreville, nervous and rather pale, said sharply. If you can't control yourself better, you'll betray us at once. Try to master your feelings. How can I, she faltered. My child. When I think that I'm about to see my child. They followed one of those little lanes that run between one farmyard and another, shut in between a double row of beeches along the roadside. Suddenly they found themselves in front of a wooden gate shaded by a young pine tree. Here it is, he said. She stopped short and looked round. The yard, which was planted with apple trees, was large, stretching right up to the little thatched farmhouse. Facing it were the stables, the barn, the cow-house, and the chicken run. Under a slate-roofed shed stood the farm vehicles, a 2-wheeled cart, a wagon, and a gig. For calves cropped the grass, beautifully green in the shade of the trees. The black hens wandered into every corner of the enclosure. There was no sound to be heard, the door of the house was open, but no one was in view. They entered the yard. At once a black dog leapt out of an old barrel at the foot of a large pear tree and began to bark furiously. Against the wall of the house, on the way to the door, 4 beehives stood upon a plank, the straw domes in a neat line. Halting in front of the house, Monsieur d'Apreville shouted. Is anyone in? A child appeared, a little girl of about 10, dressed in a bodice and woolen petticoat, with bare and dirty legs. She looked timid and sullen, and stood still in the doorway, as though to defend the entry. What d'you want? She said. Is your father in? No. Where is he? I dunno. And your mother? She's with the cows. Will she be back soon? I dunno. The old woman cried out abruptly in a hurried voice, as though fearing to be forcibly dragged away. I won't go without seeing him. We'll wait, my dear. As they turned round, they caught sight of a peasant woman coming towards the house, carrying two heavy-looking tin pails on which the sun from time to time flashed with a brilliant white flame. She was lame in the right leg, and her chest was muffled in a rusty brown knitted garment, stained and bleached by rain and sun. She looked like some poor servant, dirty and wretched. "There's mother," said the child. When she was near her dwelling she regarded the strangers with an evil, suspicious look, then went into the house as though she had not seen them. She looked old. Her face was hollowed, yellow, hard, the wooden face of rustics. Monsieur d'Apreville called her back. "I say, we came in to ask you to sell us 2 glasses of milk." Having set down her pails, she reappeared in the doorway and muttered, "I don't sell milk. We're very thirsty. The lady is old and very tired. Can't we get something to drink?" The peasant woman stared at him with surly, uneasy eyes. At last she made up her mind. "Seeing you're here, I'll give you some all the same," she said, disappearing into the house. Then the child came out carrying 2 chairs, which she set under an apple tree, and the mother came, in her turn, with 2 foaming cups of milk that she placed in the visitors' hands. She remained standing in front of them as though to keep watch on them and guess their intentions. "You're from Fécamp?" she said. "Yes," replied Monsieur d'Apreville, "we're there for the summer." Then, after a pause, he added, "Could you sell us chickens every week?" She hesitated, then replied, "I might." "Would you be wanting young birds?" "Yes, young ones." "What do you pay for them at market?" D'Apreville, who did not know, turned to his companion. "What do you pay for chickens, dear, young ones?" "4 francs and 4 francs 50, she faltered, her eyes full of tears. The farmer's wife looked sideways at her, much surprised, and asked, "Is the poor lady ill, that she's cryin'?" He did not know what to answer, and stammered, "No. No. She lost her watch on the way, a beautiful watch, and it grieves her. If anyone picks it up, let us know." Madame Benedict thought this queer, and did not answer. Suddenly she said, "Here's himself." She alone had seen him come in, for she was facing the gate. D'Apreville started violently. Madame de Cadaur nearly fell as she turned frantically round in her chair. A man was standing 10 paces off, leading a cow at the end of a cord, bent double, breathing hard. "Damn the brute!" he muttered, taking no notice of the strangers. He passed them, going towards the cowshed, in which he disappeared. The old woman's tears were suddenly dried up. She was too bewildered for speech or thought. Her son, this was her son. D'Apreville, stabbed by the same thought, said in a troubled voice, "That is Monsieur Benedict, is it not?" "Who told you his name?" asked the farmer's wife, distrustful of them. "The blacksmith at the corner of the high road," he replied. Then all were silent, their eyes fixed on the door of the cowshed, which made a sort of black hole in the wall of the building. They could see nothing inside, but vague sounds were to be heard, movements, steps muffled in the straw strewn on the ground. He reappeared on the threshold, wiping his brow, and came back towards the house with a long slow step that jerked him up at every pace he took. Again he passed in front of the strangers without appearing to notice them, and said to his wife, "Go draw me a mug of cider, I be thirsty." Then he entered his dwelling. His wife went off to the cellar leaving the 2 Parisians by themselves. Madame de Cadaur was quite distracted. "Let us go, Henry, let us go," she faltered. D'Apreville took her arm, helped her to rise, and supporting her with all his strength, for he felt certain that she would fall, he led her away, after throwing 5 francs onto one of the chairs. As soon as they had passed through the gate, she began to sob, torn with grief, and stammering. "Oh! Oh! Is this what you've made of him?" He was very pale. "I did what I could," he answered harshly. "His farm is worth 80,000 francs. It isn't every middle-class child who has such a marriage portion." They walked slowly back, without speaking another word. She was still sobbing, the tears ran unceasing from her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. At last they stopped, and the pair reached Fécamp. Monsieur de Cadour was awaiting them for dinner. He began to laugh and cried out at sight of them. "There you are, my wife's got a sunstroke. I'm delighted at it. Upon my word, I think she's been off her head for some time past." Neither answered, and as the husband, rubbing his hands, inquired, "At all events, have you had a nice walk?" De Préval replied, "Delightful, my dear fellow, perfectly delightful." Yvette. Chapter 1. As they left the Café Riche, Jean de Servigny said to Léon Saval, "We'll walk, if you don't mind walking. It's too fine to take a cab." "It will suit me perfectly," answered his friend. "It's barely 11, continued Jean. "We shall be there long before midnight, so let us go slowly." A restless crowd swarmed on the boulevard, the crowd which on summer nights is always to be seen there, contented and merry, walking, drinking, and talking, streaming past like a river. Here and there a café flung a brilliant splash of light onto the group which sat outside, drinking at round little tables loaded with bottles and glasses, and obstructing the hurrying crowd of passers-by. And in the road the cabs, with their red, blue, and green eyes, passed swiftly across the harsh glare of the lighted front, and for an instant revealed the silhouette of the thin, trotting horse, the profile of the driver on the box, and the dark, square body of the vehicle. The urbane cabs gleamed as the light caught their yellow panels. The two friends walked slowly along, smoking their cigars. They were in evening dress, their overcoats on their arms, flowers in their buttonholes and their hats a little on one side, with the careless tilt affected by men who have dined well and find the breeze warm. Ever since their schooldays the two had been close friends, profoundly and loyally devoted to each other. Jean de Servigny, small, slim, slightly bald, and frail, very elegant, with a curled mustache, bright eyes, and thin lips, was one of those night birds who seem to have been born and bred on the boulevards. Inexhaustible, though he wore a perpetual air of fatigue, vigorous despite his pallor, one of those slender Parisians to whom gymnastics, fencing, the cold plunge, and the Turkish bath have given an artificial nervous strength. He was as well known for his conviviality as for his wit, his wealth, and his love affairs, and for that geniality, popularity, and fashionable gallantry which are the hallmark of a certain type of man. In other ways too he was a true Parisian, quick-witted, skeptical, changeable, impulsive, energetic yet irresolute, capable of anything and of nothing. An egoist on principle and a philanthropist on impulse. He kept his expenditure within his income, and amused himself without ruining his health. Cold and passionate by turns, he was continually letting himself go and pulling himself up, a prey to conflicting impulses, and yielding to all of them, following his instinct like any hardened pleasure-seeker whose weathercock logic bids him follow every wind and profit from any train of events, without taking the trouble to set a single one of them in motion. His companion, Léon Saval, rich also, was one of those superb giants who compel women to turn round and stare after them in the street. He had the air of a statue come to life, of a racial type. He was like one of those models which are sent to exhibitions. Too handsome, too tall, too broad, too strong, all his faults were those of excess. He had broken innumerable hearts. As they reached the vaudeville, he inquired, "Have you let this lady know that you're bringing me?" Servigny laughed. "Let the Marquise Aubardy know." "Do you let a bus driver know in advance that you're going to get onto his bus at the corner of the boulevard?" "Well, then, exactly who is she?" asked Saval, slightly perplexed. "A parvenu," replied his friend, "a colossal fraud, a charming jade, sprung from Lord knows where, who appeared one day, Lord knows how, in the world of adventurers, in which she is well able to make herself prominent. Anyhow, what does it matter? They say her real name, her maiden name, for she has remained a maiden in every sense but the true one, is Octavie Bardon, Wenso Bardi. Retaining the first letter of the Christian name and dropping the last letter of the surname. She's an attractive woman, too, and with your physique you're certain to become her lover. You can't introduce Hercules to Messalina without something coming of it. I ought to add, by the way, that though admission to the place is as free as to a shop, you are not obliged to buy what is on sale. Love and cards are the stock in trade, but no one will force you to purchase either. The way out is as accessible as the way in. It is 3 years now since she took a house in the Quartier de l'Etoile, a rather shady district, and opened it to all the scum of the continent, which comes to Paris to display its most diverse, dangerous, and vicious accomplishments. I went to the house. How? I don't remember. I went, as we all go, because there's gambling, because the women are approachable and the men scoundrels. I like this crowd of decorated buccaneers, all foreign, all noble, all titled, all, except the spies, unknown to their ambassadors. They all talk of their honor on the slightest provocation, trot out their ancestors on no provocation at all, and present you with their life histories on any provocation. They are braggarts, liars, thieves, as dangerous as their cards, as false as their names, brave because they must be, like footpads who cannot rob their victims without risking their necks. In a word, the aristocracy of the galleys. I adore them. They're interesting to study, interesting to meet, amusing to listen to, often witty, never commonplace like the dregs of French officialdom. Their wives too are always pretty, with a little flavor of foreign rascality, and the mystery of their past lives, half of which were probably spent in a penitentiary. Most often they have glorious eyes and wonderful hair, the real professional physique, a grace which intoxicates, a seductive charm that drives men mad, a vicious but wholly irresistible fascination. They're the real old highway robbers, female birds of prey. And I adore them too. The Marquise O'Barty is a perfect type of these elegant jades. A little overripe, but still beautiful, seductive, and feline, she's vicious to the marrow. There's plenty of fun in her house, gambling, dancing, supper, all the distractions of the world, the flesh, and the devil, in fact. Have you been, or are you, her lover? Asked Léon Saval. Servigny answered. I haven't been, am not, and never shall be. It's the daughter I go there for. Oh, there's a daughter, then, is there? There is indeed. She's a marvel. At present she's the principal attraction. A tall, glorious creature, just the right age, 18, as fair as her mother is dark, always merry, always ready for fun, always laughing at the top of her voice. And dancing like a thing possessed. Who's to have her? Who has had her? No one knows. There are 10 of us waiting and hoping. A girl like that in the hands of a woman like the Marquise is a fortune. And they don't show their hands, the rogues. No one can make it out. Perhaps they're waiting for a catch, a better one than I am. Well, I can assure you that if the chance comes my way I'll take it. This girl, Yvette, absolutely nonpluses me. She's a mystery. If she isn't the most finished monster of perverse ingenuity that I've ever seen, she's certainly the most extraordinary scrap of innocent girlhood to be found anywhere. She lives there among that disgraceful crew with easy and triumphant serenity, exquisitely wicked or exquisitely simple. She's an extraordinary girl to be the daughter of an adventuress, sprung up in that hotbed, like a beautiful plant nourished on manure, or she may be the daughter of some man of high rank. A great artist or a great nobleman, a prince or a king who found himself one night in her mother's bed. No one can understand just what she is, or what she thinks about. But you will see her. Saval shouted with laughter. You're in love with her, he said. No, I am one of the competitors, which is not the same thing. By the way, I'll introduce you to my most serious rivals. But I have a real chance. I have a good start, and she regards me with favor. You're in love, repeated Saval. No, I'm not. She disturbs me, allures me and makes me uneasy, at once attracts me and frightens me. I distrust her as I would a trap, yet I long for her with the longing of a thirsty man for a cool drink. I feel her charm, and draw near it as nervously as if I were in the same room with a man suspected of being a clever thief. In her presence I feel an almost absurd inclination to believe in the possibility of her innocence, and a very reasonable distrust of her equally possible cunning. I feel that I am in contact with an abnormal being, a creature outside the laws of nature, delicious or detestable, I don't know. For the third time Saval declared. You're in love, I tell you. You speak of her with the fervor of a poet and the lyricism of a troubadour. Come now, have it out with yourself, search your heart and admit it. Well, it may be so, after all. At least she's always in my mind. Yes, perhaps I am in love. I think of her too much. I think of her when I'm falling asleep and when I wake up, that's fairly serious. Her image haunts me, pursues me, is with me the whole time, in front of me, round me, in me. Is it love, this physical obsession? Her face is so sharply graven in my mind that I see it the moment I shut my eyes. I don't deny that my pulses race whenever I see her. I love her, then, but in an odd fashion. I long for her passionately, yet the idea of making her my wife would seem to me a monstrous absurd folly. I am also a little afraid of her, like a bird swooped upon by a hawk. And I'm jealous of her too, jealous of all that is hidden from me in her incomprehensible heart. I'm always asking myself, is she a delightful little gutter snipe or a thoroughly bad lot? She says things that would make a trooper blush, but so do parrots. Sometimes she's so brazenly indecent that I'm inclined to believe in her absolute purity, and sometimes her artlessness is so much too good to be true that I wonder if she ever was chaste. She provokes me and excites me like a harlot, and guards herself at the same time as though she were a virgin. She appears to love me, and laughs at me. In public she almost proclaims herself my mistress, and when we're alone together she treats me as though I were her brother or her footman. Sometimes I imagine that she has as many lovers as her mother. Sometimes I think that she knows nothing about life, absolutely nothing. And she has a passion for reading novels. At present, while waiting for a more amusing position, I am her bookseller. She calls me her librarian. Every week the Librairie Nouvelle sends her, from me, everything that has appeared. I believe she reads through the whole lot. It must make a strange salad in her head. This literary taste may account for some of her queer ways. When you see life through a maze of 15,000 novels, you must get a queer impression of things and see them from an odd angle. As for me, I wait. It is certainly true that I have never felt towards any woman as I feel towards her. It's equally certain that I shall never marry her. If she has had lovers, I shall make one more. If she has not, I shall be the first to take my seat in the train. It's all very simple. She can't possibly marry, ever. Who would marry the daughter of the Marquise Obardi, Octavie Bardin? Clearly no one, for any number of reasons. Where could she find a husband? In society? Never. The mother's house is a public resort, and the daughter attracts the clients. One can't marry into a family like that. In the middle classes, then? Even less. Besides, the Marquise has a good head on her shoulders. She'd never give Yvette to anyone but a man of rank, and she'll never find him. In the lower classes, perhaps? Still less possible. There's no way out of it, then. The girl belongs neither to society nor to the middle class, nor to the lower classes, nor would marriage jockey her into any one of them. She belongs, by her parentage, her birth, her upbringing, heredity, manners, habits, to the world of gilded prostitution. She can't escape unless she becomes a nun, which is very unlikely, seeing that her manners and tastes are already what they are. So she has only one possible profession, love. That's where she'll go, if she has not already gone. She can't escape her destiny. From being a young girl, she'll become just a woman. And I should very much like to be the man who brings about the transformation. I am waiting. There are any number of lovers. You'll come across a Frenchman, Monsieur de Boulogne, a Russian who calls himself Prince Cravallo, and an Italian, Chevalier Valrioli. These have all definitely entered themselves for the race, and are already training. There are also a number of camp followers of less account. The Marquise is on the lookout. But I fancy she has her eye on me. She knows I'm very rich and she knows less about the others. Her house is the most extraordinary place of the kind that I have ever seen. You meet some very decent fellows there, we're going ourselves and we shall not be the only ones. As for the women, she has come across, or rather picked out, the choicest fruit on the professional stall. Lord knows where she found them. And she was magnificently inspired to make a point of taking those who had children of their own, daughters for choice. The result is that a greenhorn might think the house was full of honest women. They had reached the avenue of the Champs-Élysées. A faint breeze whispered among the leaves, and was now and again wafted against their faces, like the soft breath of a giant fan swinging somewhere in the sky. Mute shadows drifted under the trees, others were visible as dark blots on the benches. And all these shadows spoke in very low tones, as though confiding important or shameful secrets. You cannot imagine, went on Servigny, what a collection of fancy titles you come across in this rabbit warren. By the way, I hope you know I'm going to introduce you as Count Saval. Saval by itself would not be at all popular, I assure you. No, damn it, certainly not, cried his friend. I'm hanged if anyone is going to think me fool enough to scrape up a comic opera title even for one night only, and for that crowd. With your leave, we'll cut that out. Servigny laughed. You old idiot. Why, I've been christened the Duc de Servigny. I don't know how or why it was done. I have just always been the Duc de Servigny, I never made trouble about it. It's no discomfort. Why, without it I should be utterly looked down on. But Saval was not to be persuaded. You're a nobleman, you can carry it off. As for me, I shall remain, for better or worse, the only commoner in the place. That will be my mark of distinctive superiority. But Servigny was obstinate. I tell you it can't be done, absolutely cannot be done. It would be positively indecent. You would be like a rag-and-bone man at an assemblage of emperors. Leave it to me. I'll introduce you as the Viceroy of Upper Mississippi, and no one will be surprised. If you're going to go in for titles, you might as well do it with an air. No. Once more, I tell you I won't have it. Very well, then. I was a fool really to try persuading you, for I defy you to get in without someone decorating you with a title. It's like those shops a lady can't pass without being given a bunch of violets at the doorstep. They turned to the right down the Rue de Berry, climbed to the first floor of a fine modern mansion, and left their coats and sticks in the hands of four flunkies in knee breeches. The air was heavy with the warm festive odor of flowers, scent, and women, and a ceaseless murmur of voices, loud and confused, came from the crowded rooms beyond. A tall, upright, solemn, pot-bellied man, in some sort master of the ceremonies, his face framed in white whiskers, approached the newcomers and, making a short, stiff bow, asked, "What name?" "Please." "Monsieur Saval," replied Servigny. Whereupon the man flung open the door and in a loud voice announced to the crowd of guests, "Monsieur le Duc de Servigny. Monsieur le Baron Saval." The first room was full of women. The eye was filled at once by a vast vision of bare bosoms lifting from billows of white lace. The lady of the house stood talking to three friends. She turned and came forward with stately steps, grace in her bearing and a smile upon her lips. Her low, narrow forehead was entirely hidden by masses of black, gleaming hair, thick and fleecy, encroaching even on her temples. She was tall, a little too massive, a little too fat, a little overripe, but very handsome, with a warm, heady, and powerful beauty. Her crown of hair, with the large black eyes beneath it, provoked entrancing dreams and made her subtly desirable. Her nose was rather thin, her mouth large and infinitely alluring, made for speech and conquest. But her liveliest charm lay in her voice. It sprang from her mouth like water from a spring, so easily, so lightly, so well-pitched, so clear, that listening to it was sheer physical joy. It thrilled the ear to hear the smooth words pour forth with the sparkling grace of a brook bubbling from the ground, and fascinated the eye to watch the lovely two red lips part to give them passage. She held out her hand to Servigny, who kissed it, and, dropping the fan that hung from a thin chain of wrought gold, she gave her other hand to Saval, saying, "You are welcome, Baron. My house is always open to any friend of the Duke's." Then she fixed her brilliant eyes on the giant to whom she was being introduced. On her upper lip was a faint smudge of black down, the merest shadow of a mustache, more plainly visible when she spoke. Her scent was delicious, strong and intoxicating, some American or Indian perfume. But other guests were arriving, marquises, counts, or princes. She turned to Servigny and said, with the graciousness of a mother, "You will find my daughter in the other room. Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen. The house is yours." She left them in order to greet the new arrivals, giving Saval that fugitive smiling glance with which women let men know that they have found favor. Servigny took his friend's arm. "I'll be your pilot," he said. "Here, where we are at present, are the women. This is the temple of the flesh, fresh or otherwise. Bargains as good as new, or better. Very superior articles at greatly reduced rates. On the left is the gambling. That is the temple of money. You know all about that. At the far end, dancing, that is the temple of innocence. There are displayed the offspring, if we may believe it, of the ladies in here. Even lawful unions would be smiled on. There is the future, the hope, of our knights. And there, too, are the strangest exhibits in this museum of diseased morals, the young girls whose souls are double-jointed, like the limbs of little clowns who had acrobats for parents. Let us go and see them." He bowed to right and left, a debonair figure, scattering pretty speeches and running his rapid, expert glance over every pair of bare shoulders whose possessor he recognized. At the far end of the second room an orchestra was playing a waltz. They stopped at the door and watched. Some 15 couples were dancing, the men gravely, their partners with fixed smiles on their lips. Like their mothers, they showed a great deal of bare skin. Since the bodices of some were supported only by a narrow ribbon round the upper part of the arm, there were occasional glimpses of a dark shadow under the armpits. Suddenly a tall girl started up and crossed the room, pushing the dancers aside, her absurdly long train gathered in her left hand. She ran with the short quick steps affected by women in a crowd, and cried out, "Ah, there's Muscade. How are you, Muscade?" Her face was glowing with life, and radiant with happiness. She had the white, golden gleaming skin which goes with auburn hair. Her forehead was loaded with the sheaf of flaming, gleaming tresses that burdened her still slender neck. She seemed made for motion as her mother was for speech, so natural, gracious, and simple were her movements. A sense of spiritual delight and physical contentment sprang from the mere sight of her as she walked, moved, bent her head or raised her arm. "Ah, Muscade," she repeated. "How are you, Muscade?" Servigny shook her hand vigorously, as though she were a man, and said, "This is my friend, Baron Saval, Mademoiselle Yvette." She greeted the newcomer, then stared at him. "How do you do? Are you always as tall as this?" "Oh, no, mademoiselle," answered Servigny, in the mocking tone he used to conceal his uneasiness in her presence. "He has put on his largest size today to please your mother, who likes quantity." "Oh, very well, then," replied the girl in a serio-comic voice. "But when you come for my sake, please be a little smaller. I like the happy medium. Muscade here is about my size, and she offered him her little hand. "Are you going to dance, Muscade?" she asked. "Let's dance this waltz." Servigny made no answer, but with a sudden swift movement put his arm round her waist, and away they went like a whirlwind. They danced faster than any, turning and twirling with wild abandon, so tightly clasped that they looked like one. Their bodies held upright and their legs almost motionless. It was as though they were spun round by an invisible machine hidden under their feet. They seemed unwearying. One by one the other couples dropped out till they were left alone, waltzing on and on. They looked as though they no longer knew where they were or what they were doing, as though they were far away from the ballroom, in ecstasy. The band played steadily on, their eyes fixed on this bewitched pair. Everyone was watching, and there was a burst of applause when at last they stopped. She was rather flushed. Her eyes were no longer frank, but strangely troubled, burning yet timid, unnaturally blue, with pupils unnaturally black. Servigny was drunk with giddiness, and leaned against a door to recover his balance. "You have a poor head, Muscade," she said. "You don't stand it as well as I do." He smiled his nervous smile and looked at her with hungry eyes, a savage lust in his eyes and the curve of his lips. She continued to stand in front of the young man, her throat heaving as she regained her breath. "Sometimes," she continued, "you look just like a cat about to make a spring. Give me your arm, and let us go and find your friend." Without speaking he offered her his arm, and they crossed the large room. Saval was alone no longer. The Marquise O'Barty had joined him, and was talking of trivial things, bewitching him with her maddening voice. Gazing intently at him, she seemed to utter words very different from those on her lips, words that came from the secret places of her heart. At the sight of Servigny she smiled and, turning to him, said, "Have you heard, my dear Duc, that I've just taken a villa at Bougival for a couple of months? Of course you'll come and see me. You'll bring your friend, won't you? I'm going down there on Monday, so will you both come and dine there next Saturday, and stay over the weekend?" Servigny turned sharply to Yvette. She was smiling a serene, tranquil smile, and with an air of bland assurance said, "Of course Muscade will come to dinner on Saturday, there's no need to ask him. We shall have all kinds of fun in the country." He fancied that he saw a vague promise in her smile, and an unwanted decision in her voice. The Marquise thereupon raised her great black eyes to Saval's face, and said, "And you also, Baron?" There was nothing equivocal about her smile. He bowed. "I shall be only too pleased. We'll scandalize the neighborhood, won't we, Muscade?" "And drive my admirers wild with rage," murmured Yvette, glancing, with a malice that was either candid or assured, towards the group of men who watched them from the other side of the room. "To your heart's content, Mamselle," replied Servigny, by way of emphasizing the intimate nature of his friendship with her. He never called her Mademoiselle. "Why does Mademoiselle Yvette always call my friend Servigny Muscade?" asked Saval. The girl assumed an air of innocence. "He's like the little pea that the conjurers call Muscade. You think you have your finger on it, but you never have. Quaint children, aren't they?" The Marquise said carelessly, obviously thinking of far other things, and not for an instant lowering her eyes from Saval's face. "I'm not quaint, I'm frank," said Yvette angrily. "I like Muscade, and he's always leaving me, it's so annoying." Servigny made her a low bow. "I'll never leave you again, Mamselle, day or night." She made a gesture of alarm. "Oh, no, that would never do. In the daytime, by all means, but at night you'd be in the way." "Why?" he asked imprudently. With calm audacity she replied. "Because you couldn't possibly look so nice with your clothes off." "What a dreadful thing to say," exclaimed the Marquise, without appearing in the least excited. "You can't possibly be so innocent as all that." "I entirely agree with you," added Servigny in a jesting tone. Yvette looked rather hurt, and said haughtily, "You have just been guilty of blatant vulgarity, you have permitted yourself far too much of that sort of thing lately. She turned her back on him, and shouted. Chevalier, come and defend me, I have just been insulted. A thin, dark man came slowly towards them. Which is the culprit? He asked, forcing a smile. She nodded toward Servigny. That's the man, but all the same I like him better than all of you put together, he's not so boring. The Chevalier Valreoli bowed. We do what we can. Perhaps we are not so brilliant, but we are at least as devoted. A tall, stout man with grey whiskers and a deep voice was just leaving. Your servant, Mademoiselle Yvette, he said as he passed. Ah, it's Monsieur de Belvine, she exclaimed, and turning to Saval, she introduced him. Another candidate for my favor, tall, fat, rich, and stupid. That's how I like them. He's a real field marshal, one of those who hold the door open at restaurants. But you're taller than he is. Now what am I going to christen you? I know. I shall call you Rhodes Jr., after the Colossus who must have been your father. But you two must have really interesting things to discuss, far above our heads, so good night to you. She ran across to the orchestra, and asked them to play a quadrille. Madame O'Barty's attention seemed to be wandering. You're always teasing her, she said softly. You're spoiling the child's disposition and teaching her a number of bad habits. Then you haven't finished her education, he replied. She seemed not to understand, and continued to smile benevolently. But observing the approach of a solemn gentleman whose breast was covered with orders, she ran up to him. Ah, Prince, how delightful! Servigny took Saval's arm once more and led him away, saying. There's my last serious rival, Prince Cravello. Isn't she a glorious creature? They're both glorious, replied Saval. The mother's quite good enough for me. Servigny bowed. She's yours for the asking, my dear. The dancers elbowed them as they took their places for the quadrille, couple by couple, in two lines facing one another. Now let's go and watch the Greeks for a bit, said Servigny. They entered the gambling room. Round each table a circle of men stood watching. There was very little conversation. Sometimes a little chink of gold, thrown down on the cloth or hastily mixed up, mingled its faint metallic murmur with the murmur of the players. As though the voice of gold were making itself heard amid the human voices. The men were decorated with various orders and strange ribbons, and their diverse features all wore the same severe expression. They were more easily distinguished by their beards. The stiff American with his horseshoe beard, the haughty Englishman with a hairy fan spread over his chest, the Spaniard with a black fleece reaching right up to his eyes. The Roman with the immense mustache bequeathed to Italy by Victor Emmanuel, the Austrian with his whiskers and clean-shaven chin. A Russian general whose lip was armed with two spears of twisted hair, Frenchmen with gay mustaches, they displayed the imaginative genius of every barber in the world. Aren't you going to play? Asked Servigny. No, what about you? I never play here. Would you like to go now? We'll come back one day when it's quieter. There are too many people here today. There's nothing to be done. Yes, let us go. They disappeared through a doorway which led into the hall. As soon as they were out in the street, Servigny asked. Well, what do you think of it all? It's certainly interesting. But I like the women better than the men. Good Lord, yes. Those women are the best hunting in the country. Don't you agree with me that love exhales from them like the perfumes from a barber's shop? These are positively the only houses where one can really get one's money's worth. And what expert lovers they are. What artists. Have you ever eaten cakes made by a baker? They look so good, and they have no flavor at all. Well, the love of an ordinary woman always reminds me of baker's pastry, whereas the love you get from women like the Marquise O'Barty, that really is love. Oh, they can make cakes all right, can these confectioners. You have to pay them twopence halfpenny for what you would get anywhere else for a penny, that's the only thing. Who is the man running the place at present? Asked Saval. Servigny shrugged his shoulders to express utter ignorance. I have no idea, he said. The last I knew certainly was an English peer, but he left 3 months ago. At the moment she must be living on the community, on the gambling and the gamblers, very likely, for she has her whims. But it's an understood thing, isn't it, that we are dining with her at Bougival on Saturday? There's more freedom in the country, and I shall end by finding out what notions Yvette has in her head. I ask for nothing better, replied Saval. I'm not doing anything that day. As they returned down the Champs-Élysées, under the embattled stars, they passed a couple lying on a bench, and Servigny murmured. How ridiculous, yet how utterly indispensable. Is this business of love? A commonplace, and an ecstasy, always the same and always different. And the clown who is paying that girl a franc is only seeking the very thing I buy for 10,000 from some Obardi who is perhaps no younger or more fascinating than that drab. What folly! He was silent for some minutes, then said. All the same, it wouldn't be a poor thing to be Yvette's first lover. For that I'd give. He did not make up his mind what he would give. And Saval bade him good night at the corner of the Rue Royale. Chapter 2. The table had been laid on the veranda that overlooked the river. Villa Printemps, the house that the Marquise Obardi had taken, stood halfway up the hillside, at the very point where just below the garden wall the Seine made a turn towards Marly. Opposite the house the island of Croissy formed a background of tall trees, a mass of leafage. A long reach of the broad river was clearly visible as far as the floating café, La Grenouillerie, half hidden in the branches. Night was coming down, calm and still, after a flaming riverside sunset, one of those tranquil evenings that bring with them a vague sense of happiness. Not a breath or air stirred the branches, no gust of wind disturbed the smooth translucent surface of the Seine. The air was warm, but not too hot, it was good to be alive. The grateful coolness of the riverbanks rose to the quiet sky. The sun was disappearing behind the trees, wheeling towards other lands. The serene calm of the sleeping earth soothed their senses. Under the vast quiet dome of the sky they felt the effortless surge of the universal life. The scene enchanted them when they came out of the drawing room and sat down at the dinner table. A tender gaiety filled their hearts, they all felt it very good to be dining out there in the country with that broad river and glorious sunset for scenery, and breathing that sweet pure air. The Marquise had taken Saval's arm, Yvette Servigny's. These four made up the little party. The two women were not in the least like their Parisian selves. Yvette was the more altered of the two. She spoke very little, and seemed tired and grave. Saval hardly recognized her, and asked. What's the matter with you, mademoiselle? I find you very changed since last week. You have become quite a reasonable being. It's the effect of the country, she answered. I am not the same there, I feel quite strange. And besides, I never am the same 2 days together. Today I behave like a lunatic, tomorrow I'll be like a funeral oration, I change like the weather, I don't know why. I'm capable of absolutely anything, at the right time. There are days when I could kill people, not animals. I could never kill animals, but people, certainly, and then there are days when I cry for just nothing. 100 different ideas rush through my head. It depends, too, on my feeling when I get up in the morning. Every morning when I wake up I know just what I shall be like all day. Perhaps our dreams decide that sort of thing. Partly it depends on the book I have just been reading. She was dressed in white flannel. The soft delicate folds of material covered her from head to foot. The bodice was loose, with big pleats, and suggested, without too rigidly defining, the firm sweeping contour of her already well-formed bosom. Her slender neck rose from fold upon fold of frothy lace, drooping languidly, its warm gleaming flesh even whiter than her dress and weighed down with its heavy burden of golden hair. For a long minute Servigny gazed at her, then said. You are adorable tonight, mamselle, I wish I could always see you like that. Don't propose to me, Muscade, she said, with a touch of her wonted archness. On a day like this I should take you at your word, and that might cost you dear. The marquise looked happy, very happy. She was dressed severely in black, the fine folds of the gown set off the superb, massive lines of her figure. There was a touch of red in the bodice, a spray of red carnations fell from her waist and was caught up at her side, a red rose was fastened in her dark hair. There was a flame in her tonight, in her whole being, in the simple dress with the blood-red blossoms, in the glance that lingered on her neighbor, in her slow voice, in her rare movements. Saval too was grave and preoccupied. From time to time, with a gesture familiar to him, he stroked his brown Van Dyke beard, and seemed sunk in thought. For some moments no one spoke. There is sometimes a saving grace in silence, said Servigny at last, as the trout was being handed. Neighbors are often closer to one another when silent than when speaking. Isn't that so, Marquise? She turned slightly towards him and replied. Yes, it's true. It is so sweet for both of us to think of the same delightful thing. She turned her burning gaze on Saval. For some moments they remained looking into one another's eyes. There was a slight, an almost imperceptible movement under the table. Mademoiselle Yvette, continued Servigny, you'll make me think you're in love if you continue to behave so beautifully. Now with whom can you be in love? Let's think it out together. I leave the vulgar herd of sighing swains on one side, and go straight for the principals. How about Prince Cravelot? At this name Yvette was roused. My poor dear Muscade, what are you thinking about? The prince looks like a Russian in the waxworks who would win medals at a hairdressing competition. Very well. The prince is out of it. Perhaps you have chosen the Vicomte Pierre de Belvine? This time she broke into a fit of laughter and asked. Can you see me hanging round Raisin's neck? She called him Raisin, Malvoisie, or Argenteuil according to the day of the week. For she nicknamed everyone, and whispering in his ear, my dear little Pierre, or my divine Pedro, my adored Pietri, my darling Pierrot. Give your dear fat poodle head to your darling little wifey because she wants to kiss it? Away with number 2, then, said Servigny. We are left with the Chevalier Valreoli, whom the Marquise seems to favor. Yvette was as much amused as before. What, old Lachrymose? Why, he's a professional mourner at the Madeleine, he follows all the high-class funerals. Whenever he looks at me I feel as though I were already dead. That's 3. Then you've fallen hopelessly in love with Baron Saval, here present. With Rhodes Jr.? No, he's too strong. It would feel like being in love with the Arc de Triomphe de l'Étoile. Well, then, Mamselle, it is plain that you're in love with me, for I'm the only one of your worshippers that we haven't already dealt with. I had kept myself to the end, out of modesty and prudence. It only remains for me to thank you. You, Muscade, she replied with charming gaiety. Oh, no, I like you very much, but I don't love you. Wait, I don't want to discourage you. I don't love you yet. You have a chance, perhaps. Persevere, Muscade, be devoted, ardent, obedient, take plenty of trouble and all possible precautions, obey my lightest whims. Be prepared to do anything I may choose, and we'll see, later. But, Mamselle, I'd rather do all this for you after than before, if you don't mind. After what? Muscade, she asked him with the ingenuous air of a soubrette. Why, deuce take it, after you've shown me that you love me. Well, behave as though I did, and believe it if you want to. But, I must say. Be quiet, Muscade. That's enough about it for this time. He made her a military salute and held his tongue. The sun had gone down behind the island, but the sky still glowed like a brazier, and the quiet water of the river was as though changed to blood. The sunset spilled a burning light over houses, people, everything. The scarlet rose in the marquise's hair was like a drop of crimson fallen upon her head from the clouds. Yvette was looking the other way. Her mother laid her hand on Saval's, as though by accident. But the young girl turned, and the marquise quickly snatched away her hand and fumbled at the folds of her bodice. Servigny, who was watching them, said, "If you like, Mamselle, we'll go for a walk on the island after dinner." She was delighted with the idea. "Oh, yes, that will be lovely. We'll go by ourselves, won't we, Muscade?" "Yes, all by ourselves, Mamselle." Once more they were silent. The calm of the wide landscape, the restful slumber of eventide weighed on their hearts, their bodies, their voices. There are rare, quiet hours wherein speech is almost impossible. The servants made no noise. The flaming sky burnt low, slowly night folded the earth in shadow. "Do you propose to stay here long?" asked Saval. "Yes," replied the marquise, dwelling upon each word, "for just as long as I'm happy here." As it was now too dark to see, lamps were brought. They flung across the table a strange pale light in the hollow darkness. A rain of little flies began falling upon the cloth. They were tiny midges, burnt as they flew over the glass chimneys of the lamps, their wings and legs singed. They powdered the table linen, the plates, and the glasses with a grey, creeping dust. The diners swallowed them in their wine, ate them in the sauces, watched them crawling over the bread. Their faces and hands were perpetually tickled by a flying swarm of innumerable tiny insects. The wine had constantly to be thrown away, the plates covered. They took infinite precautions to protect the food they were eating. Yvette was amused at the game. Servigny carefully sheltered whatever she was raising to her lips, guarded the wineglass and held his napkin spread out over her head like a roof. But it was too much for the fastidious nerves of the marquise, and the meal was hastily brought to an end. "Now let's go to the island," said Yvette, who had not forgotten Servigny's suggestion. "Don't stay long, will you?" advised her mother languidly. "We'll come with you as far as the ferry." They went off along the towpath, still two and two, the young girl in front with her friend. They could hear the marquise and Saval behind them talking very fast in very low voices. All round them was black, with a thick, inky blackness. But the sky, swarming with seeds of fire, seemed to spill them out on the river, for the dark water was richly patined with stars. By this time the frogs were croaking. All along the banks their rolling, monotonous notes creaked out. The soft voices of innumerable nightingales rose in the still air. Yvette remarked abruptly, "Hullo! They are no longer following us. Where are they?" And she called, "Mother." There was no answer. "They can't be far away," continued the young girl. "I heard them a moment ago." "They must have gone back," murmured Servigny. "Perhaps your mother was cold." He led her on. A light shone in front of them. It was the inn of Martinet, a fisherman who also ran a tavern. At their call a man came out of the house, and they boarded a large boat moored in the grasses on the bank. The ferryman took up his oars, and the heavy boat advanced, waking the stars slumbering on the water and rousing them to a frenzied dancing that died slowly down in their wake. They touched the other bank and stepped off under the tall trees. The coolness of the moist earth floated up under the high thick branches that seemed to bear as many nightingales as leaves. A distant piano began to play a popular waltz. Servigny had taken Yvette's arm. Very softly he slipped his hand behind her waist and pressed it gently. "What are you thinking of?" he asked. Nothing, I'm so happy." "Then you don't care for me?" "Yes, I do, Muscade. I care for you a great deal, only don't talk about it now. It's too beautiful here to listen to your nonsense." He clasped her to him, though she strove, with little struggles, to free herself. Through the flannel, so soft and fleecy to the touch, he could feel the warmth of her body. "Yvette," he stammered. "Yes, what is it?" "It's I who care for you." "You don't mean that, Muscade." "Yes, I do, I've cared for you for a very long time." She was still struggling to get away, striving to free her arm caught between their two bodies. They walked with difficulty, hampered by this link and by her struggles, zigzagging like a couple of drunkards. He did not know what to say to her now, well aware that it is impossible to use to a young girl the words one would use to a grown woman. He was worried, wondering what he could do, wondering if she consented or did not understand, at his wit's end for words that would be at once tender, discreet, and unmistakable. Every second he repeated, "Yvette. Speak to me, Yvette." Suddenly he pressed an audacious kiss on her cheek. She made a little movement of withdrawal, and said in a vexed tone, "Oh! How absurd you are! Will you leave me alone?" Her voice revealed nothing of her thoughts and wishes. He saw that she was not too angry, and he stooped his lips to the nape of her neck, on the first few downy golden hairs, the adorable spot he had coveted so long. Then she struggled with all her might to get free. But he held her firmly, and placing his other hand on her shoulder, forced her head round towards him, and took from her mouth a long, maddening kiss. She slipped between his arms with a quick twist of her whole body, stooped swiftly, and having thus dexterously escaped from his embrace, vanished in the darkness with a sharp rustling of petticoats like the whirring noise of a pheasant rising. At first he remained motionless, stunned by her quickness and by her disappearance. Then, hearing no further sound, he called in a low voice, "Yvette." There was no answer. He began to walk on, ransacking the darkness with his eyes, searching in the bushes for the white patch that must be made by her dress. All was dark. He called again more loudly, "Mademoiselle Yvette." The nightingales were silent. He hurried on, vaguely uneasy, calling ever louder and louder, "Mademoiselle Yvette. Mademoiselle Yvette." Nothing. He stopped, listened. The whole island was silent. There was barely a rustle in the leaves overhead. The frogs alone kept up their sonorous croaking on the banks. He wandered from copse to copse, descending first to the steep wooded slope of the swift main stream, then returning to the bare flat bank of the backwater. He went right up until he was opposite Bougival, then came back to the Café La Grenouillerie, hunting through all the thickets, constantly crying, "Mademoiselle Yvette, where are you? Answer. It is only a joke. Answer me, answer me. Don't make me hunt like this." A distant clock began to strike. He counted the strokes. It was midnight. For 2 hours he had been running round the island. He thought that she had probably gone home, and, very uneasy, went back, going round by the bridge. A servant, asleep in an armchair, was waiting in the hall. Servigny woke him and asked, "Is it long since Mademoiselle Yvette came in? I left her out in the country, as I had to pay a call." "Oh, yes, your grace," the fellow replied, "Mademoiselle came in before 10. He walked up to his room and went to bed. But he lay with his eyes open, unable to sleep. That snatched kiss had disturbed her. What did she want? He wondered. What did she think? What did she know? How pretty she was, and how she had maddened him. His desire, dulled by the life he had led, by all the women he had known, was reawakened by this strange child, so fresh, provoking, and inexplicable. He heard 1 o'clock strike, then 2. He realized that he would get no sleep that night. He was hot and wet with sweat, he felt in his temples the quick thudding of his heart. He got up to open the window. A cool breeze came in, and he drew long deep breaths of it. The night was utterly dark, silent, and still. But suddenly in the darkness of the garden he caught sight of a speck of light, like a little piece of glowing coal. "Ah, a cigar," he thought. "It can't be anyone but Saval." "Lyon," he called softly. "Is that you, Jean?" a voice answered. "Yes." "Wait, I'm coming down." He dressed, went out, and joined his friend, who was smoking astride an iron chair. "What are you doing at this time of night? Having a rest, replied Saval, and laughed. Servigny shook his head. I congratulate you, my dear chap. As for me, I've run my head into a wall. You are telling me. I am telling you, that Yvette is not like her mother. What happened? Tell me all about it. Servigny recounted his unsuccessful efforts, then continued. Yes, the child really worries me. Do you realize that I haven't been able to get to sleep? What a queer thing a girl is. This one looks as simple as possible, and yet she's a complete mystery. One can understand at once a woman who has lived and loved, who knows what life is like. But with a young girl, on the other hand, one can't be sure of anything at all. I'm really beginning to think she's playing the fool with me. Saval rocked gently on his chair. Be careful, my dear chap, he said very slowly, she'll get you to marry her. Remember the illustrious examples in history. That was how Mademoiselle de Montijo became empress, and she was at least of decent family. Don't play the Napoleon. Have no fears about that, said Servigny. I'm not a fool, nor an emperor. One has to be one or the other to lose one's head so completely. But, I say, are you sleepy? Not a bit. Come for a walk along the riverside, then. Very well. They opened the gate and started off down the river towards Marly. It was the cool hour just before dawn, the hour of deepest sleep, deepest rest, utter quiet. Even the faint noises of the night were silent now. The nightingales sang no longer, the frogs had finished their croaking. Some unknown animal, a bird perhaps, alone broke the stillness, making a feeble sawing noise, monotonous and regular, like the working of a machine. Servigny, who had at times a touch of the poet and of the philosopher too, said abruptly. Look here. This girl absolutely maddens me. In arithmetic, 1 and 1 make 2. In love, 1 and 1 ought to make 1, but they make 2 all the same. Do you know the feeling? The savage need of absorbing a woman into oneself, or of being absorbed into her. I don't mean the mere physical desire to embrace her, but the mental and spiritual torment to be at one with another human being, to open one's whole soul to her, one's whole heart. And to penetrate to the uttermost depths of her mind. And never, never do you really know her or discover all the fluctuations of her will, her desires, and her thoughts. Never can you make even the slightest guess at the whole of the secret, the whole mystery of the spirit come so close to you, a spirit hidden behind 2 eyes as clear as water. As transparent as though there were no secret behind them. A spirit speaks to you through a beloved mouth, a mouth that seems yours because you desire it so passionately. One by one this spirit sends you its thoughts in the guise of words, and yet it remains farther from you than the stars are from one another, farther out of reach than the stars. Strange, isn't it? I do not demand so much, replied Saval. I do not bother to look behind the eyes. I don't care much for the inside, it's the outside I care for. Whatever you say, Yvette's a queer creature, murmured Servigny. I wonder how she'll treat me in the morning. As they reached the weir at Marly, they saw that the sky was paling. Cocks began to crow in the farmyards, the sound reached them slightly muffled by thick walls. A bird cried in a park on the left, continually repeating a simple and ridiculous little cadenza. Time to go back, said Saval, and they turned round. When Servigny reached his room, the horizon gleamed rosily through the still open window. He pulled down the Venetian blinds and drew the heavy curtains across, got into bed, and at last fell asleep. And all the time he dreamt of Yvette. A curious sound awoke him. He sat up and listened, but did not hear it again. Then suddenly there came against his shutters a rattling like hail. He jumped out of bed and ran to the window. Throwing it open, he saw Yvette standing on the garden path, throwing great handfuls of gravel in his face. She was dressed in pink, and wore a broad-brimmed straw hat surmounted with a military plume. She was laughing with malicious mischief. Well, Muscade, still asleep? What can you have been doing last night to wake up so late? Did you have any adventures, my poor Muscade? Coming, ma'amselle. Just a moment, while I stick my nose into the water jug, and I'll be down. Hurry up, she cried, it's 10 o'clock. And I've got a scheme to talk over with you, a plot we are going to carry out. Breakfast at 11, you know. He found her seated on a bench with a book on her knees, a novel. She took his arm with friendly familiarity, as frankly and gaily as though nothing had happened the night before, and leading him to the far end of the garden, said, "This is my plan. We're going to disobey Mamma, and you are going to take me presently to the Grenouillerie. I want to see it. Mamma says that decent women can't go there, but I don't care whether I can or I can't. You'll take me, Muscade, won't you? We'll have such sport with the people on the river." The fragrance of her was delightful, but he could not discover what vague, faint scent it was that hung round her. It was not one of her mother's heavy perfumes, but a delicate fragrance in which he thought he recognized a faint whiff of iris powder and perhaps a touch of verbena. Whence came this elusive scent, from her dress, her hair, or her skin? He was wondering about this when, as she spoke with her face very close to his, he felt her fresh breath full in his face, and found it quite as delightful. He fancied that the fleeting fragrance he had failed to recognize was the figment of his own bewitched senses, nothing but a delusive emanation from her youth and alluring grace. "You will, won't you, Muscade?" she said. "It will be so hot after breakfast that Mother won't want to go out. She's very lazy when it's hot. We'll leave her with your friend, and you shall be my escort. We'll pretend we are going up to the woods. You don't know how I shall enjoy seeing the Grenouillerie." They reached the gate facing the Seine. A flood of sunlight fell on the quiet, gleaming river. A light heat mist was lifting, the steam of evaporated water, leaving a little glittering vapor on the surface of the stream. From time to time a boat went by, a light skiff or a heavy barge, and distant whistles could be heard, the short notes of the whistles on the Sunday trains that flooded the country with Parisians. And the long warning notes of the steamboats passing the weir at Marly. But a small bell rang for breakfast, and they went in. The meal was eaten in silence. A heavy July noon pressed on the earth and oppressed the dwelling thereon. The heat was almost tangible, paralyzing both mind and body. The sluggish words would not leave their lips. Every movement was an effort, as though the air had acquired power of resistance, and was more difficult to thrust through. Yvette alone, though silent, was animated, and possessed by impatience. As soon as dessert was finished she said, "Supposing we went for a walk in the woods? It would be perfectly delightful under the trees." "Are you mad?" murmured the Marquise, who looked utterly exhausted. "How can one go out in weather like this?" "Very well," replied the young girl slyly, "we'll leave you here with the Baron to keep you company. Muscade and I will scramble up the hill and sit down and read on the grass." She turned to Servigny, saying, "That's all right, isn't it?" "At your service, ma'amselle," he replied. She ran off to fetch her hat. The Marquise shrugged her shoulders and sighed, "Really, she's quite mad." Indolently she held out her beautiful white hand in a gesture of profound and seductive lassitude. The Baron pressed a lingering kiss upon it. Yvette and Servigny departed. At first they followed the river, then they crossed the bridge and went on to the island, and sat down under the willows on the bank of the main stream. For it was still too early to go to La Grenouillerie. The young girl at once took a book from her pocket and, laughing, said, "Muscade, you're going to read to me." And she held out the volume for him to take. He made a deprecatory gesture. "I, ma'amselle? But I can't read." "Come, now, no excuses, no arguments," she replied severely. "You're a nice lover, you are. Everything for nothing, that's your creed, isn't it?" He took the book and opened it, and was surprised to find that it was a treatise on entomology, a history of ants by an English author. He remained silent, thinking that she was making fun of him. Go on, read, she said. Is this a bet, he asked, or just a joke? Neither. I saw the book in a shop. They told me it was the best book about ants, and I thought it would be nice to hear about the lives of the little creatures and watch them running about in the grass at the same time. So read away. She lay down face downwards at full length, her elbows resting on the ground and her head between her hands, her eyes fixed on the grass. Without doubt, he read, the anthropoid apes are of all animals those which approach most closely to man in their anatomical structure. But if we consider the habits of ants, their organization into societies, their vast communities, the houses and roads which they construct, their custom of domesticating animals and even at times of having slaves, we shall be forced to admit that they have the right to claim the place next to man on the ladder of intelligence. He continued in a monotonous voice, stopping from time to ask, isn't that enough? She signed, no, with a shake of her head, and, having picked up a wandering ant on the point of a blade of grass she had plucked, she amused herself by making it run from one end of the stem to the other, turning it upside down as soon as the insect reached either end. She listened in silence and with concentrated attention to all the surprising details of the life of these frail creatures, their subterranean establishments, the way in which they bring up, keep, and feed little grubs in order to drink the secret liquor they secrete, just as we keep cows in our byres, their custom of domesticating little blind insects which clean their dwellings, and of going to war in order to bring back slaves to serve the victors, which the slaves do with such solicitude that the latter even lose the habit of feeding themselves. And little by little, as though a maternal tenderness had awakened in her head for this creature at once so tiny and so intelligent, Yvette let it climb about her finger, watching it with loving eyes, longing to kiss it. And as Servigny was reading how they live in a community, how they play together in a friendly rivalry of strength and skill, the young girl, in her enthusiasm, tried to kiss the insect, which escaped from her finger and began to run over her face. She shrieked as violently as though a deadly peril threatened her, and with wild gestures she slapped at her cheek to get rid of the creature. Servigny, roaring with laughter, caught it near her hair and, at the spot where he had caught it, pressed a long kiss, from which Yvette did not recoil. She got up, declaring, I like that better than a novel. Now let's go to La Grenouillerie. They reached a part of the island which was laid out like a park, shaded with huge trees. Couples wandered under the lofty foliage beside the Seine, over which the boats were gliding. There were girls with young men, working girls with their sweethearts, who were walking in shirt-sleeves, coats on their arms and tall hats on the back of their heads, looking weary and dissipated. Citizens with their families, the wives in their Sunday best, the children running round their parents like a brood of chickens. A continuous distant buzz of human voices, a dull rumbling clamor, announced the nearness of the establishment beloved of boating parties. Suddenly it came into view, an enormous roofed barge moored to the bank, filled by a crowd of men and women who sat drinking at tables or stood up, shouting, singing, laughing, dancing, capering to the noise of a jingling piano, out of tune and as vibrant as a tin can. Tall, red-haired girls, displaying before and behind them the swelling, provocative curves of breasts and hips, walked up and down with eager, inviting glances, all 3 parts drunk, talking obscenities. Others were dancing wildly in front of young men who were half naked, dressed only in rowing shorts and zephyrs, and wearing colored jockey caps on their heads. There was a pervading odor of sweat and face powder, the combined exhalations of perfumeries and armpits. Those who were drinking at the tables were swallowing white and red and yellow and green liquids, screaming and yelling for no reason, yielding to a violent need to make a din. An animal instinct to fill ears and brain with noise. From time to time a swimmer dived from the roof, splashing those sitting near, who yelled at him like savages. On the river a fleet of boats passed and repassed. Long narrow skiffs went by, urged on by the powerful strokes of oarsmen whose bare arms showed rolls of muscle under the sunburnt skin. The women in the boats, dressed in blue or red flannel, holding open umbrellas also blue or red over their heads, wore brilliant splashes of color under the burning sun. They lolled on their seat in the stern and seemed to glide along the water, motionless or drowsy. Heavier boats moved slowly past, loaded with people. A light-hearted student, bent on making himself conspicuous, rowed with a windmill stroke, bumping into all the boats, whose occupants swore at him. He eventually disappeared crestfallen, after nearly drowning 2 swimmers, followed by the jeers of the crowd jammed together on the floating café. Yvette, radiant, passed through the middle of this noisy, struggling crowd on Servigny's arm. She seemed quite happy to be jostled by all and sundry, and stared at the girls with calm and friendly eyes. "Look at that one, Muscade, what lovely hair she's got. They do seem to be enjoying themselves." The pianist, an oarsman dressed in red, whose hat was very like a colossal straw parasol, began a waltz. Yvette promptly seized her companion by the waist and carried him off with the fury she always put into her dancing. They went on so long and with such frenzy that the whole crowd watched them. Those who were sitting drinking stood upon their tables and beat time with their feet, others smashed glasses. The pianist seemed to go mad. He banged at the ivory keys with galloping hands, gesticulating wildly with his whole body, swaying his head and its enormous covering with frantic movements. Abruptly he stopped, slid down, and lay full length on the ground, buried under his hat, as though he were dead of exhaustion. There was a burst of laughter in the café, and everyone applauded. 4 friends rushed up as though there had been an accident, and picking up their comrade, bore him off by all 4 limbs, placing on his stomach the roof under which he sheltered his head. Another jester followed, intoning the De Profundis, and a procession formed up behind the mock corpse. It went round all the paths in the island, gathering up drinkers, strollers, indeed everyone it met. Yvette ran along enraptured, laughing heartily and talking to everyone, wild with the din and the bustle. Young men pushed against her and stared at her excitedly with eyes whose burning glances seemed to strip her naked. Servigny began to be afraid that the adventure might end unfortunately. The procession went on its way, getting faster and faster, for the 4 bearers had begun to race, followed by the yelling crowd. But suddenly they turned towards the bank, stopped dead at the edge, for an instant swung their comrade to and fro, and then, all letting go of him at once, they heaved him into the water. A great shout of merriment burst from every mouth, while the bewildered pianist splashed about, swearing, coughing, and spitting out the water. Stuck fast in the mud, he struggled to climb up the bank. His hat, which was floating down the stream, was brought back by a boat. Yvette danced with joy and clapped her hands, saying, "Oh, Muscade, what fun, what fun!" Servigny, now serious, watched her, a little embarrassed and a little dismayed to see her so much at ease in this vulgar mob. He felt a faint disgust born of the instinct that an aristocrat rarely loses, even in moments of utter abandon. The instinct that protects him from unpardonable familiarities and contacts that would be too degrading. "No one will credit you with too much breeding, my child," he said to himself, astounded. He had an impulse to speak to her aloud as familiarly as he always did in his thoughts, with as little ceremony as he would have used on meeting any woman who was common property. He no longer saw her as any different from the red-haired creatures who brushed against them, bawling obscene words in their harsh voices. Coarse, brief, and expressive, these words were the current speech of the crowd. They seemed to flit overhead, borne there in the mob like flies in the dunghill over which they hover. No one seemed shocked or surprised. Yvette did not seem to notice them at all. "Muscade, I want to bathe," she said. "Let's go out into deep water." "At your service, ma'am," he replied. They went to the bathing cabin to get costumes. She was ready first and waited for him on the bank, smiling at all who looked at her. Then they went off side by side in the warm water. She swam with a luxurious abandon, caressed by the stream, quivering with a sensual pleasure. At every stroke she raised herself as though she were ready to leap out of the river. He found difficulty in keeping up with her. He was out of breath and angry at his inferiority. But she slowed down and then turned quickly and floated, her arms crossed, her eyes staring towards the blue sky. He gazed at the soft supple line of her body as she lay there on the surface of the river, at the rounded form and small firm tips of the shapely breasts revealed by her thin clinging garment. The curving sweetness of her belly, the half-submerged thighs, the bare knees gleaming through the water, and the small foot thrust out. He saw every line of her, as though she were deliberately displaying herself to tempt him, offering herself to him or trying to make a fool of him again. He began to desire her with a passionate ardor, every nerve on edge. Abruptly she turned round and looked at him. "What a nice head you have," she said with a laugh. He was hurt, irritated by her teasing, filled with the savage fury of the derided lover. He yielded to a vague desire to punish her, to avenge himself. He wanted to hurt her. "You'd like that sort of life, would you?" he said. "What sort?" she asked, with her most innocent air. "Come now, no more nonsense. You know perfectly well what I mean." "No, honestly, I don't. We've had enough of this comedy. Will you or won't you? I don't understand you in the least. You're not so stupid as all that. Besides, I told you last night." "What?" "I've forgotten. That I love you." "You?" "Yes, I." "What a lie." "I swear it's true." "Prove it, then." "I ask for nothing better." "Well, do, then." "You didn't say that last night. You didn't propose anything." "Oh, this is absurd. Besides, I am not the one to be asked." "That's very kind of you." "Who is, then?" "Mama, of course." He gave way to a fit of laughter. "Your mother?" "No, really, that's too much." She had suddenly become very serious, and, looking into his eyes, said, "Listen, Muscade, if you really love me enough to marry me, speak to Mama first, and I'll give you my answer afterwards." At that he lost his temper altogether, thinking that she was still playing the fool with him. "What do you take me for, mamselle? An idiot like the rest of your admirers?" She continued to gaze at him with calm, clear eyes. After a moment's hesitation she said, "I still don't understand." "Now look here, Yvette," he said brusquely, with a touch of rudeness and ill-nature in his voice. "Let's have done with this ridiculous comedy, which has already gone on too long. You keep on playing the innocent maiden, and, believe me, the part doesn't suit you at all. You know perfectly well that there can be no question of marriage between us, but only of love. I told you I loved you, it's quite true, I repeat, I do love you. Now don't pretend not to understand, and don't treat me as though I were a fool." They were upright in the water, face to face, supporting themselves by little movements of the hands. For some seconds more she continued motionless, as though she could not make up her mind to understand his words, then suddenly she blushed to the roots of her hair. The blood rushed in a swift tide from her neck to her ears, which turned almost purple, and without a word she fled landwards, swimming with all her strength, with hurried, powerful strokes. He could not overtake her, and the pursuit left him breathless. He saw her leave the water, pick up her wrap, and enter her cabin, without turning her head. He took a long time to dress, very puzzled what to do, planning what to say to her, and wondering whether to apologize or persevere. When he was ready, she had gone, alone. He returned slowly, worried and anxious. The Marquise, on Saval's arm, was strolling along the circular path round the lawn. At sight of Servigny she spoke with the careless air she had assumed on the previous evening. "Didn't I tell you not to go out in such heat? Now Yvette has sunstroke, she's gone to lie down. She was as scarlet as a poppy, poor child, and has a frightful headache. You must have been walking full in the sun, and up to some mischief or other, heaven knows what. You have no more sense than she has." The young girl did not come down to dinner. When she was asked if she would like something brought up to her room, she replied through the closed door that she was not hungry, she had locked herself in and wished to be left alone. The two young men left by the 10 o'clock train, promising to come again the following Thursday, and the Marquise sat down by the open window and, musing, listened to the far-off sound of dance music jerked out at La Grenouillerie, vibrating in the profoundly solemn silence of night. Inured and hardened to love by love, as a man is to riding or rowing, she nevertheless had sudden moments of tenderness which attacked her like a disease. These passions seized roughly upon her, swept through her whole being, driving her mad, exhausting her, or depressing her according to their nature, lofty, violent, dramatic, or sentimental. She was one of those women who were created to love and to be loved. From a very humble beginning she had climbed high through love, of which she had made a profession almost without being aware of it, acting by instinct, by inborn skill. She accepted money as she accepted kisses, naturally, without distinguishing between them, employing her amazing intuition in an unreasoning and utterly simple fashion, as animals, made cunning by the struggle for life, employ theirs. She had had many lovers for whom she felt no tenderness, yet at whose embraces she had not felt disgust. She endured all caresses with calm indifference, just as a traveler eats anything, because he must live. But from time to time her heart or her flesh caught fire, and she fell into a passion which lasted weeks or months, according to the physical and moral qualities of her lover. These were the delicious moments of her life. She loved with her whole soul, her whole body, with ecstatic abandon. She threw herself into love like a suicide into a river, and let herself be carried away, ready to die if necessary, intoxicated, maddened, infinitely happy. Each time she thought she had never before felt anything like it. And she would have been entirely amazed if she had been reminded of the many different men of whom she had dreamed passionately all night long, gazing at the stars. Saval had fascinated her, captured her body and soul. She dreamed of him now, soothed by his image and her remembrance of him, in the calm exaltation of a joy fulfilled, of a happiness present and certain. A noise behind her made her turn round. Yvette had just come in, still in the same dress she had worn all day, but pale now, and with the burning eyes that are the mark of great weariness. She leaned on the ledge of the open window opposite her mother. "I've something to tell you," she said. The Marquise, surprised, looked at her. Her love for her daughter was selfish. She was proud of her beauty, as one is proud of wealth. She was herself still too beautiful to be jealous, too careless to make the plans she was commonly supposed to entertain, yet too cunning to be unconscious of her daughter's value. "Yes, child," she replied, "I'm listening, what is it?" Yvette gave her a burning look, as though to read the depths of her soul, as though to detect every emotion which her words would rouse. "This is it. Something extraordinary happened just now." "What?" "Monsieur de Servigny told me he loved me." The Marquise waited, uneasy. But as Yvette said nothing more, she asked, "How did he tell you? Explain." The young girl sat down by her mother's feet in a familiar coaxing attitude and, pressing her hand, said, "He asked me to marry him." Madame Aubarty made a sudden gesture of amazement, and cried, "Servigny? You must be mad." Yvette's eyes had never left her mother's face, watching sharply for her thoughts and her surprise. "Why must I be mad?" she asked gravely. "Why should Monsieur de Servigny never marry me?" "You must be wrong," stammered the Marquise, embarrassed. "It can't be true. You can't have heard properly, or you misunderstood him. Monsieur de Servigny is too rich to marry you, and too Parisian to marry at all." Yvette slowly rose to her feet. "But if he loves me as he says he does?" she added. Her mother replied somewhat impatiently. "I thought you were old enough and knew enough of the world not to have such ideas in your head. Servigny is a man of the world and an egoist. He will only marry a woman of his own rank and wealth. If he asked you to marry him, it means he wants. The Marquise, unable to voice her suspicions, was silent for a moment, then added, "Now leave me alone, and go to bed." And the young girl, as though she now knew all she wanted, replied obediently. "Yes, mother." She kissed her mother's forehead and departed with a calm step. Just as she was going out of the door, the marquise called her back. "And your sunstroke?" she asked. "I never had one. It was this affair which had upset me." "We'll have another talk about it," added the marquise. "But, above all, don't be alone with him again after this occurrence for some time. And you may be quite sure that he won't marry you, do you understand, and that he only wants to compromise you." This was the best she could do by way of expressing her thoughts. And Yvette returned to her room. Madame O'Barty began to reflect. Having lived for years in an amorous and opulent tranquility, she had carefully guarded her mind from every thought that might preoccupy, trouble, or sadden her. She had always refused to ask herself what would become of Yvette. There was always time enough to think of that when difficulties arose. She knew, with her courtesan's instinct, that her daughter could not marry a rich and high-born man save by an extremely improbable piece of good fortune. One of those surprises of love which set adventuresses upon thrones. She did not really contemplate this possibility, too much preoccupied to form plans by which she herself would not be directly affected. Yvette would doubtless follow in her mother's footsteps. She would become a light, oh, love, why not? But the marquise had never had the courage to ask herself when, or how, this would come about. And now here was her daughter suddenly, without any preparation, asking her one of those questions which cannot be answered, and forcing her to take up a definite position in an affair so difficult, so delicate, so dangerous in every sense, and which so profoundly troubled her conscience, the conscience any mother must display when her daughter is involved in an affair such as this. She had too much natural wit, a wit which might nod but was never quite asleep, to be deceived for one moment in Servigny's intentions, for she knew men, by personal experience. Especially men of that tribe. And so, at the first words uttered by Yvette, she had cried out, almost involuntarily. "Servigny marry you? You must be mad." What had led him to use the old trick, he, the shrewd rake, the jaded man about town? What would he do now? And the child, how was she to be more explicitly warned or even forbidden? She was capable of any folly. Who would imagine that a great girl like that could be so innocent, so ignorant, and so unwary? And the marquise, thoroughly perplexed and already exhausted by her mental efforts, was utterly at a loss, finding the situation really awkward. Weary of the whole business, she thought. "Oh, well, I'll keep a close watch on them and act according to events. If necessary, I'll even talk to Servigny, he's sensitive, and can take a hint." She did not ask herself what she should say to him, nor what he would reply, nor what sort of an agreement could be made between them, but, happy at being relieved of one anxiety without having had to make any decision, she began again to dream of her adored Saval. Her glance, wandering in the night, turned to the right towards the misty radiance that hovered over Paris. With both hands she threw kisses towards the great city, swift unnumbered kisses that flew into the darkness one after another. And very softly, as though she were still speaking to him, she murmured, "I love you. I love you." Chapter 3. Nor could Yvette sleep. Like her mother, she sat at the open window, resting her elbows on the sill, and tears, her first bitter tears, filled her eyes. Till now she had lived and grown up in the heedless and serene self-confidence of happy youth. Why should she have analyzed, wondered, reflected? Why should she not have been like all young girls of her age? Why should doubt, fear, painful suspicions have troubled her? Because she seemed to talk about every subject, because she had taken the tone, the manner, the bold speech of those around her, she had seemed to know all about everything. But she knew hardly more than a girl brought up in a convent. Her risky phrases came from her memory, from the faculty women possess of imitation and assimilation, not from a mind already sophisticated and debauched. She talked of love in the same way that an artist's or musician's son talks of painting and music at 10 or 12 years of age. She knew, or rather suspected. The sort of mystery hidden behind this word, too many jests had been whispered in her presence for her innocence to remain completely unenlightened, but how was she to tell from this that every household was not like the one she lived in? Her mother's hand was kissed with apparent respect, all their friends were titled, all were rich, or appeared to be, all spoke familiarly of princes of the blood royal. 2 king's sons had actually come several times, in the evening, to the marquise's house. How was she to know? And, besides, she was by nature innocent. She did not probe into things, she had not her mother's intuitive judgment of other people. She lived tranquilly, too full of the joy of life to worry about circumstances which might have roused suspicions in people of more quiet, more thoughtful, more secluded ways, who were less impulsive and less radiantly joyous. And now, in a single instant, by a few words whose brutality she had felt without understanding, Servigny had roused in her a sudden uneasiness, an uneasiness at first unreasoning, and now growing into a torturing fear. She had gone home, had fled from him like a wounded animal. Deeply wounded, indeed, by the words she repeated to herself again and again, trying to penetrate their farthest meaning. Trying to guess their whole implication. You know perfectly well that there can be no question of marriage between us, but of love. What had he meant? And why the harshness? There was something, then, some shameful secret, of which she was in ignorance. Doubtless she was the only one in ignorance of it. What was it? She was terrified, crushed, as at the discovery of a hidden infamy, the treachery of a friend, one of those calamities of the heart which strike at one's very reason. She had thought, wondered, pored over it, wept, consumed with fears and suspicions. Then her young and buoyant nature calmed her, and she began to imagine an adventure. To build up an unusual and dramatic situation drawn from her remembrance of all the fanciful romances she had read. She recalled exciting changes of fortune, gloomy and heartrending plots, and mingled them with her own story, to fling a romantic glory round the half-seen mystery which surrounded her. She was no longer miserable, she was wholly wrapped up in her dreams. She lifted mysterious veils, imagined improbable complications, a thousand curious and terrible ideas, attractive through their very strangeness. Was she, by any chance, the natural daughter of a prince? Had her unfortunate mother been reduced and deserted, created a marquise by a king, King Victor Emmanuel perhaps, and had she even been forced to flee from the wrath of her family? Or was she not more probably a child abandoned by her parents, very noble and famous parents, as the fruit of a guilty love, and found by the marquise, who had adopted her and brought her up? 100 other notions raced through her head, she accepted or rejected them at the dictates of her fancy. She grew profoundly sorry for herself, at once very happy and very sad. Above all, she was delighted at becoming the heroine of a romance with emotions to reveal, a part to act, a dignity and nobility to be upheld. And she thought of the part she would have to play in each plot she imagined. She saw it vaguely, as if she were a character in a novel by Scribe or George Sand. It would be compounded of equal parts of devotion, pride, self-sacrifice, greatness of soul, tenderness, and fine words. Her volatile little heart almost reveled in her new position. She had continued till nightfall to ponder over her future course of action, wondering how to set to work to drag the truth from the marquise. And at the coming of night, so suitable to a tragic situation, she had thought of a trick, a quite simple yet subtle trick, for getting what she wanted. It was to tell her mother very abruptly that Servigny had asked her to marry him. At this news Madame Aubarty, in her surprise, would surely let fall a word, an exclamation, that would illumine her daughter's mind. So Yvette had promptly put her plan into execution. She expected a burst of astonishment, protests of affection, disclosures, accompanied by tears and every sign of emotion. And lo and behold! Her mother had not apparently been either surprised or heartbroken, merely annoyed. From the worried and peevish tone of her reply the young girl, in whose mind every latent power of feminine cunning, wit, and knowledge were suddenly aroused, realized that it was no good insisting. That the mystery was quite other and more painful than she had imagined, and that she must discover it for herself. So she had returned to her room with a sad heart, her spirit distressed, depressed now in the apprehension of a real misfortune, without knowing how or why she was suffering such an emotion. She rested her elbows on the windowsill and wept. She cried for a long time, now with no idle dreams. She made no attempt at further discovery. Little by little she was overcome with weariness, and closed her eyes. She dozed, for a few minutes, in the unrefreshing slumber of a person too exhausted to undress and get into bed. Her sleep was long and fitful, roughly broken whenever her head slipped from between her hands. She did not go to bed until the earliest gleam of daylight, when the chill of dawn drove her from the window. During the next day and the day after, she kept an air of melancholy and reserve. A ceaseless and urgent travail of thought was moving within her. She was learning to watch, to guess, to reason. A gleam, still vague, seemed to throw a new light upon the men and events passing around her. Distrust invaded her soul, distrust of everyone that she had believed in, distrust of her mother. During those 2 days she conjectured every conceivable supposition. She envisaged every possibility, making the most extravagant resolutions, in the impulsiveness of her volatile and unrestrained nature. On the Wednesday she fixed on a plan, a whole scheme of conduct and an elaborate plan of espionage. On the Thursday morning she rose with the determination to be more cunning than the most experienced detective, to be armed against all the world. She even decided to take as her motto the 2 words, myself alone. And for more than an hour she wondered how they could with best effect be engraved round her monogram and stamped on her notepaper. Saval and Servigny arrived at 10 o'clock. The young girl held out her hand with reserve, but without embarrassment, and said in a familiar, though serious, tone. "Good morning, Muscade. How are you?" "Pretty well, thank you, mamselle." "And you?" He watched her narrowly. "What game is she playing now?" he said to himself. The Marquise having taken Saval's arm, he took Yvette's, and they began to walk round the lawn, disappearing and reappearing behind the clumps of trees. Yvette walked with a thoughtful air, her eyes on the gravel path, and seemed scarcely to hear her companion's remarks, to which she made no reply. Suddenly she asked, "Are you really my friend, Muscade?" "Of course, mamselle." "But really, really and truly?" "Absolutely your friend, mamselle, body and soul." "Enough not to tell a lie for once, just for once?" "Enough not even to tell one for twice, if necessary." "Enough to tell me the whole truth, even if it's unpleasant?" "Yes, mamselle." "Well, what do you really think, really think, of Prince Cravelot?" "Oh, Lord! There you are, already getting ready to tell a fib." "No, I'm searching for the words, the right words." "Well, dash it, the prince is a Russian, a real Russian, who speaks Russian, was born in Russia, and perhaps had a passport to get into France. There's nothing false about him except his name and his title." She looked into his eyes. "You mean he's a... He hesitated, then, making up his mind, said. "An adventurer, mamselle." "Thank you." "And the Chevalier Valreoli is no better, is he?" "It's as you say." "And Monsieur de Belvine?" "Ah, he's rather different. He's a gentleman, provincial of course. He's honorable, up to a point, but he's singed his wings through flying too near the candle." "And you?" Without hesitation he replied. "Oh, I'm what's generally called a gay dog, a bachelor of good family who once had brains and frittered them away on making puns, who had health, and ruined it by playing the fool. Moderate wealth, and wasted it doing nothing. All I have left is a certain experience of life, a pretty complete freedom from prejudice, a vast contempt for men, women included, a profound sense of the uselessness of my actions, and a wide tolerance of scoundrels in general. I still have momentary flashes of honesty, as you see, and I'm even capable of affection, as you could see if you would. With these qualities and defects I place myself at your orders, Mamselle, body and soul, for you to dispose of at your pleasure. There. She did not laugh. She listened attentively, carefully scrutinizing his words and intentions. What do you think of the Comtesse de Lamy? She continued. You must allow me not to give you my opinions on women, he said gaily. Not on any? No, not on any. Then that means you must have a very low opinion of them, of all of them. Now think, aren't there any exceptions? He laughed with the insolent air he almost always wore, and the brutal audacity that was his strength, his armor against life. Present company always excepted, of course, he said. She flushed slightly, but coolly asked, well, what do you think of me? You want to know? Very well, then. I think you're a person of excellent sense, of considerable experience, or, if you prefer it, of great common sense. That you know very well how to mask your battery, amuse yourself at others' expense, hide your purpose, pull the strings and wait, without impatience, for the result. Is that all? She asked. That's all, he replied. I'll make you alter your opinion, Muscade, she said very gravely. Then she went over to her mother, who was walking with bent head and tiny steps, with the languid gait one falls into when murmuring of things sweet and intimate. As she walked she drew designs, letters perhaps, with the tip of her sunshade, and talked to Saval without looking at him, talked long and slowly, resting on his arm, held close against his side. Yvette looked sharply at her, and a suspicion, so vague that she could not put it into words, as if it were a physical sensation only half realized, flitted across her mind as the shadow of a wind-blown cloud flits across the earth. The bell rang for lunch. It was silent, almost gloomy. There was storm in the air, as the saying goes. Vast motionless clouds lay in wait on the horizon, silent and heavy, but loaded with tempest. When they had taken their coffee on the veranda, the Marquise asked, Well, darling, are you going for a walk today with your friend Servigny? This is really the weather to enjoy the coolness of the woods. Yvette threw her a rapid glance, and swiftly looked away again. No, mother, I'm not going out today. The Marquise seemed disappointed. Do go for a little walk, child, she persisted. It's so good for you. No, mother, said Yvette sharply, I'm going to stay in the house, and you know quite well why, because I told you the other night. Madame Aubarty had quite forgotten, consumed with her need to be alone with Saval. She blushed, fidgeted, and, distracted by her own desire, uncertain how to secure a free hour or two, stammered. Of course, I never thought of it. You're quite right. I don't know where my wits are wandering. Yvette took up a piece of embroidery which she called the public welfare, busying herself with it 5 or 6 times a year, on days of utter boredom, and seated herself on a low chair beside her mother. The young men sat in deck chairs and smoked their cigars. The hours went by in idle conversation that flagged continually. The Marquise threw impatient glances at Saval, seeking for an excuse, any way of getting rid of her daughter. Realizing at last that she would not succeed, and not knowing what plan to adopt, she said to Servigny. You know, my dear Duc, that you're both going to stay the night here. Tomorrow we are going to lunch at the Restaurant Fournaise, at Chaton. He understood, smiled, and said with a bow. I am at your service, Marquise. Slowly the day wore on, slowly and uncomfortably, under the menace of the storm. Gradually the hour of dinner approached. The lowering sky was heavy with dull, sluggish clouds. They could not feel the least movement in the air. The evening meal was eaten in silence. A sense of embarrassment and restraint, a sort of vague fear, silenced the 2 men and the 2 women. When the table had been cleared, they remained on the veranda, speaking only at long intervals. Night was falling, a stifling night. Suddenly the horizon was torn by a great jagged flame that lit with its dazzling and pallid glare the 4 faces sunk in the shadows. Followed a distant noise, dull and faint, like the noise made by a cart crossing a bridge. The heat of the atmosphere increased, the air grew still more oppressive, the evening shadows more profound. Yvette rose. "I'm going to bed," she said. "The storm makes me feel ill." She bent her forehead for the marquise to kiss, offered her hand to the two young men, and departed. As her room was directly above the veranda, the leaves of a large chestnut tree planted in front of the door were soon gleaming with a green light. Servigny fixed his eyes on this pale gleam in the foliage, thinking now and then that he saw a shadow pass across it. But suddenly the light went out. Madame Aubarty sighed. "My daughter is in bed," she said. Servigny rose. "I will follow your daughter's example, Marquise, if you will allow me." He kissed her hand and disappeared in his turn. She remained alone with Saval, in the darkness. At once she was in his arms, clasping him, embracing him. Then, though he tried to prevent it, she knelt down in front of him, murmuring, "I want to look at you in the lightning flashes." But Yvette, her candle blown out, had come out onto her balcony, gliding barefooted like a shadow, and was listening, tortured by a painful and confused suspicion. She could not see, being exactly over their heads on the roof of the veranda. She heard nothing but a murmur of voices, and her heart beat so violently that the thudding of it filled her ears. A window shut overhead. So Servigny had just gone up to bed. Her mother was alone with the other. A second flash split the sky, and for a second the whole familiar landscape was revealed in a vivid and sinister glare. She saw the great river, the color of molten lead, like a river in some fantastic dream country. At the same instant a voice below her said, "I love you." She heard no more. Strange shudder passed over her, her spirit was drowned in a fearful sea of trouble. Silence, pressing, infinite, a silence that seemed the eternal silence of the grave, brooded over the world. She could not breathe, her lungs choked by some unknown and horrible weight. Another flash kindled the heavens and for an instant lit up the horizon, another followed on its heels, then another and another. The voice she had already heard repeated more loudly, "Oh, how I love you! How I love you!" And Yvette knew the voice well, it was her mother's. A large drop of warm water fell upon her forehead, and a slight, almost imperceptible quiver ran through the leaves, the shiver of the coming rain. Then a tumult came hurrying from far off, a confused tumult like the noise of the wind in trees. It was the heavy shower pouring in a torrent upon the earth, the river, and the trees. In a few moments the water was streaming all round her, covering her, splashing her, soaking her like a bath. She did not move, thinking only of what was happening on the veranda. She heard them rise and go up to their rooms. Doors slammed inside the house. And obeying an irresistible longing for certitude, a maddening, torturing desire, the young girl ran down the stairs, softly opened the outer door. Ran across the lawn under the furious downpour of rain, and hid in a clump of bushes to watch the windows. One alone, her mother's, showed a light. And suddenly two shadows appeared on the luminous square, two shadows side by side. Then they drew closer and made only one. Another flash of lightning flung a swift and dazzling jet of light upon the house front, and she saw them embracing, their arms about one another's necks. At that she was stunned. Without thinking, without knowing what she did, she cried out with all her strength, in a piercing voice, "Mother," as one cries to warn another creature of deadly peril. Her desperate cry was lost in the clatter of the rain, but the engrossed pair started uneasily apart. One of the shadows disappeared, while the other tried to distinguish something in the darkness of the garden. Fearing to be taken unawares and found by her mother, Yvette ran to the house, hurried upstairs, leaving a trail of water dripping from step to step, and locked herself in her room. Determined to open to no one. Without taking off the soaking clothes which clung to her body, she fell upon her knees with clasped hands, imploring in her distress some superhuman protection, the mysterious help of heaven. That unknown aid we pray for in our hours of weeping and despair. Every instant the great flashes threw their livid light into the room, and she saw herself fitfully reflected in her wardrobe mirror, with her wet hair streaming down her back. So strange a figure that she could not recognize herself. She remained in this strait for a long time, so long that the storm passed without her noticing its departure. The rain ceased to fall, light flowed into the sky, though it was still dark with clouds, and a warm, fragrant, delicious freshness, the freshness of wet leaves and grass, drifted in at the open window. Yvette rose from her knees, took off her cold sodden clothes, without thinking at all of what she did, and got into bed. She fixed her eyes on the growing daylight, then wept again, then tried to think. Her mother. With a lover. The shame of it. But she had read so many books in which women, even mothers, abandoned themselves in like fashion, only to rise once more to honor in the last few pages, that she was not utterly dumbfounded to find herself involved in a drama like all the dramas in the story she read. The violence of her first misery, her first cruel bewilderment, was already slightly lessened by her confused recollections of similar situations. Her thoughts had roamed among so many tragic adventures, gracefully woven into their stories by the authors of romances, that gradually her horrible discovery began to seem the natural continuation of a novelette begun the night before. "I will save my mother," she said to herself. Almost calmed by this heroic resolution, she felt herself strong, great, ready upon the instant for sacrifice and combat. She thought over the means she must employ. Only one seemed good to her, and accorded with her romantic nature. And she rehearsed, like an actress before the performance, the interview she would have with her mother. The sun had risen and the servants were up and about. The maid came with her chocolate. Yvette had the tray set down on the table, and said, "Tell my mother that I'm not well, that I shall stay in bed till the gentlemen leave. Tell her I did not sleep last night and that I wish not to be disturbed, because I must try to sleep." The astonished maid caught sight of the soaked dress, thrown like a rag on the carpet. "Mademoiselle has been out, then?" she said. "Yes, I went for a walk in the rain to clear my head." The servant picked up the petticoats, stockings, and muddy shoes, and went out carrying them gingerly on her arm with an expression of disgust. They were dripping like the clothes of a drowned woman. Yvette waited, knowing well that her mother would come. The marquise entered, having leapt out of bed at the first words of the maid, for she had endured a vague uneasiness ever since that cry of "Mother" pierced the darkness. "What's the matter?" she said. Yvette looked at her and faltered. I've. Then, overcome by violent and sudden emotion, she began to sob. The astonished marquise asked again, "What's the matter with you?" Then, forgetting all her schemes and the phrases so carefully prepared, the young girl hid her face in her hands and sobbed. "Oh, mother! Oh, mother!" Madame Aubarty remained standing by the bed, too excited to understand fully, but guessing with that subtle instinct wherein her strength lay, almost everything there was to know. Yvette, choked with sobs, could not speak, and her mother, exasperated at last and feeling the approach of a formidable revelation, asked sharply, "Come, what's the matter with you? Tell me." With difficulty Yvette stammered, "Oh. Last night. I saw your window." "Well, what then?" asked the marquise, very pale. Her daughter repeated, still sobbing, "Oh, mother! Oh, mother!" Madame Aubarty, whose fear and embarrassment were changing to anger, shrugged her shoulders and turned to go. "I really think you must be mad. When it's all over, let me know." But suddenly the young girl parted her hands and disclosed her tear-stained face. "No. Listen. I must speak to you. Listen. Promise me, we'll both go away, far away, into the country, and we'll live like peasants and no one will know what's become of us. Will you, mother? Please, please, I beg you, mother, I implore you." The marquise, abashed, remained in the middle of the room. She had the hot blood of the people in her veins. Then shame, the shame of a mother, mingled with her vague sensation of fear and the exasperation of a passionate woman whose love is menaced. She shivered, equally ready to implore forgiveness or to fly into a rage. "I don't understand you," she said. "I saw you, mother," continued Yvette, "last night. You must never again. Oh, if you knew, we'll both go away. I'll love you so much that you'll forget." "Listen, my child," said Madame O'Barty in a trembling voice, "there are some things you don't yet understand. Well, never forget, that I forbid you, ever to speak to me, of those matters." But the young girl caught desperately at her role of savior and went on. "No, mother, I'm no longer a child, and I have the right to know. I know all sorts of disreputable people, adventurers, come to our house, and that's why we are not respected, and I know more than that. Well, it mustn't be, I won't endure it. We'll go away. You can sell your jewels, we'll work if necessary, and we'll live like honest women somewhere far away. And if I manage to get married, so much the better." Her mother looked at her out of angry black eyes, and answered. "You're mad. Be good enough to get up and come out to lunch with the rest of us." "No, mother. There's someone here, you know whom I won't see again. He must go out of this house, or I will. You must choose between us." She was sitting up in bed, and raised her voice, speaking like a character on the stage. At last she had entered upon the drama so long dreamed of, and her grief was almost forgotten in absorption in her mission. "You must be mad," repeated the astonished Marquise again, finding nothing else to say. "No, mother," the young girl added, with dramatic verve, "that man will leave this house or I shall go. I shall not weaken." "And where will you go? What will you do?" "I don't know, it doesn't matter much. I want us to be honest women." The repetition of that phrase, honest women, aroused in the Marquise the fury of a drab. "Silence," she shouted. "I won't be spoken to like that. I'm as good as any other woman, do you hear? I'm a harlot, it's true, and I'm proud of it, I'm worth a dozen of your honest women." Yvette, overwhelmed, looked at her and stammered. "Oh, mother." But the Marquise became frenzied with excitement. "Yes, I am a harlot. What then? If I weren't a harlot, you'd be a kitchen maid today, as I was once, and you'd work for 20 sous a day, and you'd wash the dishes, and your mistress would send you out on errands to the butcher's. Jew here, and kick you out if you were idle. Whereas here you are, idling all day long, just because I am a harlot. There. When you're only a poor servant girl with 50 francs of savings, you must get away from it somehow if you don't want to rot in the workhouse. And there's only one way for women, only one way, Jew here, when you're a servant. We can't make fortunes on the stock exchange or at high finance. We've nothing but our bodies, nothing but our bodies." She beat her breast like a penitent at confession, and advanced towards the bed, flushed and excited. So much the worse for a pretty girl. She must live on her looks or grind along in poverty all her life long, all her life. There's no alternative. Then, returning hastily to her old idea, "And your honest women, do they go without? It's they who are sluts, because they're not forced. They've money to live on and amuse themselves with. They have their lovers out of pure wantonness. It's they who are sluts." She stood beside Yvette's bed. Yvette, utterly overcome, wanted to scream for help and run away. She was crying noisily, like a beaten child. The Marquise was silent, and looked at her daughter. Seeing the girl's utter despair, she was herself overcome by sorrow, remorse, tenderness, and pity. And falling upon the bed with outstretched arms, she too began to sob, murmuring, my poor darling, if you only knew how you hurt me." And for a long time they both wept. Then the Marquise, whose grief never lasted very long, rose gently, and said very softly, "Well, darling, that's how it is, it can't be helped. It can't be altered now. Life must be taken as it comes. But Yvette continued to cry. The shock had been too severe and too unexpected for her to be able to reflect upon it calmly and recover herself. "Come, get up, and come down to breakfast, so that nothing will be noticed," said her mother. The young girl shook her head, unable to speak. At last she said very slowly, her voice choked with sobs. "No, mother, you know what I said, I won't change my mind. I will not leave my room till they have gone. I won't see any of those people again, never, never. If they come back, you won't see me again." The Marquise had dried her eyes and, worn out with her emotion, murmured. "Come now, think it over, be sensible about it." Then again, after a minute's silence, "Yes, you had better rest this morning. I'll come and see you in the afternoon." She kissed her daughter on the forehead and went away to get dressed, quite calm again. As soon as her mother had disappeared, Yvette ran to the door and bolted it, so as to be alone, quite alone. Then she began to reflect. About 11 o'clock the maid knocked at the door and asked. "Madame la Marquise wishes to know if you want anything, mademoiselle, and what will you have for lunch?" "I'm not hungry," replied Yvette, "I only want to be left alone." She stayed in bed as though she were really ill. About 3 o'clock there was another knock. "Who's there?" she asked. "It's I, darling," answered her mother's voice. "I've come to see how you are." She hesitated. What should she do? She opened the door and got back into bed. The Marquise came close, speaking softly as though to an invalid. "Well, are you feeling better? Won't you eat an egg?" "No, thank you, nothing." Madame O'Barty had sat down beside the bed. Neither spoke for some time, then, at last, as her daughter remained immobile, her hands resting inertly on the sheets, the Marquise added. "Aren't you going to get up?" "Yes, presently," answered Yvette. "I've thought a great deal, mother," she continued slowly and seriously, "and this is my decision. The past is the past, let us say no more about it. But the future will be different, or else I know what I shall have to do. And now let us have done with this subject." The Marquise, who had thought that the explanation was all over, felt somewhat irritated. She had had more than enough. This great goose of a girl ought to have understood long ago. But she made no answer, only repeating. "Are you going to get up?" "Yes, I'm ready now." The mother acted as maid to her daughter, bringing her her stockings, her corset, and her petticoats. Then she kissed her. "Shall we go for a walk before dinner?" "Yes, mamma." And they walked along the bank of the river, talking almost entirely of the most trivial affairs. Chapter 4. Next morning Yvette went off alone to sit in the place where Servigny had read over the history of the ants. "I will not leave it," she said to herself, "until I have come to a decision." The river ran at her feet, the swift water of the main stream. It was full of eddies and great bubbles which swirled silently past her. She had already envisaged every aspect of the situation and every means of escape from it. What was she to do if her mother failed to hold scrupulously to the conditions she had laid down, if she did not give up her life, her friends, everything? To take refuge with her in some distant region? She might go alone, away. But whither? How? What could she live on? By working? At what? Whom should she ask for work? And the melancholy and humble life of the working girl, of the daughters of the common folk, seemed to be a little shameful, and unworthy of her. She thought of becoming a governess, like the young ladies in novels, and of being loved and married by the son of the house. But for that role she should have been of noble descent, so that when an irate parent reproached her for stealing his son's heart, she could have answered proudly, "My name is Yvette O'Barty." She could not. And besides, it was a rather commonplace, threadbare method. A convent was scarcely any better. Besides, she felt no call towards a religious life, having nothing but an intermittent and fleeting piety. No one, since she was the thing she was, could save her by marrying her. She could not take help from a man, there was no possible way out and no certain resource at all. She wanted something violent, something really great, really brave, something that would be held up for all to see, and she decided to die. She came to this resolution quite suddenly, quite calmly, as though it were a question of a journey, without reflecting, without seeing what death means. Without realizing that it is an end without a new beginning, a departure without a return, an eternal farewell to earth, to life. She was attracted immediately by this desperate decision, with all the impulsiveness of a young and ardent spirit. And she pondered over the means she should employ. They all appeared to be painful and dangerous to carry out, and to demand, too, a violence which was repulsive to her. She soon gave up the idea of dagger or pistol, which might only wound, maim, or disfigure her, and which required a steady and practiced hand, rejected hanging as vulgar, a pauper's sort of suicide. Ridiculous and ugly, and drowning because she could swim. Poison was all that remained, but which poison? Almost all would hurt her or make her sick. She did not want to suffer, or to be sick. Then she thought of chloroform, having read in a newspaper of a young woman who suffocated herself by this means. At once she felt something like pleasure in her resolve, a secret self-praise, a prick of vainglory. They should see the manner of woman she was. She returned to Bougival and went to the chemist's, where she asked for a little chloroform for an aching tooth. The man, who knew her, gave her a very small phial of the drug. Then she walked over to Croissy, where she procured another little phial of poison. She got a third at Chaton, and a fourth at Rouen, and returned home late for lunch. As she was very hungry after her walk, she ate a hearty meal, with the sharp enjoyment of a hungry athlete. Her mother, glad to see her excellent appetite, felt now quite confident, and said to her as they rose from the table, "All our friends are coming to spend Sunday here. I've invited the Prince, the Chevalier, and Monsieur de Belvine." Yvette turned slightly pale, but made no answer. She left the house almost at once, went to the railway station, and took a ticket to Paris. Throughout the afternoon she went from chemist to chemist, buying a few drops of chloroform from each. She returned in the evening, her pockets full of little bottles. Next day she continued her campaign, and happening to go into a druggist's, she was able to buy half a pint all at once. She did not go out on Saturday, it was stuffy and overcast, she spent the whole of it on the veranda, lying in a long cane chair. She thought about nothing, filled with a placid resolution. The next day, wishing to look her best, she put on a blue frock which became her marvelous well. And as she viewed herself in the mirror she thought suddenly, "Tomorrow I shall be dead." A strange shiver ran through her body. Dead. I shall not speak, I shall not think, no one will see me any more. And I shall never see all this again. She scrutinized her face carefully, as though she had never seen it before, examining, above all, the eyes, discovering 1,000 aspects of herself. A secret character in her face that she did not know, astonished to see herself, as though she were face to face with a stranger, a new friend. "It is I," she said to herself, "it is I, in that glass." How strange it is to see oneself. We should never recognize ourselves, if we had no mirrors. Everyone else would know what we looked like, but we should have no idea of it. She took the thick plaits of her hair and laid them across her breast, gazing at her own gestures, her poses and movements. "How pretty I am," she thought. "Tomorrow I shall be dead, there, lying on my bed." She looked at her bed, and imagined that she saw herself lying on it, white as the sheets. Dead. In a week that face, those eyes, those cheeks, would be nothing but black rottenness, shut up in a box underground. A frightful spasm of anguish constricted her heart. The clear sunlight flooded the landscape, and the sweet morning air came in at the window. She sat down and thought. Dead, it was as though the world was disappearing for her sake. And yet it was not like that, for nothing in the world would change, not even her room. Yes, her room would stay just the same, with the same bed, the same chairs, the same dressing table, but she would be gone forever, and no one would be sorry, except perhaps her mother. People would say, how pretty she was, little Yvette, and that was all. And when she looked at her hand resting on the arm of her chair, she thought again of the rottenness, the black and evil-smelling corruption that her flesh would become. And again a long shudder of horror ran through her whole body, and she could not understand how she could disappear without the whole world coming to an end. So strong was her feeling that she herself was part of everything, of the country, of the air, of the sun, of life. A burst of laughter came from the garden, a clamor of voices, shouts, the noisy merriment of a country house party just beginning, and she recognized the sonorous voice of Monsieur de Belvine, singing, Je suis sous ta fenêtre. Ah! D'un enfant paraître. She rose without thinking and went to look out. Everyone clapped. They were all there, all 5 of them, with 2 other gentlemen she did not know. She drew back swiftly, torn by the thought that these men had come to enjoy themselves in her mother's house, in the house of a courtesan. The bell rang for lunch. I will show them how to die, she told herself. She walked downstairs with a firm step, with something of the resolution of a Christian martyr entering the arena where the lions awaited her. She shook hands with them, smiling pleasantly but a little haughtily. Servigny asked her, "Are you less grumpy today, mademoiselle?" "Today," she replied in a strange, grave voice, "I am for the wildest pleasures. I'm in my Paris mood. Take care." Then, turning to Monsieur de Belvine, "You shall be my pet today, my little Malvoisie. After lunch I'm taking you all to the fair at Marly." Marly Fair was indeed in full swing. The 2 newcomers were presented to her, the Comte Tamin and the Marquis de Boyctot. During the meal she hardly spoke, bending every effort of will to her resolve to make merry all that afternoon, so that none might guess, so that there should be all the more surprise. They would say, "Who would have thought it?" She seemed so gay, so happy. One can never tell what is going on in their heads. She forced herself not to think of the evening, the hour she had chosen, when they would all be on the veranda. She drank as much wine as she could get down, to sharpen her courage, and took 2 small glasses of brandy. When she left the table she was flushed and a little giddy. She felt herself warmed in body and spirit, her courage high, ready for adventure. "Off we go," she cried. She took Monsieur de Belvine's arm, and arranged the order of the rest. "Come along, you shall be my regiment. Servigny, I appoint you sergeant. You must march on the right, outside the ranks. You must make the Foreign Legion march in front, our 2 aliens, the Prince and the Chevalier, and behind them the 2 recruits who have joined the colors today. Quick march." They went off, Servigny playing an imaginary bugle, and the 2 new arrivals pretending to play the drum. Monsieur de Belvine, somewhat embarrassed, said to Yvette, "Do be a little reasonable, Mademoiselle Yvette. You'll get yourself talked about." "It's you I'm compromising, Raisin," she replied. "As for myself, I don't care a rap. It will be all the same tomorrow. So much the worse for you, you shouldn't go about with girls like me." They went through Bougival, to the amazement of the people in the streets. Everyone turned round and stared, the local inhabitants came to their doors. The travelers on the little railway which runs from Rouen to Marly yelled at them, the men standing on the platform shouted, "To the river! To the river!" Yvette marched with a military step, holding Servigny by the arm, as if she were leading a prisoner. She was far from laughter, she wore an air of pale gravity, a sort of sinister immobility. Servigny interrupted his bugle solo in order to shout orders. The Prince and the Chevalier were enjoying themselves hugely, judging it all vastly diverting and very witty. The 2 recruits steadily played the drum. On their arrival at the fairground they caused quite a sensation. The girls clapped, all the young folk giggled. A fat man arm in arm with his wife said to her enviously. They're enjoying life, they are. Yvette caught sight of a merry-go-round, and made de Belvine mount a wooden horse on her right, while the rest of the squad clambered onto horses behind them. When their turn was over she refused to get off, making her escort remain upon the back of her childish steed for 5 turns running. The delighted crowd flung witticisms at them. Monsieur de Belvine was very white when he got off, and felt sick. Then she began careering through the stalls. She made each of the men get weighed before the eyes of a large crowd. She made them buy absurd toys, which they had to carry in their arms. The prince and the chevalier very soon had more than enough of the jest. Servigny and the 2 drummers alone kept up their spirits. At last they reached the far end, and she looked at her followers with a curious expression, a glint of malice and perversity in her eyes. A strange fancy came into her head. She made them all stand in a row on the right bank overlooking the river, and said, "Let him who loves me most throw himself into the water." No one jumped. A crowd had formed behind them, women in white aprons gaped at them, and 2 soldiers in red breeches laughed stupidly. "Then not one of you is ready to throw himself into the water at my request?" She repeated. "So much the worse, damn it," murmured Servigny, and leapt, upright, into the river. His fall flung drops of water right up to Yvette's feet. A murmur of surprise and amusement ran through the crowd. Then the young girl bent down, picked up a little piece of wood, and threw it into the river, crying, "Fetch it." The young man began to swim, and seizing the floating stick in his mouth, like a dog, he brought it to land, clambered up the bank, dropped on one knee, and offered it to her. "Good dog," she said, taking it, and patting his head. "How can they do it?" cried a stout lady, vastly indignant. "Nice goings-on," said another. "Damned if I'd take a ducking for any wench," said a man. She took Belvine's arm again, with the cutting remark, "You're a noodle, you don't know what you've missed." As they went home she threw resentful glances at the passers-by. "How stupid they all look," she observed. Then, raising her eyes to her companion's face, added, "And you too, for the matter of that." Monsieur de Belvine bowed. Turning round, she saw that the prince and the chevalier had disappeared. Servigny, wretched and soaked to the skin, was no longer playing the bugle, but walked with a melancholy air beside the 2 tired young men, who were not playing the drum now. She began to laugh dryly. "You seem to have had enough. That's what you call fun, isn't it? That's what you've come here for. I've given you your money's worth." She walked on without another word, and suddenly de Belvine saw that she was crying. "What's the matter?" he asked in alarm. "Leave me alone," she murmured. "It's nothing to do with you." But he insisted foolishly, Now, mademoiselle, what is the matter with you? Has anybody hurt you?" "Be quiet," she said irritably. Abruptly, unable to withstand the terrible sorrow flooding her heart, she broke into such a violent fit of sobbing that she could not walk any further. She covered her face with her hands, and gasped for breath, choking, strangled, stifled by the violence of her despair. Belvine stood helplessly beside her, repeating, "I don't understand at all." But Servigny rushed towards her. "Come along home, mamselle, or they'll see you crying in the street. Why do you do these silly things, if they make you so unhappy?" He led her forward, holding her arm. But as soon as they reached the gate of the villa she ran across the garden and up to her room, and locked herself in. She did not reappear until dinner-time. She was pale and very grave. All the rest were gay enough, however. Servigny had bought a suit of workman's clothes in the neighborhood, corduroy trousers, a flowered shirt, a jersey, and a smock, and was talking like a peasant. Yvette was in a fever for the ending of the meal, feeling her courage ebbing. As soon as coffee was over she went again to her room. She heard laughing voices under her window. The chevalier was telling jokes, foreign witticisms and puns, crude and not very savory. She listened in despair. Servigny, slightly drunk, was imitating a tipsy workman, and was addressing the Marquise as Mrs. O'Barty. Suddenly he said to Saval, "Hello, Mr. O'Barty." Everyone laughed. Then Yvette made up her mind. First she took a sheet of her notepaper and wrote, "Bougival, Sunday, 9 p.m. I die so that I may not become a kept woman. Yvette." Then a postscript. "Goodbye, mother dear. Forgive me." She sealed up the envelope, and addressed it to Madame la Marquise O'Barty. Then she moved her armchair up to the window, set a little table within reach of her hand, and placed upon it the large bottle of chloroform, with a handful of cotton wool beside it. An immense rose tree in full bloom, planted near the veranda and reaching right up to her window, filled the night with little gusts of faint, sweet fragrance. For some moments she sat breathing in the perfumed air. The crescent moon swung in the dark sky, its left side gnawed away, and veiled now and again with small clouds. "I'm going to die," thought Yvette. "I'm going to die." Her heart, swollen with sobs, bursting with grief, choked her. She longed to cry for mercy, to be reprieved, to be loved. Servigny's voice came up to her. He was telling a shady story, constantly interrupted by bursts of laughter. The Marquise seemed more amused than any of them. She repeated gaily, "No one can tell a story like that as well as he can." Yvette took the bottle, uncorked it, and poured a little of the liquid on to the cotton wool. It had a queer, pungent, sweet smell, and as she lifted the pad of cotton wool to her lips, she swallowed the strong, irritating flavor of it, and it made her cough. Then, closing her mouth, she began to breathe it in. She took long draughts of the deadly vapor, shutting her eyes, and compelling herself to deaden every impulse of her mind, so that she would no longer think nor realize what she was doing. At first she felt as though her heart were swelling and growing, as though her spirit, just now heavy and burdened with sorrow, were growing light. As light as if the weight oppressing it had been raised, lessened, removed. A lively and pleasant sensation filled her whole body, penetrating to the tips of her fingers and toes, entering into her flesh, a hazy drunkenness, a happy delirium. She saw that the cotton wool was dry, and was surprised that she was not yet dead. Her senses were sharpened, intensified and more alert. She heard every word uttered on the veranda. Prince Cravallo was relating how he had killed an Austrian general in a duel. Far away, in the heart of the country, she heard the noises of the night. The intermittent barking of a dog, the short croak of toads, the faint shiver of the leaves. She took up the bottle, soaked the little piece of cotton wool, and began again to breathe it in. For some moments she felt nothing, then the languid, delightful, secure contentment that she had felt at first took hold of her once more. Twice she poured out more chloroform, greedy now of the physical and mental sensation, the drowsy languor in which her senses were drowning. She felt as though she no longer had bones or flesh or arms or legs. All had been gently taken from her, and she had felt nothing. The chloroform had drained away her body, leaving nothing but her brain, wider, freer, more lively, more alert than she had ever felt it before. She remembered 1,000 things she had forgotten, little details of her childhood, trifles which gave her pleasure. Her mind, suddenly endowed with an agility hitherto unknown to it, leapt from one strange idea to another, ran through 1,000 adventures, wandered at random in the past, and rambled through hopes of the future. This rapid, careless process of thought filled her with a sensual delight. She enjoyed a divine happiness in her dreams. She still heard the voices, but could no longer distinguish the words, which seemed to her to take on another sense. She sank down and down, wandering in a strange and shifting fairyland. She was on a large boat which glided beside a very pleasant country filled with flowers. She saw people on the banks, and these people were talking very loudly, and then she found herself on land again, without wondering how she got there, and Servigny, dressed like a prince, came to take her to a bullfight. The streets were full of people talking, and she listened to their conversations, which did not in the least surprise her, but were as though she had always known them. For through her dreamy intoxication she still heard her mother's friends laughing and chatting on the veranda. Then all grew dim. Then she awoke, deliciously sleepy, and had some difficulty in recalling herself to consciousness. So she was not dead yet. But she felt so rested, and in such comfort and in such peace of mind, that she was in no hurry to finish the affair. She would have liked this glorious languor to last forever. She breathed slowly, and looked at the moon facing her above the trees. Something in her soul was changed. Her thoughts were no longer those of a short while ago. The chloroform, soothing her body and mind, had assuaged her grief, and put to sleep her will to die. Why not live? Why should she not be loved? Why should she not live happily? Everything now seemed possible, easy, sure. Everything in life was sweet, was good and charming. But because she wished to go on dreaming forever, she poured more of this dream water onto the cotton wool, and again began to breathe it in, occasionally removing the poison from her nostrils. So that she would not take too much, so that she would not die. She looked at the moon, and saw a face in it, a woman's face. She began once more to roam about the country, adrift in the hazy visions of an opium dream. The face hung in the center of the sky. Then it began to sing, in a well-known voice it sang the Alleluia d'amour. It was the Marquise, who had just gone indoors to play the piano. Yvette had wings now. She was flying through the night, a beautiful clear night, over woods and rivers. She flew with vast delight, opening and beating her wings, wafted by the wind as by a caressing touch. She whirled through the air, which kissed her skin, and glided along so fast, that she had no time to see anything below her, and she found herself sitting beside a pond. With a line in her hand, she was fishing. Something tugged at the line, she pulled it in and brought up the magnificent pearl necklace she had once desired. She was not in the least astonished at the catch, and looked at Servigny, who had appeared beside her, though she did not know how, and was fishing too. He was just landing a wooden roundabout horse. Then once again she felt that she was waking, and heard them calling to her from below. Her mother had said, "Blow out the candle." Then Servigny's voice, clear and humorous, "Mademoiselle Yvette, blow out your candle." They all took up the cry in chorus. "Mademoiselle Yvette, blow out your candle." Again she poured chloroform onto the cotton wool, but, as she did not want to die, she kept it at some distance from her face, so that she could breathe the fresh air while filling her room with the asphyxiating odor of the narcotic, for she knew that someone would come upstairs. So she arranged herself in a charming attitude of abandonment, a mimicking of the abandon of death, and waited. "I'm a little uneasy," said the Marquise. "The foolish child has gone to sleep, leaving the candle alight on the table. I'll send Clemence up to blow it out and to shut her balcony window, which she has left wide open." In a few moments the maid knocked at the door and called, "Mademoiselle, mademoiselle." After an interval of silence she began again, "Mademoiselle, Madame la Marquise says please will you blow out your candle and shut the window." Again she waited, then knocked more loudly and called, "Mademoiselle, mademoiselle." As Yvette did not answer, the servant departed and told the Marquise, "Mademoiselle has certainly gone to sleep, her door is bolted and I can't wake her." "But surely she won't go on sleeping like that," murmured Madame Aubarty. On Servigny's advice they all assembled under the young girl's window and shouted in chorus, "Hip hip hurrah, Mademoiselle Yvette." The cry rang out in the still night, piercing the clear moonlit air, and died away in the sleeping countryside. They heard it fade away like the noise of a train that has gone by. As Yvette did not reply, the Marquise said, "I hope nothing's the matter with her, I'm beginning to be alarmed." Then Servigny snatched the red roses and the still unopened buds from the big rose tree that grew up the wall, and began to hurl them through the window into her room. At the first which struck her, Yvette started and nearly cried out. Some fell on her dress, some in her hair, others flew over her head and landed on the bed, covering it with a rain of flowers. Once more the Marquise cried in a choking voice. Come, Yvette, answer. Really, it's not normal, declared Servigny. I'll climb up by the balcony. But the Chevalier was indignant. Pardon me, but that's too much of a favor, I protest. It's too good a way, and too good a time, for making a rendezvous. And all the others, thinking that the young girl was playing a trick on them, cried out. We protest. It's a put-up affair. He shan't go up, he shan't go up. But the Marquise repeated in her agitation. Someone must go and see. She favors the Duke, we are betrayed, declared the Prince, with a dramatic gesture. Let's toss for the honor, suggested the Chevalier, and took a gold 100-franc piece from his pocket. He began with the Prince. Tails, he called. It was heads. The Prince in his turn threw the coin, saying to Saval. Call, please. Heads, called Saval. It was tails. The Prince proceeded to put the same question to all the others. All lost. Servigny, who alone remained facing him, drawled insolently. Damn it, he's cheating. The Russian placed his hand on his heart and offered the gold coin to his rival, saying. Spin it yourself, my dear Duke. Servigny took it and tossed it, calling, heads. It was tails. He bowed, and pointed to the pillar of the balcony. Up you go, Prince, he said. But the Prince was looking about him with a troubled air. What are you looking for? Asked the Chevalier. I should like a ladder. There was a general roar of laughter, and Saval came forward, saying, We'll help you. He lifted the man in his Herculean arms, with the advice, hold on to the balcony. The Prince promptly caught hold of it and, Saval letting go, he remained suspended, waving his legs. Servigny caught hold of the wildly struggling limbs that were groping for a foothold, and tugged at them with all his strength. The hands loosed their grip and the Prince fell like a log on to the stomach of Monsieur de Belvine, who was hurrying forward to help support him. Whose turn now? Asked Servigny, but no one offered. Come on, Belvine, a little courage. No, thank you, my boy. I'd sooner keep my bones whole. Well, you, then, Chevalier? You should be used to scaling fortresses. I leave it to you, my dear Duke. Well. I don't know that I'm so keen on it as all that. And Servigny walked round the pillar with a scrutinizing eye. Then he leapt, caught hold of the balcony, hauled himself up like a gymnast on the horizontal bar, and clambered over the rail. All the spectators applauded, with uplifted faces. But he reappeared directly, crying, Come at once. Quickly. Yvette's unconscious. The Marquise screamed loudly and dashed up the stairs. The young girl, her eyes closed, lay like one dead. Her mother rushed wildly into the room and threw herself upon her. What is it? Tell me, what is it? She asked. Servigny picked up the bottle of chloroform which had fallen on the floor. She's suffocated herself, he said. He set his ear to her heart, then added, But she's not dead. We'll soon bring her round. Have you any ammonia here? Any what, sir? Said the distracted maid. Any sal volatile? Yes, sir. Fetch it at once, and leave the door open, to make a draught. The Marquise had fallen upon her knees and was sobbing. Yvette. Yvette. My child, my little girl, my child, listen, answer me, Yvette. My child. Oh. My God, what is the matter with her? The frightened men wandered aimlessly about the room, bringing water, towels, glasses, and vinegar. Someone said, she ought to be undressed. The Marquise, who was almost out of her wits, tried to undress her daughter, but she no longer knew what she was doing. Her trembling hands fumbled uselessly at the clothing, and she moaned, I can't. The maid had returned with a medicine bottle. Servigny uncorked it and poured out half of its contents on to a handkerchief. He thrust it under Yvette's nose, and she began to choke. "Good, she's breathing," he said. "It's nothing." He bathed her temples, her cheeks, and her neck with the strong-smelling liquid. Then he signed to the maid to unlace the young girl, and when nothing but a petticoat was left over her chemise, he took her in his arms and carried her to the bed. He was shaken, his senses maddened by the fragrance of her half-naked body, by the touch of her flesh, and the softness of the half-seen breasts on which he pressed his lips. When she was in bed he rose to his feet, very pale. "She's coming to," he said. "It's nothing," for he had heard that her breathing was continuous and regular. But seeing the men's eyes fixed upon Yvette stretched across the bed, a spasm of jealous fury seized him. He went up to them, saying, "Gentlemen, there are too many of us in this room. Be good enough to leave Monsieur Saval and myself alone with the Marquise." His voice was sharp and authoritative. The other men left at once. Madame Aubarty had seized her lover in her arms and, with her face raised to his, was crying. "Save her! Oh, save her!" But Servigny, who had turned round, saw a letter on the table. With a swift movement he picked it up and read the address. He guessed the whole affair at once and thought, perhaps the Marquise had better not know about this. And tearing open the envelope, he read at a glance the 2 lines which it contained. "I die so that I may not become a kept woman. Yvette. Goodbye, mother dear. Forgive me. Deuce take it," he said to himself. "This needs thinking over," and he hid the letter in his pocket. He returned to the bedside, and at once the thought came to him that the young girl had regained consciousness, but dared not show it, out of shame, humiliation, and a dread of being questioned. The Marquise had fallen on her knees and was weeping, her head resting on the foot of the bed. Suddenly she exclaimed, "A doctor! We must have a doctor!" But Servigny, who had been whispering to Saval, said to her, "No, it's all right now. Just go out for a minute and I promise you that she'll be ready to kiss you when you come back." The Baron took Madame Aubarty's arm and led her away. Servigny sat down beside the bed and took Yvette's hand. "Listen to me, Mamselle," he said. She did not answer. She felt so happy, so comfortable, so cozy and warm that she would have liked never to move or speak again, but to live on in this state. A sense of infinite well-being possessed her, like no sensation she had ever known. The warm night air drifted into the room in a gentle, caressing breeze, and from time to time its faint breath blew sweetly across her face. It was a caress, the wind's kiss, the soft refreshing breath of a fan made of all the leaves in the wood, all the shadows of the night, all the mists of the river, and all the flowers. For the roses strewn upon the floor and the bed, and the rose tree that clung to the balcony, mingled their languid fragrance with the healthy tang of the night breeze. She drank in the good air, her eyes closed, her senses still half adrift in the intoxication of the drug. She no longer felt a wish to die, but a strong, imperious desire to live, to be happy, no matter how, to be loved, yes, loved. "Mamselle Yvette, listen to me," repeated Servigny. She decided to open her eyes. Seeing her thus revived, he went on. "Come now, what's all this foolishness? I was so unhappy, Muscade," she murmured. He gave her hand a benevolent squeeze. "Well, this has been a deuce of a lot of use to you, now, hasn't it? Now promise me not to try again." She did not answer, but made a little movement of her head, and emphasized it with a smile that he felt rather than saw. He took from his pocket the letter he had found on the table. "Am I to show this to your mother?" he asked. "No," she signed with a movement of her head. He did not know what more to say, for there seemed no way out of the situation. "My dear little girl," he murmured, "we must all accept our share of things, however sad. I understand your grief, and I promise." "You're so kind," she stammered. They were silent. He looked at her. There was tenderness and surrender in her glance, and suddenly she raised her arms, as if she wished to draw him to her. He bent over her, feeling that she was calling him, and their lips met. For a long time they stayed thus with closed eyes. But he, realizing that he was on the point of losing control, raised his head and stood up. She was smiling at him now with real tenderness, and, gripping his shoulders with both hands, she tried to hold him back. "I'm going to fetch your mother," he said. "One more second," she murmured. "I'm so happy." Then, after a brief interval of silence, she said very softly, so softly that he hardly heard her. "You will love me very much, won't you?" He knelt down by the bedside and kissed her wrist, which she held out to him. "I adore you." But there were footsteps at the door. He sprang up and cried in his ordinary voice, with its faint note of irony. "You can come in. It's all over now." The Marquise flung herself upon her daughter with open arms, and embraced her frantically, covering her face with tears. Servigny, his heart full of joy and his body on fire with love, stepped out onto the balcony to breathe deeply of the cool night air, humming. Sauvant femme very. Bien fol est que sy 20. Mad? When I was told, you know that Jacques Parent has died mad in the asylum, a painful shiver, a shiver of fear and anguish, ran through my frame. And suddenly I saw him again, the tall, queer fellow, mad for many years perhaps, a disturbing, even a frightening, maniac. He was a man of 40, tall, thin, slightly stooping, with the eyes of one suffering from hallucinations, black eyes so black that the pupils were imperceptible, expressive, wandering, morbid. Haunted eyes. A strange, disturbing creature, bringing with him and spreading round him a vague uneasiness of soul and body. One of those incomprehensible nervous disorders that make supernatural influences seem credible. He had an irritating mannerism, a mania for hiding his hands. He scarcely ever let them wander, as we all do, over objects or on tables. He never handled things lying about with that familiar gesture possessed by almost all men. He never left them naked, his long, bony, delicate, slightly feverish hands. He thrust them into his pockets, or folded his arms and tucked them under his armpits. You would have said he was afraid they would fall against his will to some forbidden task, perform some shameful or absurd action if he left them free and masters of their own movements. When obliged to use them for the ordinary purposes of existence, he moved them in abrupt jerks, with swift movements of his arm. As though he was not going to let them have time to act by themselves, defy his will, and do some other thing. At table, he would snatch his glass, his fork or his knife so swiftly that one never had time to foresee what he meant to do before it was done. Now one evening I got the explanation of this amazing malady that preyed on his soul. From time to time he would come and spend a few days with me in the country, and that evening he seemed unusually agitated. A storm was rising in the sky, stifling and black, after a day of appalling heat. No breath of air stirred the leaves. A hot, furnace-like vapor blew in our faces, it made us breathe in gasps. I felt ill at ease, agitated, and was anxious to go to bed. When he saw me rise to go, Jacques Parent seized my arm with a frightened gesture. "Oh! No, stay a little longer," he said. I stared at him in surprise, murmuring, "This storm is affecting my nerves." "Mine too," he moaned, or rather shrieked. "I beg you to stay, I do not want to be alone." He seemed to be quite out of his wits. "What is the matter with you?" said I, "are you off your head?" "Yes, sometimes," he stammered, "in evenings like this, electric evenings. I am afraid of myself, don't you understand? I am endowed with a faculty, no, a power, no, a force. Well, I don't know what to call it, but I have inside me such an extraordinary magnetic action that I am afraid, yes. Afraid of myself, as I said just now. And with frantic shudders he hid his quivering hands under the lapels of his coat. I suddenly realized that I too was trembling with a vague, overmastering, horrible fear. I wanted to get away, escape, fly from the sight of him. I did not want to see his wandering eye pass over me, then avert itself, gaze round the ceiling, and seek some dark corner of the room to stare at, as though he wanted to hide his fatal glance too. "You never told me that before," I stammered. "Do I ever tell a soul?" he answered. "But tonight I cannot keep silent, and I would rather you knew all. Besides, you might be able to help me." Magnetism. Do you know what it is? No. No one knows. But it is known that there is such a thing. It is recognized, doctors practice it, and one of the most famous, M. Charcot, teaches it. So there can be no doubt that it exists. A man, a human being, has the power, terrifying and incomprehensible, of putting another human being to sleep by the strength of his will, and, while he is asleep, of stealing his mind as one would steal a purse. He steals his mind, that is to say, his soul, the sanctuary, the secret of the ego, the soul, that deepest part of man, once thought impenetrable, the soul. The asylum of thoughts that cannot be confessed, of everything a man hides, everything he loves, everything he would conceal from all human creatures. That sanctuary he opens, violates, displays and flings to the public. Is it not frightful, criminal, infamous? Why, and how, is this done? Does anyone know? But what is known? It is all a mystery. We only communicate with things by means of our wretched, incomplete, infirm senses, so weak that they scarcely have the power to discover the world around us. It is all a mystery. Think of music, the divine art, the art that stirs the soul to its depths, ravishes, intoxicates it, maddens it. What is it? Nothing. You don't understand? Listen. Two bodies meet. The air vibrates. These vibrations are more or less numerous, more or less rapid, more or less violent, according to the nature of the shock. Now we have in our ears a little membrane that receives these vibrations of the air and transmits them to the brain in the form of sound. Imagine a glass of water turning to wine in your mouth. The drum of the ear accomplishes that incredible metamorphosis, the astounding miracle of turning movement into sound. That's all. Music, that complex and mysterious act, precise as algebra and vague as a dream, an art made of mathematics and the wind, only happens, then, as the result of the properties of a little membrane. If that membrane did not exist, sound would not exist either, since in itself it is merely vibration. Can one imagine music without the ear? No. Well, we are surrounded with things whose existence we never suspect, because we lack the organs that would reveal them to us. Magnetism is perhaps one of these. We can but have presentiments of that power, try fearfully to get in touch with these spirits who neighbor us, and catch glimpses of this new secret of nature. Because we do not ourselves possess the revealing instrument. As for myself, I am endowed with a horrible power. You might think there was another creature imprisoned within me, always longing to escape, to act in defiance of me. It moves, and gnaws at me, and wears me out. What sort of thing is it? I do not know, but there are two of us in my poor body, and it is often the other thing that is the stronger, as it is tonight. I need only look at people to send them to sleep as though I had given them a draught of opium. I need only stretch out my hands to produce terrible, terrible things. If you knew? Yes. If you knew? And my power extends not merely over men, but over animals and even over objects. It tortures me and terrifies me. Often I have longed to tear out my eyes and cut off my hands. But I will. I want you to know everything. Look, I'll show it you, not on human beings, that is done everywhere, but on animals. Call Mirza. He was walking in long strides, with the air of a man suffering from hallucinations, and he exposed his hands hidden in his breast. They seemed to me terrifying, as though he had bared two swords. And I obeyed him mechanically, subjugated, quivering with terror and consumed by a kind of impetuous desire to see. I opened the door and whistled to my dog, who was lying in the hall. At once I heard the hurried sound of her claws on the stairs, and she appeared, wagging her tail with pleasure. Then I signed to her to lie down in a chair. She jumped on it, and Jacques began to caress her, gazing at her. At first she seemed restless, she shivered, turning her head to avoid the man's fixed stare, and seemed agitated by a growing fear. Suddenly she began to tremble, as dogs tremble. Her whole body palpitated, shaken by long-drawn shudders, and she tried to escape. But he laid his hand on the animal's head, and, at his touch, she uttered a long howl such as is heard at night in the country. I myself felt drowsy, giddy, as one is on board ship. I saw the furniture sway, and the walls move. "Enough, Jacques, enough," I stammered. But he was no longer listening to me, and stared at Mirza in a steady, frightening way. She closed her eyes now and let her head fall as though going to sleep. He turned to me. "It is done," he said, "now look." And, throwing his handkerchief to the other side of the room, he cried, "Fetch it." At that the animal rose and, tottering along as though blind, moving her legs like a cripple, she went towards the piece of linen that was a white blotch by the wall. Several times she tried to take it in her mouth, but her jaws closed on one side of it, as though she had not seen it. At last she seized it, and returned with the same swaying somnambulistic gait. It was a terrifying sight. "Lie down," he ordered. She lay down. Then, touching her forehead, he said, "A hare, seize him, seize him." And the beast, still lying on her side, tried to run, stirring like a dog in the middle of a dream, and uttering strange little ventriloquial barks, without opening her mouth. Jacques seemed to have gone mad. The sweat poured from his brow. "Bite him, bite your master," he cried. She gave 2 or 3 frightened twitches. One would have sworn she was resisting, struggling. "Bite him," he repeated. Then, rising, my dog came towards me, and I retreated towards the wall, shaking with terror, with my foot raised to kick her, to keep her off. But Jacques commanded, to me, at once. She turned back towards him. Then, with his 2 great hands, he began to rub her head, as though he were freeing her from invisible bonds. Mirza opened her eyes again. "It is finished," he said. I dared not touch her, and pushed the door for her to go out. She went out slowly, trembling, exhausted, and again I heard her claws on the stairs. But Jacques returned to me, "That is not all. It is this which frightens me most, look. Things obey me." On my table was a sort of dagger that I used as a paper cutter. He stretched out his hand towards it, and the hand seemed to crawl slowly towards it. And suddenly I saw, yes, I saw the knife itself quiver, then move, then slide gently, of itself, over the wood towards the hand, that lay still, waiting for it. It placed itself between his fingers. I screamed with terror. I thought I was going mad myself, but the shrill sound of my own voice calmed me at once. "All things come to me like that," continued Jacques. "That is why I hide my hands." "What is it?" "Magnetism, electricity, the lodestone principle?" "I do not know, but it is horrible." "And do you realize why it is horrible? When I am alone, as soon as I am alone, I cannot restrain myself from attracting everything that surrounds me. And I spend whole days changing the positions of things, never wearying of testing my abominable power, as if to see whether it has not left me." He had buried his great hands in his pockets, and stared into the night. A slight sound, a faint quivering, seemed to pass through the trees. It was the rain beginning to fall. "It is frightening," I murmured. "It is horrible," he repeated. A murmur ran through the leaves, like a gust of wind. It was the storm, a heavy, torrential downpour. Jacques began to breathe in great gasps that made his breast heave. "Leave me," he said, "the rain will calm me. I want to be alone now." Unmasked. The boat was crowded with people. The crossing promised to be calm, and the Havre people were going to make an excursion to Trouville. The ropes were cast off. A final shriek from the whistle announced our departure, and at the same moment the ship shuddered through her whole body, and along her flanks rose the sound of water rushing. The paddles revolved for some seconds, stopped, and started again slowly. Then the captain, standing on his bridge, shouted into the telephone that goes down into the bowels of the engine room. Right away, and they began to churn up the sea at full speed. We glided along past the quay, crowded with people. The people on the boat waved their handkerchiefs as if they were setting out for America, and their friends on shore waved back in like manner. The burning July sun poured down on red sunshades, on light frocks, on happy faces, on the almost unruffled sea. Once outside the harbor, the little boat swung sharply round, turning her narrow nose towards the far-off coast half seen through the morning haze. On our left gaped the mouth of the Seine, 20 kilometers across. Here and there large buoys marked the position of the sandbanks. And from this distance we could see the smooth discolored waters of the river that did not mix with the salt water but stretched out in long yellow ribbons across the vast clear green spaces of the open sea. As soon as I am aboard a ship, I feel an irresistible impulse to stride up and down, like a sailor keeping his watch. Why? I don't know. So I begin to tramp round the bridge through the crowd of travelers. Suddenly I heard my name. I turned round. It was an old friend of mine, Henri Sidoine, whom I had not seen for 10 years. We shook hands and, talking of one thing and another, we began to prowl up and down again together like bears in a cage, much as I had been doing alone just before. And as we talked we eyed the 2 rows of travelers seated along both sides of the bridge. All at once Sidoine, his face distorted with anger, exclaimed, "This boat is full of English people. The swine!" It really was full of English people. The men stood up and looked at the horizon through their glasses, with a portentous air, as who should say, we English, are the rulers of the waves. Boom, boom, look at us now. And all the white sun veils floating from their white hats looked like the waving flags of their complete self-sufficiency. The gawky young ladies, whose footgear resembled their country's dreadnoughts, clasped shawls of many colors round their stiff bodies and skinny arms, and smiled vacantly at the brilliant seascape. Their tiny heads, pushed out at the ends of these long bodies, bore queer-shaped English hats, and the meager rolls of hair resting on the nape of their necks looked like coiled snakes. And the ancient spinsters, even skinnier, exposing their British jawbones to the widest extent, looked as if they were threatening the universe with their monstrous yellow teeth. Walking past them, one caught a whiff of india rubber and mouthwash. With growing indignation, Sidoine repeated, "The swine! Why can't we stop their coming into France?" I smiled and asked him, "Why do you want to do that?" "As far as I'm concerned, they're a matter of complete indifference." He retorted, "It's all very well for you. But I married an Englishwoman. And there you have it." I stood still and laughed in his face. "Oh, the devil you did. Tell me about it. She makes you very unhappy, does she?" He shrugged his shoulders. "No, not exactly." "Then, she deceives you?" "Unfortunately no. That would give me grounds for divorce and I should be vastly relieved thereby." "Well, I don't understand it, then." "You don't understand? That doesn't surprise me." "Well, it's nothing more than the fact that she has learned French. Listen. I had not the least desire in the world to get married when 2 years ago I went to spend the summer at Étretat. There's nothing so fatal as these seaside towns. One overlooks the fact that slips of girls look their best in these places. Paris suits women and the country suits young girls. The donkey rides, the morning bathe, picnic luncheons, are so many matrimonial snares. And really there is nothing more charming than an 18-year-old child running across a field or gathering flowers by the roadside. I made the acquaintance of an English family staying at the same hotel as I was. The father looked like the men you see over there, and the mother like all other English women. There were 2 sons, the type of bony youth that plays violent games from morning to evening, with balls, sticks, or rackets. Then 2 girls, the eldest a dry stick, another of those English women like preserved fruits, the younger a marvelous creature. A fair, or rather a flaxen-haired, girl, with a head conceived in heaven. When these pretty rogues make themselves charming, they are divine. This one had blue eyes, eyes of that blueness which seems to hold all the poetry, all the romance, all the ideals, all the joy of earth. What a world of infinite dreams is opened to you by a woman's eyes, such eyes as those. How it calls to the eternal longings and confused desires of our hearts. You must remember, too, that we French adore foreigners. As soon as we meet a Russian, Italian, Swedish, Spanish, or English woman with the least claims to beauty, we fall instantly in love. Everything that comes from abroad delights us extravagantly: broadcloth, hats, gloves, guns, and women. We are wrong, however. But I believe that what attracts us most in strange women is their broken speech. Immediately a woman speaks our language badly, we find her charming. If she uses quite the wrong French words, she is entrancing, and if she babbles a quite unintelligible dialect she becomes irresistible. You cannot imagine how charming it is to hear an adorable rosy mouth say, "J'aime beaucoup la jagotte." My little English Kate spoke a language like nothing on earth. For the first few days I couldn't understand it at all, she invented so many amazing words, then I became completely infatuated with this absurd light-hearted jargon. In her mouth all the odd, mangled, and ridiculous phrases became utterly fascinating. And every evening on the terrace of the casino we held long conversations which were no more than a succession of enigmatic phrases. I married her. I loved her to distraction, as a dream can be loved. For what your true lover adores is always a dream in the form of a woman. You remember the admirable verses of Louis Boulhay. Tu en as jamais dans tes jours les plus rares. Tu un banal instrument sous mon archet vainqueur. Et. Comme un air cassant au bois creux de guitars. J'ai fait chanter mon rêve au vide de ton cœur. 21. Ah, well, my dear, the only mistake I made was to give my wife a French teacher. As long as she murdered our vocabulary, and tortured our grammar, I was fond of her. Our conversations were simple. They revealed to me the amazing beauty of her person, the incomparable grace of her gestures. They presented her to me in the guise of a wonderful speaking toy, a flesh-and-blood puppet made for kisses, able to stammer a few words to tell what she loved. Sometimes to utter quaint exclamations, and to express in a fashion adorable because so incomprehensible and unexpected, her emotions and her unsophisticated sensations. She was like nothing but those pretty playthings that say papa and mama, pronouncing them babie and mabma. How could I have believed that? She can speak, now. She can speak, badly, very badly. She makes quite as many mistakes. But she can make herself understood. Yes, I understand her. I know what she says. I know her. I have broken my doll to look at her inside. I have seen it. And still I have to go on talking to her, my dear. Oh, you can have no idea of the opinions, the notions, the theories of a young and well-brought-up English girl, whom I have no cause to reproach. And who recites to me from morning to night all the phrases out of a phrase-book for the use of schoolgirls and young persons. You have seen those cotillion favors, those pretty gilded paper packets which contain utterly detestable bonbons. I got one of them. I tore it open. I wanted to eat the contents, and now I am all the time so savagely disgusted that I feel a positive nausea at the mere sight of one of her countrymen. I have married a woman who is like nothing but a parrot that an old English governess has taught to speak French, do you understand? We were in sight of the crowded wooden quays of Trouville harbor. I said. Where is your wife? I have taken her to Étretat, he declared. And you, where are you going? I am going to Trouville to distract my mind. Then, after a pause, he added. You simply cannot imagine how utterly stupid some women can be. The dowry. No one was surprised at the marriage of Maître Simon Lebrament and Mlle Jean Cordier. Maître Lebrament had just bought the practice of Maître Papillon, the notary. He needed money, of course, with which to pay for it, and Mlle Jean Cordier had 300,000 francs clear, in notes and bearer bonds. Maître Lebrament was a handsome fellow, who had style, the style of a notary, a provincial style, but, after all, some style, which was a rare thing at Boutigny-le-Ribour's. Mlle. Cordier had grace and freshness, grace which was a little awkward, and freshness a little artificial, but she was, nevertheless, a pretty girl, desirable and entertaining. The wedding ceremonies turned Boutigny topsy-turvy. The married couple were much admired, and they returned to the conjugal domicile to conceal their happiness, having resolved simply to take a little trip to Paris. After they had spent a few days together. These few days together were charming, for Maître Lebrament knew how to manage his early relations with his wife with a delicacy, a directness, and a sense of fitness that was remarkable. He took for his motto, everything comes to him who waits. He knew how to be patient and energetic at the same time. His success was rapid and complete. After 4 days Madame Lebrament adored her husband. She could not bear to be a moment away from him. He must be near her all day long, that she might caress his hands, his beard, his nose, etc. She would sit upon his knees and, taking him by the ears, would say, "Open your mouth and shut your eyes." He opened his mouth with confidence, shut his eyes halfway, and then would receive a very long, sweet kiss that gave him great shivers down his back. And in his turn, he never had enough caresses, enough lips, enough hands, enough of anything with which to enjoy his wife from morning until evening, and from evening until morning. As soon as the first week had passed away he said to his young companion, "If you wish, we might leave for Paris next Tuesday. We shall be like lovers who are not married. Go about to the theaters, the restaurants, the open-air concerts, and everywhere, everywhere." She jumped for joy. "Oh! Yes, yes," she replied, "let us go as soon as possible. And, as we must not forget anything, you might ask your father to have your dowry ready, I will take it with me, and at the same time pay Maître Papillon." She answered, "I will speak to him about it tomorrow morning." Then he seized her in his arms and renewed those little tendernesses she had learned to love so much in 8 days. The following Tuesday, the father-in-law and the mother-in-law accompanied to the station their daughter and son-in-law who were leaving for the capital. The father-in-law remarked, "I tell you it is imprudent to carry so much money in your pocketbook." And the young notary smiled. "Do not be disturbed, father-in-law," he answered, "I am accustomed to these things. You know that in my profession it often happens that I have nearly 1 million about me. By carrying it with me, we escape a lot of formalities and delays, to say the least. Do not worry yourself." Then the porter cried out, "Paris train. All ready." And they hurried into a compartment where they found themselves with 2 old ladies. Lebrament murmured in his wife's ear, "How annoying. Now I cannot smoke." She answered in a low tone, "I am sorry too, but not on account of your cigar." The engine puffed and started. The journey lasted an hour, during which they could not say anything of importance, because the 2 old ladies did not go to sleep. When they were in the Saint-Lazare station, in Paris, Maître Lebrament said to his wife, "If you wish, my dear, we will first go and breakfast on the boulevard. Then return at our leisure to find our trunk and give it to the porter of some hotel." She consented immediately. "Oh! Yes," said she, let us breakfast in some restaurant. Is it far from here? Yes, rather far, but we will take an omnibus. She was astonished. Why not a cab? She asked. He began smilingly to scold her. Is that the way you economize? A cab for 5 minutes' ride, at 6 sous per minute. You do not deprive yourself of anything. That is true, said she, a little confused. A large omnibus was passing, with 3 horses at a trot. Lebrement hailed it, conductor. Conductor. The heavy vehicle stopped. The young notary pushed his wife inside, saying hurriedly, in a low voice. You get inside while I go up on top and smoke at least a cigarette before breakfast. She had not time for any answer. The conductor, who had seized her by the arm to aid her in mounting the steps, pushed her into the bus, where she landed, half frightened, upon a seat. And in a sort of stupor watched the feet of her husband through the windows at the back, as he climbed to the top. She remained motionless between a large gentleman who smelled of a pipe and an old woman who smelled of a dog. All the other travelers, in 2 mute lines, a grocer's boy, a workman, a sergeant of infantry, a gentleman with gold-rimmed spectacles and a silk hat with an enormous brim, like a gutter. And 2 ladies with an important, mincing air, which seemed to say, we are here, although we should be in a better place. Then there were 2 nuns, a little girl in long hair, and an undertaker. The assemblage looked like a collection of caricatures in a freak museum, a series of expressions of the human countenance, like a row of grotesque puppets which one knocks down at a fair. The jolts of the carriage made them toss their heads a little, and as they shook, the flesh of their cheeks trembled, and the disturbance of the rolling wheels gave them an idiotic or sleepy look. The young woman remained inert. Why did he not come with me, she asked herself. A vague sadness oppressed her. He might, indeed, have deprived himself of that cigarette. The nuns gave the signal to stop. They alighted, one after the other, leaving an odor of old and faded skirts. Soon after they were gone another stopped the bus. A cook came in, red and out of breath. She sat down and placed her basket of provisions upon her knees. A strong odor of dishwater pervaded the omnibus. It is further than I thought, said the young woman to herself. The undertaker got out and was replaced by a coachman who smelled of a stable. The girl in long hair was succeeded by an errand boy who exhaled the odors of his deliveries. The notary's wife perceived all these things, ill at ease and so disheartened that she was ready to weep without knowing why. Some others got out, still others came in. The omnibus went on through the interminable streets, stopped at the stations, and began its route again. How far it is, said Jean. Especially when one has nothing to amuse oneself, and cannot sleep. She had not been so much fatigued for many days. Little by little all the travelers got out. She remained alone, all alone. The conductor shouted. Vaugirard. As she blushed, he again repeated, Vaugirard. She looked at him, not understanding that this must be addressed to her as all her neighbors had gone. For the 3rd time the man said, Vaugirard. Then she asked, where are we? He answered in a gruff voice, we are at Vaugirard, of course, I've told you 20 times already. Is it far from the boulevard? She asked. What boulevard? The Boulevard des Italiens. We passed that a long time ago. Ah. Will you be kind enough to tell my husband? Your husband? Where is he? On the outside. On the outside. It has been a long time since there was anybody there. She made a terrified gesture. Then she said. How can it be? It is not possible. He got up there when I entered the omnibus. Look again, he must be there. The conductor became rude. Come, kid, that's enough talk. If there is one man lost, there are 10 to be found. Be off, now. You will find another in the street. The tears sprang to her eyes. She insisted, but, sir, you are mistaken, I assure you that you are mistaken. He had a large pocketbook in his hand. The employee began to laugh. A large pocketbook? I remember. Yes, he got out at the Madeleine. That's right. He's left you behind. Ha! Ha! The carriage was standing still. She got down and looked up, in spite of herself, to the roof, with an instinctive movement of the eye. It was totally deserted. Then she began to weep aloud, without thinking that anyone was looking at or listening to her. Finally she said, "What is going to become of me?" The inspector came up and inquired, "What's the matter?" The conductor answered in a jocose fashion, "This lady's husband has left her on the way." The other replied, "All right. It doesn't matter. Attend to your own business." And he turned on his heels. Then she began to walk ahead, too much frightened, too much excited to think even where she was going. Where was she going? What should she do? How could such an error have occurred? Such an act of carelessness, of disregard, of unheard of distraction. She had 2 francs in her pocket. To whom could she apply? Suddenly she remembered her cousin Beryl, who was a clerk in the Ministry of Marine. She had just enough to hire a cab, she would go to him. And she met him just as he was starting for his office. Like Lebrament, he carried a large pocketbook under his arm. She leaned out of the carriage and called, "Henry." He stopped, much surprised. "Jean," said he, "here, and alone? Where do you come from? What are you doing?" She stammered, with her eyes full of tears, "My husband is lost somewhere." "Lost? Where?" "On the omnibus." "On the omnibus. Oh." And she related to him the whole story, weeping much over the adventure. He listened reflectively, and then asked, "This morning? And was his head perfectly clear?" "Oh. Yes. And he had my dowry." "Your dowry? The whole of it?" "Yes, the whole of it, in order to pay for his practice." "Well, my dear cousin, your husband, whoever he is probably well on his way towards the Belgian frontier by this time." She did not yet comprehend. She stammered, "My husband, you say?" "I say that he has run off with your capital, and that's all about it." She remained standing there, choking with grief, murmuring, "Then he is a wretch." Then, overcome with emotion, she fell on her cousin's shoulder, sobbing violently. As people were stopping to look at them, he guided her gently into the doorway of his house, and with his arm around her waist, he helped her up the stairs. When his astonished servant opened the door he said, "Sophie, run to the restaurant and bring breakfast for 2 persons. I shall not go to the office today." Mohammed-Fripouille. "Shall we have our coffee on the roof?" asked the captain. "Yes, by all means," I replied. He rose. It was already dark in the room, lighted only by the inner courtyard, as is the custom in Moorish houses. In front of the high, pointed windows, creepers fell from the wide balcony on which the warm summer evenings were spent. Nothing but fruit remained upon the table, huge African fruits, grapes as large as plums, soft figs with purple flesh, yellow pears, long fat bananas. Dates from Touggourt in a basket of esparto grass. The Moorish servant opened the door, and I ascended the staircase, upon whose sky-blue walls fell from above the gentle light of the dying day. Soon I uttered a deep sigh of contentment, as I reached the balcony. It dominated Algiers, the harbor, the roadstead, and the distant coastline. The house which the captain had purchased was an ancient Arab dwelling, situated in the center of the old town. Amid the labyrinthine lanes in which swarms the strange population of the coasts of Africa. Below, the flat square roofs descended like a giant staircase to the sloping roofs of the European quarter. Beyond these could be seen the masts of the ships at anchor, and then the sea, the open sea, blue and calm under the calm blue sky. We lay down on mats, our heads supported by cushions. While slowly sipping the delicious native coffee, I watched the earliest stars come out in the darkening blue. They were dimly to be glimpsed, so distant, so pale, as yet scarcely lit. A light, winged warmth caressed our skins. There were occasional hotter, more oppressive gusts, bearing in their bosoms a vague scent, the scent of Africa. They seemed the nearby breath of the desert, come over the peaks of the Atlas Mountains. The captain, lying on his back, observed. "What a country, my dear fellow! How sweet life is here! How vastly delightful to rest! Nights like these are made for dreaming." I was still watching the birth of the stars, with a curiosity at once indolent and lively, with drowsy happiness. "You really ought to tell me something about your life in the South," I murmured. Captain Merritt was one of the oldest officers in the African army, a soldier of fortune, formerly a Spahi, who had carved his career with the point of his sword. Thanks to him, and to his relatives and friends, I had been able to make a magnificent trip in the desert, and I had come that night to thank him before returning to France. "What kind of story would you like?" he said. "I've had so many adventures during my 12 years in the sand that I no longer remember any separate one." "Tell me about the Arab women," I replied. He did not answer, but remained lying on his mat, his arms bent back and his hands beneath his head. Now and then I caught the scent of his cigar, the smoke of which rose straight up towards the sky in the windless night. Suddenly he burst out laughing. "Yes, I'll tell you a funny incident that dates from my earliest days in Algeria. In those days we had some queer specimens in the African army. They're no longer to be seen, they no longer happen. They'd have interested you enough to make you spend your whole life in this country. I was a plain Spahi, a little fellow of 20, a fair-haired young devil, supple and active, a real Algerian soldier. I was attached to the military post at Boghar. You know Boghar, the place they call the balcony of the South. From the summit of the fort you've seen the beginning of that land of fire, devastated, naked, tortured, stony, and reddened. It's the real antechamber of the desert, the superb blazing frontier of that immense stretch of tawny empty spaces. There were 40 of us Spahis at Boghar, a company of convict soldiers, and a squadron of African lancers, when the news came that the Ould-Bergi tribe had murdered an English traveller. Lord knows how he got into the country, the English are possessed of the devil. Justice had to be done for this crime against a European, but the commanding officer hesitated to send out an expedition, thinking that an Englishman really wasn't worth so much fuss. Well, as he was talking the matter over with the captain and the lieutenant, a Spahi cavalry sergeant, who was waiting for the dispatch, suddenly offered to go and punish the tribe if he were given 6 men only. In the South, as you know, things are freer than in a garrison town, and there's a sort of comradeship between the officer and his men which you don't find elsewhere. The captain burst out laughing. "You, my lad?" "Yes, captain, and if you like I'll bring back the whole tribe prisoners." The CO was a whimsical fellow, and took him at his word. "You'll start tomorrow with 6 men of your own choosing, and if you don't perform your promise, look out for trouble." The sergeant smiled under his mustache. "Have no fears, Colonel. My prisoners will be here by noon on Wednesday at the latest." This sergeant, Mohammed-Fripouille, as he was called, was a truly amazing fellow, a Turk, a real Turk, who had entered the service of France after a somewhat obscure and no doubt checkered career. He had traveled in many lands, in Greece, Asia Minor, Egypt, and Palestine, and must have left behind him a pretty thick trail of misdeeds. He was a real Bashi Bazouk, a bold rapscallion, ferocious, and gay with a placid oriental gaiety. He was stout, very stout in fact, but as supple as a monkey, and rode superbly. His mustaches were unbelievably long and thick, and always gave me a confused impression of a crescent moon and a scimitar. He had an exacerbated hatred for the Arabs, and treated them with cunning and horrible cruelty, perpetually inventing new tricks, ghastly turns of calculated treachery. He was also unbelievably strong and preposterously daring. "Choose your men, my lad," said the CO to him. Mohammed took me. The gallant fellow trusted me, and I remained devoted to him, body and soul, as a result of his choice of me, which gave me as much pleasure as the cross of honor that I won later on. Well, we started off next morning at dawn, just the 7 of us. My comrades were of that bandit pirate class whose members, after leading the life of vagabond marauders in every possible country, end by taking service in some foreign legion. In those days our army in Africa was full of these rascals, splendid soldiers, but utterly unscrupulous. Mohammed had given each of us some 10 pieces of cord to carry, each about a yard long. I was also loaded, as being the youngest and lightest, with a whole length of rope, 100 yards long. When he was asked what he proposed to do with all this string, he replied with his sly calm air, "It's for fishing for Arabs." And he winked maliciously, a trick he had learnt from a veteran Parisian chasseur d'Afrique. He rode at the head of our troop, his head swathed in the red turban he always wore in the desert, smiling with pleasure under his enormous mustache. He was a fine sight, that huge Turk, with his powerful belly, his colossal shoulders, and his placid expression. He was mounted on a white horse, of medium size, but very strong, and the rider seemed 10 times too big for his mount. We had entered a little ravine, stony, bare, and yellow, which drops down to the valley of the Caliph, and were talking of our expedition. My comrades spoke with every conceivable different accent, for among them were to be found a Spaniard, 2 Greeks, an American, and 3 Frenchmen. As for Mohammed-Fripouille, he had an unbelievable lisp. The sun, the terrible sun, the sun of the south, quite unknown on the other side of the Mediterranean, fell upon our shoulders. We went forward at a walking pace, as always in those parts. All day we advanced without meeting either a tree or an Arab. At about 1 in the afternoon we had halted beside a little spring which flowed between the stones, and eaten the bread and dried mutton which we carried in our haversacks. Then, after 20 minutes' rest, we had started off again. At last, at about 6 in the evening, after a long detour imposed upon us by our leader, we discovered a tribe encamped behind a conical hill. The low brown tents made dark spots upon the yellow ground, and looked like large desert mushrooms growing at the foot of the red hillock calcined by the sun. They were our men. A little further on, at the edge of a dark green field of esparto grass, the tethered horses were feeding. "Gallop," ordered Mohammed, and we arrived in the center of the encampment like a hurricane. The frenzied women, clad in white rags which drooped and billowed round them, hastily entered their dens of canvas, crouching and crawling, shrieking like hunted animals. The men, on the contrary, came up from all sides, attempting to defend themselves. We rode straight for the loftiest tent, the chief's. We kept our swords sheathed, following the example of Mohammed, who was galloping in a curious manner. He remained absolutely immobile, bolt upright on the little horse, which struggled madly to support his mighty bulk. The tranquility of the rider, with his long mustaches, contrasted strangely with the liveliness of the animal. The native chief came out of his tent as we arrived in front of it. He was a tall thin man, black, with a shining eye, a bulging forehead, and eyebrows shaped like the arc of a circle. "What do you want?" he cried in Arabic. Mohammed reined in his horse with a jerk, and answered in the same language. "Was it you that killed the English traveler?" "You've no right to question me," said the Aga in a loud voice. All around me was a sound like the muttering of a storm. The Arabs came up from all sides, hustled us, made a ring round us, shouted wildly. They looked like fierce birds of prey, with their great hooked noses, their thin bony faces, their wide garments shaken by their gestures. Mohammed was smiling, his turban on one side, excitement showing in his eye. I saw little quivers of pleasure run through his sagging fleshy wrinkled cheeks. In a voice of thunder which dominated the clamor, he replied, "Death to him who has given death." He thrust his revolver into the Aga's brown face. I saw a little smoke rise from the barrel. Then a pink froth of brains and blood gushed from the chief's forehead. As though struck by lightning he collapsed upon his back, throwing his arms apart, which raised the trailing skirts of his burnous like wings. I thought my last hour had come, the tumult around us was so frightful. Mohammed had drawn his saber, we followed his example. With windmill strokes he held off those who pressed him most closely, shouting, "I'll spare the lives of those who surrender, death to the rest." And seizing the nearest in his Herculean fists, he laid him across the saddle and bound his hands, shouting to us, "Do as I do, and saber those who resist." In 5 minutes we had captured some 20 Arabs, whose wrists we fastened securely. Then we pursued the fugitives, for at sight of our naked swords there had been a general flight. We collected about 30 more captives. The plain was filled with white, scurrying figures. The women dragged their children along, uttering shrill screams. The yellow dogs, like jackals, leapt round us, barking and showing their white fangs. Mohammed, who seemed out of his wits with joy, dismounted at one bound, and seizing the rope I had brought, said, "Careful, now, boys, 2 of you dismount." Then he made a ludicrous and ghastly thing, a necklace of prisoners, or rather a necklace of hanged men. He had firmly bound the 2 wrists of the first captive, then he made a noose round his neck with the same cord, with which he next secured the second captive's arms. And then knotted it round that man's neck. Our 50 prisoners soon found themselves bound in such a manner that the slightest attempt to escape on the part of one of them would have strangled both him and his 2 neighbors. And they were forced to march at an exactly even pace, without altering the gap between each of them by the slightest hair's breadth, or else be promptly caught like hares in a snare. When this curious task was accomplished, Mohammed began to laugh, the silent laugh which shook his belly without a sound coming from his mouth. "That's the Arab chain," he said. We too began to roar with laughter at the prisoners' scared piteous faces. "Now, boys," cried our leader, "fasten a stake at each end." We attached a stake to each end of this ribbon of ghost-like captives, who remained as motionless as though turned to stone. "And now for dinner," announced the Turk. A fire was lit and a sheep roasted, which we divided with our bare hands. Then we ate some dates found in the tents, drank some milk procured in the same way, and picked up some silver jewelry left behind by the fugitives. We were peacefully finishing our meal when I perceived, on the hill facing us, a singular assemblage. It was the women who had recently fled, only the women. And they were running towards us. I pointed them out to Mohammed-Fripouille. He smiled. "It's our dessert," he cried. "Quite so, the dessert." They came up, galloping madly, and soon we were bombarded with stones, which they flung at us without pausing in their onrush. We saw that they were armed with knives, tent pegs, and broken pottery. "Get on your horses," yelled Mohammed. It was high time. The attack was terrible. They were come to free the prisoners, and strove to cut the rope. The Turk, realizing the danger, flew into a mad rage and shouted, "Saber them, saber them, saber them." And as we remained inactive, uneasy at this new sort of attack, hesitating to kill women, he rushed upon the invaders. Alone he charged that battalion of ragged females. The brute proceeded to put them to the sword, working like a galley slave, in such a frenzy of rage that a white form dropped every time his arm swept down. His onslaught was so terrible that the frightened women fled as quickly as they had come, leaving behind them a dozen dead or wounded wretches, whose crimson blood stained their white garments. Mohammed returned towards us with a distorted face, repeating, "Off with you, boys, off we go, they're coming back." And we fought a rearguard action, slowly leading our prisoners, who were paralyzed with the fear of being strangled. It was striking 12 next day when we arrived at Boghar with our chain of throttled captives. Only 6 had died on the way. But we had frequently to undo the knots from one end of the convoy to another, for every shock promptly strangled 10 or more captives. The captain paused. I did not answer. I thought of the strange country wherein such things were to be seen, and gazed at the black sky and its innumerable company of shining stars. The legacy. Monsieur and Madame Serbois were lunching, sitting opposite each other. Both looked gloomy. She, a little blonde with rosy skin and blue eyes and a gentle manner, was eating slowly without raising her head, as though she were haunted by some sad and persistent thought. He, tall, broad, with side whiskers and the air of a statesman or businessman, seemed nervous and preoccupied. Finally he said, as though speaking to himself, "Really, it's astonishing." "What is?" his wife asked. "That Vaudrec shouldn't have left us anything." Madame Serbois blushed. She blushed instantly, as though a rosy veil had suddenly been drawn over the skin of her throat and face. "Perhaps there is a will at the notary's," she said. "It is too early for us to know." She said it with assurance, and Serbois answered reflectively, "Yes, that is possible. After all, he was the best friend of both of us, always here, staying for dinner every other day. I know he gave you many presents, that was perhaps his way of repaying our hospitality, but really, one does think of friends like us in a will. I know that if it had been I who had not felt well, I would have made some provision for him, even though you are my natural heir." Madame Serbois lowered her eyes. And as her husband carved a chicken she touched her handkerchief to her nose the way one does in weeping. He continued. "Yes, it is possible that there is a will at the notary's, and a little legacy for us. I wouldn't expect anything much, just a remembrance, nothing but a remembrance, a thought, to prove to me that he had an affection for us." Then his wife said, in a hesitant voice, "If you like, after lunch we might call on Maître Lemonnier, and we would know where we stand." "An excellent idea," said M. Serbois. "That is what we shall do." He had tied a napkin around his neck to keep from spotting his clothes with gravy, and he had the look of a decapitated man continuing to talk. His fine black whiskers stood out against the white of the linen, and his face was that of a very superior butler. When they entered the notary's office there was a slight stir among the clerks, and when M. Serbois announced himself, even though he was perfectly well known, the chief clerk jumped to his feet with noticeable alacrity and his assistant smiled. Then they were shown into Lemonniere's private office. He was a round little man, his head looked like a ball fastened to another ball, to which in turn were fastened a pair of legs so very short and round that they too almost seemed like balls. He greeted them, pointed to chairs, and said, with a slightly significant glance at Madame Serbois, "I was just going to write you to ask you to come in. I wanted to acquaint you with M. Vaudrec's will. It concerns you." M. Serbois could not refrain from saying, "Ah. I was sure of it." The notary said, "I will read you the document. It is very short." And taking up a paper he read. "I, Paul-Émile Cyprien Vaudrec, the undersigned, being of sound body and mind, do hereby express my last wishes. Since death can come at any moment, unexpectedly, I wish to take the precaution of writing my last will and testament, which will be deposited with my notary, Maître Lemonnier. Being without direct heirs, I bequeath my entire estate, consisting of securities amounting to 400,000 francs, and real property amounting to about 600,000 francs, to Madame Claire Hortense Serbois, unconditionally. I beg her to accept this gift from a friend who has died, as proof of his devoted, profound and respectful affection. Signed in Paris, June 15, 1883. Vaudrec." Madame Serbois had lowered her head and sat motionless, whereas her husband was glancing with stupefaction at her and at the notary. Maître Lemonnier continued, after a moment, "Madame cannot, of course, accept this legacy without your consent, monsieur." M. Serbois rose. "I must have time to think," he said. The notary, who was smiling with a certain air of malice, agreed. "I understand the scruples that make you hesitate, society sometimes judges unkindly. Will you come back tomorrow at the same time and give me your answer?" M. Serbois bowed. "Until tomorrow." He took a ceremonious leave of the notary, offered his arm to his wife, who was redder than a peony and kept her eyes obstinately lowered. And he left the office with so imposing an air that the clerks were positively frightened. Once inside their own house, behind closed doors, M. Serbois curtly declared, "You were Vaudrec's mistress." His wife, taking off her hat, turned toward him with a spasmodic movement. "I?" she cried. "Oh. Yes, you. No one leaves his entire estate to a woman unless—" She had gone utterly pale. And her hands trembled a little as she tried to tie the long ribbons together to keep them from trailing on the floor. After a moment she said, "But you're crazy, crazy. An hour ago weren't you yourself hoping that he would leave you something?" "Yes, he could have left me something." "Me, not you." She looked at him deeply, as though trying to capture that unknown something in another human being which can scarcely be sensed even during those rare moments when guards are down. And which are like half-open gateways to the mysterious recesses of the soul. Then she said, slowly, "But it seems to me that that a legacy of such a size would have looked just as strange coming from him to you, as to me." "Why?" "Because," she turned her head in embarrassment, and did not go on. He began to pace the room, and said, "Surely you cannot accept?" She answered with indifference, "Very well. But in that case there is no need to wait until tomorrow. We can write Maître Lemonnier now." Serbois stopped his pacing, and for several moments they stared at each other, trying to see, to know, to understand, to uncover and fathom the depths of each other's thoughts. In one of those ardent, mute questionings between two people who live together, who never get to know each other, but who constantly suspect and watch. Then he suddenly murmured, close to her ear, "Admit that you were Vaudrec's mistress." She shrugged. "Don't be stupid. Vaudrec loved me, I think, but he was never my lover." He stamped his foot. "You lie. What you say is impossible." She said calmly, "Nevertheless, it is true." He resumed his pacing, then, stopping again, said, "Then explain to me why he left you everything." She answered nonchalantly, "It is very simple. As you yourself said earlier, we were his only friends, he lived as much with us as in his own home, and when the time came to make his will he thought of us. Then, out of gallantry, he wrote my name because my name came to him naturally, just as it was always to me that he gave presents, not to you. He had the habit of bringing me flowers, of giving me a little gift on the 5th of every month, because it was the 5th of a month that we met. You know that. He almost never gave you anything, he didn't think of it. Men give remembrances to the wives of their friends, not to the husbands, so he left his last remembrance to me rather than to you. It is as simple as that." She was so calm, so natural, that Serbois hesitated. Then, still, it would make a very bad impression. Everyone would believe the other thing. "We cannot accept." "Then we won't accept. It will be 1,000,000 less in our pockets, that's all." He began to talk the way one thinks aloud, without addressing his wife directly. "Yes, 1,000,000, impossible, our reputations would be ruined, too bad. He should have left half to me, that would have taken care of everything." And he sat down, crossed his legs and played with his whiskers, always his behavior at moments of deep meditation. Madame Serbois opened her work-basket, took out a bit of embroidery and began to sew. "I don't in the least insist on accepting. It is up to you to think about it." For a long time he did not answer, then, hesitantly, "Look, there would be one way, perhaps. You could sign half over to me, by deed of gift. We have no children, it would be perfectly legal. In that way nobody could talk." She said, seriously, "I don't quite see how that would keep them from talking." He lost his temper, "You must be stupid. We'll tell everyone that he left each of us half, and it will be true. No need to explain that the will was in your name." Once again she gave him a piercing look. "As you like. I am willing." Then he rose and resumed his pacing. He appeared to hesitate again, although by now his face was radiant. "No, perhaps it would be better to renounce it altogether," more dignified, still, in this way nothing could be said. Even the most scrupulous could find nothing to object to. Yes, that solves everything. He stood close to his wife. So, if you like, my darling, I'll go back alone to Maître Lemonnier and consult him and explain. I will tell him that you prefer this arrangement, that it is more fitting, that it will stop gossip. My accepting half shows that I am on sure ground, perfectly acquainted with the whole situation, that I know everything to be honorable and clear. It is as though I said to you, accept, my dear, why shouldn't you, since I do? Otherwise it would really be undignified. As you wish, said Madame Serbois, simply. He went on, speaking fluently now, yes, by dividing the legacy everything is made crystal clear. We inherit from a friend who wanted to make no difference between us, who didn't want to seem to be saying, I prefer one of you to the other after my death, just as I did during my life. And you may be sure that if he had reflected a little, that is what he would have done. He didn't think, he didn't foresee the consequences. As you rightly said, it was to you that he always gave presents. It was to you that he wanted to offer a last remembrance. She stopped, a shade impatiently. All right, I understand. You don't have to do so much explaining. Now go to the notary. He stammered, blushing, suddenly confused. You're right. I'm going. He took his hat, and approaching her he held out his lips for a kiss, murmuring, I'll be back soon, my darling. She held up her forehead and he gave her a big kiss, his thick whiskers tickling her cheeks. Then he went out, beaming happily. And Madame Serbois let her embroidery fall and began to weep. The keeper. After dinner we were recounting shooting adventures and accidents. An old friend of ours, Monsieur Boniface, a great slayer of beasts and drinker of wine, a strong and debonair fellow, full of wit, sense, and a philosophy at once ironical and resigned, which revealed itself in biting humor and never in melancholy, spoke abruptly. I know a shooting story, or rather a shooting drama, that's queer enough. It's not in the least like the usual tale of the kind, and I've never told it before. I didn't suppose that anyone would be interested in it. It's not very pleasant, if you know what I mean. I mean to say that it does not possess the kind of interest which affects, or charms, or agreeably excites. Anyhow, here it is. In those days I was about 35, and mad on shooting. At that time I owned a very lovely piece of land on the outskirts of Jumiages, surrounded by forests and excellent for hares and rabbits. I used only to spend 4 or 5 days there a year, by myself, the limited accommodation not permitting of my bringing a friend. I had installed there as keeper an old retired policeman, a good man, hot-tempered and very conscientious in the performance of his duties, a terror to poachers, and afraid of nothing. He lived by himself, some way out of the village, in a little house, or rather a hovel, consisting of 2 ground-floor rooms, a kitchen and a small storeroom, and of 2 more rooms on the first floor. One of these, a sort of box just large enough for a bed, a chest of drawers, and a chair, was reserved for me. Old Cavalier occupied the other. In saying that he was alone in this cottage, I expressed myself badly. He had taken with him his nephew, a hobbledehoy of 14, who fetched the provisions from the village 2 miles off, and helped the old man in his daily duties. This youth was tall, thin, and somewhat stooping. His hair was so pale a yellow that it looked like the down on a plucked hen, and so thin that he appeared to be bald. He had enormous feet and colossal hands, the hands of a giant. He squinted a little and never looked anyone straight in the face. He gave one the impression that he occupied in the human race the place that the musk-secreting beasts hold in the animal kingdom. He was a polecat or a fox, was that boy. He slept in a sort of hole at the top of the little staircase which led to the 2 rooms. But during my short visits to the pavilion, I called this hovel the pavilion, Marius gave up his nest to an old woman from Écorcheville named Celeste, who came in to cook for me. Old Cavalier's concoctions being by no means good enough. Now you know the characters and the setting. Here is the story. It was in 1854, the 15th of October, I remember the date, and I shall never forget it. I left Rouen on horseback, followed by my dog, a big Dalmatian from Poitou, broad-chested and heavy-jowled, who rummaged about in the bushes like a Pont-Audemer spaniel. My bag was slung on the saddle behind me, and I carried my gun by the sling. It was a cold day, with a high and mournful wind, and dark clouds rode in the sky. While ascending the slope of Canteleu, I gazed at the broad valley of the Seine, through which the river meandered with serpentine twists as far as the horizon. On the left all the steeples of Rouen lifted to the sky, and on the right the view was blocked by the far-off tree-clad hills. I passed through the forest of Romare, going now at a trot, now at a walking pace, and at about 5 o'clock I arrived at the pavilion, where old Cavalier and Celeste were waiting for me. For the last 10 years, at the same season, I had been presenting myself in the same way, and the same mouths welcomed me with the same words. "Good day, your honor. Your honor's health is good?" Cavalier had scarcely altered at all. He stood up to the passage of time like an old tree. But Celeste, especially in the last 4 years, was becoming almost unrecognizable. She was bent nearly double, and although still active, she walked with the upper part of her body so bowed that it formed almost a right angle with her legs. The old woman was very devoted to me. She always seemed much affected at seeing me again, and whenever I left she used to say, "Think, this is maybe the last time, your honor." And the poor servant's heartbroken, frightened farewell, her desperate resignation to inevitable death, so surely close upon her, stirred my heart strangely each year. I dismounted, and while Cavalier, with whom I had shaken hands, was leading my horse to the little shed which did duty for a stable, I entered the kitchen, which also served as the dining room. Followed by Celeste. Then the keeper joined us again. Right from the first I saw that his face had not its customary expression. He seemed preoccupied, ill at ease, worried. "Well, Cavalier," I said to him, "is everything going on all right?" "Yes and no," he murmured. "There's something that isn't at all right." "Well, what is it, man?" I asked. "Tell me all about it." But he shook his head. "No, monsieur, not yet. I don't want to pester you with my worries like this, when you've only just arrived." I insisted, but he absolutely refused to tell me about it before dinner. His expression, however, told me that it was serious. Not knowing what to say to him, I asked, "And what about the game? Have we plenty?" "Oh, yes, there's plenty of game, plenty." I kept my eyes open, thanks be to God. He said this with such desperate seriousness that it was positively comical. His large grey mustaches looked ready to fall off his lips. Suddenly I realized that I had not yet seen his nephew. "And Marius, where has he gone to? Why hasn't he shown up?" The keeper started, he wheeled sharply and faced me. "Well, monsieur, I'd sooner tell you the story straight out." "Yes, I'd sooner do that. It's about him that this thing's on my mind." "Ah. Well, where is he?" "In the stable, monsieur, I'm expecting him to turn up any moment." "Well, what has he been doing?" "This is the story, monsieur." But the keeper hesitated none the less, his voice was changed and shook, his face was suddenly graven with deep wrinkles, the wrinkles of old age. Slowly he continued. "Here it is. I noticed this winter that someone was laying snares in the wood of roseraies, but I couldn't catch the man. I spent night after night there, monsieur. But no good. And during that time snares began to appear on the Courchevel side. I grew thin with rage. But as for catching the thief, impossible. You would have said the scoundrel was warned beforehand of my visits and my plans. But one day, while brushing Marius's breeches, his Sunday breeches, I found 40 sous in his pocket. Now where had the boy got that from? I thought it over for a week, and I noticed that he was in the habit of going out. He used to go out just when I came back to bed, monsieur. Then I watched him, but I hadn't a doubt of the truth, oh, not a doubt of it. And one morning, when I had gone to bed just before he went off, I promptly got up again, and tracked him. And as for tracking, there's no one to touch me, monsieur. And I caught him, monsieur, setting snares on your land, Marius, my nephew, your keeper's nephew. My blood rushed through my body in one flood, and I nearly killed him on the spot. I gave him such a thrashing, oh, Lord! How I did beat him! And I promised him that when you came he would have another from me in your presence, for the sake of the lesson. That's all. I've gone thin with grief. You know what it means to be crossed like that. But what would you have done, now? He's got no father or mother. I'm the only one of his own blood the boy's got, I've brought him up. I couldn't turn him out, could I? But I've told him that if he does it again, it's the end, more's the pity. There. Was I right, monsieur? I held out my hand to him, and replied. You were right, cavalier, you're a good fellow. He rose. Thank you, monsieur. Now I'll go and fetch him. He must be punished, for the sake of the lesson. I knew that it was useless to attempt to dissuade the old man from any plan he had already formed. So I let him have his own way. He went off to fetch the lad, and brought him back, holding him by the ear. I was seated on a cane chair, wearing the grave visage of a judge. Marius appeared to me to have grown. He was even uglier than the year before, with his evil, cunning expression. And his great hands looked monstrous. His uncle shoved him in front of me, and said in his military voice, "Ask pardon from the master." The boy did not utter a word. Then, seizing him under the arms, the ex-policeman lifted him off the ground and began to thrash him with such violence that I got up to stop the blows. The child was now bawling. "Mercy! Mercy, mercy! I promise." Cavalier lowered him on to the ground and, forcing him on to his knees by pressing upon his shoulders, said, "Ask pardon." "I ask pardon," murmured the young scamp, with downcast eyes. Thereupon his uncle lifted him to his feet and dismissed him with a blow which nearly knocked him down again. He made off, and I did not see him again that evening. But Cavalier seemed terribly distressed. "He's a bad character," he said, and throughout dinner he kept on saying, "Oh! How it grieves me, monsieur, you don't know how it grieves me." I tried to console him, but in vain. I went up to bed early, so as to be out shooting at break of day. My dog was already asleep upon the floor at the foot of my bed, when I blew out my candle. I was awakened in the middle of the night by the furious barking of Bach. I realized at once that my room was full of smoke. I leapt out of bed, lit the light, ran to the door, and opened it. A swirl of flames entered. The house was on fire. I promptly shut the strong oak door again, and dragging on my breeches, I first of all lowered my dog from the window with a rope made of twisted sheets. Then, throwing down my clothes, my game bag, and my gun, I made my escape in the same way. Then I began to shout with all my might. "Cavalier! Cavalier! Cavalier!" But the keeper did not wake. The old policeman was a heavy sleeper. Through the lower windows I saw that the whole ground floor was nothing but a blazing furnace, and I saw too that it had been filled with straw to assist the fire. So it had been purposely fired. I resumed my furious shouts. "Cavalier!" Then the thought came to me that the smoke was suffocating him. An idea leaped into my mind. Slipping 2 cartridges into my gun, I fired straight at his window. The 6 panes crashed into the room in a welter of splintered glass. This time the old man had heard, and his terrified figure appeared at the window, clad in his nightshirt. He was terrified more than anything by the violent glare which lit up the whole front of his dwelling. "Your house is on fire," I shouted. "Jump out of the window, quick, quick!" The flames suddenly darted through the lower windows, licked the wall, reached him, were on the point of surrounding him. He jumped and landed on his feet like a cat. It was high time. The thatched roof cracked in the middle, above the staircase, which formed a sort of chimney for the fire below. An immense red sheaf of flame rose in the air, widened, like the jet of a fountain, and sowed a shower of sparks round the cottage. In a few seconds it was nothing but a mass of flames. "How did it catch fire?" asked Cavalier, bewildered. "Someone set fire to the kitchen," I replied. "Who could have done it?" he murmured. Suddenly I guessed. "Marius," I said. The old man understood. "Oh. Holy Mother of God," he stammered, "that's why he didn't come in again." But a horrible thought ran through my brain. I cried. "And Celeste? Celeste?" He did not answer, but the house collapsed before our eyes, forming nothing but a huge brazier, blinding, bleeding. A terrible pyre in which the poor woman could be no more than a glowing cinder, a cinder of human flesh. We had not heard a single cry. But, as the fire was reaching the neighboring shed, I suddenly thought of my horse, and Cavalier ran to set it free. He had scarcely opened the stable door when a swift, supple form passed between his legs, throwing him flat on his nose. It was Marius, running for all he was worth. In a second the man picked himself up. He wanted to run after the wretch, but realizing that he could not hope to catch him and maddened with an ungovernable rage, he yielded to one of those momentary, thoughtless impulses which can be neither foreseen nor restrained. He picked up my gun, which was lying upon the ground close by, set it to his shoulder, and before I could move, pulled the trigger, without even knowing whether the gun was loaded. One of the cartridges which I had put in to give warning of the fire had not gone off. The charge caught the fugitive full in the back, and flung him on his face, covered with blood. He began to scrabble at the ground with hands and knees, as though he was eager to go on running upon all fours, like mortally wounded hares when they see the hunter come up. I dashed to him. The child was already in his death throes. He died before the flames were extinguished, without having uttered a word. Cavalier, still in his nightshirt, with bare legs, stood near us, motionless, bewildered. When the people arrived from the village, they took away my keeper, who was like a madman. I appeared at the trial as a witness, and narrated the facts in detail, without altering a single incident. Cavalier was acquitted. But he left the district the same day, and disappeared. I have never seen him again. That's my shooting story, gentlemen. Berthe. My old friend. Sometimes one has friends much older than oneself. My old friend Dr. Bonnet had often invited me to stay with him at his house at Rouen. I did not know Auvergne at all, and I decided to go and see him about the middle of the summer of 1876. I arrived on the morning train, and the first figure I saw upon the station platform was the doctor's. He was dressed in grey, and wore a round black broad-brimmed soft felt hat, whose very high crown narrowed as it rose, like the chimney of an anthracite stove. It was a true Auvergne hat, and positively smelt of charcoal burning. Clad thus, the doctor had the appearance of an old young man, with his slender body wrapped in the light-colored coat, and his large head with its white hair. He embraced me with the manifest pleasure of a provincial greeting the arrival of a long-desired friend. Extending his arm and pointing all round him, he exclaimed proudly, "Here is Auvergne." I saw nothing but a line of mountains in front of me, whose summits, like truncated cones, must have been extinct volcanoes. Then, raising his finger towards the name of the town written upon the front of the station, he said, "Rouen, fatherland of magistrates, pride of the law courts." Which should rather have been the fatherland of doctors. "Why?" I asked. "Why?" he answered with a laugh. "Turn the name round and you have Mori, to die. That's why I installed myself in this neighborhood, young man." And, delighted with his jest, he led me away, rubbing his hands. As soon as I had swallowed a cup of coffee, I had to go and see the old city. I admired the chemist's house, and the other notable houses, all black, but as pretty as toy houses, with their fronts of carved stone. I admired the statue of the Virgin, patron saint of butchers, and even heard, in this connection, the story of an amusing adventure which I will relate some other day. When Dr. Bonnet said to me, "Now I must beg 5 minutes in which to go and see a patient, and then I will take you up the hill of Châtelgaillon, so as to show you, before lunch, the general view of the town and of the whole range of the Puy de Dôme. You can wait on the pavement, I'm only going straight up and down again." He left me opposite one of those old provincial mansions, dark, closed, silent, gloomy. This one seemed to me to have a particularly melancholy physiognomy, and I soon discovered the reason. All the large windows on the first floor were blocked up to half their height by stout wooden shutters. Only the top halves opened, as though someone had wished to prevent the creatures shut up in this vast stone box from seeing into the street. When the doctor came down again, I told him what I had noticed. "You were not mistaken," he replied, "the poor creature shut up in there must never see what is going on outside. She's a madwoman, or rather an idiot, or an imbecile, what you Normans call a niente. Yes, it's a sad story, and an extraordinary pathological case into the bargain. Would you like me to tell it you?" I told him yes. "Well," he went on, "here it is, then. 20 years ago now, the owners of that house, my employers, had a child, a girl, just like any other girl. But I soon saw that although the body of the little creature was developing admirably, her intelligence was remaining dormant. She walked at a very early age, but she absolutely refused to speak. At first I thought her deaf, then, later, I found out that she could hear perfectly, but did not understand. Violent noises made her tremble. They frightened her, but she could never trace the cause of them. She grew up, she was superb, and dumb through lack of intelligence. I tried every means to bring a gleam of light into her brain, nothing was of avail. I fancied that she recognized her nurse. Once weaned, she did not recognize her mother. She never knew how to speak that word, the first uttered by children, the last murmured by soldiers dying on the battlefield, mother. Sometimes she attempted inarticulate mutterings, but nothing more. When the weather was fine, she laughed all the time, uttering gentle cries like the twittering of a bird. When it rained, she wept and groaned in a melancholy, terrifying way like the mourning of dogs howling round a corpse. She liked to roll in the grass like a young animal, and run about like a mad creature, and every morning she clapped her hands if she saw the sun coming into her room. When the window was opened, she clapped her hands and moved about in her bed, so as to make them dress her at once. She seemed to draw no distinction between people, between her mother and her servant, between her father and me, between the coachman and the cook. I was fond of her unhappy parents, and went to see them almost every day. I often dined with them, which made me notice that Berthe, she had been named Berthe, appeared to recognize the dishes and prefer some to others. She was 12 years old at that time. She looked like a girl of 18, and was taller than I am. So the idea came into my head of developing her greed, and of attempting by this means to introduce a sense of difference into her mind, of forcing her, by the difference between tastes, by the scale of flavors, if not to think, at least to make instinctive distinctions, which would be if nothing else a physical stirring of her brain. In appealing to her senses, and carefully choosing those which would best serve our purpose, we were bound to produce a sort of recoil of the body upon the intelligence, and thus gradually augment the insentient working of her brain. One day, therefore, I set in front of her 2 plates, one of soup, one of very sweet vanilla custard. I made her taste them alternately. Then I left her free to make a choice. She ate the plateful of custard. I soon made her very greedy, so greedy that she seemed to have nothing in her head but the idea, or rather the desire, of eating. She recognized dishes perfectly, holding out her hand towards those which she liked and eagerly seizing them. She cried when they were taken away. Then I had the notion of teaching her to come to the dining room at the sound of the bell. It took a long time, but I succeeded. In her vague understanding became firmly established a connection between the sound and the taste, a relation between two senses, an appeal from one to the other. And consequently a kind of concatenation of ideas, if one can call this sort of instinctive link between two organic functions an idea. I carried my experiment still further, and taught her, with what pains, to recognize mealtimes on the dial of the clock. For a long time I was unable to call her attention to the hands, but I succeeded in making her notice the striking mechanism. The method I employed was simple. I stopped the ringing of the bell, and everyone rose to go to table when the little brass hammer struck 12. I tried in vain to teach her to count the strokes. Every time she heard the chime she ran to the door, but little by little she must have realized that all the chimes had not the same value with regard to meals. And her eye, guided by her ear, was often fixed upon the dial. Noticing this, I took care to go every day at 12 and at 6, and as soon as it came to the moment she was waiting for, I placed my finger on the figure 12 and on the figure 6. I soon observed that she was following attentively the advance of the little brass hands, which I had often pushed round in her presence. She had understood. Or, it would be truer to say, she had grasped it. I had succeeded in awakening in her the knowledge, or rather the sensation, of time, in the same way as one succeeds with carp, though they have not the advantage of clocks. By feeding them at exactly the same moment every day. Once this result had been attained, all the timepieces in the house occupied her attention to the exclusion of everything else. She spent her life in looking at them, listening to them, waiting for the hours. A rather funny incident happened. The strike of a pretty Louis XVI clock, that was hanging over the head of her bed, ran down, and she noticed it. For 20 minutes she stared at the hands, waiting for 10 o'clock to strike. But when the hand had passed the figure, she was left bewildered at hearing nothing, so bewildered that she remained sitting there. Stirred no doubt by one of those strong emotions which lay hold on us in the face of great catastrophes. And she had the curious patience to sit in front of that little instrument until 11 o'clock, to see what would happen. Again she heard nothing, very naturally. Then, seized abruptly with the mad rage of a creature deceived and tricked, or with the terror inspired by a frightful mystery, or with the furious impatience of a passionate creature confronted by an obstacle, she seized the tongs from the fireplace and struck the clock with such force that she smashed it to pieces instantly. Her brain worked then, and calculated, in an obscure way, it is true, and within a very limited range, for I could not make her distinguish between people as she did between hours. In order to produce a stirring of intelligence in her mind, it was necessary to appeal to her passions, in the physical sense of the word. We soon had another proof of this, alas. It was a terrible one. She had grown into a superb creature, she was a true type of the race, an admirable stupid Venus. She was now 16, and I have rarely seen such perfection of form, suppleness, and regularity of features. I said she was a Venus. So she was, a fair, full-figured, vigorous Venus, with large eyes, clear and empty, blue like flax flowers, and a large mouth with round, greedy, sensual lips, a mouth made for kisses. One morning her father came into my room with a curious expression, and sat down without even replying to my greeting. "I want to speak to you about a very serious matter," he said. "Could Berthe get married?" I started with surprise. "Berthe get married?" I exclaimed. "It's impossible." "Yes," he resumed, "I know, but think, doctor, you see, perhaps, we had hoped, if she had children, it would be a great shock for her. A great happiness, and who knows whether motherhood might not awaken her intelligence." I was very perplexed. It was true. It was possible that the novelty of the experience, the wonderful maternal instinct which throbs in the hearts of beasts as strongly as in the hearts of women, which makes the hen fling herself upon the jaws of the dog in order to protect her little ones, might lead to a revolution, a violent disturbance in that dormant brain. Might even set going the motionless mechanism of her mind. Suddenly, too, I remembered an example from my own experience. Some years previously I had owned a little bitch, a retriever, so stupid that I could get nothing out of her. She had puppies, and became in one day, not intelligent, but almost the equal of many poorly developed dogs. I had scarcely perceived this possibility before the longing increased in me to get Berthe married, not so much out of friendship for her and for her poor parents as out of scientific curiosity. What would happen? It was a strange problem. So I said to the father, "You may be right, we might try by all means, but, you'll never find a man who'll consent to it." "I have found one," he said in a low voice. I was amazed. "A decent fellow?" I stammered. "A man in your own walk of life?" "Yes, absolutely," he replied. "Ah. And, might I ask you his name?" "I was just coming to tell you and ask your advice. It is Monsieur Gaston du Bois de Lucelles." I nearly exclaimed, "The swine!" But I kept my mouth shut, and after a pause I murmured, "Yes, quite all right. I see no obstacle." The poor man shook my hand. "They shall be married next month," he said. Monsieur Gaston du Bois de Lucelles was a young scamp of good family who had consumed his paternal inheritance and had run into debt in 1,000 disreputable ways. He was now hunting for a new method of obtaining money. He had found this one. He was a good-looking lad, well set up, but a rake, one of the loathsome tribe of provincial rakes. He seemed to give promise of being an adequate husband, and one that an allowance would easily remove again. He came to the house to press his suit and show himself off before the beautiful idiot, whom he seemed to like. He brought her flowers, kissed her hands, sat at her feet and gazed at her with tender eyes. But she took no notice of any of his attentions, and in no way distinguished him from any of the people among whom she lived. The marriage took place. You will understand to what a degree my curiosity was inflamed. The next day I went to see Berthe, to judge from her face whether any inner part of her had been stirred. But I found her just the same as on other days, solely preoccupied with the clock and dinner. Her husband, on the contrary, seemed very fond of her, and tried to rouse her gaiety and affection by little teasing games such as one plays with kittens. He had found nothing better. I then started to pay frequent visits to the newly married couple. And I soon perceived that the young woman recognized her husband and directed upon him the greedy looks which hitherto she had lavished only upon sweet things to eat. She followed his movements, distinguished his step on the stairs, or in a neighboring room, clapped her hands when he came in. And her transfigured countenance burned with a flame of profound happiness and desire. She loved him with all her body, with all her soul, her poor feeble soul, with all her heart, the poor heart of a grateful animal. She was truly an admirable innocent picture of simple passion, of passion at once carnal and modest. Such as nature had set in human beings before man complicated and distorted it with all the subtleties of sentiment. As for the man, he quickly wearied of the beautiful, passionate, dumb creature. He no longer spent more than a few hours of each day with her, finding it enough to devote his nights to her. And she began to suffer. From morning to night she waited for him, her eyes fixed on the clock, not even paying attention to meals, for he always went away for his meals, to Clermont, Châtel-Guyon, Royat. Anywhere so as not to be at home. She grew thin. Every other thought, every other desire, every other interest, every other vague hope, vanished from her mind. The hours in which she did not see him became for her hours of terrible torment. Soon he began to sleep away from her. He spent his nights at the casino at Royat with women, coming home early at the first gleam of day. She refused to go to bed before he returned. She stayed motionless on a chair, her eyes vaguely fixed on the little brass hands which turned round and round in slow, regular progress, round the china dial whereon the hours were inscribed. She heard the distant trotting of his horse, and would start up with a bound. Then, when he came into the room, she would raise her fingers to the clock with a ghostly gesture, as though to say to him, look how late it is." He began to be afraid in the presence of this loving, jealous idiot. He became possessed of a slow resentment, as an animal might be. One night he struck her. I was sent for. She was screaming in a terrible fit of grief, rage, passion, I knew not what. How can one tell what is going on in these rudimentary brains? I calmed her with injections of morphine. And I forbade her ever to see the man again, for I realized that the marriage would inevitably end in her death. Then she went mad. Yes, my dear fellow, that idiot girl went mad. She thinks of him always, and waits for him. She waits for him all day and all night, every moment, waking or sleeping, perpetually. As I saw her growing thinner and thinner, and as her obstinate gaze never left the faces of the clocks, I had all these instruments for measuring time removed from the house. Thus I have taken from her the possibility of counting the hours, and of forever searching her dim memory for the moment at which once upon a time he had been wont to come home. I hope in the long run to kill the remembrance of it in her, and to extinguish the spark of reason that I took such trouble to set alight. The other day I tried an experiment. I offered her my watch. She took it and studied it for some time. Then she began to scream in a terrible way, as though the sight of the little instrument had suddenly reawakened the memory that was beginning to slumber. She is thin in these days, pitifully thin, with shining hollow eyes. She walks up and down unceasingly, like a caged beast. I have had 2 bars put on the windows, have put up high screens, and have fixed the chairs to the floor, to prevent her from looking into the street to see if he is coming back. Oh, the poor parents! What a life they have and will have had. We had arrived at the top of the hill. The doctor turned round and said to me, "Look at Rouen from here." The somber town wore the aspect of an ancient walled city. In the background, as far as the eye could reach, stretched a green, wooded plain, dotted with villages and towns, and drowned in a thin blue vapor which made the horizon a delight to the eyes. On the right, in the distance, was a line of high mountains with a succession of peaks, rounded or cut off sharply as with a sword cut. The doctor began to enumerate the places and peaks, telling me the history of each. But I did not listen to him. I thought only of the mad woman, saw nothing but her. She seemed to hover like a melancholy ghost over all this wide country. "What has become of the husband?" I asked abruptly. My friend, somewhat surprised, answered after a pause. "He's living at Royat on the allowance made to him. He's happy, he leads a gay life." As we were walking slowly homewards, both of us saddened and silent, an English dog-cart passed us from behind, a fast-trotting thoroughbred in the shafts. The doctor gripped my arm. "There he is," he said. I saw nothing but a grey felt hat, tilted over one ear, above a pair of broad shoulders, disappearing in a cloud of dust. Bombard. Life often seemed very hard to Simon Bombard. He was born with an incredible capacity for doing nothing and with an immoderate desire to follow this vocation. All effort, whether moral or physical, every movement accomplished for a purpose, appeared to him beyond his strength. As soon as he heard anyone speak of anything serious he became confused, his mind being incapable of tension or even attention. The son of a linen draper in Cannes, he took things easily, as they said in the family, until he was 25 years of age. But as his parents were always nearer bankruptcy than fortune, he suffered greatly for want of money. He was a big, tall fine-looking fellow, with red whiskers, cut Norman fashion, of florid complexion, blue eyes, with the first signs of a paunch. And dressed with the swagger elegance of a provincial on a holiday. He laughed and gesticulated on every occasion, displaying a noisy good nature with all the assurance of the commercial traveler. He considered that life was made principally for love and laughter, and as soon as it became necessary to curb his noisy enjoyment, he fell into a kind of chronic somnolence. Being incapable of sadness. His need of money harassed him until he formed the habit of repeating a phrase now celebrated in his circle of acquaintance: "For 10,000 francs a year, I would become an executioner." Now, He went each year to Trouville for a fortnight. He called this spending the season. He would install himself at the house of his cousins, who gave him the use of a room. And from the day of his arrival to that of his departure he would promenade along the board walk which extends along the great stretch of seashore. He walked with an air of confidence, his hands in his pockets or crossed behind his back, always clothed in ample garments, with light waistcoats and showy cravats. His hat somewhat over his ear and a cheap cigar in one corner of his mouth. He went along, brushing up against the elegantly dressed women and staring contemptuously at the men like a fellow ready for a fight, and seeking. He was after a wife, counting entirely upon his face and his physique. He said to himself, "Why the devil, in all the crowd that comes here, should I not be able to find what I want?" And he hunted with the scent of a foxhound, with the keen instinct of a Norman, sure that he would recognize her, the woman who would make him rich, the moment he perceived her. One Monday morning he murmured, "Hello. Hello. Hello." The weather was superb, one of those yellow and blue days of the month of July, when one might say that there was a deluge of heat. The vast shore, covered with people, costumes, colors, had the air of a garden of women. And the fishing boats with their brown sails, almost immovable upon the blue water which reflected them upside down, seemed asleep under the great sun at 10 o'clock in the morning. There they remained, opposite the wooden pier, some near, some further off, some still further, as if overcome by a summer day idleness, too indifferent to seek the open sea, or even to return to port. And in the distance one could vaguely perceive in the mist the coast of Havre, showing two white points on its summit, the lighthouses of Saint Adresse. He said to himself, "Hello, hello, hello." For he had passed her now for the third time and perceived that she had noticed him, this mature woman, experienced and courageous, who was making a bid for his attention. He had noticed her before, because she seemed also in quest of someone. She was an Englishwoman, rather tall, a little thin, an audacious Englishwoman whom circumstances and much journeying had made a kind of man. Not bad, on the whole, walking along slowly with short steps, soberly and simply clothed, but wearing a queer sort of hat as Englishwomen always do. She had rather pretty eyes, high cheekbones, a little red, teeth that were too long and always visible. When he came to the pier, he retraced his steps to see if she would meet him again. He met her and threw her an ardent glance, a glance which seemed to say, "Here I am." But how should he speak to her? He returned a fifth time, and when he was again face to face with her she dropped her parasol. He rushed forward, picked it up and presented it to her, saying, "Permit me, madam." She responded, "Oh, you are very kind." And then they looked at each other. They had nothing more to say. But she blushed. Then becoming courageous, he said, "We are having beautiful weather here." And she answered, "Oh, delicious." And then they again faced each other, embarrassed, neither thinking of going away. It was she who finally had the audacity to ask, "Are you going to be here long?" He answered, laughing, "Oh, yes, about as long as I care to." Then suddenly he proposed, "Would you like to go down to the pier? It is pretty there on a day like this." She simply said, "I should be much pleased." And they walked along side by side, she with her stiff, rigid movements, he with the rolling swagger of a gander showing off in a farmyard. 3 months later the leading merchants of Cannes received one morning a square white card which said, "M. and Madame Prosper Bombard have the honor to announce the marriage of their son, M. Simon Bombard, to Madame Kate Robertson." And on the other side, Madame Kate Robertson has the honor of announcing her marriage to M. Simon Bombard. They settled in Paris. The fortune of the wife amounted to 15,000 francs a year free of encumbrances. Simon wished to have 400 francs a month for his personal expenses. He had to prove that his tenderness merited this amount. He did prove it easily and obtained what he asked for. At first everything went well. Young Madame Bombard was no longer young, assuredly, and her freshness had undergone some wear, but she had a way of exacting things which made it impossible for anyone to refuse her. She would say, with her grave, wilful, English accent, "Oh, Simon, now we must go to bed," which made Simon start toward the bed like a dog that had been ordered, "to your kennel." And she knew how to have her way by day and night, in a manner there was no resisting. She did not get angry, she made no scenes, she never raised her voice. She never had the appearance of being irritated or hurt, or even disturbed. She knew how to talk, that was all, and she spoke to the point, and in a tone that admitted no contradiction. More than once Simon was on the point of rebelling, but against the brief and imperious desires of this singular woman he found himself unable to stand out. Nevertheless, when the conjugal kisses began to be meager and monotonous, and he had in his pocket what would bring to him something greater, he paid for satiety, but with 1,000 precautions. Madame Bombard perceived all this, without his knowing how, and one evening she announced to him that she had rented a house at Mantes where they would live in the future. Then existence became harder. He tried various kinds of pastimes which did not at all compensate for the feminine conquests for which he longed. He fished, learned how to tell the places which the gudgeon liked, which the roach and carp preferred, the favorite spots of the bream and the kinds of bait that the different fish will take. But in watching his floater as it trembled on the surface of the water, other visions haunted his mind. Then he became the friend of the chief of the office of the sub-prefect and the captain of the police. And they played whist in the evening at the Café du Commerce, but his sorrowful eye would disrobe the queen of clubs or of diamonds. While the problem of the absent legs on these two-headed figures would confuse the images awakened in his mind. Then he conceived a plan, a typical specimen of Norman cunning. He would have his wife take a maid who suited him. Not a beautiful girl, a coquette, fond of clothes, but a gawky woman, rough and strong-backed, who would not arouse suspicions and whom he had carefully coached in his plans. She was recommended to them by the collector of tolls, his accomplice and obliging friend, who guaranteed her in every way. And Madame Bombard accepted with confidence the treasure they brought to her. Simon was happy, happy with precaution, with fear, and with unbelievable difficulties. He could never escape the watchful eye of his wife, except for a few short moments from time to time, and then without security. He sought some plan, some stratagem, and he ended by finding one that succeeded perfectly. Madame Bombard, who had nothing to do, retired early, while Bombard, who played whist at the Café du Commerce, returned each evening at 9:30, exactly. He got Victorine to wait for him in the passageway of his house, under the vestibule steps, in the darkness. He only had 5 minutes or more for he was always in fear of a surprise. But 5 minutes from time to time sufficed for his ardor, and he slipped a louis into the servant's hand, for he was generous in his pleasures, and she would quickly remount to her garret. And he laughed, he triumphed all alone, and repeated aloud, like King Midas's barber fishing for whitebait from the reeds on the river bank, "Fooled, old girl." And the happiness of having fooled Madame Bombard made up to him in great part for the imperfection and incompleteness of his salaried conquest. One evening he found Victorine waiting for him as was her custom, but she appeared to him more lively, more animated than usual. And he remained perhaps 10 minutes at the rendezvous in the corridor. When he entered the conjugal chamber, Madame Bombard was not there. He felt a cold chill run down his back and sank into a chair, tortured with fear. She appeared with a candlestick in her hand. He asked trembling, "You have been out?" She answered quietly, "I went to the kitchen for a glass of water." He forced himself to calm his suspicions of what she might have heard. But she seemed tranquil, happy, confident, and he was reassured. When they entered the dining room for breakfast the next morning, Victorine put the cutlets on the table. As she turned to go out, Madame Bombard handed her a louis which she held up delicately between her 2 fingers, and said to her, with her calm, serious accent, "Here, my girl. Here are 20 francs which I deprived you of last night. I return them to you. And the flabbergasted girl took the gold piece, gazing at it stupidly, while the terrorized Bombard looked at his wife with wide-open eyes. The confession. The entire population of Viziers-le-Rethel had followed Monsieur Badon-Laraments to his grave. In every memory lingered still the last words of the prefect's funeral oration, at least he was a man of unquestioned honesty. Honest he had been in every notable action throughout his life, honest in his speech, in the example he set, in his appearance, in his bearing, in his gait, in the cut of his beard and the shape of his hats. He had never spoken a word which did not contain a precept, never given alms without adding a piece of advice, never held out his hand without the air of bestowing a benediction. He left 2 children, a son and a daughter. His son was on the town council, and his daughter, who had married a solicitor, Monsieur Poirel de la Volte, moved in the best circles in Viziers. They were inconsolable at their father's death, for they loved him sincerely. As soon as the ceremony was over, they returned to the house of death. All 3, son, daughter, and son-in-law, shut themselves up in a room and opened the will, which was to be unsealed by them alone, and only after the coffin had been deposited in its resting place. This request was conveyed to them by a brief note on the envelope. Monsieur Poirel de la Volte opened the envelope, in his capacity as a lawyer accustomed to such proceedings. After adjusting his spectacles, he read it out to them in a dry voice fitted for the recital of legal details. My children, my dear children, I could not rest quietly in my last sleep did I not make this confession to you from beyond the grave. It is the confession of a crime which I have regretted with a bitterness that has poisoned my life. Yes, I am guilty of a crime, a frightful, appalling crime. I was 26 years old at the time, and had just been called to the bar in Paris. There I lived like any other young provincial stranded in the city without acquaintances, friends, or relatives. I took a mistress. How many people there are whom the word mistress revolts. Yet there are people who cannot live alone. I am one of them. Solitude fills me with a frightful agony, solitude at night, at home by the fireside. At such times I feel as though I were alone on earth, terribly alone, but surrounded with vague dangers, strange fearful perils. The thin wall which separates me from my neighbor, the neighbor I do not know, keeps me as far from him as from the stars I see from my window. I am overcome with a sort of fever, a fever of impatience and fear, and the silent walls terrify me. It is so deep and so sad, the silence of a room in which one lives alone. It is not only a silence round about the body, but a silence about the soul, and when a piece of furniture creaks, a shiver runs through the heart. For in this sorrowful place any sound comes as a surprise. More than once, unnerved and distracted by this mute and terrifying silence, I have begun to speak, to babble words without sense or reason, just for the sake of making a noise. At these times my voice sounded so strange that I was afraid of it too. Is there anything more terrifying than talking to oneself in an empty house? One's voice seems to be another's, an unknown voice speaking, without cause, speaking to nobody, in the hollow air, with no human ear to hear. For one knows, even before they escape into the solitude of the room, the words which are about to come from one's mouth, and when they resound mournfully in the silence. They sound no more than an echo, the strange echo of words murmured in an undertone by the brain. I took a mistress, a young girl just like all the young girls who work in Paris at a profession too poorly paid to keep them. She was a sweet, good little thing. Her parents lived at Poissy. Occasionally she would go to spend a few days with them. For a year I lived uneventfully with her, fully intending to leave her as soon as I should find a girl attractive enough for me to marry. I proposed to leave her a small income, for among people of our class it is commonly acknowledged that a woman's love must be paid for, in cash when she is poor, in presents when she is rich. But one day she informed me that she was going to have a child. I was aghast. In a flash I foresaw the ruin of my whole life. I saw the chain I was doomed to drag with me till the day of my death, everywhere I went, in my future family life, in my old age, forever, the chain of the woman bound to my life by the child. The chain of this child which must be brought up, watched, protected, while all the time the secret must be kept from it and from the world. I was utterly cast down by the news, and a vague desire, a desire I never expressed, but felt in my heart ready to leap out. Like men hidden behind doors waiting the word to spring, a criminal desire lurked in the recesses of my mind. Supposing there were an accident. So many of these little creatures die before they are born. Oh! I had no wish to see my mistress die. Poor girl, I loved her well. But perhaps I desired the death of the other, before I saw it. The child was born. In my little bachelor apartment was a family, a sham family with a child, an unnatural thing. The child was like all babies. I did not love it. Fathers, you know, do not love till later. They have not the natural passionate tenderness that belongs to mothers. Their affections have to wake little by little, their souls come upon love little by little, through those bonds which each day draws closer between human beings who share each other's lives. Another year went by. I was shunning now my cramped little house, littered with linen and swaddling clothes and socks the size of gloves, 1,000 objects of all kinds lying on a table, on the arms of a chair. Everywhere. Above all I kept away so as not to hear him cry, for he cried on every occasion, when his clothes were changed, when he was washed, when he was put to bed, indeed always. I had made some friendships, and in a drawing-room one day I met your mother. I fell in love with her, and the desire to marry her woke in my heart. I wooed her and asked her hand in marriage. It was granted me. And there I was, caught in a trap. I must marry this young girl I adored, already having a child of my own, or I must tell the truth and renounce her, my happiness, my future, everything. For her parents, who were very strict, would never have consented to the marriage if they had known all. I spent a terrible month of agonizing moral torment, a month during which 1,000 terrible thoughts haunted me. And ever growing within me I felt a hatred for my son, for that little scrap of living, weeping flesh who barred my way, cut my life in two, and condemned me to a cheerless existence without any one of the vague hopes which are the charm of youth. Then my mistress mother fell ill, and I was left alone with the child. It was December, and frightfully cold. What a night! My mistress had just gone. I had dined alone in the little parlor, and softly entered the room where the baby slept. I sat before the fire in an armchair. A dry, icy wind blew outside and rattled the window panes, and through the window I could see the stars glitter with that keen light they have on frosty nights. Then the obsession which for the last month had haunted me entered into my head anew. The moment I sat still it descended upon me and gnawed my brain. It gnawed me as fixed ideas do, as cancer must gnaw the flesh. I felt it there in my head, in my heart, in my whole body, it devoured me like a wild beast. I tried to hunt it down, to drive it away, to open my mind to other thoughts, to new hopes, as one opens a window in the morning to let out the tainted air of the night. But not for a single instant could I chase it from my brain. I do not know how to describe this torture. It nibbled at my soul, and I felt every movement of its teeth with horrible pain, a veritable anguish of body and soul. My life was over. How was I to escape from this dilemma? How draw back and how confess? And I loved your mother madly, that made the insurmountable obstacle still more frightful. A terrible rage grew in me, tightening my throat, a rage which was akin to madness. Yes, I was mad, that night. The child was asleep. I rose and watched it sleeping. It was he, that abortion, that might, that nothing, who condemned me to hopeless misery. He slept, with his mouth open, under a heap of blankets, in a cradle near the bed I could not sleep in. How did I do what I did? Do I know? What force led me on, what evil power possessed me? Oh, the temptation came to me without my realizing how it made its presence known. I remember only that my heart beat furiously, so violently that I heard it like the strokes of a hammer from behind a wall. That is all I remember, my heart beating. In my head was a strange confusion, a tumult, a routing of all reason, all common sense. I was in one of those hours of terror and hallucination wherein man has no longer knowledge of his actions nor control of his will. Softly I raised the coverings which hid my child's body. I threw them on the foot of the cradle, and saw him stark naked. He did not wake. Then I went to the window, softly, so softly, and I opened it. A blast of icy air rushed in like a murderer, so bitter cold that I fell back before it, and the 2 candles flickered. And I remained standing by the window, not daring to turn round, as if not to see what was happening behind me, and always feeling, gliding over my temples, my cheeks, my hands, the deathly air which flowed into the room in a steady stream. It went on a long time. I did not think, I considered nothing. Suddenly a little cough sent a dreadful shiver through me from head to foot, a shiver I can feel at this moment, in the roots of my hair. With a wild movement I slammed the window down and, turning round, ran to the cradle. He was still asleep, with open mouth, stark naked. I touched his legs. They were frozen, and I pulled up the coverings. My heart suddenly softened, snapped, was filled with pity, tenderness, and love for the poor innocent wretch I had wanted to kill. I pressed a long kiss on his thin hair, then sat down again by the fireside. I thought with stupor, with horror, of what I had done. I wondered whence came these tempests of the soul wherein man loses all awareness of things, all control over himself, and acts under a kind of mad intoxication, not knowing what he does, nor where he goes, like a ship in a hurricane. The child coughed once more, and my heart was rent in 2. If he were to die. Oh, my God! My God! What would become of me? I got up to go and look at him. And, a candle in my hand, I bent over him. Seeing him breathing quietly, I was reassured. He coughed a 3rd time, and I was seized with a terrible shudder, and started so violently back, as a man might when distracted at the sight of some frightful happening, that I let the candle fall. When I straightened myself after picking it up I observed that my temples were drenched with the sweat of agony, a sweat hot and icy at once. As though some part of the frightful moral suffering and unspeakable torture, which does actually burn like fire and freeze like ice, were oozing out through the skin and bone of my skull. Till daybreak I remained beside the cradle, calming my fears when he remained quiet for a long stretch, and enduring terrible agonies when a feeble cough issued from his mouth. He awoke with red eyes and a sore throat, obviously ill. When the charwoman came, I sent her out at once for a doctor. He came at the end of an hour, and after examining the child, he said, "Has he not been cold?" "No, I don't think so," I stammered, trembling like a very old man. Then I asked, "What is it? Is it serious?" "I cannot tell yet," he answered. "I will come back again this evening." He did come back again that evening. My son had lain almost all day in a deep slumber, coughing from time to time. During the night inflammation of the lungs set in. It lasted 10 days. I cannot tell you what I suffered during those interminable hours which separate dawn from dusk and dusk from dawn. He died. And since then, since that moment, I have not passed an hour, no, not 1 hour, without that poignant, fearful memory, that memory which gnaws and twists and rends my spirit, stirring within me like a ravenous beast imprisoned in the bottom of my soul. Oh, if I had only been able to go mad! Monsieur Poirel de la Volte pushed up his spectacles. It was a gesture customary with him when he had finished reading a deed. And the 3 looked at one another in silence, pale and motionless. After a moment the lawyer said, "This must be destroyed." The other 2 nodded their assent. He lit a candle, carefully separated the pages containing the dangerous confession from those containing the monetary dispositions. Then placed them in the flame of the candle and threw them into the grate. They watched the white pages burn up. Soon they were only a small black heap. Several letters could still be distinguished, standing out white against the blackened paper, so the daughter crushed the thin shriveled layer of ash with nervous movements of her toe, and stamped it down among the cold cinders. For some time longer the three of them stayed watching as though they were afraid that the burnt secret would escape up the chimney. The Revenge. Scene. Chapter 1. M. de Garel, alone, lying back in an armchair. Here I am at Cannes, a gay bachelor, which is humorous enough. I'm a bachelor. At Paris I hardly realized it. Away from home, it's another thing. Upon my word, I'm not complaining about it. And my wife is married again. I wonder if my successor is happier than I am. What sort of a fool must he be to have married her after me? For the matter of that, I was no less a fool for marrying her first. She had her points, however, certain good points, physical ones, quite remarkably good, but she had serious moral blemishes too. What a sly wench, what a liar, what a flirt she was, and how attractive to men who were not her husband. Was I a cuckold? God, it's sheer torture to be wondering that from morning to evening, and never to know for sure. What plots and counterplots I laid to watch her, without learning anything. In any case, if I was a cuckold, I'm one no longer, thanks to Knacket. How easy divorce is after all. It cost me 10 francs for a riding whip, and a stiffness in my right arm, not counting the pleasure it gave me to lay on to my heart's content on a woman whom I strongly suspect of deceiving me. What a thrashing I gave her. He stands up, laughing, takes a few steps, and sits down again. True, the verdict was given in her favor and against me, but what a thrashing. Now I am spending the winter in the south, a gay bachelor. What luck! It's delightful to travel when you can always hope to meet a new love round every corner. Whom shall I meet, in this hotel, now, or on the Croisette, or perhaps in the street? Where is she, the woman who will love me tomorrow and whose lover I shall be? What will her eyes be like, her lips, her hair, her smile? What will she be like, the first woman who will give me her mouth and be folded in my arms? Dark or fair? Tall or short? Gay or grave? Plump or? She will be plump. Oh! How I pity people who don't know, people who no longer know the exquisite pleasure of anticipation. The woman I really love is the unknown, the hoped for, the desired, she who haunts my heart, whom my eyes have never seen in the flesh, she whose charms are augmented by every ideal perfection. Where is she? In this hotel, behind this door? In one of the rooms of this house, quite near, or still far away? What matter, so long as I desire her, so long as I am certain of meeting her? And I shall assuredly meet her, today or tomorrow, this week or the next, sooner or later. It is absolutely inevitable that I shall find her. And I shall have, in all their charm, the divine joy of the first kiss, the first caresses, all the maddening ecstasy of lovers' discoveries, all the mystery of the unexplored. As desirable the first day as a conquered maidenhood. Oh! The fools who do not understand the adorable sensation of veils raised for the first time. Oh, the fools who marry, since, the said veils, ought not to be raised too often, on the same site. Here comes a woman. A woman crosses the far end of the corridor, elegant, slender, with a tapering waist. Damn her, she has a figure, and an air. Let's try to catch sight of her face. She passes near him without seeing him, buried in the depths of the armchair. He murmurs. Hell, it's my wife. My wife, or rather not my wife, Chantever's wife. What a charming hussy she is, after all. Am I going to want to marry her again now? Good, she's sitting down and she's reading Gil Blas. I'll lie low. My wife. What a queer feeling it gives me. My wife. As a matter of fact, it's a year, more than a year, since she ceased to be my wife. Yes, she had her points, physically speaking, very fine ones. What a leg. It makes me tremble only to think of it. And what a bosom, oh, perfect. Alf. In the old days we used to play at drill, left, right, what a bosom. Left or right, it was superb. But what a holy terror, where her morals were concerned. Has she had lovers? What I suffered from that suspicion. Now, poof. It doesn't worry me in the least. I have never seen a more seductive creature when she was getting into bed. She had a way of jumping up and slipping between the sheets. Good, I am going to fall in love with her again. Suppose I spoke to her? But what shall I say to her? And then she would shout for help, because of the thrashing she got. What a thrashing! Perhaps I was a little brutal after all. Suppose I speak to her? That would be amusing and rather an achievement after all. Damn it, yes, I'll speak to her, and perhaps if I do it very well. We shall soon see. Scene. Chapter 2. He approaches the young woman, who is deep in the study of Gil Blas, and in a sweet voice. M. de Garel. Will you allow me, madam, to recall myself to your memory? Madame de Chantever lifts her head sharply, cries out, and starts to run away. He bars her way, and says humbly. M. de Garel. You have nothing to fear, madam. I am not your husband now. Madame de Chantever. Oh, you dare. After what has happened. M. de Garel. I dare, and I daren't. You see. Explain it to please yourself. When I caught sight of you, I found it impossible not to come and speak to you. Madame de Chantever. I hope this joke may now be considered at an end. M. de Garel. It is not a joke. Madame de Chantever. A bet, then, unless it's merely a piece of insolence. Besides, a man who strikes a woman is capable of anything. M. de Garel. You are hard, madam. It seems to me, however, that you ought not to reproach me today for an outburst that, moreover, I regret. On the contrary, I was, I confess, expecting to be thanked by you. Madame de Chantever. Astonished. What? You must be mad. Or else you're making fun of me as if I were a little girl from the country. M. de Garel. Not at all, madam, and if you don't understand me, you must be very unhappy. Madame de Chantever. What do you mean? M. de Garel. That if you were happy with the man who has taken my place, you would be grateful to me for the violence that allowed you to make this new union. Madame de Chantever. You are pushing the joke too far, sir. Please leave me alone. M. de Garel. But, madam, think of it. If I had not committed the infamous crime of striking you, we should still be dragging our chains today. Madame de Chantever. Wounded. The fact is that you did me a service by your cruelty. M. de Garel. I did, didn't I? A service that deserves better than your recent greeting. Madame de Chantever. Possibly. But your face is so disagreeable to me. M. de Garel. I will not say the same of yours. Madame de Chantever. Your compliments are as distasteful to me as your brutalities. M. de Garel. Well, what am I to do, madam? I have lost the right to beat you, I am compelled to make myself agreeable. Madame de Chantever. Well, that's at least frank. But if you want to be really agreeable, you will go away. M. de Garel. I'm not carrying my wish to please you to those lengths yet. Madame de Chantever. Then what is it you expect of me? M. de Garel. To redress my wrongs by admitting that I had wrongs. Madame de Chantever. Indignant. What? By admitting that you have had them? You must be losing your wits. You thrashed me cruelly, and perhaps you consider that you behaved towards me in the most suitable manner possible. M. de Garel. Perhaps I did. Madame de Chantever. What? Perhaps you did? M. de Garel. Yes, madame. You know the comedy called the Marikoku, Badu et content. Very well, was I or was I not a cuckold? That's the whole question. In any case, it is you who were beaten, and not happy. Madame de Chantever. Getting up. Sir, you insult me. M. de Garel. Eagerly. I implore you to listen to me a moment. I was jealous, very jealous, which proves that I loved you. I beat you, which is a still stronger proof of it, and beat you severely, which proves it up to the hilt. Very well, if you were faithful, and beaten, you have real grounds for complaint, indisputably real, I confess, Anne. Madame de Chantever. Don't pity me. M. de Garel. What do you mean by that? It can be taken in two ways. Either you mean that you scorn my pity or that it is undeserved. Very well, if the pity of which I acknowledge you to be worthy is undeserved, then the blows, the violent blows you have had from me were more than deserved. Madame de Chantever. Take it as you please. M. de Garel. Good, I understand. So, when I was your husband, madame, I was a cuckold. Madame de Chantever. I'm not saying that. M. de Garel. You leave it to be understood. Madame de Chantever. I am leaving it to be understood that I don't want your pity. M. de Garel. Don't quibble, confess honestly that I was. Madame de Chantever. Don't say that shameful word, which revolts and disgusts me. M. de Garel. I'll let you off the word, but you must acknowledge the thing itself. Madame de Chantever. Never, it's not true. M. de Garel. Then, I pity you with all my heart, and the suggestion I was going to make to you has now no possible justification. Madame de Chantever. What suggestion? M. de Garel. It's no use telling you about it, since it's only feasible if you did deceive me. Madame de Chantever. Well, suppose for a moment that I did deceive you. M. de Garel. That's not sufficient. You must confess it. Madame de Chantever. I confess it. M. de Garel. That's not sufficient. I must have proof. Madame de Chantever. Smiling. You're asking too much now. M. de Garel. No, madame. As I have said, I was going to make a very serious suggestion to you, very serious. If I hadn't intended to do so, I should not have come in search of you like this after what we have done to each other, what you did to me in the first place, and I to you afterwards. This suggestion, which can have the most serious consequences, for us both, is worthless if you did not deceive me. Madame de Chantever. You are an amazing man. But what more do you want? I have deceived you, there. M. de Garel. I must have proof. Madame de Chantever. But what proofs do you want me to give you? I haven't them on me, or rather I no longer have them. M. de Garel. It doesn't matter where they are. I must have them. Madame de Chantever. But one can't keep proof of things of that kind, and, or, at any rate, of a flagrant delete. After a pause. I think my word ought to be enough for you. M. de Garel. Bowing. Then, you are ready to swear to it. Madame de Chantever. Lifting her hand. I swear it. M. de Garel. Gravely. I believe you, madame. And with whom did you deceive me? Madame de Chantever. Oh, but now you're asking too much. M. de Garel. It is absolutely necessary that I know his name. Madame de Chantever. It is impossible to give it to you. M. de Garel. Why? Madame de Chantever. Because I am a married woman. M. de Garel. Well? Madame de Chantever. And in the case of a professional secret? M. de Garel. You're quite right. Madame de Chantever. Besides, it was with M. de Chantever that I deceived you. M. de Garel. That's not true. Madame de Chantever. Why not? M. de Garel. Because he would not have married you. Madame de Chantever. Insolent creature. And this suggestion? M. de Garel. It's this. You have just confessed that, thanks to you, I was one of those ridiculous creatures, always regarded as laughingstocks whatever they do, comic if they keep their mouths shut. And more grotesque still if they show their resentment, that people call deceived husbands. Well, madam. It is beyond question that the number of cuts with a riding whip you received are far from being an adequate compensation for the outrage and the conjugal injury I have experienced by your act. And it is no less beyond question that you owe me a more substantial compensation and a compensation of a different nature, now that I am no longer your husband. Madame de Chantever. You're losing your senses. What do you mean? M. de Garel. I mean, madam, that you ought to restore to me today the delightful hours you stole from me when I was your husband to offer them to I don't know whom. Madame de Chantever. You're mad. M. de Garel. Not at all. Your love belonged to me, didn't it? Your kisses were owing to me, all your kisses, without exception. Isn't that so? You diverted a part of them for the benefit of another man. Well, it's a matter of the utmost importance to me now that restitution should be made without any scandal, secret restitution, as free from scandal and as secret as were the shameless thefts. Madame de Chantever. What do you take me for? M. de Garel. For the wife of M. de Chantever. Madame de Chantever. Upon my word, this is too bad. M. de Garel. Pardon me, the man with whom you deceive me must have taken you for the wife of M. de Garel. It's only just that my turn should come. What is too bad is to refuse to restore what is legitimately due. Madame de Chantever. And if I said yes, you would? M. de Garel. Certainly. Madame de Chantever. Then, what purpose would the device have served? M. de Garel. The revival of our love. Madame de Chantever. You never loved me. M. de Garel. I am giving you the strongest possible proof of it, however. Madame de Chantever. In what way? M. de Garel. You ask me in what way? When a man is fool enough to offer himself to a woman first as her husband and then as her lover, it proves that he loves her, or I don't know anything about love. Madame de Chantever. Oh, don't let us confuse two different things. To marry a woman is a proof either of love or desire, but to make her your mistress is a proof of nothing but scorn. In the first case, a man undertakes all the expense, all the tediums, all the responsibilities of love. In the second case, he leaves those burdens to the legitimate owner and keeps only the pleasure, with the privilege of disappearing the moment the woman ceases to please. The two cases are hardly on a par. M. de Garel. My dear girl, your logic is very weak. When a man loves a woman, he ought not to marry her, because if he marries her he can be sure she will deceive him, as you did, in my case. There's the proof. While it's incontestable that a mistress remains faithful to the lover with the same desperate intensity of purpose she adopts to deceive her husband. Isn't it so? If you want to create an indissoluble bond between a woman and yourself, arrange for another man to marry her, marriage is only a slender thread to be cut at will. And become that woman's lover, free love is a chain that is never broken, we have cut the thread, I offer you the chain. Madame de Chantever. You're very amusing. But I refuse. M. de Garel. Then, I shall warn M. de Chantever. Madame de Chantever. You will warn him of what? M. de Garel. I shall tell him that you deceived me. Madame de Chantever. That I deceived you. You. M. de Garel. Yes, when you were my wife. Madame de Chantever. Well? M. de Garel. Well, he'll never forgive you for it. Madame de Chantever. He? M. de Garel. Well, damn it, it's not the sort of thing to reassure him. Madame de Chantever. Laughing. Don't do that, Henry. A voice on the staircase calling, Mathilde. Madame de Chantever. Softly. My husband. Goodbye. M. de Garel. Getting up. I am going to escort you to him and introduce myself. Madame de Chantever. Don't do that. M. de Garel. You watch me. Madame de Chantever. Please don't. M. de Garel. You accept the chain. The voice. Mathilde. Madame de Chantever. Please go. M. de Garel. When shall I see you again? Madame de Chantever. Here, this evening, after dinner. M. de Garel. Kissing her hand. I love you. She runs away. M. de Garel returns calmly to his armchair and sinks into it. M. de Garel. Well, it's true. I like this role better than the previous one. She's charming, quite charming, and far more charming still since I have heard M. de Chantever's voice calling her Mathilde like that, in the proprietary tone that husbands have. Country courts. The courthouse of the Gorgeville Justice of the Peace is full of country folk, seated impassively round the walls, awaiting the opening of the court. Among them are large and small, ruddy fat fellows and thin ones looking as though they were carved out of a block of apple wood. They have placed their baskets on the ground, and there they sit placidly, silent, absorbed in their own affairs. They have brought with them the smells of the stable, of sweat, of sour milk and manure. Flies are buzzing about under the white ceiling. Through the open door you can hear the cocks crowing. On a kind of platform stands a long table, covered with a green cloth. Seated at the very end on the left, a wrinkled old man is writing. At the end on the right, a policeman, stiffly erect in his chair, is gazing vacantly into space. On the bare wall, a large wooden Christ, writhing in an anguished attitude, seems still to offer up his eternal agony on behalf of these louts who smell of beasts. His Honor the Justice of the Peace at length enters the court. Corpulent, and ruddy-complexioned, with every quick step of his fat hurried body he jerks his large black magistrate's robe, he sits down, places his cap on the table, and looks round the assembled company with an air of deep disgust. He is a provincial scholar, a local wit, one of those who translate Horace, relish the minor verse of Voltaire, and know vert by heart as well as the obscene poems of Parny. He opens proceedings. Now then, Monsieur Potel, call the cases. Then, with a smile, he murmurs. Quidquid tentabam dicere versus erat. The clerk of the court, raising his bald head, stammers out in an unintelligible voice, Madame Victory Bascule versus Isidore Patron. A huge woman comes forward, a country woman, a woman from the county town, wearing a beribboned hat, a watch chain festooned across her stomach, rings on her fingers, and earrings shining like lighted candles. The Justice of the Peace greets her with a glance of recognition not without a gleam of mockery, and says, Madame Bascule, enumerate your complaints. The party of the other part stands on the opposite side. It is represented by 3 people. In the middle a young peasant, 25 years of age, chubby as an apple and red as a poppy in the corn. On his right, his wife, quite young, puny, slight, very like a bantam hen, with a flat narrow head, crowned as with a crest by a rose-colored bonnet. She has a round eye, apprehensive and choleric, which looks out sideways like a bird's. On the boy's left stands his father, an old bent man, whose twisted body is lost in his starched smock, as if it were under a bell-glass. Madame Bascule holds forth. Your Honor, for 15 years I have looked after this boy here. I have brought him up and loved him like a mother, I have done everything for him, I have made a man of him. He had promised me, he had sworn never to leave me, he even drew up a deed to say so, in return for which I have given him a small property, my bit of land in Bec de Morton, which is valued in the 6,000s. And now that baggage, that low-down good-for-nothing, that dirty hussy. The justice of the peace, restrain yourself, Madame Bascule. Madame Bascule, a miserable. I know quite well she has turned his head, has done I don't know what to him, no, I really don't know what, and he is going to marry her. The fool, the great blockhead, and he will bring her my property as a dowry, my bit of land in Bec de Morton. But not if I know it, not if I know it. I have a paper, there it is. Let him give me back my property, then. We made a lawyer's deed for safety's sake, and a private agreement on paper for friendship's sake. One is as good as the other. Each has his rights, isn't that true? She holds out to the justice of the peace a stamped paper opened out wide. Isidore Patron, it's not true. The justice, silence. You shall speak in due course. He reads. I, the undersigned, Isidore Patron, promise by these presents my benefactress, Madame Bascule, never to leave her during my life, and to serve her with devotion. Gorgeville, August 5, 1883. The justice, there is a cross for signature, you don't know how to write, then? Isidore, no. Can't write a bit. The justice, it was you who made it, this cross? Isidore, no. Not me. The justice, who did make it, then? Isidore, she did. The justice, you are prepared to take your oath that you did not make this cross? Isidore, in an outburst, by my dad's head, my ma's, my grandfer's, my grandma's, and the good gods, who hears me, I swear it isn't me. He raises his hands and spits aside to emphasize his oath. The justice, smiling, what then were your relations with Madame Bascule, here present? Isidore, she served me for a whore. Laughter in court. The justice, restrain your language. You mean that your relations were not so innocent as she claims. Patron, senior, breaking in, he wasn't 15, not 15, your honor, when she debauched him. The justice, you mean, debauched? The father, how do I know? He wasn't 15 years old. And she'd fed him out of her own hand for 4 years then, stuffed him like a fatted fowl, crammed him with food fit to burst, saving your honor. And then when the time came that he seemed to her ready, she disrupted him. The justice, corrupted. And you let it happen? The father, it was her or some other woman, it was bound to happen. The justice, very well, then, what do you complain of? The father, nothing. Oh, I've nothing to complain of myself, nothing, only that he doesn't want any more of it himself, and he is quit of her. I demand protection according to the law. Madame Bascule, these people are heaping lies on me, your honor. I made a man of him. The justice, quite. Madame Bascule, and he is going back on me, deserting me, stealing my property. Isidore, it isn't true, your honor. I wanted to leave her 5 years ago, because she had fattened beyond all bounds, and that didn't suit me a bit. That displeased me, and why not? Didn't I say to her then I was going to leave her? And then she wept like a gutter spout and promised me her property at Becktemorton to stay a few more years, only 4 or 5. Of course I said, yes, for sure. What would you have done yourself? So I stayed 5 years, every day and every hour of it. I had kept my promise. Give the devil his due. That was full value, that was. Isidore's wife, silent till then, cries out with the piercing scream of a parrot. Just look at her, your honor, the old haystack, and say if that wasn't full value. The father nodded his head as one convinced, and repeated. Gosh, yes, full value that. Madame Bascule subsides on the bench behind her, and begins to weep. The justice, in a fatherly tone, what did you expect, my good woman? I can do nothing. You have given him your bit of land at Becktemorton by deed in a perfectly legal way. It is his, absolutely his. He has an indisputable right to do what he has done, and to bring it to his wife as dowry. I am not going to embark on questions of delicacy. I can only regard the facts from the point of view of the law. I can do absolutely nothing in the matter. Father Patron, proudly, it'll be all right to get back home, then? The justice, certainly. They go out, followed by the sympathetic looks of the country folk, with the air of people who have won their case. Madame Bascule sobs on her bench. The justice, smiling, compose yourself, my good woman. Come now, compose yourself, and if I have any advice to give you, it is. Look for another pupil. Madame Bascule, in the midst of her tears, I shall never find one, never. The justice, I am sorry I cannot put you in the way of one. She throws a look of despair towards the Christ, suffering and writhing on the cross, then she rises and goes out, with mincing steps, hiccuping her discomfiture. Hiding her face in her handkerchief. The justice turns towards his clerk, and in a bantering voice, Calypso could not console herself for the departure of Ulysses. Then, in solemn tones. Call the next case. The clerk to the court stammers out, Celestin Polite Lecacheur, Prosper Magloire de la Fate. Room No. 11. What? You do not know why President Amandon was transferred? No, not at all. As far as that is concerned, neither did he ever know it. But it is a story of the strangest sort. Tell it to me. I am sure you remember Madame Amandon, that pretty brunette, thin, and so distinguished and pretty that she was called Madame Marguerite in all Perthus-Lolong? Yes, perfectly. Very well, then. You recall also how much she was respected and considered, and better loved than anyone in the town. She knew how to receive, how to organize a fete or a charity fair, how to find money for the poor, and how to please the young people in 1,000 ways. She was very elegant and very coquettish, nevertheless, but in a platonic fashion, and with the charming elegance of the provinces, for she was a provincial, this pretty little woman. An exquisite provincial. The poets and writers, who are all Parisian, sing to us of the Parisian woman and of her charm, because they know only her. But I declare here that the woman from the provinces is worth 100 times more, when she is of superior quality. The provincial has an attraction all her own, more discreet than that of the Parisienne, more humble, promising nothing and giving much, while the Parisienne, for the most part, promises much but gives nothing when she is undressed. The Parisian woman is the elegant and brazen triumph of artificiality, the provincial, an example of the modesty of truth. Yet the wide-awake provincial, with her air of homely alertness, her deceitful, schoolgirl candor, her smile which means nothing, and her good little passions, direct and tenacious, is capable of 1,000 times more deceit, artifice, and feminine invention than all the Parisienne together, for gratifying her own tastes or vices, and that without awakening suspicion, or scandal, or gossip in the little town which watches her with all its eyes from all its windows. Madame Amandon was a type of this rare but charming race. Never had anyone suspected her, never had anyone thought that her life was not as limpid as her look, a sly look, transparent and warm, but seemingly so honest, you should have seen it. Then she had admirable tact, a marvelous ingenuity and power of invention, and unbelievable simplicity. She picked all her lovers from the army and kept them 3 years, the time of their sojourn in the garrison. In short, she gratified, not her heart but her senses. When some new regiment arrived at Perthus-le-Long, she informed herself about all the officers between 30 and 40 years of age, for, before 31 is not discreet, and after 40. One is often feeble. Oh! She knew the list of officers as well as the colonel did. She knew all the habits, manners, instruction, education, physical qualities, the power of resistance to fatigue, the character, whether patient or violent, the fortune, and the tendency to closeness or prodigality of each of them. Then she made her choice. She gave preference to men of calm exterior, like herself, but they must be handsome. She also wished them to have had no previous entanglements, any passion having the power to leave traces, or that had made any trouble. Because the man whose loves are mentioned is never very discreet. After having decided upon the one she would love for the 3 years of his regulation sojourn, it only remained for her to set her cap at him. How many women would find themselves embarrassed, would have taken ordinary means, following the way of others, having court paid them, marking off all the stages of conquest and resistance, allowing their fingers to be kissed one day, their wrist the next, their cheek the following, then the lips, then the rest. She had a method more prompt, more discreet, and more sure. She gave a ball. The chosen officer was invited to dance with the mistress of the house. Then, in waltzing, led on by the rapid movement, bewildered by the intoxication of the dance, she would press against him as if surrendering herself, and hold his hand with a nervous, continued pressure. If he did not understand, he was only a fool, and she passed on to the next, classed as number 2, on the list of her desires. If he understood, the thing was done, without fuss, without compromising gallantries, without numerous visits. What could be simpler or more practical? How well women might follow a similar procedure, in order to let us know that they like us. How many difficulties, hesitations, misunderstandings that would obviate. How often we pass by, without knowing it, a possible happiness, without suspecting it, because we are unable to penetrate the mystery of thought, the secret abandon of the will, the mute appeal of the flesh, the unknown soul of a woman whose mouth preserves silence, whose eye is impenetrable and clear. When the man understood, he asked for a rendezvous. But she always made him wait a month or 6 weeks in order to watch and be sure that he had no dangerous faults. During this time he was racking his brain to think of some place where they could meet without peril, and imagining combinations difficult and unsafe. Then, at some official feast, she would say to him in a whisper, "Go on Tuesday evening, at 9 o'clock, to the Hôtel du Cheval d'Or, near the ramparts, on the Vuziers Road. And ask for Mademoiselle Clarisse. I shall be waiting for you. And be sure to be in mufti." For 8 years she had in fact rented this furnished room by the year, in this obscure inn. It was an idea of her first lover which she found practical, and after the man departed, she kept the nest. Oh! It was a mediocre nest. For walls covered with grey paper adorned with blue flowers, a pine bedstead under muslin curtains, an armchair bought at her order by the innkeeper's wife, 2 chairs, a bedside rug, and some necessary articles for the toilette, what more was needed? Upon the walls were 3 large photographs. 3 colonels on horseback, the colonels of her lovers. Why not? It would not do to preserve the true likeness, the exact likeness, but she could perhaps keep some souvenirs by proxy. And she had never been recognized by anyone in all these visits to the Cheval d'Or, you ask? Never, by anyone. The means she employed were admirable and simple. She had thought out and organized some charity reunions and religious meetings, some of which she attended, others she did not. Her husband, knowing her good works, which cost him dear, lived without suspicions. Then, when a rendezvous had been agreed upon, she would say at dinner, before the servants, "I am going this evening to the association for making flannel bandages for the paralyzed old men." And she went out about 8 o'clock, went straight to the association, came out again immediately, passed through diverse streets, and, finding herself alone in some little street, in some sombre corner without a light, she would take off her hat, replace it by a maid's cap which she carried under her cape, fold a kerchief after the same fashion and tie it over her shoulders, carrying her hat and the garment she had worn in a napkin. She would go trotting along, full of courage, her hips uncovered, like a good little maid that had been sent upon some errand, and sometimes she would even run, as if she were in a great hurry. Who could have recognized in this trim servant the lively wife of President Amandon? She would arrive at the Cheval d'Or, go up to her room, to which she had the key, and the big proprietor, Maître Trevaux, seeing her pass his desk, would murmur, "There is Mademoiselle Clarice coming to meet some lover." He had indeed guessed something, the rogue, but did not try to learn more, and he would certainly have been much surprised to find that his client was Madame Amandon, or Madame Marguerite, as she was called in Perthus Lelong. And this is how the horrible discovery took place. Never had Mademoiselle Clarice come to her meeting-place 2 evenings in succession, never. Being too nice and too prudent for that. And Maître Trevaux knew this well, since not once in 8 years had he seen her come the next day after a visit. Often, therefore, in days of need, he had disposed of her room for a night. Now, last summer, Monsieur Amandon absented himself from home for a week. It was in July. Madame was ardently in love, and as there was no fear of being surprised, she asked her lover, the handsome Major Varengels, one Tuesday evening on leaving him, if he wished her to return the next day. He replied, "How can you ask?" And it was agreed that they should return at the usual hour on Wednesday. She said to him in a low tone, "If you arrive first, my dear, you can wait for me in bed." Then they embraced and separated. The next day, as Maître Trevaux sat reading Les Tablettes de Perthus, the Republican organ of the town, he cried out to his wife, who was plucking a fowl in the courtyard, "Here! The cholera has broken out in the country. There was a man died yesterday of it in Vauvigny." But he thought no more about it, his inn being full of people, and business very good. Towards noon a traveller presented himself on foot, a kind of tourist, who ordered a good breakfast, after having drunk 2 absinthes. And, as he was very warm, he absorbed a bottle of wine and 2 bottles of water at least. Then he took his coffee in his little glass of liqueur, or rather 3 little glasses, and feeling rather drowsy he asked for a room where he might sleep for an hour or 2. There was no longer a vacant room, and the proprietor, after consulting his wife, gave him Mademoiselle Clarice's. The man went in there and, about 5 o'clock, as he had not been seen coming out, the landlord went to wake him. What was his astonishment to find him dead. The innkeeper descended to find his wife. "Listen," he whispered to her, "the tourist I put in number 11, I believe is dead." She raised her arms, crying, "It's not possible. Lord God! It is the cholera." Maître Trevaux shook his head. "I should rather believe that it was a cerebral congestion, seeing that he is as black as the dregs of wine." But the mistress was frightened and kept repeating, "We must not mention it. We must not talk of it. People will say it is cholera. Go and make the report and say nothing. They will take him away in the night, and no one will know about it. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise." The man murmured, "Mademoiselle Clarice was here yesterday, the room will be free this evening." And he found the doctor who made out the certificate, from congestion after a copious repast. Then he made an agreement with the commissioner of police to remove the dead body towards midnight, so that there might be no suspicion about the hotel. It was scarcely 9 o'clock when Madame Amandon went secretly up the staircase of the Cheval d'Or, without being seen by anyone. She reached her room, opened the door, and entered. A candle was burning upon the chimney-piece. She turned toward the bed. The Major, she thought, was already there and had closed the curtains. She said to him, "1 minute, darling, and I am coming." And she undressed with a feverish haste, throwing her boots upon the floor and her corset upon the armchair. Then, her black dress and skirts having fallen in a circle around her, she stood in her red silk chemise like a flower that has just blossomed. As the Major said not a word, she asked, "Are you asleep, my big dear?" He did not answer, and she began to laugh, murmuring, "Wait. He is asleep. It is too funny." She kept on her black silk openwork stockings and, running to the bed, slipped in quickly, seizing him full in her arms and kissing him on the lips, in order to wake him suddenly. It was the cold dead body of the traveler. For 1 second she remained immovable, too frightened to comprehend anything. But the cold of this inert flesh penetrated her own, giving her an atrocious fright before her mind had time to reflect. She made a bound out of the bed, trembling from head to foot. Then running to the chimney-piece, she seized the candle, returned, and looked. And she perceived a frightful face that she had never before seen, black, swollen, with eyes closed, and a horrible grimace of the jaw. She uttered a cry, one of those piercing interminable cries which women utter in their fright, and, letting fall the candle, she opened the door and fled, unclothed, down the passage, continuing to scream in frightful fashion. A commercial traveler, in his socks, who occupied room number 4, came out immediately and received her in his arms. He asked, much startled, "What is the matter, pretty dear?" She stammered out, terrified, "Someone has been killed, in my room." Other guests appeared. The landlord himself ran out. And suddenly the tall figure of the Major appeared at the end of the corridor. When she saw him, she threw herself toward him, crying, save me, Gontran, someone has been killed in our room." Explanations were difficult. Maître Trevaux, however, told the truth and demanded that they release Mademoiselle Clarisse, for whom he vouched with his own head. But the commercial traveler in socks, having examined the dead body, declared that a crime had been committed. And he convinced the other guests that Mademoiselle Clarisse and her lover should not be allowed to depart. They were obliged to await the arrival of the police commissioner, who gave them their liberty, but was not discreet. The following month, President Amandon received promotion with a new place of residence. The closet. After dinner we were talking about women, for what else is there to talk about, among men? One of us said, "By the way, I had a curious adventure of that kind." And this is what he told us. "One evening last winter, I was suddenly taken with one of those depressing, overwhelming fits of lassitude, which seize upon one, body and soul, from time to time. I was at home alone, and I knew well that if I remained there I should have a frightful attack of despondency, of the kind that leads to suicide when they return often. I put on my overcoat and went out, without knowing at all what I was going to do. Having descended to the boulevard, I began to walk along past the cafés, nearly empty, for it was raining. One of those fine rains was falling that dampen the spirits as much as the clothes. Not one of those good showers, striking one in a cascade and driving pedestrians into doorways out of breath, but a rain so fine that one does not feel the drops. A humid rain that unceasingly deposits upon you imperceptible droplets and covers your clothing with a cold, penetrating moisture. What should I do? I went up and down, seeking some place to spend a couple of hours, and discovering, for the first time, that there was not a place of amusement in all Paris in the evening. Finally, I decided to enter the Folies Bergers, that amusing woman market. There were very few people in the huge auditorium. In the long, semicircular promenade there were only people of no importance, whose vulgarity was apparent in their walk, their clothing, the cut of their hair and beard, their hats, and their complexion. There was hardly one man who looked clean, perfectly clean, and whose clothes were not odd. As for the girls, they are always the same, as you know, plain, weary, drooping, walking with that quick step and that air of imbecile disdain which they assume, I know not why. I said to myself that truly not one of these flagging creatures, greasy rather than fat, either bloated or very thin, with the paunch of a prelate and their long legs bowed, was worth the Louis that they obtained with much difficulty after having demanded 5. But suddenly I perceived one of them, a little one that looked nice, not very young, but fresh, droll, and provoking. I stopped her and, stupidly, without thinking, set my price for the night. I did not wish to return home alone, all alone. I preferred rather the company and embraces of this creature. And so I followed her. She lived in a big house in the Rue de Martyrs. The gas was already extinguished on the staircase. I mounted slowly, constantly lighting wax matches, striking the steps with my feet, stumbling and ill at ease, following a petticoat, the rustle of which I heard before me. She stopped at the 4th story, and having shut again the outside door, she asked, "And you wish to remain until tomorrow?" "Yes. You know that was the agreement." "All right, my dear, I only wanted to know. Wait for me here a minute, I will return immediately." And she left me in the darkness. I heard her close 2 doors, then it seemed to me she was speaking with somebody. I was surprised and disturbed. The idea of blackmail occurred to me. But I have fists and solid muscles. We shall see, thought I. I listened with all attention, both of ear and mind. Someone was moving, walking about, but with great precaution. Then another door was opened, and it seemed to me that I still heard talking, but in a very low voice. She returned, bringing a lighted candle. "You can enter now," she said. She spoke familiarly, as a sign of possession. I entered, and after having crossed a dining room, where it was evident nobody ever dined, I entered a chamber like that of all these girls, a furnished room, with rep curtains. And eiderdown silk quilt with suspicious-looking spots. She continued, "Make yourself at home, my dear." I inspected the apartment with an eye of suspicion. There seemed nothing disquieting, however. She undressed herself so quickly that she was in bed before I had my overcoat off. Then she began to laugh. "Well, what is the matter with you? Are you changed into a pillar of salt? Come. Make haste." I imitated her and joined her. 5 minutes later I had a foolish desire to dress again and go out. But the overwhelming lassitude which had seized me at my house, returned to me, depriving me of all strength to move, and I remained, in spite of the disgust which I had for this public bed. The sensual charm which I fancied I saw down there, under the lights of the theatre, had disappeared in my arms, and I had with me, flesh to flesh, only a vulgar girl, like all the rest, whose indifferent and complaisant kiss had an aftertaste of garlic. I began to talk to her. "Have you been here long?" said I. 6 months, the 15th of January. "Where were you before that?" "I was in the Rue Clausel. But the concierge made so much trouble that I left." And she began to relate an interminable story of the concierge who had made some scandal about her. Suddenly I heard something moving near us. At first there was a sigh, then a slight but distinct noise, as if someone had stirred in a chair. I sat up quickly in bed and asked, "What was that noise?" She answered with tranquil assurance, "Don't disturb yourself, my dear, it is my neighbor. The partition is so thin that we hear everything as if they were here. What rotten holes these are! They are made of pasteboard." My indolence was so strong that I got down under the clothes again. We continued our talk. Incited by the curiosity which drives all men to question these creatures upon their first adventure. To wish to raise the veil from their first fault in order to find in them some far-off trace of innocence, that we may find something to love, perhaps. In the rapid recital evoked by their candor and the shame of long ago, I asked her about her first lover. I knew that she would lie. What did it matter? Among all the lies I might discover, perhaps, some sincere or touching incident. Come, said I, tell me who he was. He was an oarsman. Ah. Tell me about it. Where were you? I was at Argenteuil. What were you doing there? I was maid in a restaurant. What restaurant? At the Marin d'Audaus. Do you know it? Well, yes, Bonanfans. Yes, that's the one. And how did he pay his court, this oarsman? While I was making his bed. He forced me. But suddenly I recalled the theory of a doctor of my acquaintance, an observing, philosophic doctor who, in his practice in a great hospital, had daily examples of these girl mothers and prostitutes, and knew all the shame and misery of women, the poor women who become the hideous prey of the wandering male with money in his pocket. Invariably, he told me, a girl is debauched by a man of her own class and station in life. I have made volumes of observations upon it. It is customary to accuse the rich of culling the flower of innocence from the children of the people. That is not true. The rich pay for the culled bouquet. They cull also, but at the second flowering, they never cut the first. Then turning toward my companion, I began to laugh. Come now, I know all your story by heart. The oarsman was not the first, as you well know. Oh. Yes, my dear, I swear it. You are lying. Oh. No, I promise you I am not. You lie. Come, tell me the truth. She seemed to hesitate, astonished. I continued. I am a sorcerer, my good child, a hypnotist. If you do not tell me the truth, I shall put you to sleep, and then I can find it out. She was afraid, being stupid like her kind. She murmured. How did you ever guess it? I replied, come, speak. Oh. The first time, it was almost nothing. There was a country holiday and a chef was called in for the occasion, M. Alexander. As soon as he came he had it all his own way in the house. He ordered everybody, even the master and mistress, as if he had been a king. He was a tall, handsome man who had hardly enough room to stand in front of the stove. He was always shouting, here, some butter, some eggs, some Madeira. And you had to run to him with everything at once, or he would get angry and say things to you that would make you blush all over your body. When the day's work was done he installed himself in front of the door and began to smoke. And, as I passed in front of him with a pile of plates, he said to me, hello, kid, won't you come down to the edge of the river and show me the country? I went, like a fool. And scarcely had we arrived at the bank when he forced me so quickly that I did not even know that it was done. And then he went away by the 9 o'clock train, and I never saw him again after that. I asked, is that all? She stammered, oh. I believe Florentine belongs to him. Who is Florentine? He is my little boy. Ah. Very well. And you made the oarsman believe that he was the father, did you not? Yes. Had this oarsman money? Yes, he left me an income of 300 francs for Florentine's support. I began to be amused, and continued. Very well, my girl, very well. You are all less stupid than one would believe. And how old is Florentine now? She answered, 12 years old. He will take his first communion in the spring. That is good, and since that you have conscientiously followed your profession? She sighed resignedly, one does what one can. A loud noise in another part of the room made me leap out of bed with a bound. It was the noise of someone falling, then rising and groping with his hands upon the wall. I had seized the candle and was looking about, frightened and furious. She got up also and tried to hold me back, saying, it is nothing, my dear, I assure you it is nothing. But I had discovered on which side of the wall this strange noise was. I went straight toward a concealed door at the head of the bed and opened it suddenly, and perceived there a poor little boy, trembling and staring at me with frightened eyes, a pale, thin little boy beside a large chair filled with straw, from which he had fallen. When he saw me, he began to cry and, opening his arms to his mother. "It was not my fault, Mama, it was not my fault. I was asleep and I fell. You mustn't scold me, for it was not my fault." I turned toward the woman and said, "What does he mean?" She seemed sad and embarrassed. But finally she said in a broken voice, "What can you expect? I do not earn enough to put the child to school. I must take care of him somehow, and I cannot afford to hire another room. He sleeps with me when I have no one. When someone comes for an hour or two, he can stay in the closet very well and keep quiet, he knows how. But when one remains all night, as you have, his muscles are fatigued from sleeping on the chair, and it is not the child's fault. I would like to see you, sleep all night on a chair, you would sing another song." She was angry, wrought up, and was shouting. The child was still crying. A poor child, delicate and timid, the child of the closet, of the cold, dark closet, a child who came from time to get a little warmth in the bed when, for a moment, it was empty. I, too, had an inclination to weep. I returned home to my own bed. Military honors. There was no noise in the forest except the light trembling of the snow falling upon the trees. It had fallen since midday, a soft, fine snow which powdered the branches with a glittering moss and threw upon the dead leaves of the thicket a covering of silver. Spreading along the way an immense carpet, soft and white, and making still greater the illimitable silence in this ocean of trees. Before the door of the forest house a young woman with bare arms was cutting wood, between the heavy blows of the axe and a great stone. She was tall, thin, and strong, a daughter of the forest, daughter and wife of foresters. A voice cried from the interior of the house, "We are alone tonight, Berthe, you must come in, for it is getting dark and the Prussians or wolves may be prowling around." The woodcutter responded, striking a stump a great blow and then another, which obliged her to straighten her neck at each movement of the arms. "I have finished, Mama. I'm coming, have no fear, it is still day." Then she entered with some faggots and the logs of wood and piled them up beside the fireplace, going out again to close the outer doors, enormous doors of the heart of oak. And finally came in and pushed the bolts. Her mother was knitting before the fire, a wrinkled old woman whom age had rendered full of fear. "I do not like it when your father is away," said she. "Two women are not very strong." The young woman answered, "Oh, I could kill a wolf or a Prussian, the one as well as the other." And she cast her eye at a large revolver hanging above the hearth. Her husband had been drafted into the army at the beginning of the Prussian invasion, and the two women were left alone with the father, the old keeper, Nicholas Pichon, called Longlegs, who had absolutely refused to leave his dwelling and go into the town. The nearest town was Rethel, an old stronghold perched upon a rock. They were patriotic there. And the citizens, having decided to resist the invaders, had shut themselves up in their houses for a siege, according to the traditions of the city. Twice already, under Henry IV and under Louis XIV, the inhabitants of Rethel had distinguished themselves for their heroic defense. They could do it again this time, be sure of that. Or they would let themselves be burned within their walls. So, they had bought some cannons and some guns, equipped a militia, formed some battalions and companies and drilled them every day in the square. Everybody, bakers, grocers, woodcutters, notaries, attorneys, carpenters, librarians, chemists even, took turns in the role at regular hours under the orders of Monsieur Levine, a former sub-officer of dragoons, now a merchant, having married the daughter and inherited the shop of the elder Monsieur Revaudin. He took the rank of major, and as all the young men were away in the army, he enrolled all others who had any power of resistance. The large ones were no longer in the streets but were now always in the gymnasium trying to reduce their fat and prolong their breath. The weak striving to increase their strength and harden their muscles. And now they were waiting for the Prussians. But the Prussians nowhere appeared. They were not far off, nevertheless. For twice already their spies had pushed across the woods as far as the house of Nicholas Pichon, the forester, called Longlegs. The old keeper, who could run like a fox, had come to warn the town. The cannons were pointed, but the enemy did not show itself. The dwelling of the forester, in the Avellini forest, served as an outpost of the citizen soldiers. And Nicholas, twice a week, went for provisions and brought the news of the surrounding country. He had set out on this particular day to announce that a small detachment of German infantry had stopped at his house on the day before, toward 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and had immediately gone away again. The sub-officer could speak French. When the old man left home, he always led with him his 2 big dogs, with jaws like lions, from fear of the wolves, which were beginning to be ferocious, and left the 2 women to depend upon barricading themselves in the house at the approach of night. The young woman was afraid of nothing, but her mother was always afraid, saying, "It will end badly, all this. You will see that will end badly." On this particular evening she was more disturbed than usual. "Do you know what time your father will return?" she asked. "Oh. Not before 11 o'clock, surely. When he dines with the commander, he always returns late." And she was about to put her saucepan over the fire to make the soup, when she stopped short, listening to a vague noise that seemed to come through the chimney. She murmured, "There is somebody walking through the woods, as many as 7 or 8 men, at least." The mother, frightened, stopped her spinning, stammering, "Oh, Lord a mercy! And your father is not here yet." She had not finished speaking when violent blows made the door tremble. As the women did not respond, a strong guttural voice cried, "Open." Then after a silence, the same voice continued, "Open, or I will preek the door." Then Berthe slid into the pocket of her skirt the great revolver and, having placed her ear against the crack of the door, asked, "Who are you?" The voice responded, "I am the Tedicment of the other day." The young woman asked, "What is it you wish?" "I am lost since this morning in the woods, with my Tedicment. Open, or I preek the door down." The forest woman had no choice. She quickly slipped the great bolt, then drawing back the heavy folding door, she perceived in the pale light of the snow 6 men, Prussian soldiers, the same that were there the day before. In a resolute tone she asked, "Why have you come here at this hour?" The sub-officer answered, "I am lost, entirely lost, and I recognize the house. I have had nothing to eat since morning, no more has my Tedicment." Berthe declared, "It happens that I am all alone with my mother this evening." The soldier, who appeared to be an honest fellow, answered, "That is no matter. I shall do no harm, but you will give us something to eat. We are dying of hunger and fatigue." The woman of the forest drew back, saying, "Enter." They entered, powdered with snow, carrying on their helmets a kind of creamy moss, which made them look as if covered with meringue. They seemed weary and exhausted. The young woman showed them wooden benches beside the large table. "Sit down," she said, "it is true that you are worn out. I am going to make soup for you." Then she replaced the bolts of the door. Again she took up the saucepan, threw in some butter and some potatoes, then taking down a piece of bacon that hung in the chimney, she cut off half and plunged it into the water. The 6 men followed every motion, with an awakened hunger in their eyes. They had placed their guns and their helmets in the corner, and were waiting, with as wise a look as children on school benches. The mother began to spin again, casting every moment a look at the invaders. Nothing could be heard but light rumble of the wheel and the crackling of the fire and the murmur of the boiling water. But suddenly a strange noise made them all tremble, something like a raucous breath under the door, strong and wheezing. The German officer made a bound for his gun. The forester's daughter stopped him with a gesture, smiling. "It is the wolves," said she. "They are hungry like you, they are wandering around and are hungry." The man, incredulous, wished to see for himself, and as soon as the outer door was opened, he perceived two great grey beasts running away at a rapid trot. He returned, and murmured as he sat down, "I would not have believed it." And he waited till his supper was ready. They ate voraciously, with mouths open to the ears in order to swallow more at a time, their round eyes opening wide in unison with the jaw, and a noise in their throats like the gurgling in a rainspout. The two silent women watched the rapid movements of their great red beards, the potatoes having the appearance of forcing themselves into the moving fleece. And as they were thirsty, the daughter of the forest descended to the cellar to draw some cider. She was there a long time. It was a little arched cave which, during the Revolution, was said to have served as a prison and a place of concealment. It was reached by means of a flight of steep steps which closed with a trapdoor at the end of the kitchen. When Berthe reappeared, she laughed to herself with a sly air. And she gave to the Germans her pitcher of drink. Then she ate her supper, with her mother, at the other end of the kitchen. The soldiers had finished eating and were asleep, all 6 of them, about the table. From time to time, a head would fall upon the board with a heavy sound, then the man, brusquely awakened, would sit up again. Berthe said to the officer, "Lie down before the fire, pray, there is room enough there for 6. As for me, I shall climb up to my room with my mother." And the 2 women mounted to the loft. They were heard locking the door and walking about for some time, then there was no more sound. The Prussians stretched out upon the floor, feet to the fire, their heads supported by their knapsacks, and soon were snoring, all 6 of them, in 6 different tones, weak or sonorous, but continued and formidable. They must have been asleep a long time when a gunshot resounded, so powerful that one would believe it had been fired into the walls of the house. The soldiers were on their feet in an instant. Again 2 shots were heard, followed by 3 others. The door at the staircase opened suddenly and the forester's daughter appeared, barefooted, in a chemise and a short petticoat, a candle in her hand, with an air of fright. "Here are the French," she stammered, "at least 200 of them. If they find you here they will burn the house. Go down into the cellar quickly, and make no noise. If you make any noise, we are lost." The officer, much frightened, murmured, I will so, but where can we descend?" The young woman raised the trapdoor with haste, and the 6 men disappeared by the little flight of steps, forcing themselves into the hole one after the other, backward, testing each step with the feet. When the point of the last helmet had disappeared, Berthe replaced the heavy plank of oak, thick as a wall, hard as steel, held in place by some hinges and dungeon lock, of which she gave 2 long turns to the key, and then she laughed, a mute, triumphant laugh, with a mad desire to dance over the heads of the prisoners. They made no noise, shut in there as in a solid box of stone, receiving the air only from the vent-hole, which was protected by bars of iron. Berthe immediately relighted the fire, put on the saucepan again, and made some more soup, murmuring, "Father will be tired tonight." Then she sat down and waited. The pendulum of the clock, going back and forth with its regular tic-tac, alone broke the silence. From time to time the young woman cast a look at the dial, an impatient look which seemed to say, "You don't go quickly enough." But soon there seemed to be a murmuring under her feet. Some low, confused words came to her through the arch of the cellar. The Prussians had surmised her ruse, and the officer now mounted the steps and began to pound on the trapdoor with his fists. He cried anew, "Open." She got up and approached him, imitating his accent. "What is it you want?" "Open." "I will not open." The man was angry. "Open or I will break the door." She began to laugh. "Break, my good man, break," she said. He began to strike with his gun upon the oaken trapdoor closed over his head. But it would have resisted the blows of a catapult. The woman of the forest heard him descend again. Then the soldiers came, one after the other, to try their strength and inspect the opening. But, without doubt judging their attempts useless, they descended again into the cellar and began to talk among themselves. The young woman listened to them, and then she opened the outside door and hearkened out into the night. She heard a barking afar off. She whistled as a hunter does, and presently 2 enormous dogs bounded out of the shadow upon her, frisking about in joy. She seized them by the neck and hindered them from running, crying with all her force, "Oh, father!" A voice afar off responded, "Berthe." She waited a few seconds, then repeated, "Oh, father." The voice nearer repeated, "Oh, Berthe." The daughter shouted, "Don't pass before the vent-hole. There are Prussians in the cellar." And suddenly the great silhouette of a man outlined itself at the left, stopped between the trunks of 2 trees, and a voice cried hurriedly, "Prussians in the cellar? What are they doing there?" The young woman began to laugh. "They are those of yesterday," she answered. "They were lost in the forest, and I have put them in the cellar to keep fresh." And she related the adventure, how she had frightened them with the shots from the revolver and shut them up. The old man gravely asked, "What do you want me to do now?" She answered, "Go and get Monsieur Levine with his troops. He will take them prisoners. That will please him greatly." And Father Pichon smiled. "It is true, it would please him." His daughter continued, "Take some soup, eat quickly, and then go." The old keeper seated himself and began to eat, after placing 2 platefuls on the floor for the dogs. The Prussians, hearing them talk, were silent. Father Longlegs set out a quarter of an hour later, and Berthe waited, her head in her hands. The prisoners began to stir again. They now cried out, they called, and beat furiously against the unbreakable trapdoor with their guns, unceasingly. Then they began to shoot off their guns through the vent-hole, hoping without doubt to be heard by some German detachment that might be passing in the neighborhood. The forester's daughter did not move. But all this noise unnerved and irritated her. A wicked anger awoke in her. She wished to assassinate them, the scoundrels, in order to make them silent. Then, as her impatience grew, she fell to watching the clock and counting the minutes. Her father had been gone an hour and a half. He had now reached the town. She believed she saw him. He was relating the story to Monsieur Levine, who paled with emotion and rung up his maid to get his uniform and his arms. She heard, it seemed to her, the drum as it went beating through the streets. Frightened heads appeared at the windows. The citizen soldiers came out of their houses, scarcely clothed, breathless, buckling their belts, and running, at gymnastic pace, toward the house of their commander. Then the troop, Longlegs at the head, began to march, through the snow toward the forest. She looked at the clock. "They can get here in an hour," she thought. A nervous impatience took possession of her. The minutes seemed interminable. Finally, the time that she had fixed for arrival was marked by the clock. Again she opened the door to see whether she could hear them approaching. She perceived a shadow moving with precaution. She was frightened and uttered a cry. It was her father. He said, "They sent me ahead to see if anything had changed." "No, nothing." Then he sent into the night air a prolonged and strident whistle. And immediately something dark came toward him, approaching slowly from the shadow of trees. It was the advance guard of 10 men. Longlegs called out instantly, "Do not pass before the vent-hole." Then the first detachment showed to the next the dangerous vent-hole. Finally, the whole troop showed itself, 200 men in all, each carrying 200 cartridges. Monsieur Levine, disturbed and trembling, placed them in such a way as to watch the house and leave a large free space before the little black hole where the sod was cleared to give air to the cellar. Then he entered the dwelling and informed himself with regard to the force and attitude of the enemy, now so mute that one could have believed that they had disappeared, vanished, escaped through the vent-hole. Monsieur Levine struck the trapdoor and called, "Mr. Prussian officer." The German did not answer. The commander repeated, "Mr. Prussian officer." It was in vain. For 20 minutes he summoned this silent officer to surrender his arms and baggage, promising to spare his life and the lives of his men, and military honors for him and his soldiers. But he obtained no sign of consent or of hostility. The situation was becoming difficult. The citizen soldiers stamped their feet in the snow, struck their shoulders great blows with their arms, like cabmen trying to keep warm, and looked at the vent-hole with a growing and childish desire to pass before it. One of them, finally, Pot Devin by name, took the hazard, as he was very swift. He made a leap and ran past it like a deer. The feat was a success. The prisoners seemed dead. One voice cried, "There is no one there." And then another soldier crossed the free space before the dangerous hole. Then it was like a game. From minute to minute some man would throw himself past the troop, as children play jumping bars, hurling behind them lumps of snow from their swiftly moving feet. For comfort, someone lighted a great fire of dead wood, which seemed to illuminate this profile of the National Guard in its rapid journey from the camp on the right to the camp on the left. Someone cried, "Now you, Maloisen." Maloisen was a big baker whose rotundity was a source of laughter to his comrades. He hesitated. They teased him. Then, straightening up, he started, with the little, regular, gymnastic step, puffing so that it shook his powerful corporosity. All the detachment laughed until they cried. To encourage him, they called out, "Bravo, bravo, Maloisen." He had made about 2/3 of his distance when a long flame, rapid and red, sprang out of the vent-hole. A report sounded, and the vast body of the baker fell face downward, while he gave a frightful cry. No one dared go to his aid. They saw him dragging himself along on all fours, in the glistening snow, and, when he had passed the terrible opening, he vanished. He had received a ball in the thick part of the thigh, but near the surface. After the first surprise and the first fright, a new laugh went round. But Commander Levine appeared upon the doorsill of the forest house. He came to stop his plan of attack. In a vibrating voice, he commanded, "The zinc worker and his workmen come here." 3 men approached. "Unfasten the gutters of the house." In a quarter of an hour they had carried to the commander 20 meters of gutter pipe. Then he made them, with 1,000 precautions, fit one into a little round hole at the edge of the trapdoor, and, attaching a pipe from the pump to this conduit, he declared, with an enchanted air, "Now we are going to drink to the health of these German gentlemen." A frenzied hurrah of admiration went up, followed by shouts of joy and wild laughter. The commander organized squads for the work, who should relieve each other every 5 minutes. Then he gave the order, "Pump." The iron handle having been put in motion, a little sound glided along the length of pipe and fell into the cellar with the murmur of a cascade. They listened. 1 hour passed, then 2, then 3. The commander walked about the kitchen in a feverish state of mind, placing his ear to the floor from time to time, seeking to find out what the enemy was doing, and asking himself if they were going to capitulate. Now the enemy was moving about. They heard them moving the barrels and talking. Then, toward 8 o'clock in the morning, a voice came from the vent-hold. "I wish to speak to the French officer." Levine responded from the window, without putting his head too far out, "What do you wish?" "I surrender myself." "Pass out the guns, then." And immediately a gun came out of the hole upon the snow, then 2, 3, and all the others. The same voice said, "I have no more. Hurry. I am drowning." The commander ordered, "Stop pumping." The handle of the pump fell motionless. And, having filled the kitchen with soldiers armed to the teeth, he slowly raised the oaken trapdoor. 4 heads appeared, soaked, 4 blonde heads with long, pale hair, and they saw come out, rushing as if frightened, 6 Germans, shivering with cold. They were seized and bound. Then, as they feared a surprise from another detachment, they formed into 2 convoys, one conducting the prisoners and the other carrying Maloisen on a mattress placed upon poles. They returned triumphant into Red Hell. Monsieur Levine was decorated for having captured an advance guard of the Prussians, and the great baker received a military medal for wounds received before the enemy. For sail. To set out on foot, when the sun is just rising, and walk through the dew, by the side of the fields, at the verge of the quiet sea, what ecstasy! What ecstasy! It enters in through the eyes with the radiant light, through the nostrils with the sharp air, through the skin with the caressing wind. Why do we retain, so clear, so precious, so sharp a memory of a few moments of passionate union with the earth, the memory of a swift divine emotion? Of the almost caressing greeting of a countryside revealed by a twist of the road, at the mouth of a valley, at the edge of a river, just as if we had come upon a charming and complaisant young girl? I remember one day, among many. I was walking along the coast of Brittany towards the outthrust headland of Finistère. I walked quickly, thinking of nothing at all, along the edge of the water. This was in the neighborhood of Quimperle, in the loveliest and most adorable part of Brittany. It was a morning in spring, one of those mornings in which one is again just 20, a morning to revive dead hopes and give back the dreams of first youth. I walked between the cornfields and the sea, along a road no better than a path. The corn was quite motionless, and the waves lifted very gently. The air was filled with the fragrance of ripening fields and the salt scent of the seaweed. I walked without a thought in my head, straight forward, continuing a journey begun 15 days before, a tramp round the coast of Brittany. I felt gloriously fit, content, light of feet and light of heart. I just walked. I thought of nothing. Why think of anything in hours filled by an instinctive happiness, a profound physical happiness, the happiness of the beasts of the fields and the birds soaring in the blue spaces beneath the sun? I heard the far-off sound of him singing. A procession perhaps, since this was Sunday. Then I rounded a little headland, stood still, amazed with delight. 5 large fishing boats came into sight, filled with people, men, women, and children, on their way to the Indulgence at Plouneven. They hugged the coast, moving slowly, helped scarcely at all by the soft, hardly breathing wind which swelled the brown sails faintly and then, as if wearied out, let them fall, all slack, round the masts. The clumsy boats moved slowly, filled with such a crowd of folk. And the whole crowd was singing. The men standing against the sides of the boats, their heads covered with wide hats, sang their deep notes lustily, the women shrilled the treble air. And the thin voices of the children pierced that devout and monstrous uproar like the tuneless squeak of fifes. The voyagers in all 5 boats shouted the same hymn, whose monotonous rhythm rose to the quiet sky, and the 5 boats sailed one behind the other, close together. They passed close by in front of me, and I saw them draw away, I heard their songs sink and die upon the air. And I fell dreaming delightful dreams, as youth will dream, absurd divine dreams. How swiftly it is gone, the age of dreams, the only happy age in a whole lifetime. No one is ever lonely, ever sad, ever gloomy or cast down, who bears within himself that most wonderful power of wandering, as soon as he is left to himself, into a world of happy dreams. What a fairy world, where anything may happen in the audacious imagination of the dreamer who roams therein. How adorable life appears covered in the gold dust of dreams. Alas, those days are done. I fell dreaming. Of what? Of all that a man never ceases to hope for, all that he desires, riches, honor, women. And I walked on, taking great strides, my hand caressing the yellow locks of the corn which bowed itself under my fingers and thrilled my skin as if I had touched living hair. I made my way round a little promontory and saw, at the end of a narrow open beach, a white-walled house built above 3 terraces that came down to the shore. Why does this house send through me a shiver of delight? Do I know it? Sometimes, in such wanderings, we come upon corners of the country that we seem to have known for a very long time, so familiar are they to us, so do they wake a response in our hearts. Is it possible that we have never seen them before, that we have not lived in them in some former life? Everything about them stirs us, fills us with the most profound delight, the gentle swell of the horizon, the ordered trees, the color of the soil. A charming house, rising from its high steps. Large fruit trees had established themselves along the terraces which came down to the water, like giant stairs. And on the rim of each terrace, like a crown of gold, ran a border of Spanish broom in full flower. I halted in my tracks, possessed with a sudden love for this dwelling place. How I would have liked to own it, to live there, forever. I drew near the door, my heart beating quickly with envious desire, and saw, on one of the pillars of the gate, a big placard, "For sale." I felt a sharp thrill of delight, as if this dwelling had been offered to me, as if I had been given it. Why, yes, why? I do not know. For sale. Then it no longer belonged to any special person, could belong to anyone on earth, to me, to me. Why this joy, this sense of utter delight, deep incomprehensible delight? I knew well enough, however, that I could not buy it. How could I pay for it? No matter, it was for sale. The caged bird belongs to its owner, the bird in the air is mine, not being man's. I went into the garden. Oh, what a delightful garden, with its terraces lifted one above the other, its espaliers with arms stretched out like crucified martyrs, its clumps of golden broom. And 2 old fig trees at the end of each terrace. When I stood on the last, I looked all round me. The shore of the little bay stretched at my feet, curved and sandy, separated from the open sea by 3 massive brown rocks, which closed the entry to the bay and must have acted as a breakwater on rough days. On the headland, right opposite, 2 great stones, one upright, the other lying in the grass, a menhir and a dolman, like 2 strange beings, husband and wife, turned to stone by an evil spell, seemed to watch unwinkingly the small house that they had seen built, they who for centuries had known this one-time solitary cove, the small house that they would see fall, crumple, vanish little by little and altogether disappear, the little house that was for sale. Oh, old dolman and old menhir, how I love you! I knocked at the door as if I had been knocking at my own door. A woman came to open it, a servant, a little old servant, black-gowned, white bonnet, looking like a working nun. It seemed to me as if I knew her too, this woman. I said to her, "You are not a Breton woman, are you?" She answered, "No, sir, I come from Lorraine." She added, "You have come to look over the house?" "Oh, yes, certainly." And I went in. It seemed to me that I knew it all, the walls, the furniture. I was almost surprised not to find my own walking sticks in the hall. I made my way into the drawing room, a charming drawing room carpeted with rush mats, which looked out over the sea through its 3 large windows. On the mantel shelf, Chinese vases and a large photograph of a woman. I went to it at once, convinced that I recognized her too. And I did recognize her, although I was certain that I had never met her. It was she, the inexpressible she for whom I was waiting, whom I desired, she whom I summoned, whose face haunted my dreams. She whom one seeks always, in every place, she whom one is every moment just going to see in the street. Just going to discover on a country road the instant one's glance falls on a red sunshade over the cornfield, she who must surely already be in the hotel when I enter it on my travels. In the railway carriage I am just getting into, in the drawing room whose door is just opening to me. It was she, assuredly, past all manner of doubt, it was she. I recognized her by her eyes which were looking at me, by her hair arranged English fashion, but above all by her mouth, by that smile which long ago I had surmised. I asked at once, "Who is this lady?" The nun-like servant answered dryly, "That is Madame." I continued, "She is your mistress?" In her austere conventional fashion, she replied, "Oh, no, sir." I sat down and said firmly, "Tell me about her." She stood amazed, motionless, obstinately silent. I persisted. She is the owner of the house, then? Oh, no, sir. Then whose is this house? It belongs to my master, Monsieur Tournelle. I pointed a finger towards the photograph. And this lady, who is she? That is Madame. Your master's wife? Oh, no, sir. His mistress, then? The nun had nothing to say. I went on, pricked by a vague jealousy, by a confused anger against this man who found this woman first. Where are they now? The servant murmured. Monsieur the gentleman is in Paris, but about Madame I know nothing. I shivered. Ah. They are no longer together? No, sir. I became wily, and said solemnly. Tell me what happened, probably I could be of service to your master. I know this woman, she's a bad lot. The old servant looked at me, and seeing my honest expression, she trusted me. Oh, sir, she did my master a bad turn. He made her acquaintance in Italy and he brought her away with him as if he had married her. She sang beautifully. He loved her so much, sir, that it was pitiful to see him. They were traveling in this district last year. And they discovered this house which had been built by a fool, an old fool who wanted to settle 5 miles from the village. Madame wanted to buy it outright, so that she could stay here with my master. And he bought the house to please her. They lived here all last summer, sir, and almost all the winter. And then, one morning at breakfast time, Monsieur called me. Césaire, has Madame come in? No, sir. We waited for her the whole day. My master was like a madman. We sought everywhere. We did not find her. She had gone, sir, we never knew where or how. Oh, what a tide of joy surged in me. I would have liked to embrace the nun, to seize her round the waist and make her dance in the drawing-room. Oh, she had gone, she had escaped, she had left him, utterly wearied, disgusted with him. How happy I was. The old woman went on. Monsieur almost died of grief, and he has gone back to Paris, leaving me here with my husband to sell the house. He is asking 20,000 francs for it. But I was no longer listening. I was thinking of her. And all at once it struck me that I had only to set out again to come upon her, that this very springtime she would have been driven to come back to the place, to see the house. This charming house that she must have loved so dearly, to see it emptied of him. I flung 10 francs into the old woman's hand. I snatched the photograph and rushed off at a run, pressing desperate kisses on the adorable face that looked up from the cardboard. I regained the road and began to walk on, looking at her, her very self. How glorious that she was free, that she had got away. Without doubt I should meet her today or tomorrow, this week or next, now that she had left him. She had left him because my hour had come. She was free, somewhere, in the world. I had only to find her now that I knew her. And all the while I touched caressingly the bowed locks of ripe corn, I drank in the sea air that filled out my lungs, I felt the sun kissing my face. I walked on wild with joy, drunk with hope. I walked on, certain that I was going to meet her soon and lead her back to enjoy our turn in that charming home for sale. How she would revel in it, this time. Toine. Chapter 1. Everybody for 10 leagues round knew old Toine, big Toine, Toine Maufine, Antoine Machable, also nicknamed Brulette, the tavern-keeper of Tournevent. He had given celebrity to that little hamlet. Hidden in a wrinkle of the valley which sloped down to the sea, a poor little peasant village composed of 10 Normandy cottages surrounded by ditches and trees. They stood, all those houses, as if trying to shrink out of sight among the tall grass and reeds of the ravine, behind the curve which had given the place its name, Tournevent. They seemed to have hunted for this shelter for themselves, just as those birds that hide in ploughed furrows on days of tempest seek to shelter themselves from the great wind of the sea. The ocean wind, rough and salty, which gnaws and burns like fire, which dries up and destroys like the winter frosts. But the entire hamlet seemed to be the property of Antoine Machable, nicknamed Brulette, also very often called Toine, and Toine ma fine. Because of a certain phrase that was forever in his mouth. My fine is the best in all France. His fine was his cognac, let it be understood. For 20 years he had been slaking the thirst of the country with his fine and his brulettes. For whenever anybody would ask him, "What had I better take, Father Antoine?" he invariably responded, "A burnt brandy, son-in-law, it warms up the tripes and clears up the head. Nothing better for the inside." He also had the habit of calling everyone son-in-law, although he never had a married daughter, nor even a daughter to marry. Yes, indeed. Everybody knew Toine Brulette, the biggest man in the canton, and even in the whole arrondissement. His little house seemed ridiculously too narrow and too low to contain him. And when you saw him standing at his door, as he would do for a whole day at a time, you could not have helped wondering how he would ever manage to get inside again. But inside he would get, somehow or other, every time a customer came, for it was Toine's acknowledged right to levy a treat upon everyone who drank in his house. The name of his tavern, painted upon the sign, was Au Rendez-vous de Nice, and a good name it was, seeing that Father Toine was the friend, sure enough, of everybody in the whole country. Folks came from Fécamp and from Montevillers to see him and to joke with him and to listen to his talk, for that big fat old fellow could have made a tombstone laugh. He had a way of his own of joking at folks without making them mad, a way of winking his eye to express what he never said, a way of slapping his own thigh when he got to laughing. So funny that at every slap he was bound to make you also laugh with him, whether you wanted to or not. And then it was good fun only just to see him drink. He would drink every time anybody asked him, and drink everything offered him, with a look of joy in his mischievous eye, a joy of twofold origin, inspired first by the pleasure of being treated, and secondly by the delight of piling away so many big coppers paid down as the price of the fun. The jokers of the neighborhood used to say to him, "Why don't you drink up the sea, Pap Toine?" He would answer, "There's two things prevent me. First thing is that it's salty, and then besides it would have to be bottled. Because my abdomen isn't elastic enough for me to trust myself to drink out of such a cup as that." And then you ought to have heard him quarreling with his wife. It was better than a play. Every single day during the whole 30 years they had been married they used to fight regularly. Only, Toine would just joke, while his wife would get really mad. She was a tall peasant woman, who walked with great long steps like a crane, and whose slab-sided, skinny body supported a head that looked like the head of a mad owl. She spent her whole time in raising chickens in a little backyard behind the tavern, and she was renowned for her skill in fattening fowl. Whenever they gave a big dinner at Fécamp, up the coast, it was always considered essential to eat one of Mother Toine's boarders, otherwise it would be no dinner at all. But she had been born in a bad humor, and she had remained all her life cross with everything and everybody. And while she was ill-humored with the world in general, she was particularly ill-humored with her husband. She was mad at him for his good humor, for his renown, for his good health, and for his fatness. She called him a good-for-nothing, because he was able to make money without doing anything. She called him a hog, because he ate and drank as much as 10 ordinary men, and she never passed a day of her life without declaring, "Wouldn't he look better in the pig-pen, a beggar like that? Makes my stomach sick to see the fat of him." And she would go and scream in his face, "Wait, you wait a bit. We'll see what'll happen to you, we'll see soon enough. You'll bust like a grain sack, you big, puffed-up good-for-nothing." Then Toine would slap his fat stomach, and laugh with all his might, and answer, Mother Toine, my old plank, you just try to fatten up your chickens like that, you just try it on for the fun of the thing." And, pulling up his shirt sleeve to show his enormous arm, he would cry, "Now there's a wing for you, Mother, that's what you can call a wing." And the customers would yell with delight, and thump the table with their fists, and stamp the earthen floor with their feet, and spit on the ground in the craziness of their merriment. The furious old woman would yell again. "Wait a bit, you just wait a bit. I know what's going to happen to you, you'll bust like a grain sack." And off she would go, pursued by the laughter of the customers. Toine was indeed wonderful to behold, so heavy and thick and red and puffy he had become. He was one of those enormous beings whom death seems to select to amuse himself with, to practice all his tricks and jokes and treacherous buffooneries upon. So that his slow work of destruction may be rendered for once irresistibly funny. Instead of showing himself in his ordinary aspect to such a one, this rascally old death forbears to manifest his presence in grey hairs or in withered limbs or in wrinkles or in that general crumbling down which makes folks exclaim, "Bygor! How changed he is!" Instead of thus acting, death takes pleasure in fattening such a man, in making him monstrous and absurd, in coloring him up with red and blue, in puffing him out, in giving him an aspect of superhuman health. And all those deformities which in other beings seem pitiable or ghastly, become in his person laughable, droll, amusing. "Wait a bit, repeated Mother Toine, "we'll see what you'll come to yet." Chapter 2. Well, it came to pass that Toine got a paralytic stroke. They put the colossus to bed in the little chamber behind the partition of the barroom, so that he could hear what the folks were saying on the other side, and could talk with his friends. For his head was all right, although his body, the enormous body, impossible to move or to lift, was stricken with immobility. At first it was hoped that he would be able to move his big legs again. But this hope vanished in a very short time. And Toine Maupassant passed his days as well as his nights in bed, the bed that was only made up once a week, with the assistance of 4 neighbors, who lifted out the tavern keeper by his 4 limbs. While the mattress was being turned, he kept his good humor still, but it was a different jollity from that of the old times, more humble, more timid, and he was childishly afraid of his wife, who kept yelping all day long. "There! The big hog, there he is, the good-for-nothing, the lazy lout, the nasty drunkard. Ah! The nasty fellow, the nasty beast." He never answered her any more. He would only wink his right eye when her back was turned, and then turn himself over in bed, the only movement in his power to make. He called this exercise, taking a turn to the north, taking a turn to the south. His great amusement now was to listen to the gossip in the tavern, and to shout dialogues through the partition whenever he could recognize the voices of friends. He would yell, "Hey, son-in-law! That you, Celestin?" And Celestin Loisel would answer, "That's me, Pap Toine. So you're on the way to gallop again, you old rascal?" Toine Maupassant would answer, "Not to gallop, no. Not yet. But I've not lost flesh, the old shell's solid as ever." After a while he began to call his most particular friends into his room. And they kept him company pleasantly enough, though it worried him a great deal to see them drinking without his being able to join. He kept saying, "What kills me, son-in-law, what just kills me is not being able to taste my fine, nom dun nom. As for the rest, I don't care a doggone, but it just kills me to think I can't take a horn." And the owl face of old Mother Toine appeared at the door. She screamed, "Look at him! Look at him now, the lazy big lummox that has to be fed, that has to be washed, that has to be cleaned like an overgrown hog." And when the old woman was not there, a red cock would sometimes jump up on the window, stare into the room with his little round carrion's eye, and crow sonorously. Sometimes also, 1 or 2 chickens would fly in as far as the foot of the bed, to look for crumbs. Toine Maupassant's friends soon abandoned the barroom for the bedroom, where they would assemble shortly after noon every day, to chat at the fat man's bedside. Helpless as he was, that devil of a joker Toine, he could make them all laugh still. He would have made old Nick himself laugh, the old humbug. There were 3 men in particular who came to see him every day: Celestin Loisel, a tall lean fellow, a little crooked like the trunk of an apple tree; Prosper Horsleville, a dried-up little man, with a nose like a ferret, mischievous and sly as a fox; and Césaire Pommel, who never said anything himself, but had lots of fun for all that. They used to get a plank out of the yard, place it on the edge of the bed, and they would play dominoes party, great old games of dominoes, which would last from 2 o'clock until 6. But Mother Toine soon made herself insufferable. She could not endure to see her big fat lummox of a husband still amuse himself, and playing dominoes in bed. And whenever she saw they were going to begin a game, she would rush in furiously, knock the plank over, seize the dominoes and take them into the barroom. Declaring that it was bad enough to have to feed that great lump of tallow without seeing him amuse himself just for spite, just to torment the poor folks who had to work hard all day. Célestin Loisel and Césaire Pommel would bow their heads to the storm, but Prosper Horsleville found great fun in teasing the old woman, in exciting her still more. One day that she seemed more than usually exasperated, he cried out, "Hey, Mother, do you know what I'd do if I was in your place, eh?" She waited for him to explain himself, and watched his face with her owlish eye. He said, "Say, that man of yours never's going to get out of bed, and he's as warm as an oven. Well now, if I was you, I'd set him to hatching eggs." She stood speechless for a moment, thinking he was making fun of her, closely watching the thin cunning face of the peasant, who continued, "Yes, I'd put 5 eggs under one arm. And 5 under the other, just the same time as I'd put them under a hen to set on. Them things does be born of themselves. When they'd be hatched, I'd take your old man's chicks and give them to the hen to take care of. Tell you, Mother, that way you'd soon have a slew of chickens running around." Astonished, the old woman said, "But can that be done? Can it be done? I'd like to know why it couldn't be done. If you can hatch eggs in a warm box, why couldn't you hatch them in a bed?" The old woman was greatly impressed by this reasoning, and she went off, more thoughtful than usual, and quite calmed down. 8 days later she walked into Toine's room one morning with her apron full of eggs. And she said, "I've just put the yellow hen in the nest with 10 eggs under her. Now here's 10 for you. See that you don't break them." Toine, completely dumbfounded, asked, "What do you want now?" She answered, "I want you to hatch them, you good-for-nothing." He laughed at first. But when he found she was serious he got mad, he resisted, he positively objected to letting her put the eggs under his arms to be hatched. But the old woman cried out in a passion, "Then you shan't have a bit of grub until you take them. Now we'll see if you hatch them or not." Toine got uneasy and didn't answer. When he heard the clock strike 12, he cried out, "Hey, Mother, got the soup ready yet?" The old woman screamed from the kitchen, "Got no soup for you, you overgrown lazy lout." He thought she was only joking, and he waited a while. Then he begged, implored, swore, took a desperate turn to the north and a desperate turn to the south. Hammered the wall with his fist, but he was obliged to yield and to let her put 5 eggs against his left side. Then he got his soup. When his friends came, he looked so queer and so uneasy that they thought he must be sick. Then they proceeded to play the daily game. But Toine seemed to find no fun in it, and he put out his hand very slowly, with infinite precaution. "Got your arm tied up?" asked Horsleville. Toine responded, "I've got a sort of a numbness in my shoulder." Suddenly they heard somebody entering the barroom. They stopped playing. It was the mayor and the adjutant. They asked for 2 glasses of fine, and began to chat about public affairs. As they were talking very low, Toine wanted to put his ear against the partition to hear them, and as he gave a sudden turn to the north, forgetting the eggs, he found himself lying upon an omelette. At the sound of the great oath which he swore, the old woman rushed in, and suspecting the disaster, discovered it with one pull at the bedclothes. At first she did nothing. She was too indignant, too suffocated with fury at the sight of the yellow cataplasm smeared upon her old man's side. Then, trembling with rage, she flung herself upon the paralytic. and began to thump him with all her might on the stomach, just as if she was beating dirty linen at the pool. Her fists came down alternately with a dull thud, rapidly as the paws of a rabbit drumming. The three friends of Toine laughed to split their sides, sneezed, coughed, screeched. As the big fat man parried his wife's attacks with great caution, for fear of breaking the 5 eggs on the other side. Chapter 3. Toine was vanquished. He had to hatch. He had to give up playing dominoes, he had to give up all active existence, for the old woman ferociously cut off his rations every time he broke an egg. So he lived upon his back, with his eyes on the ceiling, motionless, his arms lifted up like wings, while the chicken germs were warmed against his sides. He only talked in whispers, as if he were as afraid of noise as he was of motion, and he began to feel an anxious sympathy for the yellow hen that followed the same occupation as himself. He would ask his wife, "Did the yellow one eat last night?" And the old woman would keep running from her husband to her chickens, and from her chickens to her husband, terribly busy with the chickens that were being hatched in the nest and in the bed. The country folk who knew the story would come, very seriously and full of curious interest, to ask after Toine. They would enter on tiptoe as if they were coming into a sick room, and say, "Well, how is it?" Toine would answer, "Well, it's doing good enough, but it gives me the itch to be so hot. Makes all my skin creep." Now, one morning his wife came in, very much excited, and said, "The yellow one has 7. There were 3 bad." Toine felt his heart beat. He wondered how many he was going to have. He asked, "How long before it'll happen?" The old woman would answer angrily, herself anxious through fear of a failure. "Got to hope so." They waited. Friends who knew the time was approaching, became anxious. They talked about it everywhere, folks went from house to ask for news. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Toine fell asleep. He had got into the habit of sleeping half the day. He was suddenly awakened by a tickling under his right arm. He put down his hand and seized a little creature covered with yellow down, which moved in his fingers. His excitement was such that he yelled, and let go the chicken, which began to run all over the bedclothes. The tavern was full of people. The customers all rushed in, and thronged in a circle as if round a mountebank's performance. And the old woman came to carefully gather up the little bird which had hidden itself under her husband's beard. Nobody spoke. It was a warm April day. Through the open window could be heard the clucking of the old hen, calling her chickens. Toine, who was sweating with excitement, constraint, and anxiety, murmured, "I've another under the left arm, right now." His wife plunged her long thin hand under the covers, and brought forth a second chick. The neighbors all wanted to see it. It was passed round from hand to hand, and carefully examined like a phenomenon. For 20 minutes there were no more births, then 4 chicks got out of their shells simultaneously. And there was a great hum through the assembly. And Toine smiled, delighted with his success, beginning to feel quite proud of this queer paternity. You might say what you please, you never saw many men like him. He was a queer case, wasn't he? He observed. That makes 6. Nom de nom, what a christening. And a great burst of laughter went up. A number of strangers entered the tavern. Others were still waiting outside for their chance. People asked each other, "How many's he got?" "Got 6. Mother Toine carried this new family to the yellow hen. And the hen clucked crazily, bristled up her feathers, and opened her wings as wide as she could to shelter the ever-increasing multitude of her little ones. "There's another," yelled Toine. He was mistaken, there were 3 more. It was a triumph. The last chick burst open its shell at 7 o'clock that evening. All the eggs were hatched. And Toine, wild with joy, free again, glorious, kissed the little creature on the back, nearly smothered it with his lips. He wanted to keep that one in his bed, just that one, until next day, feeling seized with a natural affection for the tiny thing to which he had given life. But the old woman took it away like the others in spite of his supplications. All those present were delighted, and as they went home they talked of nothing else. Horsleville, the last to linger, asked, "Say, Pap, Toine, going to invite me to fricassee the first, eh?" The face of Toine grew radiant at the idea of a fricassee. And the fat man answered, "For sure, I'll invite you, for sure, my son-in-law." The christening. "Now, doctor, a little cognac." "With pleasure." And the old naval doctor, holding out his little glass, watched the precious liquor rising to the brim, flecked with golden gleams. Then he lifted it to the level of his eye, passed it in front of the light from the lamp, sniffed it, sucked in a few drops that he rolled a long time on his tongue and on the moist, sensitive flesh of his palate, then said, "Oh, the divine poison! Or rather, the seductive assassin, the adorable destroying angel. You know nothing about it, you people. You have read, it is true, that excellent book called L'Assommoir, but you have not seen, as I have, drink exterminate a whole tribe of savages, a small Negro kingdom, drink carried in kegs landed with the most peaceful air, by red-bearded English sailors. But now listen. I have seen, with my own eyes, the strangest and most amazing drama of strong drink, and quite near here, in Brittany, in a little village in the neighborhood of Pont-l'Abbé. I was living at the time, on a year's leave, in a country house left me by my father. You know that flat coast where the wind whistles day and night over the gorse bushes, and where one still sees here and there, upright or lying along the ground, those monstrous stones which were once gods and which have retained something disturbing in their attitude, in their aspect, their shape. They always look to me as if they were just going to come alive, and I should see them set out across the countryside, with slow heavy steps, the steps of granite giants, or fly off on vast wings. Stone wings, towards a druid heaven. The sea encloses and dominates the horizon, the restless sea, full of black-headed rocks, always covered with a slaver of foam, like dogs who lie in wait for the fishermen. And these men, they go down to this terrible sea which overturns their fishing cobbles with one shake of his blue-green back, and swallows them down like pellets. They go out in their small boats, day and night, brave, anxious, and drunk. Drunk they most often are. When the bottle is full, they say, you see the reef. But when it's empty, you see it no more. Go into the thatched cottages. You'll never find the father there. And if you ask the wife what has become of her man, she stretches her arm towards the somber sea, muttering and frothing out its white saliva along the shore. He slept below it one evening when he had drunk a little too deeply. And the eldest son as well. She has 4 boys left, 4 tall striplings, fair-skinned and sturdy. Their turn next. I was living then in a country house near Pont-l'Abbé. I lived alone with my servant, an old sailor, and a Breton family who took care of the property in my absence. It consisted of 3 people, 2 sisters, and the man who had married one of them, and who looked after my garden. This same year, about Christmas time, my gardener's spouse was brought to bed of a boy. The husband came to ask me to stand godfather. I could hardly refuse, and he borrowed 10 francs, for christening expenses, he said. The ceremony was arranged for the 2nd of January. For 8 days the ground had been covered with snow, a vast carpet, colorless and somber, which seemed, in this low flat country, to stretch out over illimitable wastes. The sea, far beyond the white plain, looked black. And we could see it moving restlessly, shaking its back, rolling its waves, as if it wanted to fling itself on its pale neighbor, who seemed dead, so quiet, so sad, so cold she lay. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Papa Carendeck arrived in front of my door with his sister-in-law, the big Kermigan, and the nurse who was carrying the child rolled up in a quilt. And then we all set out for the church. It was cold enough to split the dolmens, one of those piercing cold days which crack the skin and cause frightful pain with their bitter cold that burns like fire. As for me, I was thinking of the poor little creature who was being carried in front of us, and I thought to myself that this Breton race really was made of iron, since children were able, from the moment they were born, to survive such excursions. We arrived in front of the church, but the door remained shut. The priest was late. Thereupon the nurse, resting herself on one of the boundary stones near the porch, began to undress the infant. I thought at first that he had wetted his napkin, but I saw that they were stripping him naked, the poor little wretch, stark naked, in the icy air. I ran forward, horrified at the insensate act. "Are you mad? You'll kill him." The woman answered placidly. "Oh, no, honored sir, he must come before the good God quite naked." The father and the aunt looked on at the performance with the utmost calm. It was the custom. If it were not followed, ill luck would befall the infant. I worked myself up into a rage, I cursed the man, I threatened to go home, I tried forcibly to cover up the frail little body. It was all no use. The nurse escaped from me, running through the snow, and the poor little devil's body turned purple. I was just going to leave the cruel wretches when I saw the priest coming across the fields, followed by the sacristan and a country lad. I ran to meet him, and expressed my indignation to him, without mincing my words. He was not surprised, he did not quicken his pace, he made no attempt to hurry himself. He answered, "What do you expect, sir? It's the custom. They all do it, we can't hinder them. But at least get a move on." I shouted. He replied, "I can't come any quicker." And he entered the vestry, while we remained on the threshold of the church, where I swear I suffered more than the little creature howling under the lash of the bitter cold. The door opened at last. We went in. But the child had to remain naked throughout the whole ceremony. It was interminable. The priest blundered on through the Latin syllables that issued from his mouth, falsely scanned. He walked with a slow gait, with the slow gait of a pious tortoise, and his white surplice froze my heart, like another fall of snow in which he had wrapped himself to torture. In the name of a cruel and barbarous God, this human grub racked by the cold. The christening was at last accomplished according to the proper rites, and I saw the nurse roll up again in its wide quilt the frozen child, who was moaning in a thin pitiful voice. The priest said to me, "Will you come and sign the register?" I turned to my gardener. "Now get back as quickly as you can, and get that child warm at once." And I gave him some advice how to ward off inflammation of the lungs if there were still time to do it. The man promised to carry out my recommendation, and he went away with his sister-in-law and the nurse. I followed the priest into the vestry. When I had signed, he demanded 5 francs of me for expenses. Having given the father 10 francs, I refused to pay again. The priest threatened to tear out the leaf and annul the ceremony. I threatened him, on my side, with the public prosecutor. The quarrel lasted a long time. I ended by paying. The instant I got home, I wanted to make sure that no further misfortune had happened. I ran to Carindec's house, but the father, the sister-in-law, and the nurse had not yet returned. The woman who had given birth to the child, left all alone, was sobbing with cold in her bed, and she was hungry, having had nothing to eat since the night before. "Where the devil have they gone?" I said. She answered, without surprise or resentment. "They've gone off to celebrate the occasion. It was the custom." Then I remembered my 10 francs which ought to have paid for the christening and which was doubtless now paying for drink. I sent in some soup for the mother and I ordered a good fire to be made in her fireplace. I was anxious and angry, promising myself to let those devils have it hot and strong, and asking myself with horror what would become of the wretched brat. At 6 o'clock in the evening they had not returned. I ordered my servant to wait for them and I went to bed. I fell asleep very quickly, for I sleep like an old sea-dog. I was roused about daybreak, by my servant, who brought me some warm water for shaving. As soon as I had my eyes open, I demanded, "And Carindec?" The man hesitated, then he stammered. "Oh, he came back, sir, after midnight, so drunk he could not walk, and the big Kesmagan woman too, and the nurse too. I verily believe they had slept in a ditch, so that the little baby was dead, which they hadn't even noticed. I leaped out of bed, shouting, 'The child is dead!' Yes, sir. They carried it to Mother Kerendek. When she saw it, she began to cry, then they made her drink to comfort her." "What, they made her drink?" "Yes, sir. But I only learned that this morning, just now. As Kerendek had neither brandy nor money, he took the lamp oil that you had given them, sir, and all 4 of them drank it, as much as was left in the bottle. And now the Kerendek woman is very ill. I had flung on my clothes with all haste, and, snatching up a stick, with the determination to thrash all these human beasts, I ran to my gardener's house. The woman in the bed was rolling in agony, stupefied with paraffin, beside the blue corpse of the child. Kerendek, the nurse, and the big Kesmagan woman were snoring on the ground. I had to look to the wife, who died towards noon. The old doctor was silent. He took up the bottle of brandy, poured out a fresh glass and, once more flashing the lamplight across the tawny liquor so that it seemed to fill his glass with the translucent essence of dissolved topazes, he swallowed the treacherous and gleaming liquid at a gulp. The unknown. We were talking of lucky adventures, and each of us had an odd happening to relate, delightful and unexpected encounters, in a railway carriage, in a hotel, abroad, on a seashore. Seashores, said Roger de Annetz, were uncommonly propitious for a love affair. Gontran, who had said nothing, was appealed to. "Paris is still the happiest hunting ground of all," said he. "With a woman, as with a book, we appreciate one more highly in a place where we never expected to find one, but the finest specimens are found only in Paris." He was silent for some moments, then added, "God, how adorable they are! Go out into our streets on any spring morning. They look as if they had come up like flowers, the little darlings pattering along beside the houses. What a charming, charming, charming sight! The scent of violets reaches us from the pavement. The bunches of violets that pass us in the slow-moving carts pushed on by the hawkers. The town is alive with spring, and we look at the women. Christ, how tempting they are in their light frocks, thin frocks through which their skin gleams. One strolls along, nose down to the scent and senses on fire. One strolls along and one sniffs them out and waylays them. Such mornings are utterly divine. You notice her approaching in the distance, 100 paces away you can find out and recognize the woman who will be delightful at close range. By a flower in her hat, a movement of her head, the swing of her body, you know her. She comes. You say to yourself, "Attention, eyes front," and walk past her with your eyes devouring her. Is she a slip of a girl running errands for a shop, a young woman coming from church or going to visit her lover? What's the odds? Her breast shows rounded under her transparent bodice. Oh, if only one might thrust a finger down beneath it, a finger, or one's lips. Does she look shy or bold? Is her head dark or fair? What's the odds? The swift passage of this woman, as she flits past, sends a thrill down your spine. And how desire haunts us until evening for the woman we have met in such fashion. I'll swear I've treasured the memory of around 20, of the dear creatures seen once or 10 times like this, and I would have fallen madly in love with them if I had known them more intimately. But there you are, the women we cherish most fiercely are the ones we never know. Have you noticed it? It's very odd. Every now and then one catches a glimpse of women the mere sight of whom rouses in us the wildest desire. But one never more than glimpses them. For my part, when I think of all the adorable creatures whom I have jostled in the streets of Paris, I could hang myself for rage. Where are they? Who are they? Where could I find them again, see them again? There is a proverb which says that we are always rubbing elbows with happiness. And I'll take my oath that I've more than once walked past the woman who could have snared me like a linnet with the allure of her fragrant body. Roger de Annetz had been listening with a smile, and answered. I know all that as well as you. Listen what happened to me, yes, to me. About 5 years ago I met for the first time, on the Pont de la Concorde, a tall and rather sturdy young woman who made on me an impression, oh, an altogether amazing impression. She was a brunette, a plump brunette, with gleaming hair growing low on her forehead and eyebrows that bracketed both eyes, under their high arch that stretched from temple to temple. The shadow of a mustache on her lip set one dreaming, as the sight of a bunch of flowers on a table stirs dreams of a beloved wood. She had a shapely figure, firm rounded breasts held proudly like a challenge, offering themselves as a temptation. Her eyes were like ink stains on the gleaming white of her skin. This girl's eyes were not eyes, but shadowed caverns, deep open caverns in her head, through which one saw right into her, entered into her. What a veiled empty gaze, untroubled by thought and utterly as lovely. I imagined her to be a Jewess. I followed her. More than one man turned to look after her. She walked with a slightly swaggering gait, a little graceless but very disturbing. She took a cab in the Place de la Concorde. And I stood there like a stuck pig, beside the obelisk. I stood transfixed by the fiercest passion of longing that had ever assailed me in my life. I remembered her for at least 3 weeks, then I forgot her. 6 months later I saw her again in the Rue de la Paix, and at sight of her my heart leaped as if I had caught sight of some mistress whom I had loved to distraction. I halted the better to watch her approach. As she passed me, almost touching me, I seemed to be standing in the mouth of a furnace. Then, as she drew away, I felt as if a cool wind were blowing across my face. I did not follow her. I was afraid of committing some folly, afraid of myself. Again and again I saw her in my dreams. You know what such obsessions are. It was a year before I found her again. Then, one evening at sunset, about the month of May, I recognized her in a woman who was walking in front of me up the Champs-Élysées. The Arc de l'Étoile lifted its somber outline against the flaming curtain of the sky. A golden dust, a mist of rosy light hung in the air. It was one of those glorious evenings which are the immortal glory of Paris. I followed her, wild with the longing to speak to her, to kneel at her feet, to tell her of the emotion which was choking me. Twice I walked past her in order to turn and meet her again. Twice, as I passed her, I experienced again that sensation of fiery heat which had come over me in the Rue de la Paix. She looked at me. Then I saw her enter a house in the Rue de Presbourg. I waited 2 hours in a doorway. She did not come out. At last I decided to question the concierge. He did not appear to understand me. She must have been a caller, he said. And it was 8 months before I saw her again. Then one January morning, during a spell of Arctic cold, I was on my way down the Boulevard Malherbe and running to warm myself. When at the corner of a street I collided so violently with a woman that she dropped a small parcel. I began apologies. It was she. For a moment I stood still, stunned by the suddenness of the shock. Then, giving her back the parcel she had been carrying in her hand, I said abruptly, "I am distressed and overjoyed, madam, to have rushed into you like this. Will you believe me that for more than 2 years I have noticed you, admired you, longed cruelly to make your acquaintance, and I could not manage to find out who you were nor where you lived? Pardon words like these, ascribe them to my passionate desire to be numbered among those who have the right to speak to you. Such a feeling could not wrong you, could it? You do not know me. I am Baron Roger de Annetz. Make your own inquiries, you will be told that I am a man you can admit to your house. If you refuse my request now, you will make me the most miserable wretch alive. I implore you, be kind, allow me the chance to visit you." She regarded me intently, out of her strange lusterless eyes, and answered smiling. "Give me your address. I will come to your house." I was so utterly dumbfounded that I must have shown it. But I am never long in recovering from such shocks, and I hastened to give her a card, which she slipped into her pocket with a swift gesture. With a hand evidently used to manipulating clandestine letters. Becoming bold, I stammered. "When shall I see you?" She hesitated, as if she had to make a complicated calculation, no doubt trying to recollect just what she had to do with each hour of her time. Then she murmured. "Sunday morning, is that right for you?" "I am quite sure that it is all right." Then she went away, after she had searched my face, judged me, summed me up, dissected me with that heavy insensible stare that seemed to leave something on one's skin, a kind of viscous fluid. As if her glance flung out onto human beings one of those dense liquids which devilfish use to cloud the water and lull their prey to sleep. All the time until Sunday, I gave myself up to the most desperate cudgeling of my wits, in the effort to make up my mind what she was and ascertain the correct attitude to adopt to her. Ought I to give her money? How much? I decided to buy a piece of jewelry, an uncommonly charming piece of jewelry too, and I placed it, in its case, on the mantelshelf. I waited for her, after a restless night. She arrived about 10 o'clock, quite calm, quite placid, and gave me her hand as if we were old friends. I offered her a seat, I relieved her of her hat, her veil, her furs, her muff. Then, slightly embarrassed, I began to press her somewhat more heartily, for I had no time to lose. She asked for nothing better, and we had not exchanged 20 words before I began to undress her. She herself continued this ticklish business that I never succeed in finishing. I prick myself on pins, I twist strings into inextricable knots instead of undoing them. I mismanage and confuse everything, I delay it all and I lose my head. Do you know any moment in life, my dear, more marvelous than the moments when you are watching, standing just far enough away and using just enough discretion to avoid startling that ostrich modesty all women affect, a woman who is stripping herself for you of all the rustling garments that fall round her feet, one after another? And what is prettier, too, than the gestures with which they put off those adorable garments that slip to the ground, empty and stretched indolently out as if they had just been struck dead? How glorious and intoxicating is the revelation of her flesh, her naked arms and breasts after her bodice is off, and how disturbing the lines of her body glimpsed under the last veil of all. But all at once I saw an amazing thing, a black stain between her shoulders, for she had turned her back to me, a wide stain standing vividly out, black as night. I had promised, moreover, not to look at her. What was it? I had not the least doubt what it was, however, and the memory of that clearly visible mustache, the eyebrows joined above the eyes, of that mop of hair which covered her head like a helmet, ought to have prepared me for this shock. I was none the less dumbfounded, and my mind was thronged suddenly with swift thoughts and strange remembered things. I imagined that I was looking at one of those enchantresses from the 1001 Nights, one of those fatal and faithless creatures who exist only to drag mortal men into unknown abysses. I thought of Solomon making the Queen of Sheba walk over a mirror to assure himself that she had not a cloven hoof. And when it came to the point of singing her my song of love, I discovered that I had no voice left, not even a trickle of sound, my dear. Or let's say I had a voice like a eunuch, which at first astonished and at last thoroughly displeased her, for she remarked, clothing herself with all dispatch. There was not much point in putting me to this trouble, was there? I wanted her to accept the ring bought for her, but she said deliberately and very stiffly, "What do you take me for, monsieur?" So that I crimsoned to the ears under this accumulation of humiliations. And she departed without adding another word. And that is all there is to my adventure. But the worst of it is that, now, I am in love with her, and madly in love. I cannot see a woman without thinking of her. All others repel me, disgust me, in so far as they do not resemble her. I cannot press a kiss on another cheek without seeing her cheek beside the one that I am caressing, and without suffering agonies from the unappeased desire which torments me. She is present at all my rendezvous, at all the caresses that she spoils for me and renders hateful to me. She is always there, clothed or naked, my real mistress. She is there, pressed close to the other woman, standing or lying down, visible and unattainable. And I believe now that she was in very truth a woman under a spell, bearing between her shoulders a mysterious talisman. Who is she? Even now I do not know. I have met her twice again. I bowed to her. She made not the slightest return to my greeting, she pretended not to know me at all. Who is she? An Asiatic perhaps? Most likely an Eastern Jewess. Yes, a Jewess. I am convinced she is a Jewess. But why? Yes, why indeed? I do not know. Blue and white. Slowly, slowly, over the heavy blue water, transparently, liquidly, blue, my boat, my dear little boat, all white with a blue border, was gliding through the blue light. The villas, the pretty white villas, gazed out through their open windows upon the Mediterranean, that lapped the walls of their gardens, their beautiful gardens, filled with palm trees and aloes. Trees forever green, and eternally blooming plants. I told the sailor who was rowing me lazily to stop at the little door of my friend Paul. And I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Pole, pole, pole." He appeared on his balcony, a little bewildered, like a man roused from sleep. The blazing noonday sun was blinding and he raised his hand to his eyes. I shouted, "Do you care to take a row?" He replied, "I will be down in a moment." And a few minutes later he entered my little skiff. I instructed the sailor to pull out to the open sea. Pole had brought his newspaper, which he had not read that morning, and lying at the bottom of the boat, he began to peruse it. I was looking at the coast. As we pulled away from the shore, the entire town rose before us, the pretty white town, that lay in a circle at the edge of the water. Above it rose the first mountain, the first ledge, covered by a great pine forest, dotted with villas, with white villas, that looked like the scattered eggs of some gigantic bird. The villas became scarcer toward the summit of the mountain, and at the very top was one large, square one, a hotel no doubt, so white that it appeared to have been freshly painted. My sailor was rowing leisurely, like the calm southerner that he was. And as the sun, the great blazing sun in the middle of the blue sky, hurt my eyes, I gazed at the water, the deep, blue water, churned by the oars. And I saw, behind the green mountain, away in the distance, the huge white mountain appear. It could not be seen a moment ago. Now, it began to show its great wall of snow, its high shining wall, enclosing with a circle of icy summits, of white summits, sharp as pyramids or round as shields, the coast, the warm, perfumed coast, with its palms and its anemones. I said to Pole, "There is the snow, look." And I showed him the Alps. The great white chain unrolled itself endlessly and grew in size with every stroke of the oar. The snow seemed so close, so thick, so threatening, that I was afraid and felt chilled. Then, farther down, we discovered a straight black line, which cut the mountain in two, there where the fiery sun had said to the icy snow, "Thou shalt not go farther." Pole, who was holding his newspaper, said, "The news from Piedmont is terrible. The avalanches have destroyed 18 villages. Listen to this." And he read aloud. "The news from the valley of Aosta is appalling. The crazed population knows no rest. Village upon village is being buried beneath the snow. In the valley of Lucerne, the casualties are as numerous. At Locane, 7 deaths, at Sparwan, 15, at Romborgogno, 8. At Ronco, Valprato, Campiglia, which is buried in snow, lie 32 corpses. At Piron, at Saint Damien, at Musternal, at De Monte, at Massilo, at Chiabrano, many deaths have also been reported. The village of Balziglia has completely disappeared under the avalanche. In the memory of man there has not been such a terrible calamity. Horrible details are reported on every side, here is one in 1,000. A man of Groscavallo lived with his wife and 2 children. The wife had been sick for a long time. On Sunday, the day of the disaster, the father was taking care of his wife, aided by the daughter, while the son was visiting a neighbor. Suddenly, an enormous avalanche covered the hut and crushed it. A big log cut the man almost in two, and he died instantly. The mother was spared by the same log, but one of her arms was pinned under it and crushed. With her free hand she was able to reach her daughter, also pinned under the mass of debris. The poor child screamed for help nearly a day and a half. Now and then she would say, "Mother, put a pillow under my head, it hurts so." Only the mother survived. We contemplated the mountain, the enormous white mountain that grew and grew, while the other one, the green one, seemed now only a dwarf at its feet. The town had vanished in the distance. Nothing surrounding us but the blue sea, which extended under us, and before us, while behind us rose the white Alps, the colossal Alps, in their heavy mantles of snow. Above our heads, a light blue sky suffused by golden sunlight. What a beautiful day! Paul resumed, "It must be a terrible death, to be buried alive under that crushing mass. Gently rocked by the waves, lulled by the rhythm of the oars, far from the land whose white crest was no longer visible. I thought of the poor little human beings swarming over this grain of sand lost in the magnitude of the universe. Of the miserable flock of beings mowed down by disease, crushed by avalanches, shaken and terrified by earthquakes. Of those poor little creatures that cannot be distinguished a mile away, and that are so vain, so quarrelsome, so foolish, and have but a few days of life. I compared the gnats that subsist a few hours, to the beasts that live a season, to the men who live a few years, to the worlds that endure a few centuries. What is it all?" Paul remarked, "I know a good snow story." And I asked him to tell it. He began, "Do you remember Big Radier, Jules Radier, the handsome Jules?" "Yes, perfectly." "Well, you know how proud he was of his hair, his face, his physique, his strength, his mustache. All his attractions were greater than other men's, in his eyes. And he was a heartbreaker, one of these handsome dummies that are very successful, one does not know exactly why. They are neither intelligent, nor clever, nor refined, but they possess the attributes of gallant ruffians. That is sufficient. Last winter, Paris was buried in snow and I went to a ball given by a demi-mondaine, you know, the beautiful Sylvia Raymond." "Why, yes, of course. Jules Radier was there, having been brought by a friend, and I could see that our hostess liked him very well. So I thought, here is a chap who will not be greatly bothered by the snow tonight." Then I turned my attention to finding a subject of attraction in the crowd of pretty girls. But I did not succeed. Not every man is a Jules Radier, and so I left all alone, about 1 o'clock in the morning. As I lived quite near, I thought I would walk home. Suddenly, at the corner of the street, I saw a strange sight. A tall black shadow, a man, was walking up and down in the snow, stamping his feet. Was he a lunatic? I approached him with caution. It was Jules. He was holding his pumps in one hand, and his socks in the other. His trousers were pulled above his knees, and he was running around in a circle, like in a riding ring, soaking his bare feet in the icy mire, seeking the spots where the snow was clean, and white, and deep. And he was jumping around like a crazy man and executing a series of steps like a floor polisher. I was bewildered. I muttered, "Gracious! Have you lost your mind?" Without pausing in his evolutions, he replied, "Not at all, I am washing my feet. Do you know that I have captured Sylvia? What luck! And I believe that I am to be favored this very night. One must strike the iron while it is hot." Of course, I had not looked forward to this, otherwise I should have taken a bath. Paul concluded, "So you see that snow has some use after all." My sailor, tired out, had stopped rowing. Our boat was motionless on the smooth water. I said to the man, "Turn back." And he took up his oars. As we neared the coast, the tall white mountain shrank, disappearing behind the other mountain, the green one. The town reappeared, similar to foam, white foam edging blue water. The villas showed again between the trees. A white line of snow, composed of the mountain tops that lost themselves to the right, toward Nice, was alone visible. Then, a lone crest remained, a tall mountain crest fast disappearing behind the neighboring coast. And soon nothing could be seen but the shores and the town, the white town, and the blue sea, over which my little boat, my dear little boat, glided to the rhythmic splashing of the oars. Our friends the English. A small leather bound on the upholstered seat of the railway carriage. I took it up and opened it. It was a traveller's diary, dropped by its owner. Here are the last 3 pages of it copied out. February 1st, Mentone, capital of the consumptives, noted for its pulmonary tubercles. Quite different from the potato tubercle, which lives and grows in the earth for the purpose of nourishing and fattening men. This variety lives and grows in man for the purpose of nourishing and fattening the earth. I got this scientific definition from a friendly doctor here, a very learned man. Am looking for an hotel. Am directed to the Grand Hotel of Russia, England, Germany, and the Netherlands. Pay homage to the landlord's cosmopolitan intellect and book a room in this caravanserai, which looks empty, it is so big. Walk round the town, which is pretty and admirably situated at the foot of an imposing mountain peak, see guidebook. Meet various people who look ill, being taken for a walk by others who look bored. Have observed several people wearing comforters, note this, all naturalists who may be becoming anxious at the disappearance of these garments. 6 p.m. return for dinner. The tables are laid in an enormous room which could shelter 300 guests, as a matter of fact, it holds just 22. They come in one after another. The first is a tall thin clean-shaven Englishman. He is wearing a frock coat with a long skirt, fitting closely at the waist. His thin arms are enveloped in its sleeves like an umbrella sheathed in its cover. This garment reminds me at the same time of an ecclesiastical cassock and the civilian uniforms worn by ex-army captains and army pensioners. Down the front elevation runs a row of buttons clad in black serge like their master, and sewn very close to one another, they look like an army of woodlice. The buttonholes stand in a row opposite and have the air of making unseemly advances to the modest little buttons. The waistcoat fastens on the same system. The owner of the garment does not look precisely a sporty boy. He bows to me, I return the compliment. Next item, 3 ladies, all English, a mother and 2 daughters. Each wears a helping of whipped white of egg on the top of her head, rather remarkable. The daughters are old, like the mother. The mother is old, like the daughters. All 3 are thin, flat-chested, tall, stiff, and tired-looking, their front teeth are designed to intimidate plates and men. Other residents arrive, all English. A solitary one is fat and red-faced, with white whiskers. Every woman, there are 14, has a helping of white of egg on her head. I observe that this crowning delicacy is made of white lace, or is it tulle? I don't know. It appears to be unsweetened. All the ladies look as though they were pickled in vinegar, although there are several young girls, not bad-looking, but with no figures and with no apparent promise of them. I am reminded of Boule lines. Tu importe ton sain maigre, ô mon objet aime. En est plus près du cœur quand la poitrine est plate. Et vois comme un merle nsa cage and firm. L'amour entre les os, revint sur un pat. 22. 2 young men, younger than the first, are likewise imprisoned in sacerdotal frock coats. They are lay priests, with wives and children, they are called parsons. They look more serious, less unbending, less kindly than our own priests. I would not take a hogshead of them for a pint of ours. But that's a matter of taste. As soon as all the residents are present, the head parson begins to speak, and recites, in English, a sort of long benedicite. The whole table listens to it with that pickled look in their faces. My dinner being thus dedicated, despite me, to the God of Israel and Albion, all started their soup. Solemn silence reigned in the huge room, a silence which was surely not normal. I suppose the chaste sheep were annoyed at the invasion of a goat. The women especially retain a stiff, starched look, as though they were afraid of dropping their headdress of whipped cream into the soup. The head parson, however, addresses a few words to his neighbor, the under parson. As I have the misfortune to understand English, I observe with amazement that they are continuing a conversation, interrupted before dinner, on the texts of the prophets. Everyone listens attentively. I am fed, always against my will, upon unbelievable quotations. I will provide water for him that thirsteth, said Isaiah. I did not know it. I knew none of the truths uttered by Jeremiah, Malachi, Ezekiel, Elijah, and Gagakias. These simple truths crawled down my ears and buzzed in my head like flies. Let him that is hungry ask for food. The air belongeth to the birds, as the sea belongeth to the fish. The fig tree produceth figs, and the date palm dates. He who will not hear, to him knowledge is denied. How much greater and more profound is our great Henry Monnier, who through the lips of one man, the immortal Prudhomme, has uttered more thrilling truths than have been compiled by all the goodly fellowship of the prophets. Confronted by the sea, he exclaims, "How beautiful is the ocean, but what a lot of good land spoilt." He formulates the everlasting policy of the world, "This sword is the light of my life. I can use it to defend the power that gave it to me, and, if need be, to attack it also." Had I had the honor to be introduced to the English people surrounding me, I would certainly have edified them with quotations from our French prophet. Dinner over, we went into the lounge. I sat alone, in a corner. The British nation appeared to be hatching a plot on the other side of the room. Suddenly a lady went to the piano. Ah, thought I, a little music. So much the better. She opened the instrument and sat down. The entire colony ranked itself round her like an army, the women in front, the men in the rear rank. Were they going to sing an opera? The head parson, now turned choirmaster, raised his hand, then lowered it. A frightful din rose up from every throat. They were singing a hymn. The women squalled, the men barked, the windows shook. The hotel dog howled in the yard. Another answered him from a room. I went off in a furious temper. I went for a walk round the town. No theater. No casino. No place of amusement. I had to go back to the hotel. The English were still singing. I went to bed. They went on singing. Till midnight they sang the praises of the Lord in the harshest, most hateful, most out-of-tune voices I ever heard. Maddened by the horrible spirit of imitation which drives a whole nation to such orgies, I buried my head beneath the sheets and sang. J.E. Plains le Seigneur Dieu d'Albion. Don't enchanter la gloire au salon. Si le Seigneur a plus d'oreille. Que son peuple fidèle. S'il aime le talent, la beauté. La grâce, l'esprit, la gaieté. L'excellent mimique. Et la bonne musique. J.E. Plains le Seigneur. De tout mon cœur. 23. When I finally dropped off to sleep, I had fearful nightmares. I saw prophets riding upon parsons, eating white of egg off the heads of corpses. Horrible. Horrible. February 2nd. As soon as I was up, I asked the landlord if these barbarian invaders of his hotel made a daily practice of this frightful diversion. "Oh, no, sir," he answered with a smile. "Yesterday was Sunday, and Sunday is a holy day to them, you know." I answered. "Rien n'est sacre pour un pasteur. Ni le sommel du voyageur. Ni son diner, ni son oreille. Mais velas que chose peril. Ne recommence pas, ou bien. Sans hésiter, je prends le train, 24. Somewhat surprised, the landlord promised to look into the matter. During the day I made a delightful excursion in the hills. At night, the same benedicity. Then the drawing room. What will they do? Nothing, for an hour. Suddenly the same lady who accompanied the hymns the day before, goes to the piano and opens it. I shiver with fright. She plays a waltz. The girls begin to dance. The head parson beats time on his knee from force of habit. The Englishmen one after another invite the ladies. The white of egg whirls round and round and round. Will it turn into sauce? This is much better. After the waltz comes a quadrille, then a polka. Not having been introduced, I remain alone in a corner. February 3rd. Another charming walk to the old castle, a picturesque ruin in the hills, on every peak of which remain the remnants of ancient buildings. Nothing could be more beautiful than the ruined castles among the chaos of rocks dominated by alpine snow peaks. See guidebook. Wonderful country. During dinner I introduce myself, after the French fashion, to the lady next to me. She does not answer, English politeness. In the evening, another English ball. February 4th. Excursion to Monaco, see guidebooks. In the evening, English ball. I am present, in the role of plague spot. February 5th, excursion to San Remo, see guidebooks. In the evening, English ball. Still in quarantine. February 6th, excursion to Nice, see guidebooks. In the evening, English ball. Bed. February 7th, excursion to Cannes, see guidebooks. In the evening, English ball. Have tea in my corner. February 8th, Sunday, my revenge. I am waiting for them. They have resumed their pickled Sunday faces, and are preparing their throats for hymns. So before dinner I slip into the drawing room, pocket the key of the piano, and say to the porter, if the parsons want the key, tell them I have it, and ask them to see me. During dinner various doubtful points in the scriptures are discussed, texts elucidated, genealogies of biblical personages evolved. Then they go to the drawing room. The piano is approached. Sensation, discussion, they seem thunderstruck. The white of egg nearly flies off. The head parson goes out, then returns. More discussion. Angry eyes are turned on me. Here are the three parsons, bearing down on me in line. They are ambassadorial, really rather impressive. They bow. I get up. The eldest speaks. Monsieur, on me avez dit que vous avez pris la clef de la piano. Les dames voudraient le avoir, pour chanter le cantique. I answer, Sir, I can perfectly well understand the request these ladies make, but I cannot concede to it. You are a religious man, sir. So am I, and my principles, stricter, no doubt, than yours, have determined me to oppose this profanation of the divine in which you are accustomed to indulge. I cannot, gentlemen, permit you to employ in the service of God an instrument used on weekdays for girls to dance to. We do not give public balls in our churches, sir, nor do we play quadrilles upon the organ. The use you make of this piano offends and disgusts me. You may take back my answer to the ladies. The three parsons retired abashed. The ladies appeared bewildered. They sing their hymns without the piano. February 9th, noon. The landlord has just given me notice. I am being expelled at the general request of the English people. I meet the three parsons, who seem to be supervising my departure. I go straight up to them and bow. Gentlemen, I say, you seem to have a deep knowledge of the scriptures. I myself have more than a little scholarship. I even know a little Hebrew. Well, I should like to submit to you a case which profoundly troubles my Catholic conscience. You consider incest an abominable crime, do you not? Very well, the Bible gives us an instance of it which is very disturbing. Lot, fleeing from Sodom, was seduced, as you know, by his two daughters, and yielded to their desires, being deprived of his wife, who had been turned into a pillar of salt. Of this appalling and doubly incestuous connection were born Ammon and Moab, from whom sprang two great peoples, the Ammonites and the Moabites. Well, Ruth, the reaper who disturbed the sleep of Boaz in order to make him a father, was a Moabite. Do you not know Victor Hugo's lines? Ruth, un Moabite. Citate couchi aux pites de bouze, le sain nu. Espérant en any sate quel rayon en canoe. Quand viendrait du réveil la lumière subite. 25. The hidden ray produced Obed, who was David's ancestor. Now then, was not our Lord Jesus Christ descended from David? The three parsons looked at one another in consternation, and did not answer. You will say, I went on, that I speak of the genealogy of Joseph, the lawful but ineffectual husband of Mary, mother of Christ. Joseph, as we all know, had nothing to do with his son's birth. So it was Joseph who was descended from a case of incest, and not the divine man granted. But I will add two further observations. The first is that Joseph and Mary, being cousins, must have had the same ancestry. The second, that it is a disgrace that we should have to read 10 pages of genealogical tree for nothing. We ruin our eyes learning that A begot B, who begot C, who begot D, who begot E, who begot F, and when we are almost driven off our heads by this interminable rigmarole, we come to the last one. Who begot nothing. That, gentlemen, may well be called the kernel of the mystery. The three parsons, as one man, abruptly turned their backs on me, and fled. 2 p.m. I catch the train for Nice. There the diary ended. Although these remarks reveal the author's very bad taste, uninspired wit, and uncommon coarseness, yet I think they might put certain travelers on their guard against the peril of the Englishman abroad. I should add that there are undoubtedly charming Englishmen, I have often met them. But they are rarely our fellow guests at hotels. Letter from a madman. My dear doctor, I am putting myself in your hands. Do with me as you please. I am going to tell you very frankly my strange state of mind, and you will decide whether it might not be better to have me cared for, during a certain time, in a sanitarium, rather than leave me prey to the hallucinations and sufferings that harass me. This is the story, long and exact, of the strange sickness of my soul. I used to live like everyone else, looking at life with man's open, blind eyes, without wonder and without understanding. I lived as animals live, as we all live, fulfilling all the functions of existence, looking and thinking that I saw, thinking that I knew and understood what surrounded me. When one day I realized that all is false. It was a phrase of Montesquieu's that suddenly illuminated my mind. Here it is, one organ more or less in our mechanism would have caused us to have a different intelligence. In short, all laws established on the basis of our mechanism being of a certain kind would be different if our mechanism were not of this kind. I reflected on that for months and months, and little by little I was permeated by a strange clarity, and this clarity has brought on darkness. Actually, our organs are the only intermediaries between the external world and ourselves. That is to say, our internal existence, what constitutes the I, makes contact by means of certain networks of nerves, with the external existence that constitutes the world. Now, not to mention the fact that we fail to comprehend this external existence because of its proportions, its duration, its innumerable and impenetrable properties, its origins, its future or its ends, its distant forms and its infinite manifestations, our organs supply us, concerning that portion of it which we are able to understand at all, with information as uncertain as it is sparse. Uncertain, because it is solely the properties of our organs which determine for us the apparent properties of matter. Sparse, because since our senses are but 5, the field of their investigations and the nature of their revelations are very restricted. Let me explain. The eye acquaints us with dimensions, forms, and colors. It deceives us on these 3 points. It can reveal to us only objects and beings of medium dimensions, in proportion to human size, thus causing us to apply the word large to certain things and the word small to certain others, solely because its weakness does not permit it to comprehend what is too vast or too minute for it. As a result, it knows and sees almost nothing, almost the entire universe remains hidden from it, the star in space and the animalcule in a drop of water. Even if it had 100 million times its normal power, if it perceived in the air we breathe all the races of invisible beings, as well as the inhabitants of neighboring planets, there would still exist infinite numbers of races of yet smaller beings, and worlds so very distant that it could not reach them. Thus all our ideas of proportion are false, since there is no possible limit of largeness or smallness. Our estimation of dimensions and forms has no absolute value, being determined solely by the power of one organ and by constant comparison with ourselves. Furthermore, the eye is also incapable of seeing the transparent. It is deceived by a flawless sheet of glass. It confuses it with the air, which it also does not see. Let us go on to color. Color exists because our eye is so constituted that it transmits to the brain, in the form of color, the various ways in which bodies absorb and decompose, according to their chemical composition. The light rays which strike them. The varying degrees of this absorption and decomposition constitute shades and tints. Thus this organ imposes on the mind its manner of seeing, or rather its arbitrary manner of recording dimensions and estimating the relations between light and matter. Let us examine hearing. Even to a greater extent than with the eye, we are the dupes and playthings of this whimsical organ. Two colliding bodies produce a certain disturbance of the atmosphere. This movement causes to vibrate in our ear a certain small membrane which immediately changes into sound what is really only vibration. Nature is mute. But the eardrum possesses the miraculous property of transmitting to us in the form of a sense that differs according to the number of vibrations. All the quiverings of the invisible waves in space. This metamorphosis accomplished by the auditory nerve in the short journey from ear to brain has enabled us to create a strange art, music, the most poetic and the most precise of the arts. Vague as a dream and exact as algebra. What shall we say of taste and smell? Would we know the flavors and the quality of foods if it were not for the bizarre properties of our nose and our palate? Humanity could, however, exist without hearing, without taste, and without smell, that is, without any notion of sound, taste, or odor. Thus, if we had several fewer organs, we would be ignorant of things that are admirable and strange, but if we had several additional organs, we should discover about us an infinity of other things that we should never suspect due to lack of means of ascertaining them. Thus, we are deceived when we judge what we know, and we are surrounded by unexplored things that we do not know. Thus, everything is uncertain and capable of being estimated in different ways. Everything is false, everything is possible, everything is doubtful. Let us formulate that certainty by making use of the old dictum, what is true on one side of the Pyrenees is false on the other. And let us say, what is true within the field of our organism is false outside it. 2 and 2 do not necessarily make 4 outside our atmosphere. What is true on earth is false beyond, whence I conclude that such imperfectly perceived mysteries as electricity, hypnotic sleep, thought transference, suggestion, all the magnetic phenomena, remain hidden from us only because nature has not furnished us with the organ or organs necessary for their understanding. After having convinced myself that everything revealed to me by my senses exists, as I perceive it, only for me, and would be totally different for another being otherwise constituted. After having concluded that a humanity differently made would have, concerning the world, concerning life, concerning everything, ideas absolutely opposed to ours. Because agreement of beliefs results only from the similarity of human organs, and divergences of opinion only from the slight differences in the functioning of our nervous systems, I made a superhuman effort of thought to infer the impenetrable that surrounds me. Have I gone mad? I told myself, I am enclosed in things unknown. I thought of a man without ears inferring sound, as we infer so many hidden mysteries. A man establishing the existence of acoustical phenomena of which he could determine neither the nature nor the source. And I became afraid of everything around me, afraid of the air, afraid of the night. From the moment we can know almost nothing, and from the moment all is limitless, what remains? The void, is it not so? What is there in that apparent void? And that confused terror of the supernatural that has haunted mankind since the birth of the world is legitimate, since the supernatural is nothing but that which remains veiled from us. Then I understood dread. It seemed to me that I was on the verge of discovering a secret of the universe. I tried to sharpen my organs, to excite them, to make them momentarily perceive the invisible. I told myself, everything is a being. The cry that passes through the air is a being comparable to an animal, since it is born, moves, transforms itself and dies. Thus the fearful mind that believes in non-corporeal beings is not wrong. What are they? How many men have a presentiment of them, shudder at their approach, tremble at their barely perceptible contact? We feel them near us, all about us, but we cannot distinguish them, for we haven't the eye that could see them, or rather the unknown organ that could detect them. Then, more than anyone else, I felt them, these supernatural passers-by. Beings or mysteries? I do not know. I could not say what they were, but I could always distinguish their presence. And I have seen, an invisible being, as much as one can see such a thing. I passed entire nights sitting motionless at my table, my head in my hands, thinking of them. Often I believed that an intangible, or rather an imperceptible body, was hovering over my hair. It did not touch me, not being of fleshy essence, but of an essence that was imponderable, unknowable. Then, one night, I heard my floor creak behind me. It creaked in a strange way. I shuddered. I turned. I saw nothing. And I thought no more of it. But the next night, at the same hour, I heard the same sound. I was so frightened that I stood up, sure that I was not alone in my room. Nothing, however, was to be seen. The air was limpid, transparent everywhere. My 2 lamps made every corner bright. The sound did not begin again, and I gradually became calmer. Still, I remained uneasy, and often turned to look. The next night I shut myself in my room early, wondering how I might succeed in seeing the invisible that was visiting me. And I saw it. I almost died of terror. I had lit all the candles on my mantel and in my chandelier. The room was lighted as though for a party. My 2 lamps were burning on my table. Opposite me, my bed, an old oak 4-poster. To the right, my fireplace. To the left, my door, which I had locked. Behind me, a very large closet with mirrored doors. I looked at myself in the mirrors for a moment. My eyes were strange, the pupils very dilated. Then I sat at my table as usual. The sound had occurred, the preceding nights, at 9:22. I waited. When the exact moment arrived, I was conscious of an indescribable sensation, as though a fluid, an irresistible fluid, had penetrated every part of my body, drowning my soul in a dread that was excruciating and rapturous. And the floor creaked, just behind me. I jumped up, turning so fast that I almost fell. All was as clear as daylight, and I did not see myself in the mirror. It was empty, bright, full of light. I was not in it, and yet I was just opposite it. I stared, terrified. I dared not go near it, sensing full well that it was between us, it, the invisible, and that it was concealing me from the glass. Oh! How terrified I was! And then I began to see myself, as in a fog, in the depths of the mirror, as though through water. And it seemed to me that this water was sliding from left to right, slowly, making my image more precise from second to second. It was like the end of an eclipse. What was hiding me had no outlines, but a sort of opaque transparency, gradually becoming clearer. And finally I was able to see myself perfectly, as I do every day when I look at myself. So, I have seen it. And I have never seen it again. But I am waiting for it, and I feel that I am losing my mind as I wait. I spend hours, nights, days, weeks, before my mirror, waiting. It does not come. It knew that I had seen it. But I feel that I shall wait for it always, until death, that I shall wait without rest before that mirror, like a huntsman on the watch. And in that mirror I am beginning to see mad images, monsters, hideous corpses, all sorts of frightful beasts, dreadful beings, all the unlikely visions that must haunt the minds of madmen. That is my confession, doctor. Tell me, what must I do? Old Mongilet. In the office old Mongilet was looked upon as an eccentric. He was an old employee, a good-natured creature, who had never been outside Paris but once in his life. It was the end of July, and each of us, every Sunday, went to roll in the grass, or bathe in the river in the country nearby. Asnières, Argenteuil, Chatou, Bougival, Maisons, Poissy, had their habitués and their ardent admirers. We argued about the merits and advantages of all these places, celebrated and delightful to all employees in Paris. Old Mongilet would say, "You are like a lot of sheep. A nice place, this country you talk of." And we would ask, "Well, how about you, Mongilet? Don't you ever go on an excursion?" "Yes, indeed. I go in an omnibus. When I have had a good luncheon, without any hurry, at the wine shop below, I look up my route with a plan of Paris, and the timetable of the lines and connections. And then I climb up on top of the bus, open my umbrella and off we go. Oh, I see lots of things, more than you, I bet. I change my surroundings. It is as though I were taking a journey across the world, the people are so different in one street and another. I know my Paris better than anyone. And then, there is nothing more amusing than the entressols. You would not believe what one sees in there at a glance. One can guess a domestic scene simply at the sight of the face of a man who is roaring. One is amused on passing by a barber's shop, to see the barber leave his customer whose face is covered with lather to look out in the street. One exchanges heartfelt glances with the milliners just for fun, as one has no time to alight. Ah, how many things one sees! It is the drama, the real, the true, the drama of nature, seen as the horses trot by. Heavens! I would not give my excursions in the omnibus for all your stupid excursions in the woods. Come and try it, Mongilet, come to the country once just to see. I was there once, he replied, 20 years ago, and you will never catch me there again. Tell us about it, Mongilet. If you wish to hear it. This is how it was. You knew Boivin, the old clerk, whom we called Boileau? Yes, perfectly. He was my office chum. The rascal had a house at Colombe and always invited me to spend Sunday with him. He would say, "Come along, Maculot," he called me Maculot for fun. "You will see what a nice walk we shall take." I let myself be entrapped like an animal, and set out, one morning by the 8 o'clock train. I arrived at a kind of town, a country town where there is nothing to see, and I at length found my way to an old wooden door with an iron bell, at the end of an alley between two walls. I rang, and waited a long time, and at last the door was opened. What was it that opened it? I could not tell at the first glance. A woman or an ape? The creature was old, ugly, covered with old clothes that looked dirty and wicked. It had chicken's feathers in its hair and looked as though it would devour me. "What do you want?" she said. "M. Boivin." "What do you want of him, of M. Boivin?" I felt ill at ease on being questioned by this fury. I stammered, "Why, he expects me." "Ah, it is you who are coming to lunch?" "Yes," I stammered, trembling. Then, turning toward the house, she cried in an angry tone, "Boivin, here is your man." It was my friend's wife. Little Boivin appeared immediately on the threshold of a sort of baraque of plaster covered with zinc, that looked like a foot-warmer. He wore white duck trousers covered with stains and a dirty Panama hat. After shaking my hands warmly, he took me into what he called his garden. It was at the end of another alleyway enclosed by high walls and was a little square the size of a pocket handkerchief. surrounded by houses that were so high that the sun could reach it only 2 or 3 hours in the day. Pansies, pinks, wallflowers and a few rose bushes were languishing in this well without air, and hot as an oven from the refraction of heat from the roofs. "I have no trees," said Boivin, "but the neighbors' walls take their place. I have as much shade as in a wood." Then he took hold of a button of my coat and said in a low tone, "You can do me a service. You saw the wife. She is not agreeable, eh? Today, as I had invited you, she gave me clean clothes. But if I spot them all is lost. I counted on you to water my plants." I agreed. I took off my coat, rolled up my sleeves, and began to work the handle of a kind of pump that wheezed, puffed and rattled like a consumptive as it emitted a thread of water like a Wallace drinking fountain. It took me 10 minutes to fill the watering pot, and I was in a bath of perspiration. Boivin directed me. "Here, this plant, a little more, enough, now this one." The watering pot leaked and my feet got more water than the flowers. The bottoms of my trousers were soaking and covered with mud. And 20 times running I kept it up, soaking my feet afresh each time, and perspiring anew as I worked the handle of the pump. And when I was tired out and wanted to stop, Boivin, in a tone of entreaty, said as he put his hand on my arm, "Just one more watering pot full, just one, and that will be all." To thank me he gave me a rose, a big rose, but hardly had it touched my buttonhole than it fell to pieces, leaving only a hard little green knot as a decoration. I was surprised, but said nothing. Madame Boivin's voice was heard in the distance, "Are you ever coming? When I tell you lunch is ready." We went towards the foot warmer. If the garden was in the shade, the house, on the other hand, was in the blazing sun, and the sweating room in the Turkish bath is not so hot as was my friend's dining room. 3 plates at the side of which were some half-washed forks, were placed on a table of yellow wood in the middle of which stood an earthenware dish containing warmed-up boiled beef and potatoes. We began to eat. A large water bottle full of water lightly colored with wine attracted my attention. Boivin, embarrassed, said to his wife, "See here, my dear, just on a special occasion, are you not going to give us some plain wine?" She looked at him furiously. "So that you may both get tipsy, is that it, and stay here gabbing all day? Thanks for the special occasion." He said no more. After the stew she brought in another dish of potatoes cooked with bacon. When this dish was finished, still in silence, she announced, "That is all. Now get out." Boivin looked at her in astonishment. "But the pigeon you plucked this morning?" She put her hands on her hips. "Perhaps you have not had enough? Because you bring people here is no reason why we should devour all that there is in the house. What is there for me to eat this evening?" We rose. Boivin whispered, "Wait for me a second, and we will skip." He went into the kitchen where his wife had gone, and I overheard him say, "Give me 20 sous, my dear." "What do you want with 20 sous?" "Why, one does not know what may happen. It is always better to have some money." She yelled so that I should hear. "No, I will not give it to you. As the man has had luncheon here, the least he can do is to pay your expenses for the day." Boivin came back to fetch me. As I wished to be polite I bowed to the mistress of the house, stammering, "Madam, many thanks, kind welcome." "That's all right," she replied. "But do not bring him back drunk, for you will have to answer to me, you know." We set out. We had to cross a perfectly bare plain under the burning sun. I attempted to gather a flower along the road and gave a cry of pain. It had hurt my hand frightfully. They call these plants nettles. And, everywhere, there was a smell of manure, enough to turn your stomach. Boivin said, "Have a little patience and we will reach the river bank." We reached the river. Here there was an odor of mud and dirty water, and the sun blazed down on the water so that it burned my eyes. I begged Boivin to go under cover somewhere. He took me into a kind of shanty filled with men, a river boatman's tavern. He said, "This does not look very grand, but it is very comfortable." I was hungry. I ordered an omelette. But lo and behold, at the second glass of wine, that beggar, Boivin, lost his head, and I understand why his wife gave him water diluted. He got up, declaimed, wanted to show his strength, interfered in a quarrel between two drunken men who were fighting, and, but for the landlord, who came to the rescue, we should both have been killed. I dragged him away, holding him up until we reached the first bush, where I deposited him. I lay down beside him and, it seems, I fell asleep. We must certainly have slept a long time, for it was dark when I awoke. Boivin was snoring at my side. I shook him, he rose, but he was still drunk, though a little less so. We set out through the darkness across the plain. Boivin said he knew the way. He made me turn to the left, then to the right, then to the left. We could see neither sky nor earth, and found ourselves lost in the midst of a kind of forest of wooden stakes, that came as high as our noses. It was a vineyard and these were the supports. There was not a single light on the horizon. We wandered about in this vineyard for about an hour or two, hesitating, reaching out our arms without coming to the end, for we kept retracing our steps. At length Boivin fell against a stake that tore his cheek and he remained in a sitting posture on the ground, uttering with all his might long and resounding halloos, while I screamed, "Help! Help!" as loud as I could, lighting wax matches to show the way to our rescuers, and also to keep up my courage. At last a belated peasant heard us and put us on our right road. I took Boivin to his home, but as I was leaving him on the threshold of his garden, the door opened suddenly and his wife appeared, a candle in her hand. She frightened me horribly. As soon as she saw her husband, whom she must have been waiting for since dark, she screamed, as she darted toward me. "Ah, scoundrel, I knew you would bring him back drunk." How I made my escape, running all the way to the station, and as I thought the fury was pursuing me I shut myself in an inner room as the train was not due for half an hour. That is why I never married, and why I never go out of Paris. Roger's method. I was walking with Roger one day when a street hawker bawled in our ears, "New method of getting rid of mothers-in-law. Buy, oh buy." I stopped, and said to my companion, "Now that reminds me of a question I've long wanted to ask you. What is this Roger's method your wife talks about so often? She jokes about it in such a gay, confidential way that I take it to be some magic potion of which you hold the secret. Whenever she's told of some young man who is exhausted and has lost his nervous strength, she turns to you and says with a smile, 'Ah, you ought to show him Roger's method.' And the funniest thing of all is that you always blush." "Well, there's a reason for it," answered Roger. "If my wife really knew what she was talking about, she'd stop it mighty quick. I'll tell you the story in strict confidence. You know I married a widow with whom I was very much in love. Now my wife has always been very free of speech, and before she became my wife we often had rather spicy little talks. After all, that's possible with widows. They have the taste of it in their mouths, you see. She has a perfectly honest liking for good smoking-room stories. The sins of the tongue do very little harm, she's bold, and I'm bashful. And before our wedding she liked to embarrass me with jokes and questions which were not easy for me to answer. Perhaps it was her forwardness which made me fall in love with her. And, talking of love, I was absolutely devoted to her from head to toe, and she knew it too, the little baggage. We decided on a quiet wedding and no honeymoon. After the religious ceremony the witnesses were to lunch with us, and then we were to go for a drive, returning to my house in the Rue du Helder for dinner. Well, the witnesses left, and off we went in the carriage. I told the coachman to take us to the park. It was the end of June, and gorgeous weather. As soon as we were alone, she began to laugh. "My dear Roger," she said, "now's the time to show yourself gallant. See what you can do." This invitation absolutely paralyzed me. I kissed her hand, I told her I loved her. I even had the pluck to kiss the nape of her neck twice, but the passers-by embarrassed me. And she kept on saying with a funny provoking little air, "What next? What next?" This "what next" drained all my strength away. After all, in a carriage, in the park, in broad daylight, one could hardly, well, you know what I mean. She was amused by my obvious embarrassment. From time to time she remarked, "I'm very much afraid I've drawn a blank. You make me very uneasy." I too began to be uneasy, about myself. As soon as I'm scared, I become perfectly useless. At dinner she was charming. In order to regain my courage, I'd sent away my servant, who embarrassed me. Oh, we were perfectly well behaved, but you know how foolish lovers are. We drank from the same glass, we ate off the same plate, with the same fork. We amused ourselves by beginning one biscuit from both ends, so that our lips met in the middle. "I should like a little champagne," she said. I had forgotten the bottle on the sideboard. I took it, untwisted the wires, and pressed the cork to make it fly off. It wouldn't go. Gabrielle smiled and murmured, "An evil omen." I pushed the swollen end of the cork with my thumb, I twisted it to the right, I twisted it to the left, but in vain, and suddenly I broke it right at the lip of the bottle. "Poor Roger," sighed Gabrielle. I took a corkscrew and screwed it into the piece left in the neck. I couldn't pull it out, I had to call Prosper back. My wife was now shrieking with laughter and saying, "Well, well, I see I can depend on you." She was a little tipsy. By the time we came to the coffee, she was half seas over. A widow does not need to be put to bed with the maternal solicitude accorded to young girls, and Gabrielle calmly went to her room, saying, "Smoke your cigar for a quarter of an hour." When I rejoined her, I had lost confidence in myself, I admit. I felt unnerved, worried, ill at ease. I took my lawful place. She said nothing. She looked at me with a smile upon her lips, obviously desiring to chaff me. Irony, at such a moment, was the last straw. I must confess that it made me helpless hand and foot. When Gabrielle observed my embarrassment, she did nothing to reassure me. On the contrary, she asked me with an air of detachment, "Are you always as full of beans as this?" I could not help answering, "Shut up, you're unbearable." She went on laughing, but in an unrestrained, maudlin, exasperating way. True, I cut a sorry figure, and must have looked a proper fool. From time to time, between new fits of merriment, she would say, choking with laughter, "Come on, be brave, buck up, you poor boy." Then she continued to laugh so immoderately that she positively screamed. Finally I was so exhausted, so furious with myself and her, that I realized I should smack her unless I went away. I jumped out of bed and dressed myself quickly in a fiendish temper, without a word to her. She became grave at once and, seeing that I was angry, asked, "What are you doing? Where are you going?" I did not answer, and went down into the street. I wanted to kill someone, to have my revenge, to do some quite insane thing. I strode straight ahead at a great rate, and suddenly the idea came to me to go off with a woman. Who knows, it would be a trial, an experience, practice perhaps. At all events it would be revenge. And if I were ever deceived by my wife, I should at least have deceived her first. I did not hesitate. I knew of a house not far from my own house. I ran there and went in like a man who throws himself into deep water to see if he can still swim. Well, I could swim, I swam very well. I stayed there a long time, enjoying my secret and subtle revenge. Then I found myself in the street once more, at the cool hour before dawn. I now felt calm and sure of myself, contented, tranquil, and still ready, I thought, for deeds of valor. I went slowly home, and quietly opened the door of my room. Gabrielle was reading, her elbow propped up on the pillow. She raised her head and asked in a frightened voice, "Ah, there you are, where have you been?" I made no answer. I undressed with an air of assurance. I returned like a victorious lord to the place whence I had abjectly fled. She was amazed, and was convinced that I had made use of some mysterious secret. And now on every occasion she speaks of Roger's method, as though she were referring to some infallible scientific device. Well, it's 10 years ago now, and I'm afraid the same attempt would not have much chance of success today, for me at any rate. But if any friend of yours is nervous about his wedding night, tell him of my stratagem, and tell him, too, that from 20 to 35 there's nothing like it for loosening the shoulders. As the Squire of Brantome would have said. In a railway carriage. The sun was vanishing behind the vast chains of hills whose loftiest peak is the Puy de Dôme, and the shadow of the crests filled the deep valley of Royat. Several people were strolling in the park, round the bandstand. Others were still sitting together in groups, in spite of the sharp evening air. In one of these groups an animated discussion was in progress, for a grave problem had arisen, and one which seriously perturbed Mesdames de Sarcanes, de Vallecelles, and de Bridoy. In a few days the holidays would begin, and the discussion centered round the means of bringing home their sons, now at Jesuit and Dominican colleges. Now, these ladies had not the least desire to undertake a journey to bring back their offspring, and they did not know exactly who could be entrusted with this delicate task. The last days of July were already on them. Paris was empty. They tried in vain to recall any name which offered the necessary guarantees. Their concern was the greater because an unsavory episode had occurred in a railway carriage some few days before. And these ladies were firmly convinced that all the women of the town spent their whole time in the express trains between Auvergne and the Gare de Lyon in Paris. According to Madame de Bridoy, the columns of personal gossip in Gil Blas, moreover, announced the presence at Vichy, at Mont d'Or, and La Bourboule of every known and unknown pretty lady. The fact that they were there, was proof that they must have come in a railway carriage, and they would assuredly return in a railway carriage. They must indeed be compelled to go on returning in order to come back again every day. It was a continual coming and going of damaged goods on this abominable line. The ladies lamented that access to the stations was not forbidden to disreputable women. Besides, Roger de Sarcanes was 15 years old, Gontran de Vallecelles 13, and Roland de Bridoy 11 years. What was to be done? They could not, under any circumstances, expose their darlings to the risk of meeting such creatures. What might they hear, what might they see, and what might they find out if they were to spend a whole day, or a night, in a compartment which held also one or two of these vicious women with one or two of their companions? There seemed no way out of the difficulty, and then Madame de Martinsac happened to come past. She stopped to greet her friends, who poured their woes into her ears. But what could be easier? She cried. I'll lend you the abbé. I can quite well spare him for 48 hours. Rodolphe's education will not suffer during that short time. He will go for your children and bring them home. So it was arranged that Father Lequire, a young and cultured priest, and Rodolphe de Martinsac's tutor, should go to Paris the following week to take charge of the young people. So the priest set out on Friday. And on Sunday morning he was at the Gare de Lyon, ready, with his 3 youngsters, to take the 8 o'clock express, the new through express which had started to run only a few days before. In response to the unanimous demands of all the people taking the waters in Auvergne. He walked down the platform, followed by his schoolboys, like a hen and her chicks, in search of a compartment either empty or occupied by people whose appearance was quite irreproachable. For his mind retained a lively sense of all the meticulous commands laid upon him by Mesdames de Sarcanes, de Vallecelles, and de Bridoy. Suddenly he saw, standing outside the door of one compartment, an old gentleman and an old white-haired lady talking to another lady seated inside the carriage. The old gentleman was an officer of the Legion of Honor, and they were all unmistakably gentlefolk. This is the place for me, thought the abbé. He helped his 3 pupils in and followed them. The old lady was saying, "Be sure to take the greatest care of yourself, my child?" The younger lady answered. "Oh, yes, Mamma, don't be anxious. Call in the doctor as soon as ever you feel yourself in pain." "Yes, yes, Mamma." "Then goodbye, my daughter." "Goodbye, Mamma." They embraced each other warmly, then a porter shut the door and the train began to move. They were alone. The abbé, in high delight, congratulated himself on his clever management, and began to talk to the young people entrusted to his care. The day he left, it had been arranged that Madame de Martinsac should allow him to give the 3 boys lessons during the whole of the holidays. And he was anxious to test the abilities and dispositions of his new pupils. The eldest, Roger de Sarcanes, was one of those tall schoolboys who have shot up too rapidly, thin and pale, with joints that seemed to fit badly. He spoke slowly, with an air of simplicity. Gontran de Vallecelles, on the contrary, had remained short in stature, and squat. He was spiteful, sly, mischievous, and queer-tempered. He made fun of everyone, talked like a grown man, making equivocal answers that caused his parents some uneasiness. The youngest, Roland de Bridoy, did not seem to have any aptitude for anything at all. He was a jolly little animal and resembled his father. The abbé had warned them that they would be under his orders during the 2 summer months, and he read them a carefully worded lecture on their duty to him. On the way in which he intended to order their ways, and on the manner that he would adopt towards them. He was an upright and simple-minded priest, somewhat sententious and full of theories. His conversation was interrupted by a loud sigh uttered by their fair neighbor. He turned his head towards her. She was sitting still in her corner, her eyes staring in front of her, her cheeks slightly pale. The abbé turned back to his disciples. The train rushed on at full speed, running through plains and woods, passing under bridges and over bridges. And in its shuddering onrush shaking violently the long chain of travelers shut up in the carriages. Meanwhile Gontran de Vallecelles was questioning Father Lequer about Royat and the amusements the place had to offer. Was there a river? Could you fish in it? Would he have a horse, as he had last year? And so on. Abruptly, the young woman uttered something like a cry, an "oh" of pain, quickly smothered. Uneasy, the priest asked her. "You are feeling unwell, madam?" She answered. "No, no, father, it is nothing, a passing indisposition, nothing at all. I have been ailing for some time, and the motion of the train wearies me." Her face had indeed become livid. He insisted. "Is there anything I can do for you, madam?" "Oh, no, nothing at all, father. Thank you so much." The priest returned to his conversation with his pupils, accustoming them to his methods of teaching and discipline. The hours went by. Now and then the train stopped and went on once more. The young woman seemed to be sleeping now, and she never moved, ensconced in her corner. Although the day was more than half gone, she had not yet eaten anything. The abbé thought, this young lady must be very ill indeed. The train was only 2 hours away from Clermont-Ferrand, when all at once the fair traveler began to moan. She looked as if she might fall from her seat, and, supporting herself on her hands, with wild eyes and distorted face, she repeated, "Oh, my God, oh, my God." The abbé rushed to her. "Madam! Madam! Madam, what is the matter?" She stammered. I think that my baby is going to be born." And thereupon she began to cry out in the most terrifying fashion. From her lips issued a long-drawn and frantic sound which seemed to tear its way through her throat, a shrill frightful sound, with an ominous note in it that told her agony of mind and bodily torture. The unfortunate priest, dazed, stood in front of her, and did not know what to do or what to say or what effort to make. He murmured, "My God, if I had only known, my God, if I had only known." He had crimsoned to the very whites of his eyes, and his 3 pupils stared in utter bewilderment at this outstretched moaning woman. Suddenly, she writhed, lifting her arms over her head, and a strange shuddering seized her limbs, a convulsion that shook her from head to foot. The abbé thought that she was going to die there before him, deprived of help and care by his incompetence. So he said in a resolute voice, "I will help you, madam. I don't know what to do, but I will help you as best I can. I owe aid to all suffering creatures." Then, swinging round on the three youngsters, he cried, "As for you, you are going to put your heads out of the windows, and if one of you turns round, he will copy out for me 1,000 lines of Virgil." He lowered the 3 windows himself, pushed the 3 heads into their places, drew the blue curtains round their necks, and repeated, "If you stir as much as once, you shall not be allowed a single outing during the whole of the holidays. And don't forget that I never change my mind." And he turned back to the young woman, rolling up the sleeves of his cassock. Her moans came ceaselessly, with now and then a scream. The abbé, his face crimson, helped her, exhorted her, spoke words of comfort to her, and lifted his eyes every minute towards the 3 youngsters, who kept turning swift glances, quickly averted, towards the mysterious task performed by their new tutor. "Monsieur de Vallecelles, you will copy out for me the verb to disobey 20 times, he cried. "Monsieur de Bridoy, you shall have no sweets for a month." Suddenly the young woman ceased her monotonous wailing, and almost in the same instant a strange thin cry, like a yelp or a meow, brought the 3 schoolboys round in one wild rush, sure that they had just heard a newly born puppy. In his hands the abbé was holding a little naked babe. He regarded it with startled eyes. He seemed at once satisfied and abashed, near laughter and near tears. He looked like a madman, so expressively distorted was his face by the rapid movement of his eyes, his lips, and his cheeks. He observed, as if he were announcing an amazing piece of news to his pupils, "It's a boy." Then he added immediately, "Monsieur de Sarcanes, pass me the bottle of water in the rack. That's right. Take out the stopper. That's quite right. Pour me out a few drops in my hand, only a few drops. That's enough." And he scattered the water on the bald forehead of the little creature he was holding, and announced, "I baptize thee in the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen." The train drew into the station of Clermont. The face of Madame de Bridoy appeared in the doorway. Then the abbé, quite losing his head, presented her with the tiny human animal that he had just acquired, and murmured, "This lady has had a slight accident on the journey." He conveyed the impression that he had picked the child up in a gutter. And, his hair wet with sweat, his bands round on his shoulder, his gown soiled, he repeated, "They saw nothing, nothing at all, I'll answer for that." All 3 of them looked out of the window. "I'll answer for that, they saw nothing." And he descended from the compartment with 4 boys instead of the 3 he had gone to fetch, while Mesdames de Bridoy, de Vallecelles, and de Sarcanes, very pale, exchanged stupefied glances and found not a word to utter. That evening, the 3 families dined together to celebrate the homecoming of the schoolboys. But no one had anything much to say. Fathers, mothers, and children alike seemed preoccupied. Suddenly the youngest, Roland de Bridoy, asked, "Tell me, Mamma, where did the abbé find that little boy?" His mother evaded a direct answer. "Come, get on with your dinner, and let us alone with your questions." He was silent for some minutes, and then went on. "There was no one there except the lady who had stomachache. The abbé must be a conjurer, like Robert Houdin, who made a bowl full of fishes come under a cloth. Be quiet now. It was God who sent him." "But where did God put him?" "I didn't see anything." "Did he come in by the door?" "Tell me." Madame de Bridoy, losing patience, replied, "Come now, that's enough, be quiet. He came from under a cabbage, like all little babies. You know that quite well. But there wasn't a cabbage in the carriage." Then Gontran de Vallecelles, who was listening with a sly look on his face, smiled and said, "Yes, there was a cabbage. But no one saw it except the abbé. The little soldier. Every Sunday, as soon as they were off duty, the two little soldiers set out for a walk. On leaving the barracks, they turned to the right, crossed Courbevoie with quick strides as if they were marching on parade. Then, as soon as they had left the houses behind, they walked at a quieter pace down the bare dusty high road to Bezons. They were small, thin, lost in army coats that were too large and too long, with sleeves falling over their hands, and embarrassed by red trousers so uncomfortably baggy that they were compelled to stretch their legs wide apart in order to walk at a good pace. And under the tall stiff shakos, hardly a glimpse was visible of their faces, two humble sunken Breton faces, innocent like the faces of animals, with gentle placid blue eyes. They spoke no word during the whole journey, walking straight on, with the same thought in both their heads, which did instead of conversation. For on the edge of the little wood of Champiox they had found a spot that reminded them of their own country, and they felt happy nowhere else. At the crossroads from Colombes to Chatou, where the trees begin, they took off the hats that crushed their heads, and mopped their brows. They always stopped for a short while on Bezons Bridge to look at the Seine. They lingered there 2 or 3 minutes, bent double, hanging over the parapet. They looked long at the wide reaches of Argenteuil, where the white leaning sails of the clippers raced over the water, bringing to their minds perhaps the Breton Sea, the port of Vannes near their own homes, and the fishing boats sailing across the Morbihan to the open sea. As soon as they had crossed the Seine, they bought their provisions from the pork butcher, the baker, and the man who sold the light wine of the district. A piece of black pudding, 4 ha'porth of bread, and a pint of cheap claret made up their rations and were carried in their handkerchiefs. But, once beyond the village, they sauntered very slowly on and began at last to talk. In front of them a stretch of poor land, dotted with clumps of trees, led to the wood, to the little wood which they had thought like Kermarivan Wood. Corn and oats bordered the narrow path lost under the green shoots of the crops, and every time they came, Jean Curderin said to Luc Le Gonidec, "It is just like Plounavon." Yes, it's just like it. They wandered on, side by side, their minds filled with vague memories of their own place, filled with new awakened pictures, crude and simple pictures like those on cheap picture postcards. They saw in thought a corner of a field, a hedge, an edge of moor, a crossroads, a granite cross. Each time they came, they stopped beside the stone marking the boundaries of an estate, because it had a look of the dolmen at Lochnuven. Every Sunday, when they reached the first clump of trees, Luc Le Gonidec cut himself a switch, a hazel switch. He began carefully peeling off the thin bark, thinking all the time of people at home. Jean Curderin carried the provisions. Now and then Luc mentioned a name, recalled an incident of their childhood, in words that, few as they were, woke long thoughts. And by slow degrees their country, their beloved far-off country, took them back to herself, filled their thoughts and senses, sent them across the space between, her shapes, her sounds, her known horizons, her scents, the scent of green plains swept by the salt sea air. No longer did they feel the smoky breath of Paris that feeds the trees of her suburbs, but the scent of gorse drawn up on the salt breeze and carried out to the wide sea. And the sails of the pleasure boats, seen above the banks, looked to them like the sails of the small coasting boats, seen beyond the wide plain that stretched from their doorstep to the very edge of the waves. They walked slowly on, Luc Le Gonidec and Jean Curderin, happy and sad, filled with a sweet melancholy, the dull, deep-seated melancholy of a caged beast that remembers. And by the time Luc had finished stripping the slender switch of its skin, they reached the corner of the wood where every Sunday they ate their lunch. They found again the 2 bricks they had hidden in a coppice, and they lit a little fire of branches to cook their black puddings on the point of their knife. And when they had lunched, eaten their bread to the last crumb, and drunk their wine to the last drop, they remained sitting side by side in the grass, silent, gazing absently into space. Eyes drowsily half closed, stretched out beside the field poppies. The leather of their shakos and the leather of their buttons gleamed under the burning sun and fascinated the larks that hovered singing above their heads. As it drew towards noon, they began to throw occasional glances in the direction of Bezen's village, for it was nearly time for the cowgirl to come. She came past them every Sunday, on her way to milk her cow and take it back to its shed. It was the only cow in the district that was out at grass. It was pastured in a narrow meadow further along, on the fringe of the wood. Very soon they caught sight of the servant girl, the only human being walking across the fields. And they were filled with joy by the dazzling flashes of light reflected from the tin pail in the blazing sunshine. They never talked about her. They were content just to see her, without understanding why. She was a tall lusty wench, auburn-haired and burnt by the heat of days spent in the open air, a tall bold wench of the Parisian countryside. Once, seeing them always sitting in the same spot, she said to them, "Good morning, Jew always come here?" Luc Le Gonidec, the more daring, stammered, "Yes, we come for a rest." That was all. But next Sunday she laughed when she saw them. She laughed in the protective, good-humored fashion of an experienced woman fully conscious of their timidity. And she cried, "What Jews sit there for? Are you watching the grass grow?" Luc smiled joyously back. "Maybe so." She retorted, "Well, it's slow enough." He replied, laughing all the time, "It is that." She went on. But when she came back with her pail full of milk, she stopped again in front of them, and said, "Would you like a drop? It'll remind you of your home." With the instinctive understanding of a woman of their own class, herself far from her native place perhaps, she had put into words their deepest emotions. They were both touched. Then, not without difficulty, she poured a little milk down the narrow neck of the pint bottle in which they carried their wine. And Luc drank first, in little gulps, stopping every moment to see whether he was taking more than his share. Then he gave the bottle to Jean. She remained standing in front of them, hands on hips, her pail resting on the ground at her feet, happy in the pleasure she was giving them. Then she went off, crying, "Well, goodbye. See you next Sunday." And as long as they could see it, their eyes followed her tall figure getting farther away and smaller, as if it were merging itself in the green shadows of the trees. When they left the barracks on the Sunday after that, Jean said to Luc, "Oughtn't we to buy her something nice?" They could not make up their minds in this exceedingly awkward matter of choosing a delicacy for the cowgirl. Luc was in favor of a scrap of chitlins, but Jean preferred caramels, for he loved sweets. His advice carried the day, and they bought a pennyworth of red and white sweets at the grocer's. They ate their lunch faster than usual, excited by the thought of what was coming. Jean saw her first. "There she is," he said. Luc added, "Yes, there she is." She began laughing a long way off, as soon as she saw them, and cried, "And how are you?" "All right?" They answered in one breath. "How's yourself?" Then she chatted away. She talked of the simple things that interested them, of the weather, the crops, of her employers. They dared not offer their sweets, which were melting nicely in Jean's pocket. At last Luc plucked up heart and murmured, "We've brought something." She demanded, "What is't, then?" So Jean, red to the ears, drew out the tiny twist paper and offered it to her. She began eating the little bits of sugar, rolling them from one cheek to the other and forming little swollen lumps under the flesh. The two soldiers sat in front of her and watched her, excited and very pleased. Then she went on to milk her cow, and, as she came back, gave them some milk again. They thought of her all week and spoke of her more than once. Next Sunday she sat down beside them for a longer chat, and the three of them, sitting side by side, stared absently into space, hugging their knees with clasped hands. And told each other little tales and little details of the villages where they were born, while farther off the cow, seeing the servant girl pausing on her way, stretched towards her its clumsy head with its moist nostrils, and lowed patiently to attract her attention. Before long the girl consented to eat a bite with them and drink a mouthful of wine. Often she brought them plums in her pocket, for the plum season had begun. Her presence set the two little Breton soldiers very much at their ease, and they chattered away like two birds. Then one Wednesday, Luc Le Gonidec applied for a pass out of barracks, a thing which he had never done before, and he did not come in until 10 o'clock at night. Thoroughly disturbed, Jean racked his brains to imagine why his comrade had dared to go out like that. On the following Friday, Luc borrowed 10 sous from the man who slept next him, and again asked and got leave to absent himself for some hours. And when he set out with Jean for their Sunday walk, he wore a very sly preoccupied, and altogether different air. Curterin did not understand it, but he was vaguely suspicious of something, without guessing what it might be. They never said a word until they reached their accustomed resting place, where they had worn away the grass by sitting always in the same spot, and they ate their lunch slowly. Neither of them was hungry. Very soon the girl came into sight. They watched her coming as they did every Sunday. When she was quite near them, Luc got up and took 2 steps. She placed her pail on the ground and hugged him. She hugged him violently, throwing her arms round his neck, quite regardless of Jean, not dreaming he was there, not even seeing him. Poor Jean sat there bewildered, so bewildered that he did not understand it at all, his mind in a turmoil, his heart broken, still unable to realize it. Then the girl sat down beside Luc, and they began to chatter. Jean did not look at them. He guessed now why his comrade had gone out twice during the week, and he felt within himself a burning anguish, a sort of wound, the dreadful tearing agony of betrayal. Luc and the girl got up and went off together to see to the cow. Jean followed them with his eyes. He saw them getting farther and farther away, side by side. His comrade's scarlet trousers formed a dazzling patch on the road. It was he who took up the mallet and hammered in the stake to which the beast was fastened. The girl squatted down to do the milking, while he caressed the animal's bony spine with a careless hand. Then they left the pail on the grass and withdrew into the wood. Jean saw nothing but the leafy wall through which they had gone, and he felt so distressed that if he had tried to get up, he would certainly have dropped where he stood. He sat perfectly still, quite senseless with amazement and misery, a profound unreasoning misery. He longed to cry, to run away, to hide himself, never to see anyone again. Suddenly he saw them coming out of the coppice. They walked back happily, hand in hand, like village sweethearts. It was Luc who carried the pail. They embraced again before they parted, and the girl went off, throwing Jean a friendly good night and a knowing smile. Today she never remembered to give him any milk. The 2 little soldiers remained there side by side, motionless as always, silent and calm, their placid faces revealing nothing of the emotions that raged in their hearts. The sun went down on them. Now and then the cow lowed, watching them from far off. They got up to go back at the usual hour. Luc peeled a switch. Jean carried the empty bottle. He left it with the wine-cellar in Bezins. Then they made for the bridge, and, as they did every Sunday, halted halfway across to watch the water slip past a while. Jean leaned farther and farther over the iron railing, as if he had seen something in the rushing stream that fascinated him. Luc said to him, "Do you want to drink a mouthful?" As the last word left his mouth, the rest of Jean followed his head, his lifted legs described a circle in the air, and the little blue and red soldier dropped like a stone, struck the water, and disappeared in it. Luc's throat contracted with agony and he tried vainly to shout. Farther downstream he saw something move, then his comrade's head rose to the surface of the river to sink again. Farther down still he caught one more glimpse, a hand, only a hand thrust out of the water and sucked down again. Then nothing more. The waterman who came running up did not find the body that day. Luc returned to barracks alone, running, completely distracted, and related the accident, eyes and voice full of tears, and blowing his nose furiously. He leaned over, he leaned over, so far that his head did a somersault, and there he was fallen over. Emotion choked him and he could not say any more. If he had only known.